Chapter 1. The card talent, the new member of the club, Maka. The card has been revealed. I have triumphed. The young man with chestnut hair and azure eyes slowly lifted the card, exposing the ace of hearts to the astonished crowd. In that moment, the bustling casino fell silent, all eyes locked in disbelief on the card in the young man's hand. Unbelievable. He has turned the tide. He only just arrived, and he has already won hundreds of thousands, hasn't he? Even the seasoned gamblers were rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. No, this is impossible. You little brat, what trick are you playing at? The defeated opponent sprang up in a fit of rage, grabbing Maka by the sleeve. Every time you manage to guess the big card, I refuse to believe your luck is this extraordinary. The opponent spat furiously. Maka simply smiled faintly and spread his hands, saying, "Which of your eyes has seen me resort to tricks? I have stated that I possess an inexplicable intuition with cards. Just a glance, and I can discern what lies on the face." Huh. The opponent sneered, producing a deck of cards and turning them towards Maka. "Then show me your skill and name the face of each card before me. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place." Maka, however, waved his hand dismissively, then declared, "King of Hearts." The opponent drew the card, and upon confirming it was indeed the King of Hearts, grimaced. "You must be lucky to have guessed that. 3 of Spades. Go on. Ace of Hearts. Continue. King of Clubs." Maka progressively identified the face of each card, ultimately leaving the opponent speechless and without a retort. The opponent gazed at Maka in disbelief. Could it be that this lad genuinely saw the faces of the cards? Was such intuition even normal? Well, the opponent gritted his teeth, cursing once more. "I care not whether your talent is intuition or some ghostly perception in my eyes. You are cheating. Today, if you do not return that sum of hundreds of thousands, you shall not step beyond that door." The opponent rolled up his sleeves and prepared to advance on Maka. Maka narrowed his eyes, realizing the predicament he faced. His own stature was relatively slender in stark contrast to the opponent's burly physique. He had no chance. At that moment, the casino's entrance was suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang. The tremendous noise drew the attention of everyone present. Outside, a petite silhouette slowly stepped into the casino. This was a young lady in her prime, her face fresh, delicate, and exquisitely beautiful. Her lustrous gray hair cascaded like a waterfall over her fair shoulders, gently brushing against her smooth skin, emanating an enchanting glow. Her attire was nothing short of exquisite, every detail meticulously designed and crafted, with magnificent patterns and fine textures that exuded nobility and elegance. Adorned with dazzling, priceless jewelry, it was clear to everyone that she hailed from a prominent family. The young lady scanned the casino, her eyes, as clear as water, shimmered with unabashed pride. Her gaze incited discontent among the onlookers. "Hey, who is this little girl barging in here, as if it's her home?" The previously irate opponent found a target for his ire and immediately snapped. The girl turned her gaze at the sound of his voice, and the moment her eyes landed on the chestnut-haired young man, a slight smile graced her lips. "Maka, I knew you'd be here." Maka met her gaze, his heart trembling. The young lad's name was Nanchi Shi, and he shared a somewhat unique connection. Indeed, it was astonishing that a homeless gambler like him had any ties to a young heiress, was it not? Nanchi took measured steps toward Maka, her voice soft yet firm. "Maka, do you truly intend to spend your life shackled to this casino?" "Ah?" Maka was taken aback, observing the seriousness in her eyes, unable to comprehend. Nanchi continued, "Cards are objects that some disdain." She drew a card, tore it in half, and then turned her gaze back to Maka, adding, "While others treasure them like jewels." Maka gradually began to grasp her meaning, absently caressing the card in his hand. Some possess nothing. Nangsis' gaze bore into Maka's, yet they managed to win everything. Maka shuddered, silently listening on. Some undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent, yet they confine themselves to this meager casino. Nanchi stepped closer to Maka, casting a significant glance in his direction. "Maka, do you genuinely wish to squander your talent?" "Squander talent." Maka turned the card over in his hand. His gift was, after all, an uncanny intuition with cards, wasn't it? He had ascended from being a destitute vagrant to a daring gambler accumulating fortunes solely due to this intuition. Huh. Nanchi seemed to decipher Maka's thoughts, shaking her head dismissively. Your talent extends far beyond this. It deserves to shine on a grander stage. A grander stage? Just how grand? Maka challenged. Beyond the blue planet, beyond the world, transcending dimensions. All the way to a glorious emergence in the void. Nanchi crossed her arms, declaring with pride. Ah! What? Maka was left dumbfounded. Beyond the world? How fantastically juvenile. Nanchi offered no further explanation, merely casting a regal glance at Maka. In the next instant, her shoulder-length gray hair floated and swayed in the air, gleaming with a faint radiance. What is this? Maka gawked, astonished. Was this some sort of affluent high-tech illusion that made hair float and change color? Maka, watch closely. This is superdimensional power. In the moment following, a glimmer of azure light flickered in her eyes. Gray particles appeared around her, consciously assembling into the form of an energy whip. Her gaze fixed upon the burly man behind Maka, the very one who had threatened him moments prior. Surprisingly, the energy whip obeyed her focus and swept toward the towering adversary. This is a magical attack. In the very next moment, the whip struck forward viciously at the opponent. The man hastily raised his hand to defend himself. But, suddenly he was sent flying, landing hard on the ground. The formerly stoic giant writhed in pain, marvelously without a single wound upon him. This is energy control, Nanchi stated calmly. What? What on earth? Everyone present was bewildered. What manner of sorcery was this? Magic? Maka's worldview shattered. Yet being no fool, he grasped the meaning behind Nanx's prior words. You mean, I possess the talent to use magic? No, I am the mage, but your talent is suited for a card master. Nanchi turned to Maka, her tone icy. The club extends an invitation to the new member Maka. A club? What club? Maka inquired, perplexed. At that moment, a mechanical voice reverberated in the air. Beep. Auditing candidate members. Audit successful. The candidate's talent is exceptionally outstanding. Commencing mandatory selection into the awakening space. Hey, what is happening? Maka exclaimed, looking around in a panic. Suddenly, a spiraling energy vortex appeared behind him, unleashing numerous crimson energy chains that sprang forth from the whirlpool. The red chains ensnared his limbs in an instant, dragging him inexorably toward the vortex. Wait, no! Maka shouted in his final outburst as he was drawn into the swirling energy. Chapter 2. The Signing of the Contract, a Unique Talent. Where is this? Maka surveyed his surroundings. All was enveloped in an abyss of desolation. He felt as though he were suspended in a barren void. Suddenly, blood-red subtitles materialized before him, accompanied by the same mechanical voice that reverberated once more. Chosen One, do you wish to become a new member of the Unknown Containment Association? Unknown Containment Association? Maka pondered for a moment before inquiring, could you elucidate this for me? Ding. Responding to the Chosen One. This association was born within the inclusive void of myriad realms, capable of linking countless worlds. Its inception was solely to contain the bizarre creatures that threaten the balance of the vast universe. These beings are referred to as unknown, marked with blood-red numbers. As long as the number endures, the unknown shall not perish, posing a peril to countless worlds. Upon signing a contract with this association, the Chosen One may assume the role of a recycler. Recyclers must venture into worlds corrupted and distorted by the unknown. Eradicate the aberrations and reclaim the unknown numbers. Recyclers must shoulder the risk of death, yet may acquire wealth, power, strength, and all that one desires. The Unknown Containment Association is omnipotent. Maka flipped the card in his hand, his eyes gleaming. Myriad realms indeed? How intriguing, yet that I desire nothing. All I wish for in life is to quietly enjoy my card games. What shall I do? With curiosity sparkling in his gaze, Maka began to probe the association. Career information revealed. Cardmaster. A popular profession across the myriad realms, primarily utilizing cards as offensive means, by harnessing ability cards crafted by card artisans. Combined with magical energy, one can unleash countless varieties of attacks. A card master, I see. Maka squinted, realizing the implications of what Nanchi had mentioned regarding the squandering of talents. He grew keenly interested in the true potential of his own gift. What could it be? As for this journey through the realms, it certainly piqued his curiosity, but what truly captivated him was the novel and unseen card system. Maka licked his lips. Very well, I agree to sign the contract. Immediately, the blood-red subtitles melted away, transforming into a crimson letter. The letter delineated various stipulations in blood ink. As Maka perused the terms, despite their abundance and their complexity, he discerned that the relationship between the association and its members was one of mutual exploitation. The association relied on its members to contain the unknown, while the members depended on the association to fulfill their desires. There were no oppressive clauses to be found. Maka slowly pressed his fingerprint onto the contract, sealing the agreement. Ding! Contract completed. Awakening talents for the new member. Awakening successful. Your talent is Absolute Card Intuition, of unique grade. Unique grade. What is this? Maka instinctively queried. Talent grades are classified as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and unique. Your talent is the only one in the entire void. Hiss. Maka inhaled sharply, now understanding why Nanshi claimed he was wasting his talents. Is my gift truly this formidable? What effects does it possess? Absolute Card Intuition. You possess an unparalleled instinct for cards. The talent of a card master is unmatched, granting you absolute control over cards. Absolute Card Intuition? Maka furrowed his brow. Is this effect potent? New members may choose their career path. Mage, E. Cardmaster, E. Berserker, E. Initial careers are merely a starting point. Subsequent advancements or career changes are possible. All initial careers are of E grade, so there is no reason to hesitate. Maka chose the Cardmaster. New members' career selected, attributes, abilities, and items are being assigned. Displaying personal panel. Recycler 66900. This is the sequential number, name. Maka level, LV1, level growth does not enhance attributes. Serving only as a rank of member privileges and correlating with world difficulty, health, 100, not quantifiable, displayed solely as a percentage. Mana, 70, intelligence attribute 10. Mana recovery rate is determined by the intelligence attribute, strength, 5 agility, 5 speed, reflexes, etc., stamina, 5 vitality, defense, endurance, etc., intelligence, 7 spell damage, mana, perception, etc., charisma, 5 social attribute, luck, 3 extremely rare attribute, Absolute Card Intuition, unique grade Absolute Card Intuition, Cardmaster Profession bonus, Unawakened State Intelligence 2. Maka glanced at the attribute panel. It appeared rather ordinary. However, the bonus for the Cardmaster Profession seemed rather paltry, a mere addition of 2 points to intelligence. While he contemplated this, a sudden blue light flickered from his hand. Countless blue particles emerged from thin air, slowly coalescing into 3 cards. These cards exhibited a unique and enigmatic appearance. Their base material was a deep blue, reminiscent of the endless depths of the ocean, emanating a sense of tranquility and depth. Yet, the borders of the cards were pure white. Upon closer inspection of the back, intricate line patterns could be seen, resembling ancient and mysterious runes, interwoven to form a complex and beautiful design. These lines occasionally glimmered with faint blue light, akin to energy flowing within a reservoir, seemingly ready to unleash formidable power at any moment. The front of the cards bore the depiction of their abilities. Fireball type, magical attack quality, white grade, white, green, blue. Effect, unleashes a fireball with minimal power, but possesses a 25 chance to trigger burning damage. Mana cost, 5 power value. This is a base power rating. Not actual power 3 preceding attribute. Intelligence, 3. Power is determined by intelligence. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Success rate, 100, typically 30 during novice phase evaluation. An unremarkable and feeble card. Ice ball type, magical attack quality, white grade effect. Releases a ball of ice elemental energy with minimal power but a 25 chance to trigger freezing effect. Mana cost, 5 power value, 2 preceding attribute. Intelligence, 3 cooldown time, 30 seconds. Success rate, 100 evaluation. An unremarkable and feeble card. Defense shield type, magical defense quality, white grade effect. Constructs a shield of magical energy with questionable defensive power. Mana cost, 5 defense value. Rating, not actual defense 3 preceding attribute. Intelligence. 3. Defense power is determined by intelligence, cooldown time, 30-second success rate, 100 evaluation. A pitifully weak defensive card. Excellent. 3 initial feeble cards. The rest shall rely on luck. Maka caressed the cards in his hand. Despite the evaluations deeming them weak, they remained a source of fascination for him. The tactile sensation of these cards was remarkably pleasant. Imbued with a sense of inexplicable vitality, moreover, he sensed a hidden energy within himself. Maka attempted to summon this internal energy. The cool sensation surged from his mind, gradually spreading through his meridians and reaching his hands. A 100 success rate. Is this due to my talent? Let me give it a try. Maka grasped the fireball card. He began to channel the energy from his body into the card, watching as the blue energy surged into it. Coursing through the patterns on its back, in an instant, Maka experienced an absolute intuition. To activate the card, he needed the mana to flow along the patterns seamlessly. However, controlling the mana along the patterns proved challenging. Any excessive force or sudden withdrawal could result in an explosion. There was no room for a gradual approach. If the mana lingered too long, it seemed it would also explode on the card's back. Thus, to activate the card, the mana had to traverse the patterns swiftly and unobstructedly. This required a great deal of skill, and Maka had to rely solely on his inexplicable intuition to allow the mana to flow freely. Remarkably, the mana indeed flowed smoothly along the patterns, traversing them entirely in an instant. The card shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and a surge of power emanated from within the card. Maka quickly aimed at the void. Rubbing the card with his hand, bang! The card suddenly erupted into blue particles. A blazing fireball materialized and shot forth into the void. It succeeded. Maka smiled faintly. It seemed his talent as a card master was indeed formidable. Just as the corners of his mouth began to lift, he beheld a blue vortex materializing before the fireball. From within the vortex emerged a petite figure, just as the fiery ball was about to collide with her. Chapter 3. An initial attempt at card fusion, journey to the distorted world. Be careful, Maka hurriedly called out. The fireball raced toward the recently arrived Nanshi, whose eyes widened in alarm. A flash of blue light flickered within her gaze. And in an instant, she conjured a gray barrier before her. The fireball collided with the barrier, resulting in a violent explosion. Once the flames subsided, Maka observed that the gray energy barrier remained entirely unscathed. Huh! Is its power really this feeble? Maka scratched his head. This. Nanshi's eyes twitched, her expression darkening. Do you truly wish for a fireball to breach the shield and obliterate me? Cough, cough, that was not my intention. Maka coughed tactically twice, his gaze averted. Nanshi, biting her tiger tooth, glared fiercely at Maka. You, how dare you? After I kindly brought you to broaden your horizons, you went ashore with the first sword. Perhaps that's not quite right. Nanshi paused for a moment. Uffed. Maka couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Nanshi pouted. By the way, did you actually manage to successfully release a card on your first try? Nanshi asked, slightly astonished. For it is known that novice card masters typically need to practice dozens of times before achieving a mere 30 chance of card released. Oh? Here, my card success rate is 100. Maka scratched his head. Hiss, impressive talent you've got there. Nanshi raised an eyebrow and continued. Come on, tell me, what is the quality of your talent? You should know, my talent is rated S, unique. Maka interjected. Suddenly, Nanshi's expression froze. Unique level? Nanshi was baffled. She had long suspected Maka possessed remarkable talent, but she had only considered it might be a grade at best. Now, to be told that Maka's talent quality was even higher than hers. Maka smiled proudly. He understood this girl's temperament and guessed she was starting to feel a bit displeased. After all, as a young lady of wealth, her pride was considerable, and she naturally did not wish to see others surpass her. Nanshi gritted her teeth, her expression clearly less joyful than before. How can this be? What is the effect of your talent? How can its level be so high? Nanshi questioned in confusion. Unique level, a rank she had only heard of in rumors. It indicated that only one holder could be born in the entire void, resembling a legendary talent, the very existence of which was uncertain, and now it had appeared right before her eyes. Moreover, it was she who had introduced him. Maka explained the effect of his talent to Nan 11. As a newly minted extraordinary being, he felt no need to conceal anything from the seasoned Nanshi. Revealing his talent was also a sign of trust. After hearing the talent's effect, Nanshi was even more bewildered. This talent, why is it classified as unique? Just how strong is your intuition regarding cards? The success rate alone shouldn't justify this level, right? Nanshi pondered, for the success rate ultimately boiled down to proficiency. Other card masters could achieve a 100 success rate with enough time. Intuition. Maka rubbed the cards, recalling his instinct at that moment. A peculiar intuition surfaced in his mind, suggesting he might be able to do this. Acting on instinct, Maka stacked the Fireball and Ice Ball cards back to back. Then, he channeled magical energy into both cards simultaneously. Wait, what are you doing? Nanshi inquired. Maka was intensely focused, completely oblivious to her question. The energy patterns on the backs of the two cards filled successfully, but an unexpected twist occurred. Due to their stacking, the magical energies of both cards suddenly intertwined. In an instant, a chaotic burst of magical energy erupted, forming a blue energy sphere that coalesced in the palm of Maka's hand. Hiss! Maka furrowed his brow. This magical sphere was exceedingly chaotic, resembling two ferocious beasts engaged in a brutal struggle. He had a strong intuition that if he could control these two battling giants and merge them, something extraordinary could be achieved. Wait, are you? Nanshi's eyes flickered, her expression suddenly flustered. Are you attempting to merge cards? No, stop, she urged. Card merging was a technique typically accessible only to card masters above level 30. For Maka, a novice, to attempt it was akin to courting disaster. Damn it, who told him that cards could merge? She thought a failed card fusion could have severe backlash effects, potentially damaging one's internal magical pathways. Wait, I'll help you, Nanshi declared, wanting to channel her magic. However, Maka suddenly shouted, no need. I'm almost there. With both hands, Maka continuously manipulated the cards, relying on an instinctive sense to reconstruct, splice, and merge the chaotic energies, until the previously tumultuous, nearly explosive magical sphere gradually stabilized, even undergoing a fusion and elevation. Under Maka's control, the magical sphere gradually merged, shrinking smaller and smaller, until it coalesced into a deep blue card. The card radiated a dazzling blue light, its back adorned with intricate patterns, more complex than either Fireball or Ice Ball. Maka picked up the card, examining the information on its face. Ice and Fire Magic Ball, type, magical attack quality, white level effect. Release a dual element ice and fire sphere, with average power, possessing a 50 chance to inflict burning and freezing damage. Mana cost, 10 power value, 57 required intelligence, 4 cooldown time, 30 seconds release success rate, 100 evaluation. This is a basic fusion card. Compared to the original single cards, its strength has significantly increased. By merging the elements of ice and fire, it creates a new mode of attack. Can cards still be fused? How fascinating. Maka mused, excitement coursing through him. This card master profession is indeed intriguing. You fused it? You actually managed to fuse it. Upon seeing the card in Maka's hand, even Nanshi could not contain her voice. What's wrong? Maka asked, puzzled by her reaction. Nanshi explained incredulously. Card fusion can only be attempted by experienced card masters of at least level 30. For you to succeed on your first try, this is unprecedented. I am certain this is the first instance in the void. The primary difficulty of card fusion lies in discerning whether two cards possess the qualities necessary for merging. And secondly, it demands a card master to have considerable fusion experience and exceptional control over the cards. Many card masters endure dozens of backlash incidents to achieve a successful fusion. Thus, very few card masters dare to take the risk of merging, as it is exceedingly challenging. Yet Maka, by sheer instinct, he managed to identify two cards that could be fused, and on his very first attempt, he suppressed the chaotic magic and successfully merged them. This was utterly absurd. I see now. It appears my true talent lies in fusion. Maka squinted his eyes. If he could achieve successful merges consistently, he would possess a substantial advantage over other card masters. While they were limited to single cards, he could fuse two powerful cards together, creating even more formidable fusion cards. However, the number of cards was too limited, starting with just 3. Maka expressed his discontent. Nanshi shook her head. There's nothing to be done. Card masters must either acquire new cards through club channels or purchase them from card makers. Maka nodded, wishing there were a way to obtain more cards. That way, he could fuse, and fuse again. Is the new member prepared to undertake the novice trial dungeon? Oh, Maka looked toward Nanchi. She nodded. New members must pass this trial, but typically, novice trial dungeons are not particularly difficult, especially for someone with unique level talent like Maka. Yes. With Nanchi's affirmation, Maka promptly replied, as he was eager to practice. Matching in progress. Match successful. The novice world is Magical Girl Flash, with a minor distortion level and a difficulty of LV4. Wait, what difficulty? Upon hearing the mechanical voice from the club, Nanchi questioned Maka before he could. Maka was still LV1. This difficulty level seemed inappropriate, right? Club. Nanchi pressed for answers. No error in matching. The club merely provided a cold response. Nanchi's expression fell. What kind of joke was this? Maka had not even 3 cards, yet he was thrust into such a high-level world. He simply wouldn't be able to contend against any enemies. After a moment of silence, Nanchi gazed deeply at Maka. Slowly, she removed a sapphire necklace from around her neck and handed it to him. This necklace is my life-saving talisman. I now give it to you. With the quality of this talisman, it will surely withstand any lethal attack at your current level. Maka hesitated for a moment before accepting the talisman. Thank you. Nanchi's tone was somber. I led you onto this path. And if something goes wrong, I must bear the responsibility. Maka, you must return alive. Nanchi earnestly looked at Maka. Maka grasped the necklace, chuckling. Is this your first time meeting me? How many lives have I wagered before? Nanchi fell silent, knowing that sending a newcomer into such a high-level world was tantamount to gambling with one's life. Though Maka's talent was indeed formidable, it was clearly a talent that required growth. The more cards he possessed, the stronger he would become. What she feared most was that Maka would perish before he even had a chance to prove himself. I'm off. Maka said no more. Turning away and waving his hand, a vortex appeared in the void ahead, and without hesitation, he stepped into it in the void. Only Nanchi remained, staring blankly at the vortex. Why was a wealthy young lady like her entangled with a reckless gambler? When he was 10, Maka had risked his life to take her away from that place of turmoil. After a long silence, Nanchi finally asked, Club, your matching system shouldn't operate this way. Why is that? Someone in that world is waiting for him. Who? They are known as Card Hunters. Chapter 4. The Distorted World of Magical Girls. Transmission complete. Entering World. Magical Girl Shining. World difficulty. LV4 distortion level. Mild required containment of unknown number. 1 worldview. This is a realm of magic, safeguarded by 5 pure-hearted girls chosen by the essence of magic. They are the mysterious and proud Black Moon Magical Girl Lishinua, the serene and elegant Azure Magical Girl Eureka, the hot-tempered Crimson Magical Girl Amaya, the timid and shy Healing Magical Girl Lexi, and the destined protagonist of this world, Shining Magical Girl Yogwang. Despite the undercurrents stirring in the corners of this world, with the occasional disruptions caused by the Monster Association's minions, everything remains manageable under the coordinated protection of the 5 magical girls. However, this idyllic existence was shattered with the arrival of an external entity, which brought forth desires, darkness, and distortion. Everything was turned upside down. White became black, and black was forced to become white. Why have they transformed in such a way? Is this truly the world of magical girls? Maka gazed at the tranquil residences around him, murmuring to himself. Above, the pitch-black night enveloped this world, while a bright crescent moon hung overhead, casting its silvery light upon the neighborhood where Maka stood. Main quest of this world released. Contain unknown number D488. Note: unknown levels are classified as S, A, B, C, D, with earlier serial numbers indicating higher degrees of danger. The lowest tier, D, has a serial number of 500. The unknown must be the reason behind the distortion of this world. Yet I am still unclear about the general circumstances here, let alone how to contain it. Maka pondered, recognizing that his immediate goal must be to comprehend the current state of this world. Moreover, what changes has this so-called distortion wrought upon the original world? Furthermore, I currently possess only 2 cards, so I must proceed with caution in this LV4 difficulty world. Maka drew out 2 deep blue cards, contemplating his next move. However, it appears I am situated within a residential area. To understand the world, I should first seek out the important natives of this realm, the 5 magical girls. As Maka was devising his plan, a sudden, piercing cry broke the silence of the night. Help! This voice. Maka's eyes narrowed. Sudden distortions are often accompanied by the emergence of significant figures. I must investigate. Maka immediately set off, stealthily making his way toward the source of the sound. In the dark alley, Maka hid and stealthily approached the wall of a residence. Peering cautiously around the corner, he glimpsed into the narrow path. Sure enough, under the dim glow of the streetlight, a small boy lay collapsed. His pallid face reflecting sheer terror as he gazed at the roof above. In front of him stood two men clad in tight suits, wearing black steel helmets, their attire reminiscent of the minions from a Magical Girl anime's Monster Association. The two combatants assumed defensive stances, their gazes fixed intently upon the rooftop. What could be up there? Maka slowly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the roof. The moonlight cascading down illuminated the rooftop brilliantly, and amidst this radiant glow stood a figure, poised and still. It was a stunning girl with black hair, adorned in an intricately crafted black Gothic dress that boasted elaborate patterns. In her hand, she wielded a uniquely designed staff that shimmered with an otherworldly light, while at its pinnacle rested a lifelike three-dimensional moon figure, emanating an enchanting aura of magical energy. Maka fixated on the extraordinary girl before him, silently contemplating. Given her distinctive attire and emblematic staff, she must be the Black Moon Magical Girl, LeftHand. Upon reaching this conclusion, a faint smile crept across his lips, a subtle expression of ineffable joy. How fortuitous to encounter such a pivotal character. Thus, the scene before him became clear. This was a familiar trope from Magical Girl anime. A small boy in the middle of the night assaulted by two combatants, only for the timely arrival of the Black Moon Magical Girl to vanquish the minions and save the boy. As expected, in the next moment, the striking LeftHand raised her magical staff, the moon staff radiating a brilliant light, as if the celestial moon itself had bestowed energy upon her. Moon star shine. LeftHand's gaze sharpened. Her magic unleashed, the night sky around her sparkled with electrifying starlight, and soon, moonlit stars began to materialize, hovering around her, ready to strike. The combatants below recoiled, clearly intimidated. They exchanged glances with the frightened boy, yet charged forward again. Oh, shouldn't the minions be fleeing at a time like this? So dedicated to capture the boy. How industrious, Maka thought to himself from a distance. But ultimately, minions are simply minions. LeftHand regarded them with disdain. Humph, she scoffed, as the stars surrounding her suddenly shot toward the two combatants below. The minions raised their arms to defend, but each was struck by the swiftly flying stars. Bang, bang, bang. The stars collided with their bodies, erupting in violent explosions, sending dust and debris flying. When the dust settled, remnants of their mangled bodies lay scattered on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Reality is not an anime. The aftermath of a magical girl's assault is gruesomely brutal. Gasp! Maka inhaled sharply. This was his first encounter with such a bloody scene. Just a bunch of fodder, LeftHand murmured, her moonlit eyes reflecting utter contempt. Then, with a graceful leap, she soared through the air, landing deftly before the small boy. Time to wrap things up. If I continue watching, she will leave. Maka stroked his chin, pondering that perhaps he should feign being a fan to strike up a conversation with her. After all, it is crucial to make a lasting impression. Maka resolved, that's what I'll do. Engaging with key figures from the original world is the most critical step. Maka adjusted his attire and hurried toward LeftHand. Huh? LeftHand, who had been coldly staring at the boy, suddenly sensed something, her eyes flashing with recognition. She turned sharply, fixing her gaze on the approaching Maka. Black Moon Magical Girl, are you the Black Moon Magical Girl? How wonderful! I finally get to meet the real you. An excited smile blossomed on Maka's face. LeftHand furrowed her brow. Who are you? I'm your fan. I've been following your heroic acts in protecting the citizens. Maka exclaimed, rushing to LeftHand. Fan? Heroic acts? A peculiar expression crossed LeftHand's face as her curious gaze scanned Maka. This reaction momentarily caused Maka to hesitate. Strange? Why this response? Could it be due to her character? The worldview does describe her as mysterious and proud. After a moment's hesitation, Maka decided to press on. Indeed, the way you just saved that small boy was truly, as Maka spoke, his eyes shifted to the boy, only to be taken aback. Why was the boy's complexion even more ashen? The fear in his eyes nearly reached its zenith. His terrified gaze was directed at LeftHand. Maka's eyes widened in realization as he turned to Li Xinyue. The girl's once pure visage was suddenly shrouded in darkness, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Save? Why would I save, and why pray? Chapter 5. The First Battle, Ice and Fire Magic Sphere. Pray. Until this moment, Maka finally grasped that something was amiss. Yet before he could react, Li Xinyue underwent a transformation. The shadow beneath her, which had already appeared eerie and dark, suddenly seemed to come alive, rapidly crawling up her body with a strange and swift motion. This shadow surged like a black torrent, enveloping her head entirely. Li Xinyue's head began to morph, blending into the surrounding darkness. The shadowy head rotated slowly yet resolutely, ultimately locking its gaze upon the small boy who was now paralyzed with fear on the ground, utterly defenseless at that moment. Her head resembled a terrifying shadow monster from the abyss, as her enormous mouth slowly opened to reveal rows of sharp, glistening shadow fangs. The shadowy maw stretched wider, engulfing the boy's head, the razor-sharp fangs clamping tightly around his fragile and delicate neck. The next moment, squelch, the shadowy jaws snapped shut, devouring the boy's head. From that inky darkness emerged a deep, resonant crunching sound. Shortly after, a distinct gulp echoed, as if something indescribable was sliding down its throat into its belly. The shadowy beast retreated, leaving the remaining half of the boy's body to collapse pitifully, blood gushing from his severed neck. His head had been devoured by the Black Moon magical girl. Li Xinyue's mind gradually returned to normal, her cold eyes once again fixated on Maka as she murmured softly. The taste is delightful. Witnessing the horrific demise of the small boy, Maka's eyes trembled in shock. He harbored no fear of killing, having witnessed countless desperate gamblers risk their lives in casinos. Yet, the scene unfolding before him was undeniably shocking. This narrative, was it not entirely wrong? As the moonlight magical girl, Li Xinyue, had she truly devoured the head of a young boy? This was nothing short of monstrous. Maka swiftly regained his composure, retreating to create a considerable distance between himself and Li Xinyue. She licked the blood from her lips, her wolf-like eyes fixated on Maka as if he were prey awaiting slaughter. Maka felt a surge of panic at her gaze, swallowing hard. Citizens in front. Retreat! Stay away from the Night Witch. At that moment, two sounds echoed from behind. Turning to look, Maka was startled to see two combatants rushing towards him. Their prior words seemed to echo in his mind. Stay away from the Night Witch, Maka murmured, a dawning realization washing over him. The two combatants, clad in tight-fitting uniforms, hurriedly positioned themselves before him to confront Li Xinyue. One of them subtly turned his head, urging, run. We'll hold her off. Maka's eyelid twitched. It truly was as he feared. He had begun to grasp the nature of this world's distortions. Here, it appeared that the magical girls had undergone a perverse transformation. The once guardian Black Moon magical girl had morphed into a predator of innocence. The Night Witch as white turned to black. The previous black, represented by the Monster Association, seemed compelled to transform into white. Just like these combatants, whose true purpose was to shield civilians from the witch's wrath. Maka took a few hesitant steps back, contemplating whether to flee. Given the combatants' abilities, they could hardly withstand the transformed Night Witch. His reluctance was not born of a saintly desire to save them, but rather the concern that fleeing would disrupt the rhythm of the mission. If he could save these two combatants and have them lead him to the Monster Association. Maka's eyes flickered with thought. However, the Night Witch grew impatient, her brows knitting together. Mere nuisances, you wish to rescue my prey. In the next moment, Li Xinyue raised her magic wand, the bright moon glimmering with radiant light. Magical energy swirling around her. With a soft whisper, she intoned, Moon magic, moon scar. Suddenly, silver particles of energy converged, forming a crescent-shaped blade of light. With a thrust of her wand, the crescent blade shot forth, hurtling towards the two combatants. The speed of the moon scar was astonishing, striking them before they had the chance to react. Just as calamity seemed imminent, a deep blue card suddenly shot out from behind, slicing between the two combatants and directly confronting the crescent blade. What is this? The combatants' eyes widened as they beheld the card radiating magical energy. Just before the card collided with the moon scar, it exploded into a myriad of blue particles. These particles swiftly coalesced into a searing fireball and a chilling ice ball, both forming instantaneously and crashing into the moon scar, erupting in a brilliant flash of light. Boom! In an instant, smoke billowed forth. When it cleared, both attacks had been neutralized. Maka stepped past the two combatants, locking eyes with the Night Witch, Li Xinyue. Her expression revealed surprise. You are also an officer of the Monster Association. She had assumed him to be an ordinary target, not realizing that this prey concealed formidable power. Meanwhile, the two combatants stood in a daze. One of them gazed at Maka's back, hesitantly asking, Who are you, my lord? The combatants were puzzled, having never encountered this officer before. Clearly, in their understanding, those possessing special powers could only be witches or officers of the Monster Association. I just saw him release that card. Could he be the card monster, Lord Lance? Whispered the other combatant. But didn't the leader say Lord Lance perished a month ago? I don't know. Maka paid no heed to the chatter behind him. His focus solely on the Night Witch, Li Xinyue. He quietly attempted to redraw the Ice and Fire Magic Ball card in his hand, only to find it currently possessed merely about 10% of its completeness. As time passed, the card gradually began to restore itself. Clearly, this was a cooling mechanism. The cooldown for the Ice and Fire Magic Ball was 30 seconds, and he needed to wait for it to finish cooling before he could unleash the card again. Prior to that, he had no other cards at his disposal. Such was the lament of inadequate card counts, Maka mused. Yet outwardly, he wore a meaningful smile, addressing Li Xinyue, Night Witch, I trust you are well? Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue's moon-like eyes scrutinized Maka. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Does the Monster Association have someone like you? Ha ha ha, you certainly wouldn't know me, for I died a month ago. Maka replied. Indeed, he intended to assume the identity of the card-wielding monster, for with such a similar means of attack, it would be a shame not to use this identity to disguise himself. A month ago. Li Xinyue's gaze shifted, but her expression of confusion indicated she was unaware of the specifics regarding the card monster. The killer of the card monster was likely another witch. Maka sighed in relief, squeezing the card in his hand. There was still a third left. He needed to stall. Night Witch, I have returned. Before Maka could finish, Li Xinyue suddenly scoffed. No need for further words. If you've revived, I'll kill you again, Moon. Star's radiance. The magic wand in Li Xinyue's hand shimmered with light, stars gathering around her. Go. With a sweep of her wand, the stars rained down upon Maka. His expression changed slightly. Damn, this girl had quite the short temper. As the stars descended, Maka pulled out his other card, Defensive Shield. He grasped the card tightly, channeling magical energy into its reservoir. Activate. Release. The Defensive Shield card shattered. A gray energy shield gradually formed before Maka. However, this shield was rather flimsy. Just as the energy shield was completed, the energy stars came crashing down, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Each star's detonation deepened the cracks in the shield. Finally, the last star struck the already fractured shield, accompanied by a resounding crack, causing the shield to shatter completely. But it was sufficient. Maka retrieved another card, Ice and Fire Magic Ball. The last vacancy on the card gradually filling, the cooldown complete, energy channeled, activate, release. The sequence unfolded seamlessly. With just the second activation of this card, Maka moved with the finesse of a seasoned veteran. The card shattered, and a blazing fireball alongside a frigid ice ball formed simultaneously, intertwining as they hurtled towards the Night Witch. Li Xinyue twirled her wand. Moon Magic Barrier. In the next instant, a silvery energy shield materialized before her. Maka's eyes narrowed. It wouldn't suffice. The power of these two energy spheres alone couldn't breach the barrier. Unless, Maka observed the two spheres as they launched, a peculiar intuition surfacing. These energy spheres could merge. He recalled the card's power display. 5-8, so that was it. A faint smile graced Maka's lips, his azure eyes shimmering with determination. Though the spell had been cast, a magical connection still existed between him and the energy spheres. His gaze locked onto the two spheres as his hands began to weave through the air, remotely manipulating them with his magical energy. Sure enough, under his guidance, the swirling energy spheres began to converge. The ice ball and fireball gradually melded together, emitting a terrifying energy. Then, a true ice and fire magic ball, half engulfed in searing flames and half radiating bone-chilling frost, shot towards the Night Witch, colliding with her protective shield. Boom! This ice and fire magic ball unleashed a power far surpassing anything prior. The magic barrier shattering instantly, the explosion casting a brilliant light over the night, which Maka stood in astonishment. Was this the power with a base value of 8? It was more than 3 times the potency of the unmerged ice and fire spheres. It seemed that the increase in the base power value had an extraordinarily significant impact. Maka's eyes remained fixated on the retreating flames. What state would the Night Witch be in after enduring this blow? Chapter 6. The last heir of the card hunter. As the flames gradually subsided, the Night Witch's form finally became visible. Lishinua's face was cloaked in dust, her fair arms and ankles marred by crimson wounds. Her black Gothic dress tattered, the left side ablaze while the right side lay encased in frost. The effects of the ice and fire magic ball had fully manifested. Coughing lightly, Lishinua glanced at her sides. One scorched by flames, the other frozen by ice. Very well, she murmured, licking her lips, her eyes gradually revealing an unusual gleam. What I enjoy most is conquering prey that dares to resist. With that, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from within her, forming a shockwave that radiated outward. Suddenly, the flames engulfing her body were extinguished, and the frozen frost shattered simultaneously. She waved the wand in her hand, holding it high in the air, the small moon atop the wand corresponding to the moon in the sky. Maka observed the scene with trepidation. This was not good. He had to flee. He was no fool. Having already exhausted both of his cards, he witnessed the night sorceress preparing to unleash her ultimate attack. How could he not escape? Maka swiftly turned and pulled his 2 fellow combatants along as they made their escape. Humph! Trying to run? Lishinua's eyes brimmed with disdain. There was no way her prey could slip away from her grasp. Moon's energy absorb, she murmured softly. In the next moment, the moon high above bestowed a beam of linear moonlight that directly illuminated the small moon atop her wand. The small moon greedily drew in the moon's magic, gradually radiating a magnificent glow. Once sufficiently charged with energy, Lishinua waved her wand once more, aiming it at the fleeing Maka. Essence of the moon. Radiant moon prism. The moon atop her wand burst forth with the utmost brilliance, and magical energy began to coalesce around her in diamond-shaped formations. 1, 3, 6, still forming. Upon the manifestation of the 8th diamond, Lishinua retracted her wand, and the 8 diamonds danced and spun in the air. Her gaze locked onto Maka in the distance, her magical power honing in. Diamond light unleashed. Go! With a flick of her wand, the 8 diamonds shot forth at a speed akin to an afterimage, hurtling towards Maka. As he ran, Maka turned to look back and felt a chill as he saw the 8 diamonds soaring towards him. He glanced around and noticed an alleyway. He dove into the corner, rolling as he went, breathing heavily. A question arose in his mind. Would this attack turn? The moment that thought crossed his mind, an ominous feeling settled over him. Sure enough, he soon saw the 8 diamonds fly out, only to abruptly veer around the corner, closing in on him. It was over. Maka drew his 2 cards, both still on cooldown, in his hands. He had no means to fend off the impending attack. His physical body was hardly stronger than that of an ordinary person. If he took this ultimate strike head-on, the consequences would likely be dire. Maka clutched the necklace at his chest, a gift from Nanshi, never expecting he would need it so soon. Just as he was about to activate the necklace's power, the 8 diamonds bore down on him. Stopped, a remarkably calm male voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Merely uttering a single word, in the next moment, a layer of grayish hue enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the environment in a veil of gray. Simultaneously, everything cloaked in this gray hue froze in place. The 8 radiant moon diamonds, too, halted midair, utterly motionless. Maka's eyes narrowed. Was this time stopping? Who? As he glanced around, he spotted a faint blue figure. This apparition was entirely composed of ethereal blue, seemingly a corporeal manifestation of some kind of energy. It was this person, who had just halted time with a single word. Did such an ability originate from this world, or was it? Maka's mind raced with speculation. Could this individual also be from beyond the world? You may call me Ing, he said, approaching slowly. Maka's gaze shifted. Why did you save me? Ing walked up to him, gently patting Maka's shoulder. Follow me. Immediately, a faint blue vortex opened before Ing as he stepped inside. After a moment's hesitation, Maka chose to follow. In the presence of such a formidable being, he felt he had little choice. After a fleeting moment of blue haze, Maka emerged from the vortex, his eyes trembling in awe. Before him stood a magnificent palace, towering in the vast void, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. A long staircase lay ahead, flanked by statues that donned flowing robes, each striking various poses. Every statue was lifelike, intricately carved, allowing one to discern the expressions and nuances in their eyes, in their hands. Maka's eyes flickered with surprise as he noticed. Were they cards? Upon closer inspection of the items held by these statues, he discovered that they clutched card after card. Each card glimmered with a faint light. Some were turned upside down, others held aloft, displaying their faces, while some were poised delicately on fingertips, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. All the statues, in unison, grasped cards. This seemed to signify something significant. They were the card masters. Maka turned his gaze to the azure figure ahead, and he began to grasp why he had been brought here. "You figured it out, haven't you?" Ing said nonchalantly. "A millennium ago, we built an era upon the foundation of cards, using deprivation as a catalyst to forge our own dominion. Yet now, that age has drawn to a close. We were betrayed by traitors, extinguished by our own comrades. However, though our bodies may perish, our souls endure. We have awaited you for a long time, the one endowed with absolute card perception." Ing turned to Maka, their eyes locking in an inevitable connection. He, the destined inheritor. Maka's lips quivered, unsure of what to say. Before him stood what seemed to be an ancient order of card masters, rumored to have ruled an era. And now, they were choosing him as their successor. "Step forward and make your choice." Ing raised his hand, slowly pointing to the top of the staircase. Maka took a step, ascending the staircase. Suddenly, the statues around him stirred, producing a cacophony of diverse tones. "Oh, the final inheritor has finally arrived. After a millennium, we have awaited this moment. The best candidate for deprivation and fusion. We have awaited you for far too long." Maka's hands trembled with anticipation as he ascended the staircase, reaching the pinnacle where a statue loomed, grand and imposing. It was adorned in a flowing robe, with a purple circular aura emanating from its back. The aura rippling as if it were a divine miracle. "Inheritor, have you decided to tread this irreversible path? You shall possess the ability to strip away everything and transform it into cards." But simultaneously, the voice from the statue turned solemn. "You shall bear our unfinished mission and enmity. To strip away everything and transform it into cards." Maka murmured incredulously, realizing that if this ability was combined with his extraordinary fusion intuition, could he truly strip away the powers of his enemies and create countless new cards? Now it made sense. Maka understood why he was the sole inheritor for millennia. This talent for absolute card perception seemed tailor-made as the ultimate gift for this profession. With a resolve forming in his heart, he extended his hand, gently resting it against the statue. "Very well, inheritor, you shall bear everything, you shall possess everything, and you shall stand at the pinnacle of the void. You shall be known as the last card hunter of 1,000 years. Chapter 7. Professional Inheritance, Ability Deprivation. The reclaimer accepts the inheritance of the card hunter, initiating the initial advancement of this profession. Advancement successful. Reclaimer's profession changed. Professional information displayed. Profession, card hunter, awakening pending, profession bonus. None, awakening pending, professional ability. Deprivation, rank. Deprivation. Strip away the enemy's attacks and convert them into cards. Cooldown time is a constant 30 seconds, cannot be reduced, may be overdrawn. 0.3 question marks for rank. Quite impressive, Maka mused in wonder. He turned to seeing gesturing to him from the base of the staircase. Maka cautiously descended the stairs, and the statues remained silent, as if in a deep slumber. Upon reaching Ing, he hesitated before speaking. "Senior, are you also one of the card hunters?" Ing nodded slightly, pointing to a specific statue. "That statue is me." Maka turned to look, and sure enough, there stood a magnificent statue that mirrored Ing perfectly. The souls of the vast majority of card hunters have been preserved, while the souls of the strongest reside within these statues. Ing explained, "I merely serve as a guide, having temporarily stepped away." Maka nodded in understanding. Ing continued, "For millennia, the greatest hindrance to the strength of the card hunters has been the mastery of the cards. We possess the ability to strip away all powers and boast a card pool far surpassing that of other card masters. Yet, Those who can truly fuse cards and create modified fusion decks are few and far between. However, your talent allows you to accomplish all this with ease. Ing patted Maka on the shoulder. You shall be the card hunter with the highest potential. We look forward to your performance. After speaking, Ing turned his gaze toward the vortex. Go forth, and with your newfound power, save this world. Maka nodded solemnly. Stepping toward the vortex, he cast one last glance at Ing before entering. As he slowly emerged from the vortex, a sudden chill crept down his back. He spun around in alarm to find the 8 diamonds hurtling toward him, converging with the intent to pierce him through. Ing, why didn't you hold it a bit longer? Maka exclaimed, realizing he had no choice but to test his professional ability. Deprivation, Maka raised his left hand, aiming at the oncoming 8 diamonds. The Reclaimer attempts to strip away the magical ability Radiant Moon Prism. The difficulty of deprivation depends on the Reclaimer's intelligence attribute, and it will consume 2 mana points from the card's casting cost. Suddenly, a soft blue luminescence erupted from his hands, enveloping 8 shards of radiant light. The once swiftly approaching shards halted abruptly, moving only at an agonizingly slow pace. This sensation, a certain intuition resurfaced within Maka, prompting him to channel his magical energy into the shards, eroding Li Xinyue's power with his own. He then restructured and forged the magic of the 8 shards, overcoming myriad obstacles, allowing him to achieve. This intricate process lasted approximately 10 seconds, after which blue light flickered in Maka's eyes. Deprivation? Maka exclaimed as the shards shattered, the dispersing energy particles gradually coalescing into a brand new card. It was successful. Maka exhaled, taking the card into his possession. Mana. 1050. The Card Master Profession bonus has expired. Yao Yu Ling Guang Deprivation successful. Mana cost. 20. Yao Yu Ling Guang type. Magical attack quality. White effect. Releases 18 magical shards. Sharp as blades, cutting through iron like mud, with a terrifying slicing power and tracking capability. Mana consumption. 10 power value. 18 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence attribute. 5 cooldown time. 30 seconds success rate. 100 evaluation. This is the first card obtained through deprivation, and one of the signature skills of the Moonlit Sorceress. Its power should not be underestimated. It consumed a full 20 points of mana. This profession is far too mana intensive. How can one sustain it? Maka inhaled sharply. Yet, as he caressed the newly acquired card, he had to admit, this profession's ability was remarkably strong. As long as there was sufficient mana, one could seize the formidable powers of every world. Coupled with his exceptional card manipulation skills, he could continuously fuse stronger cards. Huh? Not dead yet? How did you evade that strike? At that moment, a chilling voice belonging to a girl echoed in the night sky. Maka was startled, looking up. Perched upon the dimly lit street lamp was the gothic-clad night sorceress, gazing intently at him. Li Xinyue surveyed Maka with curious eyes, murmuring softly, "There's no way he could have evaded that attack. Yet he shows no signs of injury. Did he completely block it? But with the power of that attack, how could it be so easily deflected?" A slight smirk appeared on Maka's lips, arriving just in time to test the might of his magic. Was she? Huh? Li Xinyue frowned, seemingly perplexed by Maka's words. Maka produced the new card, murmuring, "Essence of the Moon." Before he could finish, Li Xinyue's eyes suddenly widened, a conjecture forming in her mind. But how could that be possible? Li Xinyue remained motionless, unable to believe that Maka could unleash her attack. Yet reality would soon disappoint her. The card shattered in Maka's grasp as he proclaimed the full name of his ability, Yao Yu Ling Guang. In the next instant, shimmering diamond-like shards of light materialized around him. 4, 6, 8. 8 shards of light, returning to you. Maka waved his hand, sending the radiant shards hurtling toward Li Xinyue on the street lamp. What? For the first time. Li Xinyue's expression displayed evident shock, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Why could this fellow unleash her attack? Li Xinyue waved her wand, and as the shards approached, her figure suddenly vanished. She reappeared beside Maka, raising her wand to strike him. Maka reacted swiftly, blocking Li Xinyue's wand with his hand. How did you do that? Li Xinyue questioned, bewildered. This attack requires the absorption of lunar energy to be unleashed. How can you replicate it? It's none of your concern. Maka replied with a smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Li Xinyue gritted her teeth, intent on teaching this arrogant smirk a lesson. However, A sudden gust of icy wind brushed past her ear, and she turned to see the 8 shards tracking her down. Lunar Magic Shield. Li Xinyue swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a magical shield before her. The 8 shards collided with the shield, and with a resounding crack, it shattered effortlessly. The shards sliced through her form, spraying blood in a gruesome display. Coughed. Li Xinyue spat out a mouthful of blood. Her previous confidence utterly diminished. Blood trickled from her lips, and her eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on Maka. Wow, that power is quite formidable. Maka marveled. Although the maximum power of Yao Yu Lingguang and the Ice Fire Magic Ball were both 8, it was evident that Yao Yu Lingguang possessed a far superior penetration capability against shields, thus severely wounding Li Xinyue. Did he win? Mana. 050, just enough to deplete his mana, achieving a narrow victory. Maka chuckled, contemplating what to do next as he gazed at the blood-soaked night sorceress. Should he kill her? Li Xinyue let out a cold laugh. Tob smiling when death is imminent. Maka raised an eyebrow. Death? Ha ha ha. Li Xinyue suddenly erupted in laughter, a hint of madness flashing across her face. A sense of foreboding welled within Maka. Had this girl lost her mind, or was it? No, something was off. Sensing the danger, Maka retreated. He had intended to deliver a finishing blow to Li Xinyue, but he felt an instinctual dread that it would surely lead to his demise. You are truly an intriguing prey. Li Xinyue licked the blood from her lips, her eyes gleaming with madness. You are worthy of my full pursuit. She raised her wand to her mouth, wide open, consuming the small moon at the wand's tip. A bizarre smile spread across her face, followed by a decisive bite. Crack! The moon at the wand's tip shattered, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. Chapter 8. The Night Sorceress, Captain of the Oddities Association. She bit it. Maka's eyes widened in shock. If he was correct, that moon at the wand's tip was the key to her absorbing lunar energy, so it was likely akin to a core of magical essence. But she actually just bit it. Had Li Xinyue gone mad? Or was it? Lord Lance, be careful. The Night Sorceress is about to unleash her true power. A voice from behind called out. True power? Maka suddenly understood. Could it be that the Night Sorceress was not merely a title, but perhaps another form of power? This is bad. I need to run. Maka turned and sprinted away. His mana was nearly depleted. He had no means to fight back. You can't escape. My prey will not evade. Li Xinyue's face contorted, her eyes glimmering with madness. Ha 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 ha. As Maka ran, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. Why was everything around him brightening? Was it the moonlight? He looked up at the sky. Stunned. Against the pitch-black night, the half-moon was visibly rounding, transforming into a full moon that only appeared once a year within mere breaths. The luminous full moon emitted a brilliant beam of light, directing it towards Li Xinyue's position. This is the night of the full moon. Ha 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 ha. Li Xinyue spread her arms wide, reveling in the embrace of the moonlight. Bathed in the silvery glow, her wounds gradually healed, and the blood was purified by the sacred moonlight. In mere seconds, her condition returned to normal, and then, the moonlight transformed into an endless stream of magical energy surging into Li Xinyue's body. Not only was she healing, but her strength was also enhanced. What terrifying ability is this? Maka reached out, attempting to see if he could still deprive it. However, a prompt appeared. The Reclaimer attempts to deprive the magical ability night of the full moon. But mana is insufficient. Deprivation failed. I can deprive it, but mana is insufficient. Damn it. Should I run or? Maka sprinted with all his might. You can't escape. My prey will not evade. Li Xinyue's voice echoed behind him. When he turned to look, he saw a dark, crawling figure racing towards him. As that Li Xinyue. She had completely merged with the shadows. Maka's heart raced as he quickened his pace. I can't escape. I can't escape. The shadowy figure surged forward, embodying Li Xinyue's voice, and in the next moment, it leaped into the INA transformation of shadows. It morphed into a bird-like silhouette with outstretched wings, speeding towards Maka. Unaware of the events unfolding behind him, Maka suddenly felt a swift, chilling wind rush past him. A dark figure loomed ahead, and when he regained his senses, he was confronted by a grotesque shadow creature. It gaped its shadowy maw wide, its limbs resembling wicked scythes, crashing down rapidly on the ground, propelling itself closer. Dozens of tentacles emerged from its body, thrashing wildly as they lunged towards Maka. Got you. The shadows descended, but Maka had no time to react. Am I doomed? A fleeting thought crossed Maka's mind. Just then, a swifter figure darted past. A crimson blur flew in, delivering a powerful kick to the shadow beast. Bang! The shadow beast was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. Maka then caught sight of this figure ahead. Clad in a black combat suit, it appeared more robust and formidable compared to the attire worn by the other combatants. The outer layer of the combat suit is enveloped by a robust exoskeletal armor, seemingly crafted from advanced materials that are both lightweight and resilient, providing enhanced protection and agility. Furthermore, the individual dons a specially designed helmet, exquisitely shaped, as if forged by elite forces. A crimson aura radiates from this person, akin to a blazing flame, and the mere pressure emanating from them leaves Maka somewhat breathless. Who could this be? Maka pondered. The captain? Captain! A voice called from behind, belonging to two combatants. The captain slowly turned their head, their steadfast gaze from within the helmet fixed upon Maka. You may withdraw. I shall handle the situation here. With that, the captain's attention returned to LeftHand, reverted to her original form, half of her body appearing normal while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. You again, damn pest, interrupting my enjoyment. LeftHand ground her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Dio, you wish to fight? I'm ready whenever you are. The captain rotated their wrist, seemingly poised for a confrontation. LeftHand hesitated, hesitant to make a move. Maka observed in surprise. Was the commanding presence alone enough to subdue the Witch of Night? The captain of the combatants, so formidable? Humph. You may take this prey. I shall come to hunt him down eventually. LeftHand finally declared, her form abruptly transforming into a shadowy bird. The shadowy bird soared into the sky, gradually vanishing into the night. The captain, witnessing this, felt the crimson aura dissipate from their being. They turned to Maka. Follow me. I shall take you to the Anomaly Association. The captain patted Maka's shoulder and swiftly passed by. The Anomaly Association? Maka contemplated. Joining the Anomaly Association now seemed the most prudent choice. Not only could he glean insights into the current state of the world from them, but he would also gain the security of belonging to an organization. Maka promptly followed the captain's lead into a narrow alley. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present, the captain produced a device, casting it to the ground, which erupted into a blue portal. The captain beckoned to Maka and stepped inside. Observing the other two combatants enter as well, Maka hesitated momentarily before ultimately following suit. A moment of disorientation ensued, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely new locale. It appeared to be the layout of an underground safe house, constructed of steel, equipped with sophisticated instruments, and interconnected through numerous tunnels. Welcome to the Anomaly Association's headquarters. From this moment forth, you shall be one of us. The captain declared while striding toward a specific room. Maka, filled with uncertainty, trailed behind the captain. He had yet to say anything, and already he was being admitted into the Anomaly Association. Do not wonder. I am aware of your identity. The captain suddenly halted, speaking in a low tone. Maka's heart raced. Had his identity from outside this world been discovered? You are the card Anomaly, the successor of Lance. Correct? Ah, yes, indeed. Maka sighed in relief. I have been observing you for quite some time. Based on the manner in which you wield your abilities, there can be no mistake, the captain mused, raising their head. Theo forced the powers of the Witch of Night from her. As her successor, you are commendable. The powers of the Witch of Night? Maka queried. Forgive my interruption, but may I inquire about the current situation? I am somewhat unclear. As a newly emerged successor, it is understandable that you lack clarity regarding the present chaotic circumstances. Let us proceed to the conference hall for a thorough discussion, the captain nodded, gesturing for Maka to follow. Maka accompanied the captain into a room where a square-long table sat at the center. Flanked by numerous chairs, yet only two figures occupied them. One figure was a slender woman with long black hair, exuding an alluring charm, yet wielding a slender whip. The other was a hulking, beast-like presence. With a visage reminiscent of a ferocious creature, entirely unlike a human, seemingly resembling an orc from a light novel. Allow me to introduce, this is our new member of the Anomaly Association, known as... The captain turned to Maka, prompting him to state his name. Maka, he replied. New member? Didn't the previous anomalies perish? The black-haired woman raised a slender eyebrow, regarding Maka with curiosity. Observing this, Maka conjured a deep blue card. Flipping it in his palm, "You can discern his identity from the card he holds," the captain stated, proceeding to the forefront of the long table. The woman studied the card intently, her form trembling slightly. "You are the card Anomaly, the successor of Lance?" Upon the demise of an anomaly, their powers do not vanish. Rather, they transfer to another after a span of 6 months, giving rise to a new successor. But Lance fell just a month ago. Why has a successor emerged so swiftly? The orc spoke, somewhat perplexed. Who knows? However, I have observed his methods. There can be no mistake, the captain remarked casually, standing before the long table and motioning for Maka to take a seat. Maka glanced around, opting for a position slightly distanced from both the orc and the woman. After all, he had only just met them, and his wariness was considerable. "Heh, that's fine," the fierce-looking orc chuckled amiably. "This way, we have an additional ally against the witch." The woman cast a flirtatious glance at Maka. "You're quite charming, little brother. I never expected Lance's grotesque powers would manifest in someone like you." Maka swallowed hard, subtly shifting closer to the orc. A dangerous woman is far more challenging to deal with than a simple-minded orc. "Maka, allow me to introduce myself. I am the current leader of the Anomaly Association. You may refer to me as Captain," the captain stated earnestly. Then, pointing to the woman, "This is the Whip Anomaly. You may also call her by her true name, Lisa. The other is the Beast Anomaly. Hala. Do not be confused. That is his name." Hala smiled at Maka, his fierce countenance surprisingly amiable. "Lisa, Hala, I understand," Maka nodded, indicating for the captain to continue. As the newly emerged successor, Maka is unaware of the current state of the anomalous upheaval. "So allow me to elaborate," the captain said, gesturing with a virtual pointer. After a brief maneuver on the virtual control panel, a 3D map of a city materialized in the air. The captain gently pointed at the map, revealing information about 2 major organizations: magical girls, justice wielders of the fundamental powers of magic. These girls are pure and kind-hearted, bearing the duty of safeguarding the world. Anomaly Association, evil comprising various anomalies birthed from malevolent forces. They are cruel and wicked, reveling in the destruction of the world, aspiring to dominate human society. Before the calamity struck, the evils of this world were meant to be our Anomaly Association, while the magical girls represented the justice that protects the world. However, 3 months ago, a strange force tainted the magical girls, causing a complete transformation of their personalities and even distorting their magical powers. Following this, the once guardians of the innocent began to actively hunt humans, dismantling societal stability. Initially, we in the Anomaly Association mistakenly believed the magical girls had turned dark and sought to recruit them to dominate the world together. However, we soon realized our error. These magical girls had become far more bloodthirsty and malevolent than we. Their once pure hearts had succumbed to selfishness, mercilessly slaughtering lives for their own desires. Devoid of humanity, it was only at this juncture that we recognized the severity of the situation. Witnessing the indiscriminate slaughter by the magical girls, we promptly shifted our focus to them, intending to address the threat they posed. But the captain paused abruptly. "But what?" Maka raised an eyebrow. "But our Anomaly Association nearly faced annihilation at their hands," Lisa interjected. "Ah." Maka fell silent, glancing around the conference hall. No wonder only 4 individuals were present. Indeed, these corrupted magical girls harbored powers far more terrifying than the source of magic itself, and the senior members of the Anomaly Association were no match for them. Resulting in successive casualties, as public sentiment grew, they were no longer referred to as magical girls, but rather as witches, the malevolent witches who slaughter lives. Meanwhile, although the Anomaly Association's primary objective was not to save humanity, as our members fell in the fight against the witches, the outside world began to label us the Just Anomaly Association. The captain spoke with an air of resignation. "Over time, we have accepted this. We now assign ordinary combatants to patrol and protect humanity, while we 3 remaining forces must strategize on how to eliminate the witches." Maka nodded, gaining insight into the current distorted state of the world. Indeed, it was a world turned upside down. The magical girls had mutated into murderous witches, while the Anomaly Association was reluctantly forced into the role of the Just Anomaly Association. It sounded rather absurd. Didn't it? Is this truly the nature of a distorted world? Quite intriguing. Maka stroked his chin. If the narrative were merely a repetitive cycle of aiding magical girls against the Anomaly Association, it would indeed be rather kitsch. However, joining the Just Anomaly Association to combat the evil magical girls sounded like a delightful inversion of expectations and rather fascinating. Chapter 10. The four distorted witches having concluded the state of the world, I shall now regale you with the current circumstances of several magical girls, the captain announced, gliding her finger across the virtual screen. As her fingers danced, a few rotating 3D character models materialized, accompanied by detailed information. First, we have the Black Moon magical girl, Lishinue. Her original source of magic is the moon, drawing upon its celestial power. The captain swept across the screen, and a wand emerged in the virtual display. This was indeed the wand previously held by Lishinue. Pointing to the small moon at the wand's tip, the captain remarked, this little trinket is the core through which she absorbs lunar power. It can also be referred to as her magical essence. Ah, so this is truly the essence of magic, Maka exclaimed in astonishment. But did she ultimately shatter her magical essence? This is a maneuver employed only when a magical girl reaches the brink of despair, equivalent to shattering the entirety of the power contained within her essence to unleash her ultimate skill, the captain explained. However, under normal circumstances, after executing this technique, the shattered magical essence renders the girl incapable of combat for 3 days. Maka nodded, attentively absorbing the information. Yet, the present situation differs somewhat. You must have witnessed Lishinue's transformation into a shadow entity, have you not? The captain inquired, looking at Maka. As Maka recalled, he nodded. Yes, this power seems to deviate from the moon's influence. Indeed, this is the power of aberration, representing her true strength as the Witch of Night, the captain stated. This power allows her to meld into shadows, manipulate them, and significantly amplify her abilities under the cover of darkness. Compared to the power of lunar magic, this aberrant strength is far more troublesome. The captain frowned, clearly wary of this newfound power. Maka nodded. Had the captain not arrived in time, he surmised he would have had to rely on the necklace gifted by Nanshi to temporarily preserve his life. And whether he could retreat was another matter altogether. And what of the other magical girls? Maka inquired. The captain cleared her throat. Listen closely. The Black Moon magical girl, Lishinue, has fallen to become the Witch of Night, frequently lurking in the shadows, viewing those who venture out at midnight as prey for her cruel hunts. The Crimson magical girl, Amaya, has descended into the blood witch, wielding the gruesome power of blood. Her methods are the most ruthless, often engaging in mass slaughter of humans in the city center, voraciously consuming their blood. The Azure magical girl, Eureka, has transformed into the spirit witch, possessing the largest reservoir of magical energy. Her methods involve overwhelming magical attacks. She exhibits a maddening obsession with magical power, and whereas a magical girl's recovery of magic typically relies on the positive emotions of humans, she now tortures countless individuals, greedily siphoning their negative emotions to amass even greater magical energy. Then there is the most dangerous among them, the luminous magical girl, Liuguang, who was once the bearer of the most radiant magical power but has fallen to the Dark Witch. The dark power within her is terrifying, yet she often operates from the shadows, orchestrating the other 3 witches, rarely revealing herself. Having concluded her explanation, the captain picked up a cup of water from the table and took a sip. Maka, however, was puzzled. Huh? Aren't there 5 magical girls? At this, the captain paused, then continued. Oh, right, I almost forgot one. The healing magical girl, Lei Shi, but she went missing 3 months ago, and she has not succumbed to becoming a witch intent on world destruction. It is suspected that she may have been killed by the other 4 witches. A knot formed in Maka's heart. Had she been slain by her former good sisters? The world of magical girls, post-aberration, indeed harbored a certain darkness. So, we are to contend with these 4 witches? Maka inquired, spinning the card in his hand. The captain nodded. Yes, but do not underestimate the situation. Combined, the 3 of you can barely confront a single witch, while I can only handle 2 of them at once, excluding the Dark Witch. Maka solemnly nodded, analyzing the current power dynamics within this world. Presently, it appears that the Dark Witch and the leader of the Aberrant Association are at the pinnacle of strength, followed closely by the other 3 witches in the first tier, with the second tier comprising the 3 of us from the Aberrant Association. Do you understand? We are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength and must proceed with utmost caution. We cannot afford any further losses, the captain stated gravely. This is troublesome. Maka scratched his head. The difficulty of level 4 was indeed well-deserved, and even after stripping a magical girl of her signature ability, the gap in strength with the first tier remains substantial. If only I had more cards. Just as Maka was pondering this, the captain remarked, by the way, Maka, as the heir of Lance, these relics left behind by him are now entrusted to you. I hope they prove useful. Upon finishing her words, the captain tossed several cards towards him. Maka caught the cards, noticing they were entirely different from those he possessed. The cards appeared to be flesh-like, sticky, with grotesque, tentacle-like patterns adorning their edges. Could he even utilize such items? Ding! Detection of special items acquired by the recipient. The item type is similar to the means employed by the recipient. Would you like to proceed with conversion? Note: after conversion, the item may lose its original purpose. Oh? The association is quite reliable. Isn't it? Maka's eyes brightened, but he thought it best not to convert them in the captain's presence to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Discreetly, he accepted the cards, intending to convert them later. The captain glanced at the three subordinates. Today is getting late. Let us conclude the meeting here. Tomorrow, we will hold a discussion on the plan to capture the magical girls. I hope you all arrive on time. With that, the captain departed, leaving the three behind. The orc, Hala, was the first to rise, approaching Maka and patting him on the shoulder with his massive hand. Hello there. Maka, we are comrades from now on. Ouch, Maka winced slightly, glancing at the enormous hand resting on his shoulder. Damn it, could you be a bit gentler? He glared at Hala, but seeing the orc's cheerful demeanor, he refrained from saying more. Big guy, keep it light. Don't shatter my little brother's bones, Lisa said, sauntering over and resting a hand on Maka's shoulder. Little brother, interested in trying sister's whip? Lisa teased, presenting the whip before Maka and leaning close to whisper in his ear. A twitch ran through Maka's eye as he declined. No, thank you. How boring. Lisa retracted the whip, offering no further commentary. Well, I'm off to enjoy a lovely bath. As for Maka, you can take him to find a room. Hala, she instructed. Hala nodded, clapping Maka on the shoulder once more. Come along, partner. Damn. Maka felt as though his shoulder might dislocate from the repeated slaps and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Nevertheless, he obediently followed Hala to his room. Upon opening the door, he found the space to be quite ample, furnished with a table, cabinet, bed, and chairs. All right, you can go now, Maka waved his hand. See you tomorrow, partner, Hala waved back. Lumbering away, Maka stepped into his room, closed the door, and retrieved the cards given by the captain. Would you like to convert the cards? Yes. Chapter 11. Card fusion once again. Conversion successful. Obtained 4 white-level cards. Rebound type. Magical special quality. White effect. Applies a layer of rebound energy, capable of gathering and reflecting damage received back to the attacker. Mana cost. 5 maximum rebound power. 10 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 5 cooldown. 30-second success rate. 100 evaluation. A card with decent effects, but quite lackluster when placed in the hands of a fragile user. Tracking type. Magical special quality. White effect. Applies a tracking effect on the enemy, lasting for 5 minutes, during which the precise form of the target can be captured. Mana cost. 3 maximum effective health. 20. Cannot take effect if the enemy's health exceeds 20 points. Prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 3 cooldown. 20-second success rate. 100 evaluation. Rather useless tracking card. Barrier defense type. Magical defense quality. White effect. Constructs a barrier at the current location, enveloping objects within it with 4-sided magical defense. Mana cost. 3 defense power. 2 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 3 cooldown. 20-second success rate. 100 evaluation. Comprehensive defense. Albeit exceedingly fragile, a rather useless card. Power boost card. Minor type. Enhancement quality. White effect. Integrates into a card, temporarily increasing the maximum base power by 2 points. Mana cost. 5 enhancement strength, 2 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 5 cooldown. 500-second success rate. 100 evaluation. The first enhancement type card. Suited for support decks, barely not useless. 4 cards, and judging by the evaluations, aside from the last enhancement card, the rest are all rather ineffective. Maka scratched his head. These cards are even inferior to the 3 initial cards he had received. Their effects pitiful, however. For me, even useless cards hold the potential to transform into valuable ones. Maka chuckled softly. For someone of his card master level, even the stable release of cards posed significant challenges. However, his extraordinary talent, characterized by an impeccable sense of cards, not only enables him to achieve a flawless success rate in card deployment, but also allows him to integrate various cards seamlessly. Even the once dominant card hunter profession boasts few individuals capable of such fusion, indicating that the challenge of combining cards is indeed formidable. Maka rubbed his palms together, contemplating another attempt. With his innate talent, he wondered whether he could achieve a high success rate in fusion. He retrieved 2 cards from his possession, Icefire Magic Orb and Defense Shield, laying a total of 6 cards upon the table. Gazing at these 6 cards, an inexplicable intuition arose within him. It seemed that the Rebound card and the Defense Shield card could potentially fuse. Maka stacked the 2 cards together, guided by his instinct. Generally speaking, for a card master, the primary obstacle in card fusion lies in discerning the characteristics of the cards to ascertain whether they can indeed be combined. Yet, for most card masters, certainty is elusive. They can only make educated guesses before attempting. However, for him, a mere flicker of intuition suffices to identify which cards are compatible for fusion. Furthermore, the tracking card and the barrier defense card also appeared to have potential for fusion. Placing these 2 cards together indeed felt peculiar. The characteristics of these 2 cards seemed to intertwine. Other card masters would likely never conceive that these 2 cards could merge. Regardless, he decided to trust his instincts and give it a try. Maka rubbed his hands together, lifting the Rebound and Defense Shield cards. The 2 cards were stacked back to back, their energy patterns colliding with one another. This was a necessary step in the fusion process. A glance at his mana, 1350, having only regained 13 points, it should suffice. Channeling his internal mana, he directed it into the energy slots on the backs of the cards. The 2 cards were activated. Their energy patterns began to intertwine, triggering the fusion. The patterns on the 2 cards suddenly flickered, showing signs of merging. Simultaneously, the mana surging into the cards began to boil violently, akin to a raging beast yearning to break free from Maka's grasp. If he failed to stabilize it, the cards would explode, likely damaging his internal magical circuitry or even destroying both cards. He had to succeed on the first attempt. With gritted teeth, Maka, propelled by an intense intuition, disrupted the patterns of the 2 cards, reassembling and constructing anew. The blue mass of mana surged in his hands, yet with Maka's rhythmic motions, it gradually diminished, becoming fainter until it transformed into particles, culminating in the creation of an entirely new card. Eagerly, Maka examined the card's face. Rebound Shield, type, magical defense quality, white effect, defends against enemy attacks and can fully rebound the damage sustained by the shield. Mana cost, 10 defense, 7 maximum rebound power, 14 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 5 cooldown, 30 seconds success rate, 100 evaluation. The second fused card has successfully transformed 2 mediocre cards into one that is not entirely mediocre. Feeling quite pleased, he couldn't help but frown at the evaluation. Why was it always so harsh? This fused card amalgamated the effects of the original 2 cards, compensating for the shortcomings of the rebound card. The original rebound card was practically unusable, as it required physical resistance to rebound an attack. Given his slight frame, enduring an attack would likely spell disaster. Now, with the fusion into the Rebound Shield, not only had its overall attribute strengthened, but it could also rebound attacks more safely. Though the defense was still somewhat lacking, Maka murmured, pocketing the card. Next up were the 2 cards on the table, Tracking and Barrier Defense. However, his mana was now 450. Clearly insufficient. With a resigned shrug, Maka flipped the cards on his bed, patiently awaiting a while. After some time, Maka rose, his mana now at 1450. That should be sufficient. He resumed the fusion process, overlapping the 2 cards, channeling his mana and activating them. The energy erupted, initiating the fusion. The mana mass gradually stabilized, transforming into particles, and subsequently coalescing into a card. Fusion successful, Maka picked up the card, inspecting its face. Tracking barrier, type, magical defense quality, white effect, releases a tracking mark on the opponent, after which a barrier will manifest at the opponent's feet, generating 4 defensive shields to envelop them. Mana cost, 6 defense, 5 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 5 cooldown. 30 seconds success rate. 100 evaluation. What use is this? A barrier that shatters with a single blow. A mediocre fusion card. Sigh. Maka stared at the evaluation, feeling exasperated. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in this assessment. The card indeed seemed rather ineffective. Its defense too weak. IT would be unable to withstand an opponent's attack, and using it to ensnare foes would result in it being shattered in a single strike. At best, it could only buy a little time. Nevertheless, he decided to keep it. It might prove useful. Maka tucked the card away, now possessing 3 fused cards. As for the final card on the table, a buff-type card. It was his first encounter with such a thing. Picking it up, he was somewhat taken aback. Beep, card types can be categorized into skills, items, support, etc. Is it a separate category? This implies that it's a card designed to enhance the others. Maka stroked his chin, beginning to grasp the concept. For instance, the Night Sorceress's skill, Moonlit Night, serves as a self-buff, while support cards provide enhancements to card stats. An enhancement to the base maximum power value is quite remarkable. Maka nodded in approval. Enhancing the base power value is no trivial matter. Each increment in the base power value significantly impacts the true power unleashed. With the fusion complete, his strength had seen a notable uptick. Maka exclaimed with excitement. Now, his offensive cards included the Moonlight Prism and Ice Fire Magic Orb, boasting a maximum power value of 8, while his defensive cards comprised the Rebound Shield and Tracking Barrier, along with a buff card, Power Enhancement card, Small. Tomorrow, it seemed, discussions regarding the witch capture plan would commence. Perhaps capturing a witch could aid him in uncovering the source of the distorted world, unknown. With that thought, Maka lay back on his bed, peacefully drifting into slumber. Chapter 12. The Witch Capture Plan. In the depths of slumber, Maka rolled over, his nose inadvertently catching a whiff of an enchanting fragrance. This aroma resembled blooming flowers, imbued with a captivating essence. If little brother doesn't wake up soon, sister will have to give him a spanking. A soft whisper echoed in his ear. In his drowsy state. Maka instinctively responded. Then, huh? Maka shot up, greeted by the sight of a pair of long, slender legs clad in black silk. Lisa's strikingly elegant face was fixed upon him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of danger. Startled, Maka quickly rose, his heart racing. Ha ha ha, look at how startled you are. Lisa chuckled, covering her mouth, and playfully tossed him a teasing glance. You? Maka felt somewhat speechless before this woman before him. Ha ha ha, all right, little brother, the meeting is about to commence. Hurry and get up. Lisa waved her hand, stepping out of the room. We'll be waiting for you in the conference room. Make haste. Maka sat in silence for a moment, then proceeded to dress. After a while, he entered the conference room, where Captain Hala and Lisa had long awaited his arrival. Apologies for waking up late. Did I keep you waiting? Maka inquired with a smile. Not at all. Take a seat, the captain replied, his tone indifferent. Maka sat down with a smile, and the three of them turned their attention to the captain standing at the front. Well, since we are all present, I shall outline the next steps in our plan. The captain activated a virtual screen and commenced his briefing. First and foremost, we must be absolutely clear about our objective. The captain stated, glancing at Hala. Hala, what do you believe our goal is? Orc Hala scratched his head. To kill the witch? The captain shook his head. That is not the focus. The key point is, his tone turned grave. We must uncover the source of the magical girl distortion. At these words, Maka's gaze sharpened. Based on my covert investigations over the past few months, I suspect that a peculiar entity from beyond our world has fallen into the realm of the magical girls. Upon contact, they were severely eroded, ultimately descending into witchhood, and their powers became distorted. The captain spoke with a somber tone. Beyond our world? Lisa gasped. A peculiar entity? Hala murmured. Yet, Maka's expression tightened. The captain had knowledge of the world beyond? Indeed, simply killing the witches is merely a stopgap measure. Our true goal is to locate the source of the distortion and deal with it, as only then can we address the root cause. Maka's eyes flickered. This so-called source of distortion, stemming from an otherworldly entity, was undoubtedly the unknown that he had been tasked to recover. If that were the case, his main quest aligned perfectly with the goals of the Monster Association, making his decision to join them a prudent choice. But how do we find this peculiar entity? It should be in the hands of the witches, right? Lisa inquired. The The captain nodded before continuing, exactly, and this is why I have devised the witch capture plan. From the current circumstances, it appears that the blood, moon, and spirit witches are merely subordinates of the dark witch who has yet to reveal herself. The true puppet master, suspected to possess the bizarre powers, is the elusive dark witch. The captain rapped on the table, stating that our plan is to locate the hideout of the dark witch and strike decisively. After this proclamation, a heavy silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Maka spoke up. So, how do we find her? The captain replied. Conventional search methods are bound to fail. We need to employ some special means. I have enlisted the help of a leading researcher to create a device capable of analyzing the power of the bizarre and mapping out the anomalous energy present in this city. Thus, our objective is to capture the Crimson Magical Girl, scan the bizarre energy within her, and uncover the Dark Witch's hiding place. Upon hearing this, the group nodded gravely. Although the plan is promising, capturing a witch is an immensely challenging endeavor. While it is not impossible to apprehend one witch, the witches maintain a remarkably tight-knit communication. Should we act against one, the other two will swiftly converge. Lisa articulated the difficulty, acknowledging that confronting all three witches simultaneously would be quite formidable. The captain concurred, nodding. Indeed, while each witch may not be extraordinarily powerful alone, their combined strength is quite troublesome. Capturing one while contending with the other two is nearly an impossible feat. Therefore, our only recourse is to execute a surprise attack, stealthily infiltrating the Blood Witch's domain while she is deep in slumber at midnight, swiftly capturing her before retreating. The captain continued, the sole concern being the night witch who hunts at that hour. However, if we act quickly enough, we can seize the Blood Witch before the other two arrive. Hala, Lisa, and Maka nodded in agreement with the captain's strategy. Yet, the captain's expression suddenly darkened with worry. The Blood Witch possesses astonishing speed, and even I may struggle to catch up to her. If only we had some means to restrain her. The captain turned his gaze to Lisa. After a moment of contemplation, Lisa shook her head with a sigh. Unfortunately, Captain, if she accelerates, my whip may not suffice to ensnare her as for the big guy. Lisa glanced at Hala's massive frame and quickly dismissed the idea. The group fell silent, but it was Maka who hesitantly produced a card. This card was a tracking barrier that had only fused last night. Perhaps I could slightly restrict her, Maka said. The group's attention turned to Maka Dado. The captain also focused on the card in Maka's hand. It's not guaranteed, and I estimate it will only provide a minor restriction, Maka explained. The captain pondered. A slight restriction would suffice. As long as we interrupt her rapid movement, I can seize her in an instant. Maka nodded, tucking the card away. Indeed, some cards may seem useless, yet they might prove invaluable at critical moments. Well done, little brother. Your methods are not inferior to Lance's, Lisa chuckled lightly. Hala also grinned and scratched his head. New partner. Impressive, heh? Maka returned the smile politely. Well, we shall see how you perform. The captain nodded at Maka and tossed something into the air. Maka caught the bill, thinking to himself, this is current world currency, thank you. Maka accepted the currency. All right, the capture operation will commence tonight at 11 o'clock. Moreover, before that, the captain turned to Maka. Maka, I entrust you with a task. Go scout the blood-stained building in advance. The blood-stained building? Maka raised an eyebrow. It is the lair of the blood which, be discreet. You are a new face and won't attract attention from civilians. You are the only one suitable for this reconnaissance, the captain explained. Maka nodded. Okay. Thank you. The captain acknowledged with a nod. Maka stood up, waved goodbye, and left the Oddities Association. Chapter 13. The Missing Healing Magical Girl? A gust of wind tousled the chestnut-haired youth's locks as his azure eyes scanned the surroundings, observing the lively street filled with people and objects. The human society in the magical girl world is quite similar to that of Blue Star. Maka wove through the crowd, finding a flicker of belonging amidst the clamor. His destination was the towering blood-stained building located in the heart of City X. This was the former lair of the Crimson Magical Girl, now the domain of the Blood Witch. He intended to survey the terrain before the operation commenced. Strolling down the street, he suddenly heard a young girl's voice nearby. Boss, does the magical necklace you sell really contain magic? Magic? Maka halted, immediately catching this key term. He turned to see a little girl squatting in front of a street vendor, inquiring about a shimmering green necklace. Relieved, Maka thought to himself, it must just be a child's scam. However, upon glancing at the vendor, he felt a twinge of doubt. The vendor was clad in a gray trench coat, wrapped tightly even in the sweltering heat, with a hood obscuring their face, uttering not a word. Why would someone selling wares on the street dress so shrouded? Moreover, which vendor remains silent when questioned by a child? In response to the girl's inquiry, the vendor merely pointed to a sign beside them. Magical necklace, healing properties, 300 carat coins each. Carat coins are the currency of this world. Maka approached, crouching down to pat the girl's shoulder. Little sister, how could a street vendor possibly sell a magical necklace? And at 300 carat coins apiece, does your allowance even suffice? Maka smiled. The girl looked at him, licking her lips, and replied cheerfully, I was just asking the boss. I don't have much allowance left. Maka patted the girl's head. Then don't disturb the boss's business. Go find your mother. All right. The girl nodded and left the stall. Maka then turned his gaze back to the vendor, who remained hunched over, their features concealed beneath the hood. This only deepened Maka's suspicions. He casually picked up a necklace, jokingly saying, Boss, can this necklace really have magic? Can it protect me from harm? Haha. Ding. Detected that the collector has picked up a magical item. Basic healing necklace. Basic healing necklace. Type. Accessory quality. Common effect. Basic healing. Passive. Upon injury, the necklace releases a faint healing magic to accelerate wound recovery. Equipment requirement. None rating. 3 description. A common necklace infused with a trace of healing magic, possessing minimal healing effects. What? Maka's eyes widened in shock. This necklace truly contained magic. Moreover, this magical effect. Maka glanced at the vendor, his eyes shimmering with suspicion. The vendor's form trembled slightly, as if sensing something. Maka smiled knowingly. Boss, does your necklace really possess magic? The vendor silently nodded, albeit subtly. But I don't require any healing effects. Do you have anything else interesting? Maka inquired with a smile. The head beneath the trench coat shook slightly, then suddenly paused. Gradually, she retrieved several vials from her clothing and handed them to Maka. Maka gazed at the outstretched hand, noting the youthful, fair skin. Indeed. For a moment, Maka was taken aback until the vendor waved the vials in front of him, prompting him to react. Maka accepted the vials and checked the information through the association. Magic recovery potion. Type. Consumable quality. Common effect. Restores mana slowly within 1 minute after consumption, recovering 1 mana point each second. Rating. 15 description. A mana recovery vial produced with crude craftsmanship. The effects are subpar, but may prove useful. Maka's eyes narrowed. This seems quite beneficial for him. His current mana was woefully insufficient, and casting a few cards would deplete it entirely, certainly inadequate for combat. If he could drink one of these before a fight, he could replenish his mana while battling, making it exceedingly practical. Excellent, boss. How much for this vial? Maka inquired, tucking the 3 vials of magic recovery potion into his pocket. The vendor hesitated, slowly raising 7 fingers, indicating 700 carat coins per vial. Is that expensive? It may seem costly for the common folk, but considering it pertains to extraordinary power, the exchange is quite generous. Maka produced the currency the captain had given him, 2,000 carat coins in total. With a smile, he offered it. Look, boss, I only have 2,000 carat coins. How about you just drop a 0 and let me buy all 3? The vendor's head twitched slightly, her fist visibly clenching. Yet she accepted Maka's payment in silence. Maka took the 3 vials, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected find during his outing. However, more than the vials, he was curious about the true identity hidden beneath the vendor's trench coat. Maka began, wishing to inquire further. However, he noticed the vendor rising to pack up her stall, seemingly preparing to leave. Maka pondered briefly before stealthily departing. He waited until the vendor left before quietly following her into an alley. However, as he turned the corner, he found the vendor had vanished. Hiss. Maka inhaled a breath of cool air, realizing he had lost track of his target. However, he seemed to have formed a faint conjecture regarding the identity of the earlier proprietor. It was certain that possessing such an abundance of extraordinary artifacts could not belong to an ordinary individual. Moreover, judging by the efficacy of this magical necklace, it appeared that there was only one individual in this realm capable of crafting such an item. The missing healing magical girl, could she still be alive? Maka murmured. Yet, why had she fallen to the state of selling goods on the street? Witnessing the degradation of a former sister, why did she remain indifferent? All of this was a conundrum. Maka realized his exploration of this world was still insufficient, but he believed that as the main storyline progressed, he would unravel the truth behind it all. Chapter 14. The exploration mission of the Bloodthirsty Building. In the following hours, Maka arrived near the Bloodthirsty Building to conduct an investigation. Although he did not encounter the true form of the Blood Witch, he gained some understanding of the building's layout and the surrounding environment. At 11 o'clock at night, within the Association of Oddities, the captain, donned in a full battle suit, gazed sternly at the only 3 remaining officials of the association. There was the whip-wielding dominatrix, Lisa, with an air of elegance, the beastly figure of Hala, brimming with brute strength, and Maka, the card-wielding oddity. Ready, they declared in unison as Lisa cracked her whip, Hala pounded his fists, and Maka shuffled his cards. The captain nodded and tossed a teleportation device into the air, stating, "Let us proceed. Our objective is the Bloodthirsty Building. One by one." They stepped into the portal in a moment of disorientation. Maka found himself standing before the Bloodthirsty Building. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its glow upon the crimson walls of the structure. Through several windows, it seemed as though a sanguine light emanated from within. Hissed, the Bloodthirsty Building appeared even more eerie at night. Maka breathed in sharply. "Indeed, and listen closely. Do you hear something?" Lisa leaned closer to Maka and inquired. Maka strained to listen. Amidst the stillness of the night, a series of haunting roars pierced the air, thick with terror, sending a chill down his spine. What secrets lay hidden within this ominous edifice? Let us move swiftly. If we attract the attention of the Night Witch, it will spell trouble for us, the captain urged, leading the way toward the Bloodthirsty Building. Maka and the other 2 officials followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the first floor, they encountered a closed door. The captain placed both hands against the door, and a surge of crimson energy erupted from his palms. In the next moment, bang! The captain forcefully pushed open the door of the Bloodthirsty Building. "Isn't that a bit too loud?" Maka exclaimed in surprise. The captain turned and replied, "The Blood Witch resides on the 5th floor, and due to the building's peculiar layout, her powers have seeped into the first 3 floors. No matter how loud it gets, she won't notice." Maka nodded, impressed by the captain's thorough investigation into the Blood Witch. If the investigation were any less meticulous, would we dare to risk the lives of the last officials of the Oddities Association? The captain murmured as he stepped into the Bloodthirsty Building. Maka followed suit, and as he entered the first floor, a wave of putrid scent assaulted his nostrils. Initially, the odor was merely unpleasant, but as he ventured deeper, a more intense stench of decay reached him. Holding his nose, Maka surveyed his surroundings. The blood-red floor was littered with corpses, each more desiccated than the last, their skin tightly clinging to their bones, allowing the outlines of the skeletons to be clearly discerned. Their faces were twisted, eyes hollow and devoid of life, their bodies resembling lifeless husks, drained of all vitality. This is Maka's eyelids twitched. Such gruesome corpses were scattered throughout the first floor of the Bloodthirsty Building, piled upon one another. The Blood Witch captures a group of humans daily, feasting upon them within the first floor. She tortures them mercilessly before draining their blood while they are still alive. The captain explained coolly. Hearing this, Maka swallowed hard, as he could vividly imagine the horrifying scene. The once heroic Crimson magical girl, who had safeguarded the world, had now descended into such madness. Truly, a grotesque transformation, Maka murmured. "All right, let us hasten our pace. There is nothing more to see on this floor," the captain declared, swiftly leading the officials past the first floor into the staircase leading to the second. After a nearly minute-long ascent on the spiraling staircase, they arrived at the second floor of the Bloodthirsty Building. Before opening the door to the second floor, the captain turned to the others and cautioned, "Be careful. To reach the third floor, we must traverse the second, but it will not be so simple. There may be some peculiar phenomena influenced by the Blood Witch lurking within. You shall be responsible for dealing with them." "Understood, Captain." Lisa and Hala nodded in response. Side mission: Exploration of the Bloodthirsty Building, Level LV3. Mission objective: Explore the 5 floors of the Bloodthirsty Building. Current progress 1-5. Mission reward: From the second floor onward. Different rewards await on each level, increasing in richness with each floor. How intriguing! A mission has been issued, Maka mused to himself. Ahead, the captain forcefully pushed open the door to the second floor. The creaking door echoed eerily through the silent corridor, heightening the sense of dread. Upon opening the door, a more potent stench of blood surged forth. As they stepped inside, the floor was a deeper shade of crimson, unmistakably stained by dried blood. This layer had been thoroughly soaked in blood. Just as Maka was awestruck by the surrounding environment, anguished screams echoed from deep within. What is that? Maka's gaze was drawn to the figures slowly approaching from the depths. They were grotesque, their bodies a mass of blood and flesh, leaving trails of liquid behind them, resembling ghastly zombies as they advanced toward the group. Disgusting, Lisa grimaced in distaste. Clear these obstructive blood corpses, the captain commanded. Lisa frowned. These things are revolting. Can I not participate? As Lisa protested, Hala, frustrated by the clingy blood corpses, charged forward. With a leap, he plunged into the mass of corpses, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated one of them. The commotion drew the surrounding corpses to converge upon him. Hala roared, swinging his fists and sending the nearby corpses flying, but as their numbers overwhelmed him, he found himself encircled. The blood corpses clung to him, their blood seeping into his skin, causing a burning sensation akin to being scalded, accompanied by hissing sounds and wisps of black smoke. Aren't you going to help? The captain glared at Lisa, reprimanding her. Although Hala was tough, it was unwise to expend too much energy in such a place before the imminent confrontation with the blood witch. Lisa gritted her teeth, reluctantly caressing her whip. The thought of her long-time weapon becoming tainted by such repulsive blood filled her with reluctance. Seeing this, Maka patted Lisa on the shoulder. All right, allow me to handle it. Maka stepped forward, drawing a card titled Ice Fire Magic Sphere. For these fragile blood corpses, a larger area effect card would suffice. Hala, gather them together and then leap out. Maka instructed. All right, partner. Hala, irritated by the clingy corpses, responded. The blood corpses gradually clustered around him, and when the moment was ripe, Hala roared, spinning his body to fling the corpses off him before leaping out of their grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Maka activated his card. The card shattered, unleashing the Ice Fire Magic Sphere. 2 magic spheres spiraled forth, and with the experience from the previous encounter, Maka effortlessly manipulated the magic. The 2 spheres merged into a more formidable ice fire sphere. Half engulfed in blazing flames and half radiating frigid ice, shot straight into the mass of blood corpses. In the next moment, boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames and icy blasts engulfing a 5-meter radius. When the flames subsided, a large pool of blood remained on the floor, while some fortunate blood corpses, burned by the flames, perished in agonized screams, while others, frozen by the extreme cold, found themselves unable to escape. Whoa! Lisa's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth. Impressive, little brother. This heir of Lance, though newly emerged, displayed power that rivaled Lance himself. Maka casually flipped the card in his hand, smiling softly, a little kiss. The Reclaimer has slain numerous blood corpses created by the Blood Witch, earning 200 membership coins. Membership coins? Maka pondered. A universal currency within unknown containment facilities, exchangeable for various currencies across the multiverse at prevailing rates. Maka nodded. It seemed to be a valuable currency. Soon after, Maka and the others traversed the 2nd floor, ascending the staircase to the 3rd floor. The Reclaimer successfully passed through the 2nd floor of the Bloodthirsty building. Reward: 1 small mana restoration potion. Chapter 15. Intelligence Enhancement Potion. Small mana restoration potion. Type: one-time consumable. Quality: ordinary effect. Restores 30 of mana upon consumption. Rating: 30. Description: a hard currency for low-tier mages. Its value increases with the upper limit of mana. With a hiss, 50-30, is that merely 15 points of mana? Maka mused internally, realizing that this was even less effective than the 3 bottles of homemade mana restoration potions he had purchased from the street vendor. However, he was well aware that the primary reason for this was his significantly low maximum mana capacity, which diminished the effectiveness of the percentage recovery. He would gradually enhance it over time. But for now, he would consume the 3 bottles of homemade potions, saving the remaining for a more crucial moment. Maka stored the mana restoration potions in his storage space. There were still 3 layers left. He was eager to see what rewards awaited him. Maka clapped his hands, awaiting the captain to push open the grand door to the 3rd layer. With a heavy thud, the door to the 3rd layer creaked open. Be cautious. This layer will be more treacherous than the last, the captain warned as he stepped inside. In an instant, a bloody tentacle lunged out from the blind spot, striking towards the captain's shoulder. The captain reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to seize the approaching tentacle. A fiery aura erupted, triggering an explosion as blood sprayed everywhere. Being attacked upon entry certainly confirmed that each layer posed greater danger than the last. Maka observed grimly, stepping into the room to survey his surroundings. What he beheld was nothing short of horrifying. The entire floor was drenched in blood, not dried but thick and viscous, with droplets continuously falling from the ceiling. Yet, the most grotesque sight was the numerous bloody tentacles writhing and emerging from the viscous blood, intertwining and squirming in a nauseating display. How disgusting! Lisa pinched her nose, expressing her utter disdain for the surroundings. Hala, however, appeared indifferent, glancing around curiously. Look ahead. Our path to the fourth layer is ensnared by those tentacles. The captain pointed forward, prompting the others to follow his gaze. There, dozens of tentacles writhed, some emerging from the floor while others dangled from the ceiling, intertwining like a web of flesh, blocking their passage. Hiss, how do we deal with this? Lisa glanced at her whip. Although her whip could easily shatter a few tentacles with its power, the sight of so many intertwined tentacles made her hesitant to act. She certainly did not wish to be ensnared by these repulsive creatures, reenacting the classic scene of a magical girl's defeat. Should Hala take action? Hala scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. As an orc, he felt neither disgust nor fear. However, big guy, with your limbs, you'll only end up ensnared and immobilized, Lisa cautioned. Hala lowered his head. Hala cannot defeat them. Hala is very sorry. Sighing, the captain gazed at the two seemingly unhelpful associates and felt a sinking dread for the future of their peculiar association. I suppose I shall take the lead. Maka covered his face, realizing that it ultimately fell to him to step forward. Given his current strength, he was likely superior to the two associates, yet still fell short of reaching the level of a witch. Oh, little brother, let me remind you, these tentacles possess formidable vitality. Based on your previous attack, it would be challenging to inflict serious damage on them, Lisa warned. Yet Maka waved his hand dismissively, producing a card. Lunar Radiance. This card is perfectly suited for dealing with these tentacles. With its formidable slicing power, Maka's eyes glimmered with blue light. He shattered the card, and diamond-shaped beams of lunar light formed around him. 4 pieces, 6 pieces, 8 pieces. What an incredible ability! Lisa gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide. Hala seemed to have recognized this ability. Hala thinks he has seen this before, he pondered aloud. Only the captain had previously observed Maka's technique, but still held curiosity. Maka, why do you wield the magic of the moonlit magical girl? Lisa inquired, her voice filled with disbelief. Oh, I happen to have the ability to replicate some of their powers, that's all. Maka confessed, knowing this secret could not remain hidden. Upon hearing this, the captain fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Lisa, however, reacted with excitement. Wow, that's impressive. Rans, doesn't he possess such a capability? Little brother, with you on our side, we finally have a chance to turn the tide. Maka smiled, then focused on the task at hand. The lunar radiance surged forth, aiming at the bloody tentacles ahead. The sharp beams sliced through the tentacles with remarkable speed, causing blood to splatter as they were severed. Yet, the remaining tentacles began to retaliate, lunging towards the lunar light. However, under Maka's control, the lunar radiance proved remarkably agile, swiftly retreating and then striking again. 8 swift beams of light danced across the web of blood, and after a brief moment, all the interwoven connections among the tentacles were severed. With a series of squelching sounds, the severed tentacles collapsed onto the ground. Writhing feebly, the tentacles exhibited tenacious vitality. Merely slicing them apart with the lunar radiance was insufficient to destroy them. Maka assessed the situation, then retrieved the Icefire Magic Sphere card. The next instant, the dual spheres erupted and merged, launching the Icefire Magic Sphere. Boom! The Icefire Magic Sphere struck the limp remnants of the tentacles on the ground, unleashing a violent burst of flames. As the fire subsided, pools of blood flowed across the ground, with most tentacles disintegrating into blood, some turning into bloody corpses under the searing flames, while others were frozen in ice. The Reclaimer has eliminated numerous blood witch creations, bloody tentacles. earning 300 membership coins. Mission accomplished, Maka exclaimed with a snap of his fingers, the lunar radiance dissipating into the air. The combined might of these two magical attacks was formidable, and together they wielded terrifying power. This was merely two of Maka's fusion cards. He still had two more impressive cards concealed. Impressive, impressive. Even my sister is left in awe, Lisa approached, beaming as she playfully ruffled Maka's cheek. Maka, bemused, pushed her hand away. Come on, we aren't that close, are we? Hee hee, you're quite shy, Lisa laughed, twirling a strand of hair. Next layer, speed, the captain declared solemnly, hastening through the blood-soaked ground towards the stairs leading to the fourth layer. The Reclaimer has successfully passed through the third layer of the Bloody Tower, earning a Tier 1 Intelligence Enhancement Potion. Tier 1 Intelligence Enhancement Potion, type, consumable quality, common effect, increases intelligence attribute by 2, only applicable for attribute values below 30 rating. 100 description, a specialized potion produced by the establishment, offering unimaginable allure to Tier 1 Reclaimers. Hiss, it's actually an enhancement for physical attributes. Not bad, Maka exclaimed joyfully, realizing his greatest flaw was his low intelligence attribute. However, with the captain and several teammates present, consuming the potion felt somewhat inappropriate. Maka glanced at the captain and Lisa, deciding to keep it hidden for now and drink it when facing Amaya. He then proceeded to the fourth layer of the Bloody Tower. Chapter 16. Flesh Constructs, Basic Detection Card. As Maka ascended the stairs to the fourth layer, his gaze fell upon the door, causing his eyes to widen in shock. This door loomed like a massive monster, its entirety cloaked in a repulsive blood-red hue, as if fashioned from countless pieces of flesh. Its surface was slick with a viscous liquid, with fresh blood trickling down and pooling on the ground. The captain paused momentarily, then thrust his hand into the grotesque door. Instantly, he felt as though the door had come to life, the flesh pressing against his palm as if attempting to consume him. With a surge of fiery energy erupting from his hand, the captain exerted force. Boom! The flesh door exploded, sending viscera flying everywhere. What a brutal method of entry, Maka thought to himself, following the captain through the door. Upon entry, it felt as though they had descended into a hell of flesh. The stench of blood was several times more potent than in the first layer, with the floor composed of assembled flesh, and the walls and ceiling constructed from numerous dismembered limbs. Even more bizarrely, these limbs extended countless hands that wriggled incessantly, as if reaching out to grasp them. What a disgusting place. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Lisa covered her mouth, her expression a portrait of distress. Maka, too, found it increasingly difficult to bear. The visual and olfactory assaults were overwhelming, and he felt a wave of nausea. The captain glanced at the reaching hands, advising, be careful, don't let them grab you. Furthermore, I sense a relatively dangerous aura here. We must tread carefully. The group nodded in agreement, cautiously following the captain. He led the way, his figure tall and resolute, each step heavily pressing down upon the fleshy floor. They navigated through this hellish realm, seemingly encountering no anomalies. Yet, was the fourth layer truly this easy? Maka felt a foreboding sense of dread. Typically, the higher the layer, the greater the danger. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. As if something had pierced the flesh beneath them, Sea Captain, Hala's voice broke through the tension unexpectedly. The group turned to look at Hala. What's wrong, big guy? Lisa asked, concern evident in her voice. I think I stepped on something. It feels like it's trying to drag me into the flesh. I can't pull my foot out. Hala pleaded for help. Maka looked at Hala's ankle, realizing that his right foot was nearly half submerged in the flesh, slowly sinking deeper. Hala, couldn't he pull free? Lisa frowned. If Hala, with his brute strength, cannot escape, what should we do? Maka scratched his head, feeling at a loss this time. The captain narrowed his eyes, slowly approaching Hala. He grasped Hala's right leg, his palm bursting forth with a scorching crimson aura, and with a sudden exertion, whoosh, Hala's foot was violently yanked away. Yet rumble, the entire floor of flesh began to tremble violently. What was happening? Maka struggled to steady himself, anxiously surveying his surroundings. The captain spoke gravely. This is bad. It seems something has detected us. What thing? Lisa's words trailed off. Suddenly, a colossal entity surged forth from beneath Hala's feet. Hala was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Marka, however, gazed in horror at this gigantic monstrosity, feeling nausea rise in his stomach. This abomination was nothing short of a grotesque mass of flesh, with countless hands protruding from its exterior, creating a profoundly repulsive sight. What a disgusting creature! Marka frowned, drawing out the Ice and Fire Magic Sphere card. Release. In an instant, the Ice and Fire Magic Sphere shot towards the colossal mass, erupting in a violent blaze. But as the flames subsided, it became evident that only a substantial portion of the outer hands had been obliterated, while the flesh that constituted its body remained largely unscathed. Such vitality? Marka was taken aback. His powerful attack, boasting 8 points of base power, had only inflicted a mere fraction of damage. Be careful, this thing possesses extraordinary life force. We must retreat, the captain stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the group promptly turned and dashed towards the staircase leading to the 5th level. Hala followed closely behind. As they fled, the massive flesh sphere rolled after them with alarming speed, its momentum quickening while the terrain hindered Marka and the others' pace, allowing it to close in rapidly. Damn it, Lisa, in a fit of rage, unsheathed her whip and struck the flesh sphere with a resounding crack. The lash shattered the surface hands, yet still failed to harm the grotesque mass of flesh. Its resilience was simply too formidable. With the monstrous sphere on the verge of rolling over them, Hala suddenly appeared, positioning himself in front of the creature. Despite his considerable size, he was still dwarfed by the mass. Yet he did not falter. He tore apart the hands before the sphere with all his might, bracing himself against it to halt its advance. However, even the might of the formidable Hala could not withstand the onslaught of the sphere. As he was steadily forced backward, "You all go. I will hold it off," Hala roared, plunging his hands into the mass of flesh, seemingly resolved to obstruct the creature. The captain glanced at Hala, then turned to Lisa. "You assist Hala. The two of you take the rear and block it.as for capturing the Blood Witch. That will be left to Marka and me." Reluctantly, Lisa nodded, glancing at Hala's struggling form. She hurried to support Hala while Marka followed the captain in a swift dash towards the staircase leading to the 5th level. Upon reaching the ascending stairs, the captain spoke in a low voice. "We are about to confront the Blood Witch. Be prepared. The Reclaimer has successfully passed through the 4th level of the Bloody Tower." Reward card, Detection card. Beginner Detection card, type, Item quality, Common effect, detects the opponent's panel information. The completeness of the information is based on the comparison of both parties' intelligence attributes. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Rating, 90. Description. A primary means of detecting enemy information, invaluable for early exploration. An item type card. Marka mused, noting that this card's panel information differed significantly from skill and support types. It required no mana consumption or prerequisite attributes. Moreover, from the specifications, it appeared to belong to the same category as potion-like items, merely stored in card form. This seems like a valuable item. I'll give it a try. Marka tossed the detection card towards the distant colossal mass. Beginner detection card activated successfully. Target, Flesh Sphere, assessing both parties' intelligence attributes. Assessment complete. Obtained information 100. Name, Flesh Sphere category, Bloody Creation health, 83 mana, 0 strength, 10 agility, 6 stamina, 12 intelligence, 0 charm, 3 skill 1. Flesh proliferation, passive. The continuously proliferating flesh significantly increases its life force, raising its health cap by 30. Skill 2. Flesh roll, active rolls towards the target, crushing opponents with its mass. Skill 3. Bloody creation, passive. Created by the Blood Witch, its life force is enhanced by 30 in the witch's territory. With 2 passives boosting its life force by 60 and possessing 12 stamina, no wonder it was so difficult to harm. Truly terrifying, Marka murmured. "What are you saying?" the captain suddenly inquired. Marka waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing. Nothing at all." The captain eyed him suspiciously before stating, "We should move. We cannot let Hala and Lisa be delayed for too long." Marka nodded, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the detection card. It must be said that this card is quite useful. With it, he could gather information on enemies prior to engagements, allowing for targeted strategies, and could even assess relative strengths to determine if retreat was necessary. For instance, had he used this card against the moonlit magical girl, he might have detected her abnormal state in advance. He hadn't anticipated such a valuable reward from the 4th level. He wondered what awaited them on the 5th. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 17. The blood which Amaya tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the captain and Marka echoed in the silent staircase. At last, they reached the platform of the 5th level. Here, Marka surveyed his surroundings, horrified by the sight before him. They seemed to have entered a chamber forged from blood, with the floor and walls drenched in fresh crimson liquid. Each step upon the blood stirred ripples across its surface. They pressed deeper, arriving at the grand door of the 5th area, in stark contrast to the surrounding scene. The door was resplendent and magnificent, reminiscent of a royal entrance, crafted from countless treasures. The captain frowned. Advancing steadily, this time, he did not exert force, merely pushing gently against the door. Crack! The door to the Blood Witch's chamber swung open with surprising ease. As it did, the blood beneath them swirled, as if waves propelled the door to open slowly and gracefully. The sight within unfolded before them. It was nothing short of a gilded palace, dominated by golden hues, with intricately carved patterns adorning the walls, each detail reflecting the master's pursuit of opulent living. The interior was extravagantly decorated, with expensive marble flooring smooth as glass and grand crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, glimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The disparity between this decor and the previous 4 levels was so stark that Marka found himself momentarily dumbfounded. When he regained his composure, he turned his gaze to the innermost part of the room, where a bathtub made of gold awaited before the transparent glass walls. Indeed, it was a bathtub, but instead of clear water, it was filled with a vivid crimson liquid. Bathing in this blood was a lithe figure. She reclined languidly in the viscous fluid, her snow-white legs elevated, with blood cascading down her delicate feet. One hand held a wine glass, gently swirling its contents, while the other tilted the glass, allowing the rich blood to flow into her mouth. Within moments, she had drained the glass dry. "You have finally arrived," came a chilling voice. At this, Marka immediately heightened his alertness, his eyes fixed intently on the figure in the tub. Crash! The glass shattered. The girl rose gracefully, her porcelain skin revealed. Yet, as Marka's gaze traveled down her alabaster collarbone, he noted the blood from the bathtub cascading over her skin, enveloping her like a robe. The blood which Amaya. The captain's gaze remained icy as he spoke gravely. Her scarlet lips curled into a slight smile, her blood-red eyes sparkling with amusement. "Captain, we have a new face among us. It seems my little pet has caused you some trouble, little pet." Marka was taken aback, then realized it referred to the flesh sphere from the 4th level. Disgusting creature. Marka spat. Amaya's blood-red eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. In that moment, Marka felt as though he were prey being stalked by a dangerous beast, beads of sweat trickling down his back. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to show fear. His expression remained calm, as if untouched by the palpable pressure. Seeing Marka's composure, Amaya felt a twinge of wariness. He seemed somewhat stronger than those 2 incompetent subordinates. But just somewhat. Amaya raised her hands to her shoulders, the blood transforming into a bubble bath, gradually morphing into a flowing crimson garment. Pretending to disregard Marka and the captain's presence, she lifted a few fingers and began to play with her nails. "A few little mice sneaking into my abode. Do they truly believe I would not notice you?" Marka and the captain exchanged glances, coming to an understanding. Their commotion in the 4th level had been too conspicuous, all thanks to that flesh sphere. Observing Amaya's relaxed demeanor, Marka frowned. They were at a standoff, yet neither side had made a move. An ominous premonition stirred within him as Amaya's lips curled upward. "What are you waiting for? For me to set a trap?" "What?" Marka's expression shifted. In the next moment, the entire palace underwent a transformation. With a resounding boom, flames erupted around the chamber, engulfing the area where both parties stood in an instant. The inferno enveloped them, forming a circular arena. It was only then that Marka sprang into action, launching a card towards Amaya. However, to his surprise, Amaya lightly chuckled and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a plume of fiery air surged from the ground, enveloping her figure in a swirling vortex of flames. Instantly, a similar surge of fiery air erupted from the distant ground, and as the 2 currents dissipated, Amaya had already teleported to a far-off location. This technique. Maka's eyes narrowed, a desire to seize it welling up within him. Not for any other reason, but simply because it was somewhat dazzling a him to get back on track, although Amaya had teleported away using this ability. The card Maka had just launched was not an offensive card. Rather, it was a junior detection card. Indeed, this card had a remarkably wide effective range. As long as it locked onto a target, unless the subject teleported 2 miles away immediately, it was impossible to evade. Ding! Junior detection card activation successful. Detecting target. Magical Girl Amaya, comparing both parties' intelligence attributes. Judgment complete. Acquired 50 of the target's information. Only 50. Maka fell silent, realizing that his intelligence was significantly lower in comparison. Name: Amaya, distorted, distortion level, 100 class, Magical Girl health points, 100 magic points, 85 100 strength, 3 agility, 6 stamina, 6 intelligence, 10 charm, 1 skill 1, flame manipulation, passive mastery over the primordial magic of fire, allowing for unrestrained manipulation of flame power. Skill 2, flame domain, creates an area surrounded by flames, slightly enhancing the elemental intensity of fire within the area and increasing control over flames. This ability has a long casting time and is a trap-setting capability. Skill 3, flame traversal, can traverse through flames within a radius of 50 meters. Skill 4, flame shield. Skill 5, flame nucleobomb, primordial magic. Although he had only acquired 50, the information was substantial. Maka quickly summarized the data. The most significant disparity was that Amaya's intelligence attribute was double his own. Intelligence attributes pertain to the maximum limit of magic points and recovery capabilities, but more critically, the potency of magical attacks is directly dependent on intelligence attributes, and this twofold difference was likely considerable. Another key point was the flame nucleobomb. He had to be wary of this primordial magic, as its name alone suggested formidable power. Maka mused. Previously, he had faced the moonlit magical girl Lishinue, whose primordial magic was quite strong. Fortunately, it was not of the offensive variety, or else he would have likely perished before his captain could rescue him. "Hey, new face, what are you thinking about?" A voice interrupted Maka's thoughts. And as he snapped back to reality, he saw Amaya raising her left hand, causing the ground to suddenly crack open with a fiery fissure, unleashing a torrent of intense flames towards him at lightning speed. "Oh no!" Maka's expression stiffened as he leaped to evade, but glancing at the flames approaching him so closely, it seemed he was already out of time. Chapter 18. Maka versus Amaya in a moment of dire urgency. The captain extended her hand, giving Maka a boost in midair. Maka rolled and narrowly avoided the fiery assault, but the fissure had already licked up the captain's arm, igniting it in flames. "Captain," Maka's expression changed. Echoing her name, the captain retracted her hand, calmly observing the flames raging on her arm. With a scoff, a surge of crimson energy erupted from her, extinguishing the fire in an instant. Amaya gazed coldly at the captain, paying no heed to Maka beside her. To them, the only threat posed by the remaining monster cadre was the man before them. As for the other 2 monsters and this new face, they were merely garbage that could be extinguished with a mere flick of their wrists. Underestimated, am I? Maka's eyes twitched slightly, recognizing Amaya's intent, yet the truth remained. Just moments ago, the fiery aura Amaya had unleashed was nearly on par with his ice-fire magic sphere. Which was astonishing. He understood that the root cause was the significant gap in intelligence attributes between himself and Amaya. Maka promptly retrieved a vial of potion, disregarding everything else, and drank it down without hesitation. The moment the azure liquid entered his system, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, especially invigorating his mind, as if his thoughts had become swifter and clearer. Consequently, his intelligence attribute soared to 7 points. Although it still paled in comparison to Amaya's, at least he now had a foundation for resistance. Both the captain and Amaya turned their gaze toward the slowly rising Maka, pondering what he had just consumed. "Every ounce of my power burns through my life force. If I were to unleash it recklessly, once my peak has passed, I might not be able to catch up to someone intent on fleeing." The captain approached Maka, not inquiring about the potion he had just ingested, but instead discussing strategy. "I'll entrust you with her first form. Can you manage it?" The first form likely referred to the fire magic form. Akin to the moonlit magical girl, Maka contemplated for a moment and believed that he had grown considerably stronger since his arrival in this world. Feeling confident in handling Amaya's first form, "No problem." Maka nodded earnestly, gradually approaching Amaya. End this swiftly. I believe in you. The captain's voice resonated from behind, and Maka merely smiled calmly. Amaya, hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. You think he can deal with me? In the next instant, Amaya made her move, sweeping her hands towards Maka. Two flames erupted, hurtling towards him. Maka held a card in his hand, but did not wish to waste it on such casual attacks. He sidestepped, skillfully dodging Amaya's assault. His movements were nimble as he approached Amaya from the right, searching for an opening in her side. Amaya narrowed her eyes slightly. She would not grant Maka an opportunity. With her hands pressed together, the ground surrounding Maka ignited in fierce flames, forming a fiery circle that ensnared him. Maka looked at the surrounding inferno with a sense of discomfort. No, he could not afford to be consumed like this. He contemplated. The strength of Amaya's casual strike should not be this high. She was also in magical girl form. Why was she so much more formidable than the moonlit magical girl? The key point was the flame domain. Yes, it was this trap that not only amplified Amaya's firepower but also significantly enhanced her control over flames, allowing her to effortlessly conjure the fire circle, but to dismantle the flame domain. Maka pondered, realizing he currently lacked any cards that could achieve that. However, he did possess a universal ability capable of nullifying the enemy's skills. That would be Flame Force Field. Deprivation, Maka shouted. The Reclaimer attempts to deprive the magical ability Flame Force Field. The property of this ability is intelligence, and the difficulty of deprivation depends on the Reclaimer's intelligence attribute, consuming 2 magic points for activation. Immediately, Maka felt his magic points penetrating an invisible field. Yet, compared to depriving the radiant moonlight, infiltrating this domain was evidently more challenging. A careless mistake could lead to outright failure. This ability was not guaranteed to succeed 100%, depending on the type of skill and the gap in intelligence attributes. The difficulty would vary significantly. Such domain-type abilities were clearly harder to deprive. Nevertheless, relying on his intuition, Maka adeptly controlled the magical energy required to nullify the domain. In just a few seconds, the deprivation was completed. Instantly, Maka felt the power of the domain dissipate. Flame Force Field deprivation successful. Flame Force Field, type, magical attack quality, white effect, constructs a domain engulfed in flames, slightly enhancing the elemental intensity of fire within the area and increasing control over flames. This ability has a long casting time and is a trap-setting capability. Magic points consumption, 10 boost strength, 3 prerequisite attribute, intelligence attribute 7 cooldown, 120 seconds success rate, 100 evaluation, if deployed in advance. It can provide a decent boost, however, if caught in an ambush, it becomes a wasted card. Maka pocketed this card. In the current battle scenario, it held no value whatsoever. Yet, neutralizing the opponent's trap was its greatest merit. Gone? Impossible! Amaya exclaimed in disbelief as she watched her flame domain vanish. She had been observing Maka within the fire circle, perplexed as to why he had not exited, readying an attack to strike him down, only to find her own flame domain had inexplicably disappeared. Was it his doing? How had he accomplished that? Amaya's mind raced with suspicion. Once activated, the flame domain was notoriously difficult to dispel. Even the captain had to expend considerable effort to counter it earlier. What had this guy been up to inside the fire circle? Enraged, Amaya conjured a fireball in her hand. With the flame domain gone, her ability to manipulate flames was considerably hindered. She hurled the fireball, aiming directly at Maka within the circle. Boom! Just as the fireball was about to enter the fire circle, a figure darted out. Maka, card in hand, immediately activated its ability upon seeing Amaya. Icefire Magic Sphere. A magic sphere, half engulfed in flames and half exuding icy breath, shot forth, aimed directly at Amaya. At such close range, Amaya had no time to evade and hastily summoned her flame shield. Suddenly, a semicircular shield of fiery red energy enveloped Amaya. The Icefire Magic Sphere collided with the shield, unleashing a terrifying force. Boom! Flames and frost swirled violently, filling the air with smoke. As the dust settled, the flame shield remained intact, albeit with minor damage. Maka was somewhat astonished. His Icefire Magic Sphere had shattered the shield of the moonlit magical girl with ease. Now, the intelligence attribute has increased by 2 points, and the power has risen by at least 20. Why, then, has it only resulted in such meager damage? Suddenly, It dawned on me that Amaya's shield possesses a fire attribute. His Ice-Fire magic ball is of both ice and fire attributes. One suffers a decrease in power due to matching attributes, while the other is countered by elemental weakness, which explains the unsatisfactory performance. In light of this, I shall employ this card that is particularly effective against shields. Maka produced the card, focusing his thoughts and instinctively channeling magic into it. The card activated, unleashing the Radiant Moon Prism. A series of radiant moonlight prisms materialized beside Maka, too. During this accumulation of power, Amaya could have evaded with a swift maneuver, yet upon witnessing that familiar ability beside Maka, her eyes narrowed in alarm. This ability, how could you possess Xiaoya's magic? Amaya was stunned with disbelief. Had he stolen Xiaoya's techniques? You should focus on yourself first. Maka chuckled. He took a few steps, seemingly stalling for time. Observing this, Amaya was about to retract her shield, but just as the thought crossed her mind, Maka unleashed the 8 accumulated prisms, launching them towards her. Damn it. Amaya seethed inwardly, but knowing she could not evade the incoming prisms, she resolved to reinforce her fire shield, hoping it would withstand the onslaught. Alas, Maka sneered. The Radiant Moon Prism is most adept at shattering shields. The 8 prisms struck the shield, causing it to shatter instantly. Amaya's lips curled into a slight smile as a surge of fiery energy erupted. She intended to withdraw through this fiery current, however, Maka had long anticipated this move. The 30-second cooldown had elapsed. He extended his hand, intoning slowly, Fire Transference, Deprivation, Chapter 19, desperately reclaiming the source magic. The fiery current enveloping Amaya suddenly spiraled out of control, converging toward Maka. What? Amaya's expression turned aghast. She felt her released power being eroded, as if it were being absorbed. She released magic to resist this encroachment. Both forces held in a stalemate for a brief second, until the sharp prism pierced Amaya's body, blood splattering forth. At this moment, Amaya could no longer resist Maka's magical erosion. The fiery current swirled towards him like a vortex, gradually transforming into fiery particles, which swiftly coalesced into a new card. Fire Transference, Type, Magical Ability Quality, White Effect. Can traverse through flames within a 50-meter radius. Magic cost, 7 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 5 cooldown time, 10 seconds evaluation. A teleportation type spell. The user's skill determines the card's strength. The magical erosion of deprivation can actually be resisted. This is somewhat unexpected. Maka furrowed his brow, pondering that had the Radiant Moon Prism not struck in time, he doubted he could have matched Amaya. After all, her magical strength surpassed his. Yet, if the erosion of deprivation could be countered, how could he reclaim abilities when the enemy is prepared? Is this a limitation of the card hunter profession? Or perhaps that it is because I have yet to truly awaken? Maka murmured to himself. Indeed, he was merely capable of utilizing the ability of deprivation, lacking any additional professional enhancements. He believed that a profession capable of dominating an era could not possibly lack methods to address its shortcomings. He noted this down, intending to inquire with Senior Ing once he traversed this world. Maka then turned his gaze to Amaya. At this moment, Amaya was pierced by the 8 prisms, bloodied and in a pitiful state. However, unlike Xinyue's previous predicament, Amaya did not lose her voice. She could still move her limbs, even clenching her fists tightly. Very well, very well. Amaya coughed twice, her lips curling upward, her crimson eyes growing ever more vivid, as if a terrifying power within her was on the verge of erupting. Though Maka felt a sense of caution, he recalled his agreement with the captain that once Amaya's second form was forced out, the captain would intervene. Thus he did not falter. Instead, he teased with a grin. What? Is your next line going to be successfully angered me? Upon seeing Maka's amused expression, Amaya's demeanor darkened further. She remained silent, slowly grasping the hairpin in her fiery red hair. Following Maka's gaze, he noticed a brilliant red gem embedded in the hairpin, exquisite and translucent. With just a glance, Maka realized the implication. This is the source of fire magic. The same scene, the same maneuver. Maka could predict Amaya's next move. He hurriedly attempted to construct a card, only to find that his 2 remaining offensive cards were cooling down. Damn it, I still lack sufficient cards. Maka grimaced, realizing the shortcomings of the card master profession. The advantage of a card master lies in the ability of cards to encompass various professional capabilities, dazzling in their array, yet the drawback is that insufficient cards lead to a rather embarrassing vacuum period. Thankfully, he was a card hunter, able to deprive abilities and transform them into cards. A typical novice card master would likely struggle to produce even a few usable cards. Amaya coldly smiled, gripping the fiery red gem tightly in her hand. Then, crack, she shattered the gem, unleashing the terrifying magical energy contained within the source of fire magic, accumulating it within her grasp. This move is, Amaya declared, as she began to gather an ever-growing giant fireball in her hand. Maka gritted his teeth, a card in his hand shattered. Fire transference. In an instant, a spiraling current of fire enveloped Maka, while a flame surged from Amaya's position. Maka found himself directly before Amaya, with no cards available. It was time for close combat. Maka swung his hand towards Amaya. Slap! The sharp sound echoed throughout the palace. This slap left Amaya disheveled, yet the gaze beneath her fiery locks became increasingly menacing. You will die. In the next moment, hovering above them, the long-accumulated giant fireball began to descend. This was Amaya's magical source ability. Fire nuke. Maka's expression shifted drastically. Amaya intended to take them both down. However, even if Amaya perished, she had her second form, but he did not. Not again. Maka instinctively raised his hand, aiming at the terrifying giant fireball. Gazing at the immense fireball, radiating a heat akin to the sun, he shouted, "Deprivation." Suddenly, the falling fireball halted mid-air, as Maka's magic began to infiltrate it. Warning, deprivation ability cooldown insufficient by 30 seconds. This attempt will overdraw the magic pattern, potentially causing certain risks, and the next deprivation cooldown will extend to 60 seconds. Maka disregarded the warning. He understood that any damage to the magic pattern could lead to diminished combat strength in this world or, worse, a permanent reduction in power. But with life at stake, he could afford no hesitation. The Reclaimer attempts to deprive the magical ability Fire Nuke, which is slightly higher in level between white and green, costing 2.5 magic points to activate the card. Warning, warning. The Reclaimer's remaining magic points are insufficient, failure imminent. Maka noted the warning, silently retrieving a potion from his storage space. Magic recovery potion. Without hesitation, he drank several mouthfuls. A mysterious energy coursed through his body, gradually restoring his magic within the meridians. Again with this maneuver, again with this maneuver. Behind him, Amaya glared at Maka as he continued to invade the Fire Nuke's magic, seething with fury. She would not allow Maka to succeed again. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her waning strength and approached Maka from behind, clenching her fist, preparing to unleash her final might upon him. Maka's situation was precarious. Any disruption during the deprivation process could lead to failure. Maka's gaze sharpened, his left hand retrieving a card. There was no other choice. He had to attempt it. He needed to simultaneously channel the ability of deprivation with his right hand and activate the card with his left. This was an almost impossible feat. For a novice card master, merely activating a card would demand all their focus, let alone multitasking. Yet Maka believed he could manage it. 2 tasks requiring complete concentration. He would perform them both, drawing upon his instinct to activate the card. Maka divided his focus, channeling magic into the card. Meanwhile, he did not neglect the encroachment into the Fire Nuke. The card in his left hand glowed increasingly bright. And just as Amaya's fist was about to strike, the card suddenly shattered. In the next moment, a magical barrier materialized, and Amaya's fist struck the barrier instead. This is the rebound shield. Waves rippled across the barrier, and immediately, an equal force rebounded towards Amaya. With a loud smack, Amaya fell to the ground. Hearing this, Maka smiled faintly. He had succeeded. His fingers danced, and in the next instant, the giant fireball above dissipated into countless spark particles. Under Maka's complete control, these spark particles reassembled, forming a card that landed in Maka's hand. Fire Nuke deprivation successful. Fire Nuke, type, magical attack quality, white-green effect, accumulates a giant fireball containing immense energy, unleashing a massive explosion with a radius of at least 30 meters. Magic cost, 17 power value, 14 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 10 cooldown time, 300 seconds evaluation. A card below green quality. Yet the power unleashed reaches the pinnacle of white quality cards. My word. The power of the magical source is indeed formidable. If this were to strike me, I would surely meet my end. Maka gasped for breath, unable to suppress his lingering fear. His magical energy had completely depleted, yet under the influence of the mana potion, it was gradually recovering at a rate of 1 point per second. The recent deprivation had lasted for at least half a minute. Indeed, green quality cards were not so easily stripped away. Maka caressed the card. He slowly regained his composure. Wait, why does it feel so cold at my back? Maka's eyes suddenly narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, a blood-red scythe flashed past him from the right, its sharp edge aimed directly at his neck. Chapter 20. Capture of the Blood Witch? Clang! The blood-red scythe struck its target, erupting with a sound akin to steel colliding. Maka, breathless with tension, watched as a hand engulfed in a blazing crimson aura gripped the scythe tightly. Despite the blade's violent tremors, it could not escape the grasp of that hand. Captain, Maka, grateful to be alive, patted his chest and turned to his savior, the captain. The captain nodded slightly, his expression calm, and said, "Leave the rest to me." In an instant, the captain's aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in a fiery red blaze. His figure flickered, and he launched a powerful punch toward the target behind Maka. Whoosh! A rush of wind swept past Maka's ears as a crimson arc shot forth. Striking the ground not far away so fast, Maka's eyes narrowed as he realized that this was no battle he could partake in, at least in his current state of magical depletion. He was no match for the Blood Witch. As the arc dissipated, the true form of the Blood Witch, Amia, emerged, seemingly reborn from blood, her attire soaked in crimson. Even her lustrous long hair dripped with blood. Her blood-red eyes gleamed with a dangerous intensity. Maka took a couple of steps back, while the captain advanced closer. In the next moment, the captain surged forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a flickering afterimage. He suddenly appeared before Amia, launching a punch enveloped in a fierce red aura, to which Amia hastily raised her blood-colored scythe to block. Clang, clang, clang. The captain's fists struck the blood-red scythe with the force of steel, one blow after another. With the final punch, the scythe shattered, transforming into a pool of blood. Amia's face was filled with disbelief, as if she could not comprehend the extent of the captain's power. Reacting swiftly, she transformed into a streak of blood and attempted to evade. The captain pursued her closely. The two engaged in a fierce battle at a speed that Maka could barely perceive. According to their plan, at full strength, the captain would force Amia into a state of injury and retreat. And he would seize that moment to obstruct her escape, even if just for an instant. Maka drew the tracking barrier card. Ordinary barrier cards would not be able to contain Amia. Her speed was simply too great. However, perhaps a tracking barrier would offer a chance. The fierce battle between the two reached its climax, with the captain dominating Amia throughout, and she was nearing her breaking point. No, I cannot continue fighting him like this. Amia glanced toward the nearby window. She had already notified her companions, believing they would arrive soon. What she needed to do now was to maneuver. Amia licked her blood-stained lips and sneered, "If you have the ability, then catch me with that." Amia transformed into a streak of blood, shooting away. Although the captain was fast, he could not catch her amid her full-speed evasion. During this time, Maka quietly activated the tracking barrier card. Tracking barrier activated. Target: Amia. Immediately, Maka observed a formation gradually taking shape beneath the swiftly moving blood light. At this moment, Amia was entirely focused on her escape, completely unaware of the anomaly beneath her feet. After she maneuvered past the captain, seizing an opportunity, she charged toward the window. Ha ha ha! Amia's manic laughter echoed through the room. The blood light reached the window. She was about to burst out of the room. And at that point, the captain would have no hope of capturing her. But just then, the formation beneath the blood light completed its construction, and with a flash of brilliance, a crystal barrier materialized in the blink of an eye. Trapping Amia within, bang! Amia slammed heavily against the crystalline wall of the barrier, interrupting her blood escape. What the hell? Amia stared at the barrier in astonishment, hastily conjuring a blood scythe from her own blood and slashing it against the crystalline wall. Crack! The crystal barrier shattered with a single strike. However, Maka smiled faintly. His task had already been accomplished. Just as Amia broke through the barrier and had yet to attempt another blood escape, the captain's figure suddenly appeared right before her. With a series of rapid punches that left afterimages in their wake, Amia was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the captain loomed above her, delivering a crushing kick. Bang! Amia was forcefully pinned beneath his foot, her complexion pale as if all strength had drained from her. The blood witch, Amia. The captain's indifferent voice echoed throughout the room. Capture successful. The collector has successfully cleared the 5th level of the blood-stained tower. Side quest completed. Reward. White-grade equipment. Magic robe. Magic robe type. Equipment quality. Ordinary durability. 20 defense. 2 equipment requirement. Intelligence attribute 7 equipment effect. Intelligence 3 rating. 130 description. Suitable for mages. Perhaps it would also be beneficial for cardmasters? Magic robe has been stored in the inventory, can be equipped. An equipment piece, indeed. Maka opened his storage space to examine the equipment for wearing. Before him appeared a screen akin to a game equipment interface, revealing empty slots for various body parts where he could don equipment. For instance, he could wear this magic robe on his torso, but could not layer another garment over it, as it would negate its effect. Maka counted the empty slots and found there were 5 for equipment and 3 for accessories, totaling 8 slots available for wearing. As he donned the magic robe, a light blue robe materialized around him, bestowing an air of mysterious authority. Now, my intelligence attribute has reached 10 points, matching that of an ordinary magical girl, coupled with the various cards I have acquired. I might finally be able to contend with a witch, Maka contemplated. Enhancing base attributes is the simplest yet most significant way to bolster strength. 3 points in intelligence not only boosts maximum mana by 30 but also raises the power of his cards by at least 30. No, perhaps even 50. After reaching the critical point of 10, the enhancements seem increasingly formidable. As Maka felt the surge of magic within him, the heightened intensity stirred to life, as if yearning for a fervent battle. However, it was time to wrap things up. Maka glanced at the captain. It seemed this mission was perfectly concluded. Just then, a tremendous crash reverberated from the palace's grand door. Maka and the captain turned their heads, and in the next moment, with a thunderous boom, the exquisite door shattered. A massive sphere came hurtling towards them. Watch out! The captain's gaze sharpened, and he surged forward. With a heavy punch, he struck the massive sphere. Splatter! The sphere exploded, spraying blood, and simultaneously, the black flames contained within erupted forth. This blazing inferno, a black flame, engulfed the captain's hand, spreading swiftly across his palm. The captain remained unfazed, attempting to extinguish it, but the flame showed no signs of abating. Gradually creeping up his arm, the captain's brow furrowed slightly. Maka observed the scene before the door. Outside, the black flames had ignited the walls of the building, creating a nightmarish hell of fire. From within the raging flames, a figure emerged slowly, dressed in a black cloak. The figure's hood obscured their features, yet beneath the brim, a pale skeletal mask was visible. She is mine. The cloaked figure pointed at the fallen Amia. Speaking coldly, their voice resonated like a soul from the depths of the abyss, ethereal and detached. Chapter 21. The indomitable black flame, a sudden emergence of a formidable foe. Damn it, where did he come from? Maka felt a surge of wariness toward this unexpected individual. The black flames he radiated were beyond even the captain's ability to extinguish. This indicated that his strength was undoubtedly on par with the witch, if not surpassing that of the blood witch. Curious, where did such a figure originate? Maka pondered, confused. Within the world of magical girls, there should only be 2 factions wielding extraordinary power: the magical girls themselves and the Monster Association. Could he be a newly emerged monster? Maka glanced at the captain, but the captain's furrowed brow and silence suggested he too was in the dark. The recently exploded sphere appeared to be a blood sphere, implying that this individual had ascended from below. Maka's thoughts raced. Oh no, what about Lisa and Hala? At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled, accompanied by a loud crash, and a huge opening appeared. A colossal figure leaped up, landing heavily on the ground. It was Hala, carrying Lisa. The blood witch's power seemed to have vanished, and the eerie energy of the entire blood-stained tower was dissipating, allowing them to escape from the black flames. Lisa, still shaken, patted her chest. He came up here to kill us? Maka gestured toward the cloaked figure. Lisa nodded. Yes, and be wary of his black flames. Once they touch you, they cannot be extinguished and will spread rapidly, posing a grave danger. As she spoke, Lisa glanced at Hala's back, which was already engulfed by the black flames, continuously scorching Hala's life force. The reason why Hala is still holding on is not merely due to its tenacity for life, but also because Lisa has bestowed upon its surface a layer of magic, continuously supplying it to resist the searing of the black flames. This truly is troublesome. Leave it to me. Maka approached Hala from behind. Do you have a solution? Lisa inquired, taken aback. Yes, but we must be cautious of the figure in the black robe. Maka's gaze flickered towards the doorway. That moment, the captain was engaged in a tense standoff with the robed figure, both parties seemingly waiting for the other to make a move. Leave him to me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The black-robed figure reiterated, his tone unyielding, as if he had already secured Amaya. The captain responded coldly. Absolutely not. Then there is nothing to discuss. A surge of black flames erupted from the robed figure's hand. With a sweeping motion, the flames surged towards the captain. Gritting his teeth, the captain appeared unable to withstand the onslaught of the black flames. He swiftly maneuvered, dodging the flames while closing in on the robed figure. Yet, he was still tainted by a few flickers of black fire, but he successfully approached his adversary. The two once again became entangled in fierce combat. Seeing that the captain was holding off the black-robed figure, Maka hastily retrieved a vial of magical potion and gulped it down. A premonition surged through him. An exceedingly chaotic battle was imminent. What a nuisance! Maka spat, exasperated that just as they were nearing completion, calamity struck. Not daring to overextend his magical pathways again, he waited for several seconds. Once his magic had cooled, he aimed his hand at Hala's back and shouted, "Deprivation?" Instantly, his magic infiltrated the black flames. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. What? Maka exclaimed in shock. The magic that had invaded his body was actually consumed by the black flames. It was utterly unable to infiltrate. And in fact, it only fueled the flame's intensity. Damn it, I understand now. These black flames thrive on consuming magic to grow stronger. Maka discerned the crux of the matter at a glance. Lisa, remove the magic affixed to Hala. Maka commanded. What? Will that even help? Lisa questioned, astonished, yet obediently withdrew the magic. The magical barrier vanished, and the black flames began to scorch Hala's surface in earnest. The pain of the burning flames was so intense that even Hala had to grit its teeth. Hold on, Hala, just a little longer, Maka encouraged. Just as he had anticipated, after Hala endured for a while, the once unquenchable black flames began to show signs of waning. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. The reason these black flames burned endlessly was that they consumed the magic of their target to bolster themselves. Maka noted, but since Hala itself harbored no magic, once Lisa withdrew her magic, it began to dissipate. Such a formidable ability. It is a pity that it cannot be deprived. Maka sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. He had now clearly recognized a flaw. The deprivation ability of the card hunter merely provides a means to seize abilities. Whether one can genuinely strip away another's power hinges greatly on the strength of one's own magic. If one's magical prowess is inferior to that of the opponent, deprivation is impossible. Such an evident flaw. I refuse to believe that the card hunters have no means of improvement. It must be that I have yet to fully awaken. Maka clenched his fist. Although his senior, Ing, had not spoken of it, he had most likely surmised that the others were testing him. Only by successfully navigating this world could he truly awaken to the card hunter profession. At that time, obtaining the corresponding passive abilities would enable him to unleash the full might of deprivation. No more dwelling on this. Resolving the battle is paramount. Maka glanced at his mana, 74-100, gradually recovering ahead. The captain's battle with the black-robed figure was exceedingly arduous. His body was engulfed in black flames that he could not extinguish. The black-robed figure's robes were also tattered, indicating his declining state. We cannot delay. The captain mentioned that his power is sustained by burning his vitality, and as time passes, his condition will worsen. We must assist him. Maka turned to Lisa and Hala. The two nodded in agreement. Do not concern yourselves with me. The priority is to carry away the blood witch. You must leave first. Just then, the captain's voice rang out. The group exchanged worried glances but chose to obey the captain's command. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. The black-robed figure spoke ominously, targeting Amaya's position, his right hand raised in a claw-like gesture, lifting it forcefully. Instantly, the ground around Amaya ignited with black flames, tightly encircling her. Approaching would inevitably result in being engulfed by the flames. Ha! Maka chuckled lightly. They had an ally who was utterly unfazed by the black flames. Hala! Go! With a fierce roar, Hala leaped through the black flames, scooping up Amaya from the ground. Then, with a powerful jump, he soared over the flames, falling gracefully to the ground. As for the black flames clinging to him, they dissipated shortly after, for he housed no magic. Go! Maka directed, and the group hurriedly dashed towards the window. Damn it! The black-robed figure growled, reaching towards Maka and the others' retreating forms, intent on attacking. But the captain intervened just in time. Halting him, you bothersome wretch! The black-robed figure bellowed in frustration. Meanwhile, Hala punched through the window, and the group stood at the edge, gazing down at the several dozen meters below. It seems we must rely on our own abilities to descend. Maka remarked with a faint smile, I can handle this. Lisa replied cheerfully, leaping down. She plummeted straight from the height, arms spread wide, her long hair billowing behind her. She laughed lightly as she fell, as if reveling in the exhilarating experience of free-falling. Soon, she was mere meters from the ground. If she did not act soon, she would undoubtedly splatter upon impact. In a flash, Lisa produced her whip, which extended suddenly, latching onto a nearby tree trunk with a powerful tug. She used the tree's support to leap onto a branch, landing securely. Hala roared, leaping down as well. Wait, Hala! Maka called out in alarm. Even with your resilience, jumping from this height. Hala descended close to the wall, and when he was only a few meters from the ground, he smashed his fist into the wall, grabbing hold of the interior floor with a vice-like grip. Boom, boom, boom. The floors within the building began to collapse under the immense pressure. But this also served to cushion Hala's fall. Ultimately, he halted a few meters above the ground, remaining motionless. With a single leap, he landed soundly. Well, I underestimated you. It seems orcs are not devoid of intelligence. Maka teased, leaving only himself. He pulled out a card. Fire Spire. The card shattered, and Maka snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind enveloped him, and as the flames subsided, he found himself no longer in the same spot. At Hala's location, a fiery spiral ascended, revealing Maka's figure. He had traversed through the black flames on Hala's back. All right, now that we have successfully escaped, let us proceed to the designated spatial transit device with Amaya, Maka declared. The group synchronously sprinted towards the road, heading for the prearranged evacuation point. However, a chilling night breeze swept past, sending a bone-chilling shiver down Maka's spine. Wait, I have a feeling. Maka halted, scanning the surroundings. It seemed as though a dangerous beast had set its sights on them. What? Lisa and Hala came to a stop, their vigilance heightened. Suddenly, Maka realized something and quickly looked up in the night sky. A full moon hung high, and at its center loomed a shadowy figure. That is the Night Witch, hunting in the darkness. Chapter 22. The battle with the Night Witch again, in the bloody building on the 5th floor. The captain, engulfed in black flames, was panting heavily as he struggled against the black-robed figure. The robed figure's attire was significantly tattered, exposing tightly wrapped garments beneath. His skeletal mask bore cracks on the left side, a testament to the captain's previous blow, threatening to shatter completely at any moment. Give up. You cannot outlast me, the black-robed figure said coldly. I do not wish to kill you unless you bring it upon yourself. Ha! The black flames gradually encroached upon the captain's face, yet beneath the flames, a faint smirk appeared at the captain's lips. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted forth. Boom! A wave of black energy surged from the captain's body, replacing the previous crimson glow. Simultaneously, the relentless black flames began to dissipate under the influence of this black aura. What? The black-robed figure gasped in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Beneath his mask, his expression turned grave. Beads of sweat trickling down, the aura emanating from the captain now exuded not only an overwhelming sense of danger, but also an inexplicable eeriness. Heh heh. The captain chuckled softly, appearing before the black-robed figure in a blur. His fist, imbued with black energy, poised to strike but halted mid-air, poised above the robed figure yet not descending. The black-robed figure tensed, momentarily paralyzed by fear. The captain at this moment was terrifying. The captain scrutinized the black-robed figure, his shifting gaze seeming to decipher something. His fist remained suspended, and he turned his head to gaze towards the window. "This is not good, the Night Witch," Maka spoke gravely. Lisa and Hala also recognized the gravity of the situation. They had not yet managed to escape when they were targeted by the arriving witch. Furthermore, the reason the Night Witch had arrived so late was likely because she had sought out the Azure Witch first. This meant they might have to confront Point Two witches. Ha ha ha, so it is you, my prey. The Night Witch's eyes locked onto Maka, a sickly smile spreading across her face. Last time, an annoying pest allowed you to escape. But this time you shall not get away. A frigid tone reverberated through the night sky. Maka drew forth his cards, Moonlit Diamond. A cascade of moonlit brilliance materialized beside him, and as Maka's eyes glimmered, the sharp shards of light soared towards the Night Witch above. "Heh, do you truly believe the same trick will work on me again?" Li Xinyue scoffed, her form flitting like a specter through the nocturnal expanse. The so-called moonlit diamonds would not touch her this time. As she glided through the shadows, she drew all the shards together, extending her hand to grasp firmly, Shadow Devour. Instantly, the shadows upon the ground came to life, morphing from a flat plane into a three-dimensional entity, devouring all the moonlit shards suspended in midair, before returning to their original state. The witch was indeed formidable. Maka's tone grew grave as he braced himself. "You all go ahead. I will hold her off," he instructed Liza and Hala behind him, understanding that their primary objective was to capture the witch, and it was imperative they brought Amaya back safely. "Hold me off? Do you truly think you can?" Li Xinyue's voice echoed through the night as she leapt downwards, plunging directly into the shadows beneath. Then, Maka beheld the shadow animate, gradually encroaching upon him. This tactic was indeed troublesome. As he pondered his cards, he realized that none could counter her. If he employed the flame and ice magic sphere to attack directly, his conventional methods would enter cooldown. The fire nucleus explosion was his mightiest card, and he could not afford to use ITI in that case. "I shall gain another ability." Maka raised his hand, aiming at the advancing shadow deprivation. The Reclaimer attempts to strip the magical ability of shadow traversal, consuming 2 mana points. Immediately, the swiftly moving shadow halted, its trembling edges suggesting a struggle against something. "Another one of your tricks," Li Xinyue's voice came from beneath the shadow. As Maka's magic infiltrated. Li Xinyue's magic resisted, the two forces locked in a delicate balance. Maka's gaze sharpened, and he retrieved a second card, gradually activating Li Xinyue. Melding with the shadows, noted Maka's maneuver. "No, I cannot afford to be worn down. If that magic sphere strikes me without resistance, it could be perilous." Thus, she chose to abandon this shadow, bursting forth. Li Xinyue slipped into another shadow, transforming into it, the entire shadow shifting before rising in an astonishing manner. This shadow reformed into a monstrous entity, standing bipedally, its upper limbs morphing into scythes, charging towards Maka. Shadow Traversal Deprivation successful. Shadow Traversal, type, magical ability quality, white effect, allows fusion with shadows, enabling movement and traversal within them. Mana cost, 5 prerequisite, intelligence 5 cooldown, 10 seconds evaluation, average with Li Xinyue's resistance absent. Maka swiftly completed the deprivation, acquiring yet another commendable card. Gazing at the approaching Li Xinyue, he remained unfazed, producing the card he had already fully charged. Flame and Ice Magic Sphere. 2 magical spheres launched forth, merging mid-air to form the Ice-Fire Magic Sphere, striking directly at the shadowy monstrosity. With a resounding explosion, Li Xinyue emerged from the shadows, disheveled and dirted, her attire slightly tattered. "What power? How have you grown so much stronger?" She gritted her teeth, incredulous that the prey she had hunted so relentlessly the previous night now possessed the strength to injure her. "How did you achieve this? Such matters are beyond your comprehension." Maka chuckled lightly. "You are even more arrogant than I. What an intriguing prey you are," Li Xinyue murmured, her sharp teeth grinding together. Maka shrugged. "To be honest, you wouldn't believe me in Li Xinyue's worldview. Witches could augment their powers through various means, but the process was invariably slow. However, with the rewards from the club and the aid of his occupational abilities, Maka could elevate his combat prowess rapidly. From being a fledgling in this world to standing against a witch, he had risen dramatically. I should belong to the upper echelon of strength now. Though I have yet to reach the level of a captain, Maka contemplated inwardly. So, do you now think I can hold you off? He inquired, his gaze drifting to Liza and the others, who were retreating further away. His tension slightly easing. Heh, you may have managed to hold me off, but do you believe that ensures their safety? Li Xinyue covered her mouth, a sneer playing on her features. What? Maka paused. Realization dawning upon him. Of course, another witch lurks in the shadows. Panic surged through him as he glanced towards Liza and the others fleeing direction, spotting a cerulean figure atop a nearby building. The Azure Witch. Come back, Maka shouted, but alas, it was too late. In an instant, the night erupted with a myriad of azure lights, an overwhelming magical aura cascading forth. Chapter 23. The Witch's Interception, Spirit Rain. Liza and Hala were fleeing at full speed when suddenly, a chilling female voice rang out from the nearby building. They turned to find themselves confronted with a deluge of magical assaults. Brilliant blue light illuminated the night sky as the blue-haired maiden on the rooftop raised her right hand, aiming at their direction. In that moment, countless tiny blue light ions shot forth, striking towards Liza and Hala with terrifying intensity. Watch out! Hala bellowed, positioning himself in front of Liza. In the next breath, a multitude of light ions collided against him. Hala's massive form enduring an unimaginable barrage of magical attacks. Hala! Liza's face turned anxious as she brandished her whip, swinging it with all her might. The extended whip struggled to deflect the incoming light ions, but against the dense array of particles, it was but a drop in the ocean. Hala clutched Amaya tightly in his arms. She was their target, and they could not allow her to be harmed. It's over. It's the spirit witch, Eureka! Liza's expression revealed despair. They seemed unable to escape the blockade of a fully powered witch on the rooftop. Eureka, with her exquisitely delicate yet emotionless visage, continued to unleash a torrent of magical attacks. Her internal mana flowing like an unending spring, providing a constant supply of power. Observing that the two below were still resisting, Eureka's cold gaze flickered with a hint of magical light, then she raised her left hand, palm facing downwards, and pressed forcefully towards the two above Liza and Hala. A blue cloud formed. Spirit Rain, she murmured softly. Terrifying blue light ions cascaded from the cloud, descending like a rain of magical assault upon Hala and Liza. Damn it! Liza lifted her whip, attempting to shield against the falling spirit rain. Yet, the sheer volume of light ions was insurmountable, rendering her efforts futile. Countless light ions bombarded their bodies, as if they were caught in a hail of bullets. Liza's garments tattered and her flesh erupting with blood. Even Hala, despite his beastly resilience, found himself gasping for breath, on the brink of collapse. Such was the overwhelming suppressive force of a witch. They were utterly powerless to retaliate. The spirit witch's mana seemed inexhaustible, effortlessly conjuring such a vast magical assault without so much as a furrow of her brow. It appeared that these magical assaults were about to claim the lives of the last two members of the Monster Association. Two cards sliced through the darkness, hurtling towards them. One struck the cloud above them, and suddenly, two magic spheres emerged, converging into an ice-fire magic sphere that struck the cloud directly. With a thunderous explosion, the cloud began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the other card shattered before Hala, constructing a magical shield in front of him. Countless light ions collided against the shield. The shield struggled to withstand the torrent of magical attacks, soon displaying cracks. The fractures widened, threatening to shatter. However, upon the shield's destruction, a certain magical ability activated. The particles from the shattered shield transformed into a storm of blue light ions, clashing with the light ions shot forth by Eureka. The rebound shield, at the moment of its destruction, returned all the damage it had absorbed. Once again, a dense array of attacks surged forth, most of which canceled each other out. Yet, a few stray attacks still struck Hala, while simultaneously, Eureka was also hit by several assaults. She furrowed her brow, retracting her right hand, which had been continuously casting spells, and instead waved both hands, summoning a magical barrier to block the incoming light ions. Her gaze fixated on the figure rushing to their aid. It was him, the one who saved these two. "Are you all right? Can you still stand?" Maka asked the two, his expression grave. Liza lay on the ground, bloodied and unable to rise, seemingly devoid of combat capability. Hala's condition was dire as well. Even as a beastly creature, enduring multiple attacks from a witch posed a life-threatening risk. Gasping, Hala handed Amaya to Maka. "This is the target." He was nearly too weak to speak. "Well done, Hala." Maka accepted Amaya's form, recalling the captain's words. "The power of a witch originates from an unknown source. Should a witch perish, that eerie power dissipates and returns to its source. Thus, the blood witch must not be allowed to die." Yet, as Maka lifted Amaya, a chill ran down his spine. To his left loomed the pursuing night witch, while above was the spirit witch with his current strength. It seemed impossible to confront both witches simultaneously. "What should I do now?" Sweat trickled down Maka's forehead as he found himself at an impasse. "Hand her over to me, and I may forego the hunt tonight." Li Xinyue's voice rang out from the left. She slipped into the shadows, with pursuers not far behind. Maka could only proceed cautiously, drawing forth his cards. Radiant moonlight, 8 shards of light gradually coalesced around him. To his left, Li Xinyue emerged from the shadows, transforming into a shadowy beast that lunged at Maka. Not far away, Eureka's azure hair billowed, shimmering with a cerulean glow. She raised her right hand, palm directed at Maka. As a terrifying surge of magical energy gathered within her grasp, seemingly heralding a dreadful magical assault. Caught in a pincer movement, Maka felt a surge of foreboding, the 8 shards of light behind him uncertain of which assault to counter. Both witches were formidable. Should he fail to defend himself with full force, his life would be in jeopardy. In a moment of hesitation, Li Xinyue had already arrived at Maka's side, her hands morphing into shadowy scythes as she struck at him. At that instant, a blazing arc of crimson light approached, a figure exuding a red aura delivering a heavy kick to Li Xinyue. She was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The shadowy beast, struck by the powerful kick, reverted to Li Xinyue's true form, struggling to rise, her eyes ablaze with fury. For the second time, her gritted voice echoed through the night sky. The captain turned to Maka. "You handle Eureka. I will hold them off." Maka glanced sideways, noticing a figure clad in black robes slowly advancing, flames of darkness scorching the earth. The battlefield had shifted to the outside world, with Maka confronting the spirit witch, while the captain faced the night witch in a black cloak. Chapter 24. The battle for Amaya. Azure energy gathered in Eureka's palm, culminating in a massive beam of light. Maka swiftly summoned the 8 shards of light by his side, merging them to intercept the beam. The blue light collided with the shards, emanating an ominous magical aura. Yet, the shards successfully absorbed the impact, pushing back towards Eureka's direction. Eureka narrowed her eyes, raising her left hand. After gathering her strength, another beam erupted forth. The two beams clashed against the shards. At this juncture, both sides were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding ground. How much magical power does this woman possess? It seems inexhaustible. Maka wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling the earlier scene where Eureka had attacked Hara and the others. That magical onslaught was akin to a Gatling gun's barrage, utterly absurd. It truly is a case of precise targeting when in need, and overwhelming firepower when abundant. Curiosity piqued, Maka drew a card and employed his flying card technique, launching it toward Eureka. The card sped toward her, bolstered by magical energy, swiftly reaching her side. Eureka glanced over, poised to unleash a magical attack, but the card shattered before she could act. Subsequently, nothing transpired, for it was merely a basic detection card. Basic detection card activated successfully. Target: Eureka, assessing both parties' intelligence attributes. Assessment complete. Information acquired. 80 Name: Eureka. Aberration: Category: Witch. Status: Health points, 94 mana points, 170-300 Strength, 4 Agility, 6 Stamina, 9 Intelligence, 12 Charm, 0 Witch. State: Skill 1. Mana Drain: Passive absorbs negative emotions generated by humans to enhance maximum mana capacity. Skill 2. Spirit Rain: Disperses a vast array of light particles for wide-range strikes. Skill 3. Light Beam: Concentrates an immense amount of magical energy into a powerful beam. Skill 4. Spirit Restoration: Gradually restores one's mana but requires continuous activation. Impervious to any interruptions. Skill 5. Mana Shield. Accumulates vast magical energy to form a shield, which can be continuously reinforced. Skill 6. Magical Killing Formation. Origin Magic. Special Condition. Which state? Intelligence Attribute 2. Stamina 5. Enhanced Abilities. Retains magical origin powers. 300 maximum mana points. No wonder she can afford such consumption, Maka sighed, reflecting on how he had to be cautious with his own mana supply when using cards. Is this the stark difference between the affluent and the impoverished? He glanced at his mana bar. 44,100, damn it, not enough again. Yet, he was quite intrigued by her spirit restoration. If only he could obtain it. Maka's eyes sparkled as he plotted his strategy. His primary objective in this world was not merely to complete the main quest, but to enhance his own strength first, as long as his power was sufficient. The main quest would pose no challenge. Thus, he would not overlook any means that could bolster his abilities, intent on acquiring them. Even if he couldn't bring Amaya back, his gains from this venture would still be substantial. Maka licked his lips, resolved to claim that spirit restoration. But how could he obtain it? Should he charge in directly? No, that would be too reckless. Such brashness was the way of a melee brute. As a card master, he should employ cunning instead. He tapped his forehead, chuckling to himself. Then, he drew the recently acquired Shadow Translocation card. As the card shattered, he called out to Eureka from atop the building. If you wish to reclaim Amaya, come play hide and seek with me. With that, Maka embraced Amaya and melted into the shadows. The shadow beneath his feet stirred, moving toward a nearby grove in a residential area. Eureka's expression shifted as she realized Maka's intentions. Without hesitation, she leapt from the building, her lithe form dancing in the night. However, upon entering the grove, she was taken aback. The area was almost entirely shrouded in shadows. How could she possibly find Maka here? If it were anyone else, she might have had the upper hand, but unfortunately for her, she was up against him. Eureka remained silent, musing to herself. Unlike other witches, she seemed taciturn. Since the conflict began, she had uttered not a single harsh word. Raising her hands, her eyes glimmered with intent. Shimmering clouds appeared above the grove, as countless particles of light cascaded down, unleashing a devastating barrage upon the trees. Thus, Maka, hidden in the shadows, would inevitably be discovered. With the sound of trees crashing to the ground, the clouds began to drift, sweeping across the grove, leaving Maka with nowhere to hide. Quietly, a small patch of shadow stirred beneath the trees. As the clouds approached, it shifted to a different position, gradually cornered into a final wall. The two cloud formations advanced, enveloping the last remaining shadows. Yet, the anticipated magical assault did not arrive. The spirit witch Eureka took a few breaths, having exerted considerable energy to cover a small section of the grove. It had proven somewhat taxing for her. She glanced back, noting that the captain was also in dire straits, caught between the night witch and the figure in black robes, and no matter, she reassured herself, Maka cannot escape. The longer the battle lingers, the more advantageous it becomes for me. Thus, she began to employ her spirit restoration to recover her magical energy. The restoration process was gradually underway, demanding her full concentration. Of course, she felt secure in doing so, as being interrupted would not incur any negative effects. It merely meant her ability would enter a cool-down phase. Waiting for Maka to walk into her trap was also one of her objectives. She mused. Maka, too, shared this sentiment. After all, his aim was to wait for Eureka to activate her spirit restoration. Then he would seize it. The so-called game of hide and seek was not merely a delay tactic but a tactical maneuver towards his goal. Amidst the fallen trees, a small patch of shadow, concealed by the foliage, silently approached Eureka's side. Then, deprivation, a voice rang out, instantly shattering Eureka's spirit restoration status. Yet, Maka, as a consequence, materialized into view, exposed before Eureka. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. Found you. In an instant, the clouds descended upon Maka's location, and spirit rain began to pour down. However, Maka was already prepared. Another card shattered. Rebound Shield. A semicircular barrier enveloped Maka, but it would not hold for long. Seizing the opportunity, Maka deprived Eureka of her spirit restoration. As her status had been disrupted, the restoration was swiftly invaded, restructured, and formed anew. Collector successfully deprived Spirit Restoration. Spirit Restoration, type, magical recovery quality. White effect, upon activation, gradually restores one's mana, recovering 3 points per second, but requires constant activation and cannot be interrupted by any attacks. Mana cost, 0 enhancement strength, 2 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 7 cooldown time, 120 seconds evaluation. A magical recovery card that restores mana. But its activation conditions are stringent, easily interrupted, and only suitable for recovery post-battle. With the Spirit Restoration successfully deprived, Maka claimed this valuable card, which held significant utility for him. Even if it could only restore mana after disengagement, for a card master like him, whose power stemmed from mana, it was an essential recovery means. Under the relentless downpour of Spirit Rain, the rebound shield eventually shattered with a resounding crack, transforming into countless light particles that returned the damage inflicted. Taking advantage of the momentary clash of attacks, Maka withdrew from the area of conflict, standing in opposition to Eureka. Now that I have obtained what I needed, barring the magical origins of these two witches which I find somewhat enticing, there is no further need for combat, Maka contemplated. Perhaps I should simply make my escape. With the spatial transmission device, I can bring Amaya back. Thus, I will have completed my mission successfully. After a moment's reflection, he promptly activated the Shadow Translocation card, slipping into the shadows as he fled towards the direction of the spatial transmission device. Trying to escape, Eureka's eyes narrowed as she gathered energy for a beam, aiming at the fleeing shadow, but suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the shadows. It was Amaya. Eureka's beam of light dissipated as the figure was lofted into the air. He abandoned her? Eureka pondered as she prepared to seize the opportunity presented by the unconscious Amaya. However, she soon witnessed a colossal figure leaping up from the darkness, seizing Amaya with a single motion. It was the beastly creature, Hala. On his back, he bore the gravely injured Lisa, and after taking Amaya, he sprinted towards the direction of Maka. Yet, the two remained separated by an invisible barrier, as if engaged in a game of relay. Eureka, with a grim expression, aimed the beam of light at Hala. In a swift motion, Hala tossed Amaya towards the shadowy figure of Maka. Poor Amaya, the formidable blood which was being treated like a mere plaything. Cursed scoundrel, Eureka thought, yet she was not foolish. If that were the case, she would eliminate Hala first. She immediately aimed at Hala and prepared to unleash her beam. Hala threw Amaya to Maka. If Eureka was to confront him, then Amaya would be taken by Maka. The objective was accomplished. Wait, no. From the shadows, Maka suddenly spotted a dark silhouette hurtling through the night sky, catching the still falling Amaya with ease. Oh no, it was, ha ha ha. The Night Witch, Lishinue, cradled Amaya in her arms and burst into laughter. Amaya was secured. Chapter 25. Enhanced Flame Nuke, damn it. Maka rose from the shadows, gazing up at the Night Witch, Lishinue. He understood that, with her escape methods, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve Amaya from her grasp. If that were the case, then I shall ensure none of you can escape. A fierce glint sparkled in Maka's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, he held two cards between his fingers. One was his most powerful attack card, Flame Nuke, and the other, his sole support card, Power Amplifier card, Small. With an instinct that bordered on the uncanny, he knew precisely how to utilize the support card. He pressed the two cards together, activating the Power Amplifier card. In an instant, the card shattered, and its particles fused into the other card. Flame Nuke, Small Amplification, Type, Magical Attack Quality, Green, Temporary Level Effect. Accumulates a massive fireball containing tremendous energy, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion with a radius of at least 70 meters. Mana cost, 17 power value, 16, boosted by 2, prerequisite attribute, intelligence 7 cooldown time, 300 seconds evaluation, a temporary card empowered by the amplification card. With only one-time use, yet achieving a true green quality, marking a qualitative change in power. After integrating the amplifier card, Flame Nuke had escalated to a green level, with its range astonishingly increasing from 30 to 70 meters. This would be Maka's most formidable card at his current level. Flame Nuke, Maka shouted, and the card shimmered with the brightest blue light. As the card shattered, a terrifying aura surged forth. What is happening? In midair, Lishinue looked around, her sharp instinct sensing a gathering of an overwhelmingly dreadful energy. But where did it come from? Maka. Could it be him invoking it? Impossible. No matter how much he grows, he could not possibly exude such a potent aura. Just as Li Xinyue dismissed the thought in her mind, a searing wave of heat enveloped her, as if intent on incinerating her entirely. At that moment, the night was illuminated by a brilliant radiance. For above Li Xinyue, a gigantic fireball was born from thin air, resembling a sun of terror, radiating overwhelming pressure. Flame nuke? But Amaya de Li Xinyue's expression turned to one of horror, since it wasn't Amaya invoking it. The only one left was Maka. Damn it. His ability is truly insidious, capable of even seizing the source of magic. Li Xinyue thought, realizing there was no time for words. She needed to escape immediately, however, just as she made a move. The great sun above plummeted downward, a terrifying wave of heat pressing in from all directions. Li Xinyue, flying through the air, felt as if she had collided with an invisible wall of pressure, rendering her unable to flee. No, that fireball seemed larger than Amaya's, its power more terrifying. How could this be? Li Xinyue gazed at the sun above, her face etched with disbelief. It was one thing to deprive the source of magic, but why did the power unleashed surpass even that of Amaya herself? It was even more fearsome than Amaya's which transformation. No, I can withstand this attack, but what about Amaya? Li Xinyue glanced at Amaya in her arms. Gritting her teeth, there was no other choice. She had to do everything in her power to protect Amaya. Unable to escape the oppressive weight of the sun, Li Xinyue chose to fall to the ground, gathering all the surrounding shadows to form a protective shadow shield around them. I will join you. In this critical moment, even the usually taciturn Eureka shouted. She rushed over, braving the waves of pressure, struggling to reach Li Xinyue's position. If they did not simultaneously activate two shields, Amaya would surely perish. Eureka then unleashed her own magical shield, layering it atop Li Xinyue's, both shields combining to withstand the terrifying onslaught of the sun. The colossal fireball descended slowly, akin to the sun's fall. Upon striking the dual shields, the impact shattered them in an instant. Eureka could only draw upon the immense magical power within her, tirelessly repairing the shield. This allowed the two-layered shield to momentarily withstand the descending sun. Yet, as her magic waned, the situation grew increasingly perilous, with waves of heat erupting from within the sun. Under the assault of these waves, the cracks in the shield widened, expanding ever more. At last, the two witches exchanged glances, knowing they could not withstand the might of the colossal fireball with just the shields. It must be done. Li Xinyue said, merging with the shadows, then pressing her body atop Amaya. Eureka also enveloped herself in her powerful magic, shielding Amaya beneath her. The two were prepared to bear the brunt of the flame nuke's power with their own flesh. Finally, as the last wave of heat struck, the dual shields shattered completely, and the sun came crashing down. Boom! Thus, the entire night was ignited, as if the neighborhood had returned to daylight. The terrifying force of the sun erupted, unleashing a violent explosion that engulfed a radius of 70 meters. Trees, houses, and even buildings appeared to be consumed by the inferno of the explosion. After a brief moment of daylight, the sparks finally dissipated, revealing a cloud of dust at the explosion's epicenter. In the distance, the captain and the cloaked figure, having distanced themselves from the blast zone, shared a tacit moment of respite, gazing at the center of the explosion. This attack was unleashed by Maka, the captain murmured, a hint of astonishment in his voice. The cloaked figure's gaze flickered beneath the mask, the scene of the sun's fall etched deeply in their minds. Who among them could replicate such a devastating force? Even they could not. This was a complete transformation. Even a mere 2-point increase in power wouldn't account for such a drastic change. Was it due to the leap from white level to green level? Maka himself was left speechless, astonished by the strength of this strike. He had anticipated it would be formidable, but never this overwhelming. Indeed, the disparity in card levels bore significant transformative factors, not merely an enhancement in numerical values. However, what of the witches at the center of the explosion? Surely, they had not been obliterated in a single blow. They should be fine. Witches possess tenacious vitality, as the dust settled at the epicenter. The two fallen witches came into view. Their garments had been utterly incinerated, yet upon closer inspection, one could hardly discern their condition, for they were bloody and mangled, their once smooth skin now charred beyond recognition. They lay motionless, and had it not been for the twitching of their toes, one might have believed they were already deceased. Their life force was likely below 10, nevertheless. To survive such a blow was indicative of an extraordinary vitality that far surpassed his own. Maka understood that had he faced his own ability, he would likely have been reduced to ash in an instant. Thankfully, he had fled immediately after unleashing his power. Otherwise, it would have been a case of injuring the enemy while suffering grave losses himself. Maka approached, intent on seizing Amaya, but at that moment, the blood-soaked knight which rose to her feet. Disheveled and in a pitiful state, she glanced at the incapacitated spirit which, her fists clenched tightly, sharp nails digging into flesh. The flames of vengeance ignited within her eyes, as if she had resolved to pursue a certain course of action. She seized Amaya, drawing her close to her neck. What is she planning? Maka's expression shifted. A sense of foreboding creeping in. No, I cannot allow this. He was still over 50 meters away from the witch, and thus immediately activated the radiant moon prism, attempting to interrupt Li Xinyue's actions. But Li Xinyue had already lowered her head, her sharp teeth sinking into Amaya's neck. Gulp, gulp. The blood within Amaya flowed into Li Xinyue's mouth, consumed in its entirety. In that moment, Maka, the captain, and the cloaked figure all felt their eyes widen in realization. They understood what Li Xinyue was doing. She was seizing the power of the blood which, Chapter 26, Crimson Moon time was running out. Maka's expression turned grave. The radiant moon prism was still over 20 meters away from Li Xinyue, but she had already released Amaya. A dense aura of blood emanated from her side, a foreign essence erupting from within her. She was merging Amaya's blood energy. What was her intention? Maka's gaze wavered. Uncertain of Li Xinyue's motives, even if Li Xinyue regained some strength after absorbing the power, she would still be no match for him. If so, what was the point? Unless she had a trump card yet to be revealed. As he pondered this, Maka suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing how he had overlooked it. Li Xinyue's original magic was indeed capable of restoring her state. He had to act swiftly. The radiance of the blood moonlight surged menacingly. 8 shards of light scattering and rushing towards Li Xinyue from all directions. The hoarse, mocking laughter echoed through the night, and suddenly, a thick aura of blood erupted. The rapidly advancing blood moonlight halted abruptly, as tendrils of blood energy infiltrated the shards, corrupting the once pure moonlit hues into a gruesome crimson. Li Xinyue lifted her head, her disheveled hair framing a pair of frenzied crimson eyes. Her pupils trembled, fingers dancing, as the blood moonlight, tainted by the blood energy, swiftly returned and surged towards Maka. These 8 shards were no longer the original luminous ones, but had transformed into a bright red hue. This is troublesome, Maka murmured, realizing that Li Xinyue's power had undergone a significant transformation. That blood energy could actually erode an enemy's magical attacks. The speed of these crimson shards was astonishing, covering a distance of 50 meters in mere breaths. Closing in on Maka's face, unfazed, he conjured a rebound shield, enveloping himself. Upon collision, the crimson shards shattered the magical barrier in an instant. These blood-hued shards possessed even greater potency than before. Anticipating this, Maka slipped into the shadows, deftly evading the onslaught of shards aimed at him. After narrowly escaping the immediate attack, the particles from the shattered rebound shield transformed into 8 blood-red shards. Clang, clang, clang. Maka's shards clashed with Li Xinyue's, each vying for dominance. I must say, this newly fused defensive card is quite an impressive technique, Maka remarked in astonishment. He had initially believed that the rebound shield had limitations, only capable of reflecting the damage it could withstand. But to his surprise, it could also reflect damage that shattered the shield. This effectively turned it into a disposable skill mimicry card, allowing for a contest of any formidable ability. Her power had indeed transformed, now embodying a duality of night and blood as a witch. Maka observed the stalemate of crimson shards. These blood-hued shards were not only stronger than the moonlight shards, but also significantly faster. If only I had time to strip her of this ability, but for now, my priority is to interrupt Li Xinyue. Maka plunged into the shadows, racing towards her with utmost speed. However, it seemed he was running out of time. Li Xinyue slowly raised her hand, as if to grasp the moon hanging in the night sky. Her mad crimson eyes twirled, and a sinister smile spread across her face, with drops of blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. This was the Crimson Moon. Upon uttering these words, Maka's pupils constricted, and he halted in his tracks, emerging from the shadows. It was already too late. He looked up, gazing at the night sky. The once pure light of the moon had, unbeknownst to him, been tainted with a hint of blood. Subsequently, this drop of blood spread like a stain in clear water, gradually eroding the remaining purity. Though near extinction, the moonlight began to shift in hue, with blood red seizing the forefront. Simultaneously, the moon became increasingly round, until it transformed into a full moon. No, to be precise, it was a blood-red full moon. The sanguine moonlight cascaded down, directly descending upon Li Xinyue. She spread her arms wide, as if welcoming the baptism of the blood moon. The blood-red moonlight washed over her. Her wounds began to heal gradually, her skin returning to a youthful, pristine whiteness. The blood aura emanating from her grew even stronger, surpassing her former peak state. Damn it. Maka felt an ominous premonition. It seemed they were on the brink of being flipped under the baptism of the blood-red moonlight. Not only Li Xinyue, but even the fallen Eureka was slowly recovering, her aura surging past her previous pinnacle. Beginner's Detection Card. Maka cast a card. Beginner's Detection Card activated successfully. Target: Li Xinyue, determining both parties' intelligence attributes. Determination complete. Obtained information 62. Name: Li Xinyue. Aberrant transformation. Category: Night Blood Sorceress. Health: 100 mana, 160 strength, 6 agility, 8 stamina, 12 intelligence, 16 charisma, 0 skill. 1. Blood Hunt. Passive in battle. 4. Each prey hunted can siphon their blood to enhance one's own strength. Skill 2. Blood Moonlight. Releases 8 shards of moonlight tainted by blood energy with greater power and speed. Skill 3. Blood Night Shield. A double-layered shield composed of blood energy and shadows. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Original Magic. Blood Moon State. Enhanced by the Blood Moon. All attributes increase by 30. Health recovers 5 points per second. Maximum health cap increased by 50 points. Good grief, a 30 increase in all attributes and health recovery every second. How is this even fair? Maka stared at the detected information, his eye twitching. Li Xinyue's current attributes had been comprehensively enhanced. All her skills bolstered, and she was even recovering health slowly in battle. How in the world do we fight this? It's game over. Maka watched as Eureka slowly stood up from the pit. Even the unconscious Amaya showed signs of awakening. This blood moon buff was, astonishingly, a group enhancement. Maka gazed at the ominous aura radiating from Li Xinyue, her blood-red eyes glowing ever brighter, an intense killing intent erupting forth. Just a single glance sent shivers down Maka's spine. He swallowed hard, feeling the urge to retreat. That moment, a large hand patted his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw the captain standing beside him, also wearing a frown as they both stared at Li Xinyue. From the other side, footsteps approached, and Maka turned to see the figure in black robes walking towards them. However, this time, she bore no hostility, mirroring the captain's demeanor as they both gazed at Li Xinyue in unison. Though no words were exchanged, they had reached a tacit understanding for temporary cooperation. Chapter 27. Retreat. The captain's burnout. Her current power was already sufficient to rival that of the Dark Sorceress. The captain's tone was grave, acknowledging the fusion of the powers of two witches. Maka nodded, astonished within, contemplating. Is Li Xinyue truly at the pinnacle of power now? Gazing at the blood moon above, Maka recognized that the terrifying amplification of Li Xinyue's strength was largely due to the blood moon state. If only he could strip her of this ability, it was a daunting task. But he believed it was worth attempting. Maka looked at his palm. This was the only course of action he could take. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would only hinder the captain and the figure in black. Captain, you two hold her off. I'll see if I can nullify this blood moon, Maka declared. The captain glanced at him, surprised. You can also take that ability? Maka hesitated for a moment before responding. Perhaps not take it, but I can nullify it. The captain scrutinized him for a moment longer before averting her gaze. Maka turned his attention back to the blood moon, withholding the full truth from the captain. After all, revealing too much about his potential growth was unwise. However, he suspected that nullifying this ability would require a significant amount of mana. You all go first. I'll recharge my magic, Maka said, pulling out the Spirit Breath card. As the card shattered, He activated the effect of the spirit breath, slowly restoring his mana. The captain nodded slightly, rushing towards Li Xinyue alongside the figure in black. At this moment, Li Xinyue's side, Eureka had already regained her footing. Her strength restored to its fullest, even surpassing it. Meanwhile, Amaya had awakened but remained weak, seemingly drained of power. Amaya's gaze was dazed. Only when she looked up at the blood moon did she grasp the situation. I can't believe she actually used that move. Amaya was unclear about the events that transpired, but since Li Xinyue chose to merge witch powers at such a risk, she must have faced a dire predicament. Yet, it appeared that the fusion had been remarkably successful, with Li Xinyue's power experiencing a monumental surge. Now, she was among the elite. Li Xinyue fixed her gaze on the approaching captain, silently summoning 8 shards of blood-red light to strike at her. The speed of the 8 shards was astonishing, even matching that of the captain, who reluctantly halted to engage with the shards on the other side. Eureka raised her palm, unleashing a barrage of light ions towards the figure in black. The figure waved her hand, enveloping the area in dark flames that consumed all the light ions, not only leaving them unscathed but even amplifying their intensity. As the battle raged on in the front, Maka finally replenished his mana from the rear. He raised his hand towards the blood moon, shouting, "Strip." The collector attempts to strip the magical ability of blood moon. The ability level is slightly higher, green level, consuming 3 mana points from the card to activate. Suddenly, an invisible connection formed, and Maka's magic successfully infiltrated the blood moon. Threads of magic began to invade the moon, but it was evident that stripping this ability was exceedingly difficult. His magic could only erode it little by little. Li Xinyue's eyes narrowed as she sensed Maka's subtle actions, attempting to control the blood moon to resist and repel his magic. However, at that moment, the captain's flying kick struck, leaving her no opportunity to counter. The captain ensnared Li Xinyue, preventing her from disrupting Maka. As time ticked by, beads of sweat dripped from Maka's forehead. His magic finally began to corrode the round moon. Yet, when he sought to delve deeper into the crimson layer, he discovered it was utterly impenetrable. His magic's intensity was simply insufficient to breach this blood-red barrier. Warning: collector's magic intensity is too low, unable to strip blood moon. The deprivation failed. The collector only deprived the Night of the Full Moon. Night of the Full Moon. Type: magical enhancement quality. White effect: release the domain of the full moon, granting all recognized units within the domain a 20 enhancement to all attributes. Mana cost: 15 enhancement intensity, 5 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 7 cooldown, 120 seconds evaluation. A commendable enhancement card. The higher the attributes within the first tier, the greater the enhancement. Although it only deprived the Night of the Full Moon, it is clear that such a fusion technique cannot sustain itself without a vital ability. Can it? Maka. As expected, the full moon in the sky gradually dissipated, leaving only a blood-red night. Had Maka succeeded? The captain squinted up at the heavens. Li Xinyue gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed intently on Maka. This prey was the most bothersome and detestable she had ever encountered. If she could, she would kill him 1,000 times. No, a myriad of times. However, Li Xinyue suddenly laughed. You think, with the same ability, I cannot unleash it a second time? At her words, both the captain and the figure in the black robe were momentarily stunned. The next moment, Li Xinyue murmured, "This is the crimson moon." The blood moon reappeared in the sky, re-empowering the remnants of the blood moon. What nonsense? Maka gasped, having continuously exerted his deprivation ability throughout the battle. Even without overexertion, this ability was an immense burden on him, especially after just having deprived the ability of the Night of the Full Moon. It was exceedingly arduous. He felt that if he persisted any longer, the mana pathways within him would shatter. In short, he could not deprive the Night of the Full Moon a second time. This meant they had lost their means to contend with Li Xinyue and her companions. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure in the black robe waved his hand, creating a surging wall of black flames that separated him from the witches. His intention was clear: unable to fight, retreat. The figure in the black robe moved away, but the direction he took drew him closer to Maka. Hey! Maka watched the figure warily, breathless. Although they had briefly cooperated, the figure in the black robe remained an enemy. Approaching Maka, the figure merely glanced at him without a word and continued to leave. As the figure's back was exposed to Maka, he narrowed his eyes. At this close distance, he noticed that the figure in the black robe appeared quite petite in comparison to himself. Could it be? Maka silently threw out a card. The card shattered behind the figure, coalescing into an ice-fire magic sphere, launching a surprise attack. However, the figure in the black robe had evidently anticipated this, turning to unleash a thick, black flame. Boom! The two collided, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, a wall of black flames now stood between the figure in the black robe and Maka. Maka squinted, peering through the flickering flames, and caught sight of the figure on the other side. The skull mask beneath the hood slowly crumbled, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes. Indeed, Maka murmured. The figure in the black robe turned to depart. Confirming his suspicion, Maka chose not to continue entangling with the figure and instead looked towards the captain. The captain slowly retreated to his side, seemingly certain that they could not escape. As Li Xinyue approached them at a leisurely pace, Maka's expression turned desperate. With the figure in the black robe gone, their combat power disparity rendered them doomed. Damn it. He truly did not understand how this woman could release her fundamental magic consecutively. In a life or death moment, Maka disregarded decorum and let out a shout. She is exhausting her life force, the captain declared. For magical girls, releasing fundamental magic consecutively was impossible. At least 3 days of rest were required to recover. Yet, for witches, they could drain their vitality to forcefully unleash it. Coughing, Maka held his wrist, a look of pain crossing his face as he felt a sharp ache in his mana pathways. Captain, what should we do? Maka inquired. After a moment of silence, the captain replied, If she is determined to fight, then I shall fight alongside her. Maka was taken aback. What does that mean? The captain turned to face Maka, raising his hand to pat him on the shoulder. You have done well. Your power has increased significantly in such a short time. The captain's tone was grave, reminiscent of their initial meeting. If you were to lead the Monster Association, I believe you would not fare much worse than I. Upon hearing this, Maka realized something and murmured, Captain, from this day forth, you shall be the new leader of the Monster Association, and all matters of the association shall be under your command. Maka's eyes widened. Bring Lisha Hara back. We have not lost this battle, the captain directed, gazing at the approaching Li Xinyue. This time, we have severely wounded Amaya, forcing Li Xinyue to reveal her hidden skills. After you return, regroup and seize the opportunity of Amaya's weakened state to capture her. Remember, you must capture the Blood Witch. It must be her, the captain emphasized earnestly in Maka's ear, adding that once she was utilized, she must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Maka felt a sense of confusion. He understood the latter part of the statement, but why must it be Amaya? However, there was no time for further inquiry. I understand, Maka nodded solemnly. Let us go. The captain nudged Maka, signaling him to leave. Without hesitation, Maka turned and fled. Trying to escape, just a few steps out, he heard Li Xinyue's voice, and a blood arc sliced past him. Maka's expression changed in alarm, raising his hand. Deprivation? The deprivation successfully interrupted Li Xinyue's approach, allowing the captain to seize the opportunity to entangle her. Blood arc deprivation successful. Grabbing the card, Maka had no time to glance at its attributes before fleeing. He clutched his arm, his face contorted in pain. The pain from his mana pathways was excruciating. He could not release even a hint of mana. The captain's expression was grim, momentarily holding off Li Xinyue and Eureka. It was only when Maka's figure vanished that he could no longer hold himself and knelt on one knee. The captain chuckled softly, and in the night, the most intense crimson aura erupted, even the blood hue receding by a fraction. Chapter 28. The Unknown Chessboard and the Emergence of Dark Pieces. Lord Un, we have achieved a resounding victory this time. Before the pitch-black palace, a slender figure sat proudly upon the throne, holding a gray crystal ball, her expression calm. Below, 3 figures knelt on one knee, paying homage to the one seated above. She was Lord Un, known as the Witch Queen in the outside world, the Dark Witch. Liuguang. A resounding victory? Liuguang's tone was flippant. You truly dare to claim that? Do you think I am unaware? Though you thwarted the leader of the Monster Association, you let slip an even more dangerous individual. Liuguang's tone shifted abruptly, the atmosphere growing heavy. Kneeling in the central position, Li Xinyue lowered her head, knowing who Lord Un referred to. Naturally, it was Maka. This little creature, once seen as mere prey that she could hunt at will, had managed to steal a significant portion of their abilities in the span of a single battle, greatly enhancing his power. Allowing him to take command of the Monster Association would be far more perilous than the captain. Moreover, Amaya had been gravely injured and, after having her power siphoned, would be unable to muster even 50 of her strength for a time. Yet they have uncovered your trump card. They might well take advantage of your vulnerability to claim your lives. Liu Guang remarked. Ally Xinyu gritted her teeth, a hint of defiance in her voice. It's fine, Lord N. After absorbing Amaya's power, I can handle them alone. Arrogant and conceited, was Liu Guang's cold assessment. Ally Xinyue's heart sank. Though she dared not speak further, Liu Guang caressed the crystal ball, and no one knew what she was observing. Heh, I will not punish you this time, but do you know what to do next? Liu Guang said coldly. Both Li Xinyue and Eureka nodded. Accelerate our efforts. Seize every moment to enhance our witch powers in preparation for their ambush, Amaya added. I will strive to absorb as much human blood as possible to restore my strength. Liu Guang nodded. You may leave. Once the three departed, Liu Guang murmured to herself. Despite the unexpected turn of events in the plan, the objective had still been achieved. Cradling the glass ball, she whispered, Eureka. Dark energy surged within the glass sphere, its rich black aura filling the crystal, ultimately dyeing most of its color black, leaving only 10 gray. Li Xinyue. The glass ball transformed again, now only 7 gray. Amaya. This time, the glass ball was entirely consumed by darkness, devoid of any trace of gray. What an unexpected turn. A piece that should have been removed remains in play. I hope that Maka will provide me with some surprises, Liu Guang mused to herself. She placed the crystal ball on a stone table, gazing at the chessboard laid out before her. She retrieved 2 pieces from outside the board and placed them within the game. A dangerous entity, unknown in origin, yet still part of the chessboard. Liu Guang's eyes gleamed. A presence that had concealed itself for so long could finally no longer restrain itself and stepped into the light. Heh, the plan has reached its zenith. The ensuing events will be much more interesting. In the Monster Association, news of the captain's death had spread throughout the organization, leaving all members feeling as though they had lost their spiritual pillar, resulting in a state of despondency. Even with Maka taking over the position, it had no positive impact. Hala took Lisha for treatment, while Maka silently returned to his room, staring at the empty space. He exhaled deeply, the captain's final words still echoing in his mind. The captain sacrificed himself, preserving the last glimmer of hope for the Monster Association. In silence, Maka drew forth a series of cards, placing them upon the table. Gazing at these newly acquired cards, he clenched his fists. The captain was right. As long as I survive, it cannot be deemed a loss. He intended to merge the cards once more, elevating his strength to a new echelon. The current malaise of the Monster Association stemmed from the departure of its formidable warriors, leading all members to harbor doubts regarding their ability to vanquish the witch. In this moment, it was not merely the leader's identity that mattered, but the prowess of a top-tier powerhouse. Let us first examine the cards he had obtained this time. Flame Force Field, Flame Traversal, Flame Nuke, Shadow Traversal, Spirit Breath Technique, Full Moon Night, Blood Arc. Among these, the Blood Arc was a card he had seized in desperation, yet he had yet to assess its capabilities. Blood Arc, Type, Magical Ability Quality, White Effect, transforms the user into a Blood Arc, unleashing an incredibly rapid movement speed. Mana Cost, 10 Prerequisite Attribute, Intelligence 7 Cooldown, 30 seconds Evaluation. Average. Maka nodded and placed several cards he originally possessed upon the table. Ice Fire Magic Sphere, Radiant Moon Prism, Rebound Shield, Tracking Barrier, Power Amplification Card, Minor. He aimed to use these cards as a foundation to merge them one by one, resulting in entirely new fusion cards. The strength of fusion cards was evident. For instance, the Rebound Shield, if not for its maximum power limit, would nearly qualify as a minor divine skill. As for the Tracking Barrier, it was merely a temporary card, useful only in specific circumstances, and most of the time, it was practically useless. Maka first discarded the Tracking Barrier. Having detected no other cards that could merge with the Rebound Shield, he set it aside as well. Suddenly, a flicker of intuition sparked within his mind. The terrifying instinct of his unique talent, Absolute Card Sense, was triggered. He took out Radiant Moon Prism and Blood Arc. If he was not mistaken, merging these two cards would yield the ability released by Li Xinyue, which was immensely powerful. far surpassing the ordinary. Maka felt a surge of anticipation. He pressed the two cards together and channeled his mana. The recycler is attempting to merge cards. The fusion process will consume the mana required for both cards and will rigorously test the card master's control over the cards and mana. The two cards erupted with formidable power. If their characteristics did not align, they would explode at this stage. The consequences could range from temporary injury to permanent damage to the mana circuit. However, as the two cards were chosen based on absolute card sense, their properties were undoubtedly compatible. The cards gradually merged into a swirling magic sphere, the energy within tumultuous, akin to two raging behemoths clashing. This step tested the card master's ability to control mana, determining whether he could suppress the chaotic energy and unite the two rampaging beasts. Possessing absolute card sense, Maka exhibited an extraordinary mastery over mana, effortlessly completing this stage. Finally, the initial form of a card began to materialize, particles swirling around, gradually constructing the card. This step evaluated the card master's control over the cards, requiring exceptional finesse. A single misalignment of particles could result in failure at this critical juncture. Yet, this was also the forte of absolute card sense. Possessing this talent not only endowed him with the strongest innate aptitude for card mastery, but his formidable intuition alone granted him exceptional card manipulation skills. At last, after successfully completing the 3 steps, the card fusion was complete. Though it appeared simple, each step could confound numerous card masters. Moreover, any error at any stage bore dire consequences, resulting not only in injury but also in the shattering of 2 precious cards. Only Maka dared to attempt card fusion at the first tier. Card fusion successful. Acquired a new fusion card, Crimson Prism. Crimson Prism, type, magical attack quality, white effect. Unleashes 8 sharp prisms tainted by blood. Flying at remarkable speed with high power, the sharpness of the prisms makes them exceedingly effective at breaching shields. Mana cost, 14 power value. 12 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 9 cooldown, 30 seconds evaluation. A top-tier offensive card among white-grade cards. Compared to the original Radiant Moon Prism, its flight speed is increased, its power heightened, and it is far more difficult to evade. Indeed, this is the ability. Maka smiled. The Crimson Prism not only enhanced the power of the Radiant Moon Prism by 4 points, but also addressed its shortcoming of insufficient flight speed. Now, the Crimson Prism is swift, damaging, and nearly impossible to defend against. I finally possess a powerful attack card that can be unleashed repeatedly. Splendid. Maka accepted this fusion card and turned his gaze towards the remaining cards on the table. Perhaps due to the recent fusion warm-up, his keen card intuition seemed to awaken, and his attention swiftly shifted to 2 cards, Spirit Breath Technique and Full Moon Night. How could these 2 cards possibly merge? Maka exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 29. The true green-level card, Azure Moon. Such is the nature of card fusion. The vast majority of card masters are incapable of predicting which cards can fuse and which cannot. Some cards that appear able to merge may explode upon attempting. Conversely, some seemingly unrelated cards might surprisingly fuse. Were it not for Maka's absolute card sense, he would never have imagined that the Spirit Breath technique could merge with Full Moon Night. One is a domain type ability, while the other is a battle recovery ability. What on earth would they produce if fused? Maka hesitated. Although he possessed the absolute card sense, which assured him that the 2 cards could merge, he could not foresee what would result from the fusion. If the Full Moon Night were to be ruined in the process, it would be a significant loss. As a domain-type ability, Full Moon Night could grant him a 20 boost to all attributes during battle, which was quite substantial. However, in this world, the Full Moon Night might be rendered ineffective. My domain surely cannot compete with Li Xinyue's Blood Moon. Maka pondered, considering that merging could potentially yield a new ability to counter the Blood Moon. After a moment of reflection, a smile slowly crept across Maka's face. Typically, he approached decisions from a rational standpoint, yet when faced with an indecipherable dilemma, the gambler hidden beneath his rational exterior began to surface. After all, I was once a gambler. It is only natural to have a bit of a gambling mentality, right? Maka chuckled as he pressed the 2 cards together, taking a chance, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Fusion. The recycler is attempting to merge cards. This card fusion level is relatively high and will consume 2 mana points for activation. Upon seeing the prompt from the association, a twitch flickered at the corner of Maka's eye. Yet he felt a surge of joy within. This was an indication that the resulting card would be of a higher level and more potent. His current mana limit was considerable, allowing him to withstand the consumption. He promptly activated the 2 cards, initiating the preliminary fusion verification. The 2 cards gradually transformed into a swirling magic sphere. This time, even Maka found himself unsettled. His hands trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. This fusion presented a significant challenge. He struggled to suppress the wildly chaotic cards, successfully reaching the 3rd step of reconstructing the card. Now, even attempting to manipulate the scattered card particles proved slightly sluggish and arduous. After some time, card fusion successful, acquired a new fusion card, Azure Moon. Phew, it seems that fusing higher-tier cards becomes increasingly difficult. Maka breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, being able to fuse steadily still indicated a need for greater strength. What Maka did not realize was that had any other card masters heard his words, their expressions would have been filled with disbelief. For them, let alone fusing higher-tier cards, even merging cards of the same tier was a lofty aspiration. Yet here was Maka, able to fuse higher-tier cards with ease and still expressing dissatisfaction. Maka quickly examined the card, only to discover that its border was distinctly different, though the back remained deep blue. The front border had transformed from white to a vibrant green, imbued with a glimmering emerald hue. This must be a green-level card, Maka murmured. There exists a qualitative change between card levels, as evidenced by the previous, Flamed Nuke, ability. Although the attribute power value had merely increased by 2 points, totaling 16, upon advancing to green level, it effectively equated to a power value of 32 at the white level. This delineates the disparity between card levels. Thus, what exactly does the level of a card signify, quality or something else? Maka stroked his chin, tentatively inquiring of the association. The current level of the recycler is LV1 and cannot answer, however, due to the recycler being a specially recommended individual. Special consideration is granted. The level of the card corresponds to the level of the recycler. The current recycler is at the 1st tier. When the recycler's permission level reaches LV10, tier advancement will be possible. At each tier, the disparity in strength between the recycler will be immense. White level cards correspond to the 1st tier means, green level to the 2nd tier means, blue level to the 3rd tier. The same applies to equipment levels. Ordinary corresponds to the 1st tier, excellent to the 2nd tier, rare to the 3rd tier. So that is it. The tier prompt I received all along refers to this. Maka nodded. Therefore, utilizing a green level card would yield such terrifying power because it fundamentally represents a 2nd tier capability, which translates to a dimensional strike within the realm of the 1st tier. Mac expressed his astonishment, remarking that due to his significantly lower attribute values compared to the 2nd tier, the power of the green level card was unable to overpower 1st tier adversaries. Hint: this is not a case of dimensional suppression. Lower tier worlds still possess higher tier methods, and most characters possess abilities exceeding their 1st tier capabilities, while a select few even wield devastating skills that surpass 2 tiers. However, due to the foundational discrepancies, their power is greatly diminished. Fundamental attributes. Mac nodded, fully aware that his primary focus should be on enhancing his foundational attributes. Armed with the ability to deprive and freely fuse cards, the tier of his own cards undoubtedly surpassed his own rank. Should his foundational attributes prove insufficient, it would hinder the full potential of his cards. The attribute values also mattered. The greater the attributes, the more pronounced the disparity that I surmised that the enhancement gap between 1st and 2nd tier attributes would parallel the qualitative transformation of card levels. Mac mused, for instance, a 1st tier strength attribute of 1 point is equivalent to 0.5, while a 2nd tier strength stands at 1, and a 3rd tier at 1.5 or even 2. The gap continues to widen. I truly cannot fathom how terrifying high-tier foes must be. Mac inhaled sharply, unable to envision the strength of enemies beyond his current tier. Speaking of which, what tier is Miss Nanshi? Mac tentatively grasped the necklace at his chest, a life-preserving means from Nanshi's own tier, which also indirectly illustrated her power tier. Hint: the tier of this equipment exceeds permissible limits. Insufficient authority for reclamation. Hiss, Mac gasped softly. Beneath that adorable exterior, what kind of terrifying power does that girl Nanshi conceal? She could likely eliminate me with a single strike. Mac shook his head, sighing, and turned his gaze towards the newly acquired card. Azure Moon. Type: magical enhancement quality. Green effect. Unleashes a round of Azure Moon domain, within which the power of the blue moon enhances all attributes by 30. Increases maximum mana by 50 points. and restores 5 points of mana per second. Mana cost, 20 enhancement strength, 10 prerequisite attribute, intelligence attribute, 10 cooldown time, 500 seconds evaluation. At last. A passable enhancement type card, a second-tier domain-type mana recovery ability that would be highly coveted by both second-tier cardmasters and mages. Wow! Mac was somewhat astonished, not only by the card's effects but also by the fact that even the notoriously stringent evaluation seemed to harbor a hint of praise for it. This can be considered my first genuine green-level card. After all, the Flame Nuclear Explosion relies on a power amplification card for temporary enhancement. Gazing at the effects of the Azure Moon, Mac compared it to the original version of the Full Moon Night. Not only does it provide a 10 increase in all attributes, but crucially, it incorporates the mana recovery effect of the Spirit Breath technique while discarding its drawbacks. The original Spirit Breath could recover mana, but once interrupted, it would fail, which is utterly unhelpful in the heat of battle. However, the Azure Moon is a domain-type ability, allowing one to recover mana while fighting, with a maximum mana increase of 50 points and a recovery of 5 points per second. It is absurdly powerful, Mac murmured. No wonder even second-tier cardmasters and mages would be envious. For a profession where mana equates to combat power, methods of mana recovery are inherently invaluable. A domain-type ability that allows for full-fledged combat while recovering mana without side effects is truly a rare find. I have genuinely hit the jackpot. Mac fondled the Azure Moon card with great affection. With the acquisition of Crimson Prism and Azure Moon, his strength experienced yet another leap. He felt that, should he activate the Azure Moon domain, his power level might have already reached the pinnacle of the current world. Moreover, this card is practically a replica of the Scarlet Moon. If he were to face Li Xinyue, perhaps he could contend with her domain. Mac twirled the card, pondering his future direction. Now that he possessed the strength of a captain, he truly had the qualifications to assume the leader's position and lead the Oddity Association. He slowly exited the room, determined to re-establish order with his peak-level strength. Chapter 30. The Intruder of the Oddity Association. One night later. Hey, have you all heard the announcement? The new cadre is calling for a meeting of all members. So what? A member of the Oddity Association swept the floor listlessly, as if his soul had been lost. The captain has died at the hands of the witch. What use is it for the remaining cadres to assume leadership? No, this announcement supposedly states that our new leader already possesses the strength of a captain, another member interjected. The sweeping member halted for a moment, then resumed his task, still lacking in energy. Do you really believe that? If he had the strength of a captain, how could they have been defeated when working together? I certainly don't believe it. The member continued sweeping without pause in the open conference room. The vast majority of members appeared dejected and dispirited. Although they had complied with the directive to gather in the meeting room, their demeanor clearly indicated a lack of confidence in the new leader. However, one could hardly blame them. Even Lisa appeared to be in a trance. Hara's shoulders drooped. Max stood on the platform, surveying the scene below, and let out a helpless sigh. Hey, Lisa, Hara, you are both cadre members of the Oddity Association. At least set a good example. What is with this demeanor? Mac couldn't help but critique. Upon hearing this, Hara straightened up, but Lisa remained in her listless state. Lord Mac, it's not that we are intentionally being disrespectful. It's just that we are feeling somewhat deflated. Without a captain, what hope do we have against the witch? Lisa sighed heavily. Mac shook his head. This won't do. How could he convince them that he possessed the strength of a captain? The conference room fell into a brief silence, and Mac was at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the hallway, with members of the Oddity Association shouting, Help! Help! Leader! A witch is attacking. What? Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. The members descended into chaos, some trembling in fear, yet with the current leader present, they dared not flee without orders. How did they discover our location? Lisa also felt a wave of panic. Without a captain, was the Oddity Association not destined to be wiped out by the witch? Mac furrowed his brow. He was not afraid of the witch's arrival. In fact, her presence would aid him in establishing authority. Yet he was puzzled as to why the witches would come at this time. Amaya was severely injured, and Li Xinyue had unleashed Blood Moon twice in succession. It was improbable for them to recover so swiftly and act so recklessly. Unless, Mac narrowed his eyes, as he might have an inkling of who was approaching. Stay calm. It is not the witch that is coming, he declared. Lisa paused, confused. If it is not the witch, then who could it be? Just then, She saw a black flame creeping around the corner. Suddenly, she understood who was coming. The figure in the black robe. Why has he come here? Sure enough, amidst the black flames, the silhouette of the figure in the black robe emerged. Flames swirling in his hand as he approached slowly. Hey, hey, hey. Is this how you come to negotiate? Mac's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger surfacing. He was now the leader of the Oddity Association, and for someone to barge in like this was akin to trampling on his dignity. The reason he could surmise that the figure in the black robe was here to negotiate was that he had no other choice. The current situation was that, with the captain's death, the power to contend with the witch had vanished. If he still wished to secure Amaya, he must forge a temporary alliance with the Oddity Association. They possessed no magic power. At most, they would suffer some pain. But they won't die, the figure in the black robe stated coolly. Furthermore, who said I came to discuss cooperation with you? The tone of the figure in the black robe suddenly grew harsh, and the flames in his hand flared up. You will not assist me. Did you hear that? The figure's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant and domineering, expressing utter disdain for the remnants of the Oddity Association. Mac let out a couple of dry laughs. Fueled by indignation, if not for his presence, the remaining Oddity Association members would indeed lack the qualifications to negotiate with the figure in the black robe. However, now that he was the leader of the Oddity Association, the figure's attitude was simply unacceptable. Mac drew a card and slowly approached the figure in the black robe. The card shattered, and shards of crimson light emerged behind him. So, are you looking for a fight? Mac's tone turned frigid. 8 shards of crimson light hovered behind him, ready to strike the figure in the black robe at his command. The figure's gaze fell upon the 8 shards of crimson light, and his form visibly stiffened. The reason Max summoned this card was not to instigate a battle, but to convey to the figure in the black robe that his strength had indeed increased. If he wished to fight, he would not back down. The air grew tense for a moment, and finally, the figure in the black robe extinguished the flames in his hand. Very well, let us cooperate then. Ha, how perceptive, Max smiled, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The current situation could not withstand their internal strife. Otherwise, the only beneficiaries would be the witches. The crimson light beside him dissipated, yet he remained vigilant of the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe entered the conference room, casting a glance at the standing members. Those who met his gaze immediately felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Nevertheless, the remaining members were not blind. They could discern that their new leader and the figure in the black robe had reached a balance of power. It seemed that their new leader might indeed possess some formidable strength. I wonder how the figure in the black robe compares to the witches. Hiss, Lord Mac, what is the extent of your current strength? You can actually stand up to him, Lisa whispered, peeking behind Mac and expressing her astonishment in his ear. I have previously stated that my current prowess is on par with that of the captain. Maka cast a glance at Lisa, his eyes seemingly questioning. What, did you think I was jesting? I must say, your power has surged to an astonishing degree. Lisa could not help but interject, reminding him that the figure in the black cloak had once engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the captain. Maka waved his hand dismissively, signaling Lisa to step back. He wished to discuss matters of cooperation with the cloaked individual. By the way, before we commence our collaboration, should you not express your sincerity? Maka inquired. The black-clad figure turned to Maka and replied, What sincerity? Remove your mask. Has no one informed you that the foundation of cooperation is the revelation of one's true identity? Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure fell silent, hesitating for a moment as they placed a hand on their mask. Observing this, Lisa leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued regarding the identity of this enigmatic newcomer. The cloaked individual gradually removed the skull mask, revealing a delicate and charming visage beneath, soft skin, elegant features, and most strikingly, a pair of captivating, bright emerald green eyes. Chapter 31. The capture plan targeting the witch. The entire assembly was taken aback. None had anticipated that this formidable and coldly composed figure in black would possess such a stunningly beautiful face beneath the skull mask. While this was the sentiment of the other members, Lisa's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment surpassing that of everyone present. She pointed at the cloaked figure, locking eyes with those mesmerizing green orbs. Why you? Are you not the healing magical girl, Lexi? She could hardly fathom that the true identity of the cloaked individual was Lexi, with whom she had previously interacted on multiple occasions. How could this be? The last time she encountered Lexi, she was a timid and gentle girl, often hiding behind her sisters when faced with confrontation. Yet, the demeanor of the cloaked figure was nothing short of ruthless. And her power was undeniably formidable. None of this aligned with the Lexi she knew. Is this true? Lexi's gaze remained cold as she turned to Maka, who stroked his chin and smiled back at her. Revealing no hint of surprise, Lexi, too, felt no shock. She had long suspected that Maka had uncovered her true identity. Come, let us have a candid conversation about how the timid and shy Lexi transformed into the cloaked one of today. Maka offered her a chair beside him with a smile. Lexi glanced at it, but chose not to sit. The healing magical girl had not perished, and Lexi was indeed the cloaked figure. What kind of twisted reality was this? At this moment, Lisa was still engulfed in confusion. I do not wish to discuss my past. Nor do I owe you any explanations, Lexi retorted coolly, her tone now reflecting an unmasked chill. Maka chuckled softly. Shaking his head, I never would have anticipated such a transformation from the timid girl described in the profiles. Yet, it made sense. All her former sisters had evolved, while she alone had endured to this day. No one could fathom the trials she had faced. It was no wonder this world had become distorted, with black being forced into white, and the once timid girl compelled to mature. That power does not belong to healing magic. So you have been tainted, have you not? Maka posited. Lexi stiffly nodded in affirmation. She too had suffered from an unknown corruption, but unlike her former sisters, she had not completely twisted into a grotesque form. Thus, she retained her sanity and in turn, acquired such formidable abilities. I refuse to believe that this corruption has failed to warp you after all this time, unless you possess some special means to combat it. Maka probed, tentatively. Lexi regarded him, recognizing his line of questioning. Had she been the former Lexi, she might have naively divulged everything. But the current Lexi pondered for a moment before stating, indeed, and I rarely utilize this power. Every time I do, its grip on me tightens. Even if I possess methods to counteract it, there are limits. I cannot afford to wait any longer, hence my approach to you for cooperation. But remember, this is not merely my last chance. It is yours as well, Lexi warned icily, implying a caution against any attempts at extortion. After all, they were all in the same boat, of course. The foremost condition for cooperation is sincerity. Maka extended his hand toward Lexi. She looked at him for a moment before slowly offering her gloved hand, and they shook on it. Now, let us discuss the plans. Lexi released his hand and moved to a chair further away from Maka, indicating her high level of wariness. Maka shook his head and took a seat himself, with Lisa and Hala following suit. With this, their collective strength was once again amplified, allowing them to stand against the witch's forces. I have an idea, Lexi stated calmly. I have a preliminary plan, Maka added. Lexi glanced at Maka, signaling for him to proceed. Maka continued, the captain had last instructed me to seize this opportunity while the witches are weakened and to capture Amaya, emphasizing that it must be her. What are your thoughts on this? Maka surveyed the group, puzzled as to why it had to be Amaya. Was there a deeper meaning, or merely a chance to catch her off guard in her weakened state? It likely pertains to her connection with Li Xinyue. That blood moon has complicated matters, greatly enhancing Li Xinyue's power and making Eureka more challenging to confront, Lexi proposed. Maka nodded, acknowledging that this explanation seemed the most reasonable thus far. In that case, our objective is to capture the weakened Amaya. But how should we proceed? She must be on high alert now, Lisa expressed her concerns. Indeed, they will certainly be more vigilant. However, we must not forget that the witches are bound to one inescapable truth. Maka replied. You mean? Lisa furrowed her brow. The enhancement and restoration of power, Lexi interjected, her experience shining through. Li Xinyue and Eureka will be keen to bolster the witch's strength. Thus they will inevitably torment humans to harvest negative emotions to augment their power. Amaya, seeking to regain her strength, will certainly venture into areas with high human traffic to siphon fresh blood. Maka nodded in agreement. You are correct. You have more insight into this matter than we do. Thus, we must seize the opportunity to set a trap, luring Amaya into it. Yet they are not fools. Eureka and Li Xinyue will undoubtedly keep a close watch over Amaya, likely acting as her personal bodyguards. Maka asserted in any case, we will not be granted an opportunity to capture a solitary Amaya. This situation appeared unsolvable, But with your presence, our power is sufficient to confront the witches directly. Maka turned to Lexi. Lexi nodded, approving of Maka's line of thought and urging him to continue. The reason for opting against a direct confrontation and instead favoring a trap is due to the need to remain vigilant against the unexposed Dark Witch. The crux of the plan lies in how to construct this trap and entice Amaya to step into it. Maka rubbed his temples, feeling the strain of the mental exercise. I have a way to set the trap. But enticing Amaya to enter it poses a challenge. We cannot simply capture a multitude of humans to fill the trap, for that would be far too obvious. At this point, Lexi remarked, my idea may provide assistance. What? Maka turned to her. In addition to the Magical Girls and the Monster Association, there exists another organization endowed with special powers, Lexi explained. Oh? Maka raised an eyebrow. The Human Joint Defense Force, Lexi clarified. They are not merely an elite combat unit. Once, the 5 of us Magical Girls united with the organization's scientists to create 5 magical artifacts. Among them is one that could be of great help. It was I who forged this magical artifact, known as the Life Force Enhancement Device. Once deployed, any entity within a certain range can receive an enhancement of their life force. Lisa questioned, that sounds like a decent auxiliary tool, but how does this relate to luring Amaya? Lexi shot a glance at Lisa, her expression suggesting, are you foolish? Because for Amaya, who craves blood to restore her power, a congregation of vibrant human life is an irresistible lure, Maka stated. Indeed, this device could prove effective. But there are numerous vulnerabilities. For instance, Amaya would certainly sense the aura of this artifact. Maka raised a concern. Lexi coldly replied, are you dim-witted? This artifact was crafted by me. I can certainly mask its aura, and I can even control it precisely to ensure that the enhancement does not affect Amaya or Li Xinyue. Maka nodded. In that case, the probability of success for the plan rises to 30%. But there remain many issues. For example, why would Amaya find the life force of this specific area to be so extraordinarily potent? Amaya may find it peculiar, but even if she does, the allure will be too great to resist. Otherwise, do you think she would have succumbed to becoming a witch? Lexi replied as she brushed aside her soft green hair, peeking from under her black hat, unable to restrain her desires. I am confident of that. What if Li Xinyue and Eureka consistently accompany her? What then if they discover the ruse? Maka asked again, not out of malice, but to thoroughly discuss the plan's chances of success with Lexi. Eureka has always been the most composed and astute among us. She remains so even after her transformation into a witch, so she would undoubtedly notice any anomalies. Leishi remarked that as long as Li Xinyue was by her side, there would be an opportunity to exploit. I am well acquainted with her character, and considering that she has just thwarted our plans, she must be feeling particularly arrogant. She will not care whether this is a trap. She only wishes to eliminate us. Consequently, a brief conflict will arise between Eureka and her. Regardless of who ultimately concedes, as long as we grant Amaya a moment's reprieve, she will inevitably fall into our snare. You truly understand them best. Maka chuckled, for Leishi's involvement was crucial to him, not only for her strength but also for the information she possessed. Upon hearing this, Leishi fell silent, unwelcome memories flooding her mind. Thus, the probability of success for the plan rose to 60, which sufficed. Maka nodded in approval of the plan. Our next step is to retrieve the magical apparatus from the Human Self-Defense Alliance. I trust they will not refuse. Maka stood up, and the others followed suit. Beep, a branch mission of the main storyline has been issued. Main branch mission, which capture plan, level LV4, mission objective. Capture any witch, mission reward. 1 potion for all attribute enhancement. 600 membership coins. Maka glanced at the mission objective, finding it unsurprising that to complete the main storyline and reclaim the location, the branching route was to capture a witch, and then utilize the instruments of the Anomaly Association to uncover the whereabouts of the shadowy witch behind the scenes. Or even directly pinpoint an unknown location. Without further ado, let us depart. Maka stated, turning to Leishi. Lisha and Hala need not accompany us. Leishi and I will suffice. Leishi nodded, donned her skull mask, and prepared to set off. I suggested, perhaps you should remove the mask? Maka said upon seeing this. Leishi looked at him, momentarily puzzled, then removed the mask and asked, why? Because your face is quite pleasing to the eye. It is a pity to cover it with a mask. Upon hearing this, Leishi's expression remained impassive, yet dark flames emanated from her being. Ahem, just a jest? Maka waved his hand dismissively. Teach, Leishi coldly turned away from Maka and led the way. Maka, with his hands in his pockets, followed suit. Unfortunately, when encountering attractive girls, his old habit resurfaced, always wishing to flirt a bit. However, Leishi's demeanor had genuinely changed. She was no longer the so-called timid and bashful girl. Chapter 32. The cunning deputy minister of the Alliance. An urgent notice interrupted the proceedings. Starting from 10 a.m. today, Chuanhai City and Tianshui City are under attack by the Night Witch and Spirit Witch, in a widespread and terrifying frenzy. Citizens of Chuanhai and Tianshui are advised to refrain from going outside and to take shelter in their homes. Remaining vigilant of the witch's movements, clad in a black hood, Leishi walked alongside Maka, holding a mobile phone and observing the breaking news of the day. Just as you predicted. Maka also overheard the news and couldn't help but chuckle. Leishi's eyes were as calm as water. This was inevitable that Li Xinhue and Eureka need to enhance their powers, and during this time, Amaya remains uninvolved. Once they complete their hunting, they will act as bodyguards for Amaya. Every movement can be traced. Indeed, and given the commotion they have caused, the citizens of Chuanhai and Tianshui will undoubtedly take cover. Maka continued, thus I have reason to deduce that they will commence a new round of hunting tonight in Jinghai City, the very city we are in. After all, their base of operations is suspected to be in Jinghai City, making it the fastest route to assist Amaya in her recovery by hunting within the city. A reasonable deduction. Leishi turned off her phone and nodded in agreement. Thank you for the compliment, but let us finalize the specific plan later. We have arrived. Maka gazed ahead at the distinctive building, the Human Alliance Department. A year ago, it was spontaneously formed by the upper echelons of humanity, dedicated to combating the Anomaly Association, which jeopardizes social stability, without relying on magical girl powers. Maka's eyes shifted. However, much time has passed, and the internal situation remains to be discussed. Leishi said nothing, simply striding towards the entrance. Wait, are we just going to walk in like this? Won't we be regarded as intruders? Maka followed cautiously. They slowly entered the building, greeted by an empty corridor, suffused with an eerie silence. Leishi glanced around and quietly remarked, Do you see anyone? Hiss, the security measures in this department are shockingly lax. Maka expressed in disbelief. After all, even the former guardians of the world, the magical girls, have been distorted. It is possible this department has fallen into disrepair after enduring prolonged assaults. Let us proceed further and see, Leishi said, moving deeper inside. Maka, hands still in his pockets, closely followed her. The two wandered through the department, which felt exceedingly desolate. So much so that an uncanny sensation began to creep in. There were no signs of life. It seemed our plan was destined to fail. Maka's expression darkened. Leishi surveyed her surroundings, her eyes suddenly brightening. Look over there. She pointed a slender finger towards a direction. Maka turned to follow her gaze. And indeed, there was a plump figure moving slowly, clad in the attire of the Human Alliance Department. Excellent. Without hesitation, Maka rushed forward. The rotund, bald middle-aged man ambled along, cradling a thermos, gently guarding the steam rising from within. Upon noticing the young man approaching rapidly, he stumbled back several steps, alarmed. Who are you? He demanded, his voice tinged with threat. I warn you. I am the Deputy Minister of the Alliance. If you advance any further, I will summon the guards. Deputy Minister? How splendid. Maka felt a surge of delight and halted his advance. He donned a cordial smile and introduced himself. Greetings. I am the current leader of the Anomaly Association. Anomaly Association? Leader? The Deputy Minister was taken aback, his eyes revealing a flicker of disdain. Maka observed this subtle expression closely, puzzled. According to the captain, the Anomaly Association's reputation had shifted outside. Why does this Deputy Minister's immediate reaction to hearing Anomaly Association convey distaste? Maka mentally noted this confusion, feigning ignorance as he continued. I am here to propose a collaboration, and of course, accompanying me is someone you should be familiar with. As he spoke, he gestured towards Leishi, who approached silently, removing her hood and revealing her face without the mask this time. The healing magical girl, the Deputy Minister exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. Maka fully understood the Deputy Minister's current state. After all, according to widely circulated rumors, the healing magical girl had long been killed by the distorted sisters, so how could she still appear before him? Leishi remained silent, unwilling to explain anything to the man before her. She merely folded her arms and gazed coldly at the deputy minister. Indeed, I believe our identities suffice to discuss a collaboration. Maka extended his hand with a smile. The deputy minister looked at the two in suspicion before shaking Maka's hand. What collaboration? We wish to retrieve the magical apparatus previously crafted in conjunction with the magical girls, as it would greatly aid our upcoming major operation, Maka stated. The deputy minister's expression turned awkward. That equipment was destroyed in a battle with witches a month ago. It is unlikely to be recovered now. Maka's heart sank. Damn it, was this trip in vain? However, the deputy minister suddenly shifted his tone. If you are willing to tell me what your operation entails, I might be able to locate one of the less damaged pieces of equipment. Maka's expression turned one of surprise as he studied the deputy minister with suspicion. Ah, so this old fox is trying to set a trap for him. It seems the equipment isn't genuinely destroyed. He is merely testing him. The witch capture plan. You only need to know that if this plan succeeds, it will severely weaken the witch forces and indirectly reduce the threats posed to the city. Maka replied, this is a win-win situation. The deputy minister nodded, his gaze flickering, seemingly deep in thought. You are correct. I will ensure they do their utmost to find a piece of equipment that is not severely damaged. The deputy minister stated. This is somewhat troublesome. I wonder if the piece made by Leishi is among the damaged ones. Maka mused internally but maintained a smile on his face, responding, Thank you. Thank you? No need for thanks. Let us now discuss the terms of cooperation. The deputy minister shifted the conversation upon hearing this. Maka's smile faltered. Terms of cooperation? Indeed. If we provide you with the magical apparatus, you should also offer something in exchange. This is a matter of equitable exchange, is it not? The deputy minister smiled. Maka's eyelid twitched. He was tempted to retort. You wish a him, deputy minister. I believe this matter cannot be measured by equitable exchange. Maka explained, this operation is a collaboration targeting the witches. It is only fair that you provide the technology while we handle the execution. Achieving a mutual benefit. Oh, I see. The deputy minister nodded with a smile but continued. Then, we should be entitled to know your plan against the witches, right? Upon hearing this, Maka's eyes narrowed, carefully scrutinizing the deputy minister before him. You only need to provide the magical apparatus. There is no need for your involvement in the plan against the witches. The plan must not be disclosed prematurely, Maka declared firmly. He wasn't foolish enough to casually agree to the deputy minister's demands. Especially since he sensed a hint of something amiss. I see. The deputy minister's expression was one of embarrassment. This was quite a predicament. Maka's countenance darkened entirely. He had not anticipated that this old fool would dare to haggle with him. The collaboration itself was exceedingly advantageous for the Joint Defense Department. They were merely parting with a discarded magical artifact, while his side had to meticulously strategize every step and confront the witch head-on. Upon the plan's success, the Joint Defense Department could effortlessly gain both prestige and the benefits of safeguarding the city, yet this deputy minister was utterly dissatisfied, being rather aggressive. Though he preferred to negotiate amiably rather than resort to intimidation. This old miser's insatiable greed was attempting to extort the specifics of the plan, leaving him no choice but to abandon any pretense of friendliness. Very well, Maka chuckled. Now that the plan has changed, we have come here. Before Maka could finish his sentence, Lacey had caught up, as if sharing a telepathic connection. They spoke in unison. This is not a collaboration, nor a negotiation. It is extortion. Hand over the magical artifact. Or do not blame us for dismantling your nest. Maka spoke coldly. Chapter 33. The peculiarities hidden in the shadows of the Joint Defense Department. He was no benevolent soul. He would permit reasonable negotiations. But should anyone dare to threaten him in such a manner, they need not be surprised if he flipped the table. The deputy minister's expression stiffened, and he quickly donned a congenial smile. Very well. Very well, I shall instruct them to fetch the magical artifact. Please follow me. The deputy minister promptly turned around, respectfully leading the way. Maka's gaze was icy. One must adopt such an attitude when dealing with a cunning old fox. Otherwise, he would not take you seriously, employing one tactic after another. Let us proceed, Maka urged, following closely behind the deputy minister, his eyes fixed intently on this old schemer. The deputy minister, filled with trepidation, led the way. Acutely aware of the two frigid glares fixated upon him, as he navigated through the winding corridors, he suddenly seemed to recall something, abruptly halting his steps. "What's wrong?" a voice called from behind. The deputy minister stared intently down the vacant corridor, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. "Nothing. I simply took a wrong turn. We shall return." The deputy minister pivoted, sidestepping the two, and hurried away. Maka's eyes narrowed slightly. He had just perceived something amiss in the deputy minister's demeanor. If it were merely a wrong turn, why the anxiety? He gazed ahead at the vast corridor for a while before turning to follow the deputy minister's footsteps. After a short distance, they turned into another corner, at which point Maka clapped the deputy minister on the shoulder. The deputy minister froze, turning around nervously. "What is it?" Maka's eyes glinted as he scrutinized the deputy minister's expression. Further convincing him that something was amiss, "I need to use the restroom." "You two wait here for a moment," Maka stated. Beside him, Lacey furrowed her brow, looking at Maka with confusion. Given her sharp intellect, she was well aware that Maka's words were not merely for the sake of using the restroom. He intended to divert the deputy minister. What was he planning? Maka entered the nearby men's restroom and slowly withdrew a card labeled Shadow Passage. "I must see what secrets lie within." The card activated, allowing him to slip into a shadow and quietly exit the restroom. Noticing that the deputy minister had not detected his presence, he swiftly moved back to the previous location. The deputy minister remained oblivious to the shadow's anomaly, but such strange occurrences could not escape the keen perception of Lacey. She observed the moving shadow on the ground, her hand nearly igniting with flames. Recognizing it as a technique of Li Xinyue, however, recalling that the shadow had emerged from the restroom, she hesitated, piecing together the puzzle. This fellow Maka had previously utilized Sister Mia's abilities. This shadow must be his. It seems he possesses the capability to appropriate others' powers, Lacey speculated internally. Utilizing his shadow abilities, Maka stealthily arrived back at the previous corridor, delving deeper within. Upon reaching the center, an unusual aura permeated the area. Emerging from the shadow, Maka carefully sniffed the the scent of blood. His expression shifted slightly as he followed the source of the aroma to a door. Warily, he opened the door, and the scene within unfolded before him. Dried blood was strewn across the room, the pungent scent of blood assailing his senses. At the center of a large table lay numerous desiccated corpses, as if their lifeblood had been utterly drained. It resembled a blood feast. Maka murmured. The table served as a dining table, and the withered corpses were the banquet. The only one who could partake in this gruesome feast was a singular individual. Judging by the evidence at the scene, the incident must have occurred no less than 10 days prior. "I see now. That explains everything," Maka chuckled softly, shutting the door behind him. Once again, he slipped into the shadows, quietly returning to the restroom, and then stepped back out. "I'm done." "Please continue leading the way," Maka said with a smile, maintaining a facade of calmness as if he had not just witnessed that horrific tableau. Lacey, puzzled, raised an eyebrow at Maka, eager to discern whether he had discovered something significant. A smirk played at the corners of Maka's mouth as he subtly gestured for her to be silent. Lacey scoffed, ceasing her inquiries. Indeed, the current circumstances were not conducive to such discussions. Maka stepped closer, a mischievous glint in his eye. "You know, if you were to pet my head, I might just divulge some information in advance." Upon hearing this, Lacey halted, her gaze fixated on Maka with an odd expression. After a moment, she retorted, "Not a chance." "Pervert." Maka's eyelid twitched. Was he really a pervert for merely suggesting a head pat? Did this little girl truly have to be so unapproachable? Dismissing this trivial interlude, Maka and Lacey soon followed the deputy minister into a peculiar storage room. "Ahem, here it is. We only managed to locate one magical artifact for you," the deputy minister announced, presenting a shimmering wand to Maka. Upon seeing the wand, Lacey's expression dimmed, disappointment flooding her heart. Clearly, this was not the artifact they sought. Nonetheless, Maka accepted the wand. Radiant wand, type, magical weapon quality, ordinary durability, 1420 attack power. This refers to the intensity of magical release 4 equipment requirement. Intelligence attribute 5 special requirement. The ability can only be released by vocalizing the corresponding incantation. And the voice must reach the enemy's ears. Equipment effects. 1. Radiant light. Emits a dazzling light that obscures the enemy's vision. 2. Luminous orb. Releases a magical sphere composed of radiant energy, inflicting area damage. 3. Light shield. conjures a shield of radiant energy that blocks a certain amount of attacks. Rating: 70. Description: a magical weapon collaboratively crafted by the world's protagonist, the radiant magical girl Yogwang. Although its power is only half of the original's, it grants an ordinary person the strength of magic. Well then, please examine it. It should be fine, right? The deputy minister chuckled. Maka nodded. While this item was indeed a magical artifact, it offered no assistance to their endeavors. It appeared this plan was in jeopardy. Though useless, perhaps it could still fetch a price. Thus, he stored the radiant wand in his inventory, just as Maka and the others prepared to leave. The deputy minister suddenly rushed forward. Wait, I found another well-preserved magical artifact. This one is definitely reliable. You can take it with you, rest assured. The deputy minister smiled as he handed the magical artifact to Maka. Lacey's eyes brightened. Yes, this is it, a timely aid. It seemed she had misjudged the deputy minister. He indeed understood the situation. However, Maka's thoughts were entirely contrary to Lacey's. His first instinct was that this old fox was up to something again. Previously, he had been hesitant to part with even one magical artifact, yet now he was willingly offering them a well-preserved one. Maka could almost instantly deduce that this magical artifact had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he silently accepted the artifact, and upon viewing the equipment prompt, his suspicions were confirmed. Well then, thank you very much, Maka said with a smile. The deputy minister nervously scratched his head, laughing heartily. Haha, yes, we hope this magical artifact will aid you in your battle against the witch. Ha ha ha, Maka joined in the laughter. Indeed, indeed. This way, we shall fall into your trap. Yes? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Maka coldly addressed the still-dazed Lacey beside him. Make your move. Chapter 34. The eve of action preparations. So, you had already suspected that the Joint Defense Department was compromised? Maka and Lacey exited the Joint Defense Department. They had just apprehended the deputy minister, subjecting him to intense interrogation before finally extracting the truth. It turned out that the Joint Defense Department had been infiltrated by the witch a month prior, effectively surrendering. Now, this deputy minister and his subordinates were all spies for the witch. Considering the old fool's attitude towards them, it was evident. Under normal circumstances, they would be delighted to cooperate against the witch, yet he had persistently haggled, which was a clear red flag. His constant inquiries about their plans to counter the witch were likely attempts to secretly inform her. If he succeeded, their actions that night would be fraught with peril. Lacey nodded. I see what you mean. His inconsistent demeanor was indeed suspicious, and any magical artifacts he offered must be suspect, I must say. Your judgment is quite impressive, even surpassing mine, Lacey remarked, glancing at Maka. With a playful smile, Maka jested, Oh dear, it is quite a rare honor to be acknowledged by the illustrious magical girl of healing. I must cherish this rare moment of appreciation. Raisai twitched her lips, silently vowing never to praise this tedious individual again. Absolutely, ahem. To return to the matter at hand, I assure you that my conclusions are not solely based on speculation. Can you guess what I saw when I sneaked down that corridor? Maka inquired. What? A feast of blood, a table strewn with desiccated corpses. You should comprehend by now, correct? Raisai nodded in understanding. Well then, since we have confirmed this, there is no need for further discussion. Indeed, we must now prepare for our plan, Maka stated. Although the commotion we just caused was minimal and the personnel of the Joint Defense Department are dwindling. However, if any irregularities are detected and reported to the witches, our plan could be deduced and rendered ineffective. We must act swiftly, preferably tonight. Raisai nodded in agreement with Maka's thoughts. Yet before that, we need to devise a strategy for combating the dark corruption afflicting this magical artifact. Otherwise, should we utilize it, we risk succumbing to its taint, significantly diminishing our combat capabilities. Maka lamented, Is it the same kind of corruption as that of the witches? Raisai hesitated before speaking, I can resolve it. Just leave it to me. Maka raised an eyebrow. Is your method truly that formidable? Could you demonstrate it for me? Dream on, Raisai coldly retorted, quickening her pace. Sigh, Maka shrugged in resignation. He retrieved an apparatus from his pocket, revealing the tainted magical artifact. Life Force Amplification Device. Corrupted. Type. Enhancement Item Quality. Common Effects. 1. Life Force Amplification. Upon placement, releases enhancement magic within a 50-meter radius, increasing maximum health by 10. 2. Dark Corruption. Corruption effect upon release. Applies dark corruption to targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing maximum health and mana by 30 and affecting the mind, with potential influence on willpower. Rating: 60. Description: a magical artifact developed based on the fundamental powers of magic, unfortunately tainted, causing severe detrimental effects to the user. Here, take it. It's now in your hands. Maka offered the device to Raisai. Raisai accepted the artifact, sensing its essence, her brow furrowing. Indeed, it is this power, she remarked with distaste. Accepting the device. Thus, the two returned to the Association of Oddities, making ample preparations for their forthcoming actions. Here, take it. Raisai discarded the device. Maka caught it, noticing that the item's information had changed. The corrupted label had vanished, along with the negative effects. Impressive. You managed to resolve this? How did you accomplish that? Maka smiled at Raisai. Show me your technique, would you? Raisai shot him a frosty glance. Dream on. Alas, what a pity. It seems I am met with indifference. Maka wisely chose not to press further. However, it stood to reason that such a method to counter corruption must be precious. She would not divulge it lightly. After all, they were merely temporary allies. With trust still in its infancy, and of course, it was Raisai who harbored mistrust toward Maka, whereas Maka retained a degree of faith in this world's magical girl, believing that even tainted, they would not easily abandon their inherent kindness. At the very least, they would not turn against their allies. Ahem, is everyone present? Maka glanced at the sky, now slightly yellowed, as twilight approached. He had been closely monitoring news updates, and thus far, there were no signs of Amaya's activity. This indirectly confirmed that Amaya's actions would likely occur at night. Given the nature of witches, they would not dawdle, making their activity tonight highly probable. During this interval, they needed to ensure their remaining preparations were thoroughly arranged. They found themselves in an experimental facility belonging to the Association of Oddities, a site designated for training and cultivating operatives, equipped with various apparatuses. Yet, he did not intend to merely hastily train Lisa. Such efforts would yield minimal improvement. Instead, he aimed to provide Lisa with an additional means. Here, practice with this. Your options are too limited. Maka tossed a shimmering magic wand to Lisa. Lisa caught the glittering wand. Bewildered, what is this? A magical artifact crafted by the shimmering magical girl, possessing several magical abilities. I've noted the details for you, Maka replied, tossing a paper detailing the equipment's information to Lisa. As she examined the note, Lisa was astonished, never having imagined she would one day wield the powers of a magical girl. This is quite remarkable. I'll give it a try, Lisa said, her enthusiasm rising. Just then, Maka interrupted. Ahem, don't get too excited. There's a catch to this wand. What? Lisa felt a sense of foreboding. To activate its abilities, you must chant the corresponding incantation loudly enough for the enemy to hear. Ahem, you understand, Maka said, casting a meaningful glance at Lisa. Suddenly, a blush crept across Lisa's face. This restriction is far too severe, isn't it? It's not overly harsh. Think back to how the magical girls you faced would loudly announce their incantations. Maka shrugged. Lisa recalled and realized it was indeed the case, especially that one named Liuguang, who shouted the loudest. But just because they had no shame doesn't mean I want to. Maka gave Lisa a knowing look. Whether you practice or not is your decision. An additional method increases your chances of capturing a witch. All right, fine. Lisa resigned herself, clutching the wand, contemplating how she, a cool young lady, would find herself in a position to shout incantations like a little girl. As for us, Maka turned to Raisai. Raisai frowned, taking a step back, her eyes warily fixed on Maka. What do you intend to do? Ahem, do not misunderstand. What I mean is, the traps I've set may require your assistance. Maka explained. What kind of assistance? Raisai raised an eyebrow. Could you lend me your dark flame ability? Maka chuckled awkwardly, deliberately using the word lend, and of course, it was a permanent borrowing. Raisai pondered for a moment. Regarding Maka with a knowing gaze, you possess a method for seizing others' abilities, don't you? Maka faltered, realizing he could not deceive this astute girl, sharp as a tack. That is my most crucial technique. I cannot share it with you, Raisai stated coldly. We are allies. After all, impossible. We are about to confront the witches. Impossible. Chapter 35. The operation begins. In the deep of night, a radiant full moon hung in the sky. Beneath the moonlight lay a vibrant city, bustling with life as throngs of people meandered through the lively streets. This was the most bustling night market in Jinghai City, teeming with excitement. Yet, amidst the revelry, the crowds remained oblivious to a slender figure emerging from the shadows. Like a swift predator, she darted through the underbrush, arriving at the most animated part of the gathering. The girl with crimson hair and red eyes licked her lips, her gaze upon the crowd ablaze with fervor, akin to a famished beast eyeing a flock of sheep. At last, "It is my turn to hunt," Amaya murmured, her form leaping forth, plunging into the throng. In an instant, crimson flowed upon the ground as blood sprayed, painting the night with vivid hues. The night market erupted in screams, blood splattering in every direction. On the ground, Amaya resembled a ravenous predator, capturing one prey after another, her claws slicing through their throats, draining their lifeblood with a single gulp. This was the raw essence of witch hunting, blood-soaked and harrowing. Above the night market, amidst the darkness, a ghostly figure flitted about, closely tailing Amaya's every move. From a distant rooftop, a cerulean figure leaped gracefully, keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding carnage. Each second of this bloody feast witnessed another life slipping away. Suddenly, as she feasted upon the blood, Amaya halted, her blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings, as if a beast had caught the scent of a delectable meal. Her gaze fixated upon a particular stall in the night market. Swallowing hard, her instincts informed her that within lay a substantial number of remarkably vibrant prey. This was simply an irresistible temptation. Amaya grinned, dashing forth. Inside the shop, the unaware patrons, already marked as targets, moved about anxiously, eager to flee, yet paralyzed by fear. "Prepare yourselves, she is coming." From the second floor of the shop, a cold voice resonated. Risai's eyes were serious as she looked toward Maka. Maka nodded slightly, the card in his hand shattering. The fire flame formation begins casting. Simultaneously, a dark flame flickered in Risai's hand. She quietly sensed the changes in the surrounding environment, attuning to the imminent surge of fiery power. She cast the black flame downward, allowing it to gradually merge with the ground. This was a combination spell they had practiced over a dozen times. While not perfectly synchronized, they could still achieve a 70 effectiveness. Maka's eyes glimmered. He too utilized his perception to assess the situation. No issues. The fusion is successful. Perception, a derived effect of intelligence, allowed him to emit a sphere of invisible mental waves, surveying the surroundings. With his attributes, he could currently only detect a rough outline within a 5-meter radius. Risai's perception, however, surpassed his own, both in range and precision. It was only thanks to her initiative that the preliminary fusion of abilities could be successfully achieved. "Maka, she has arrived!" Ryuxi suddenly exclaimed. Maka cast his gaze towards the entrance, and indeed, Amaya burst into the shop, her fervent eyes fixated on the delectable prey within. Now is the time. Black Flame Field. No, to be precise, it was the Black Flame Domain. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of heat surged forth. Almost simultaneously, Amaya sensed this familiar ability. Her mind abruptly cleared. This was a trap. Streams of black flames erupted from the ground, encircling the shop and forming a wall of dark fire. "Attack!" Maka commanded in a low voice. In an instant, Maka and Ryuxi leaped down, while Hara and Lisa rushed out from the side. The four of them swiftly surrounded Amaya. "Damn it, you!" Amaya's gaze was fixed on the group before her, particularly on Maka, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Maka, however, did not waste words with her. A card shattered in his hand, as the Icefire magic ball shot forth. A wave of black flames followed closely behind, charging towards Amaya. Within the black flame field, Ryuxi suddenly felt her control over the black flames intensify. She unleashed a more refined manipulation of the dark fire. As the flames from all directions seemed poised to engulf Amaya, Lisa's whip lashed out as well, while Hara awaited the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Their ambush was potent enough to incapacitate Amaya in a mere heartbeat. Boom! An explosion rang out, smoke billowing everywhere. The plan, was it successful? Just as Maka entertained the thought, several shards of radiant moonlight shot forth from the smoke. How could they arrive so quickly? Ryuxi's eyes narrowed. These 8 shards unequivocally indicated that Li Xinyue had arrived. An unexpected turn in the plan, though it was to be anticipated. Maka's eyes flickered. He had long been prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The 8 blood-red shards were already primed, flying towards the incoming radiant moonlight. The two collided, and after just a few exchanges, accompanied by the sound of shattering, Li Xinyue's moonlight shards were utterly destroyed. As the smoke cleared, Li Xinyue was seen embracing Amaya, with the spirit witch standing beside her. In the span of a few breaths since the attack began, the witch's support had arrived. It was anticipated that Eureka would engage in a brief dispute with Li Xinyue. Yet unexpectedly, their thoughts aligned, and they immediately retaliated. However, although things did not proceed as smoothly as planned, as long as the black flame field remained, we still held the advantage. A sphere of black flames manifested in Maka's hand. Under the influence of the black flame field, he could also unleash some of the dark fired. Rixi's black flames grew even more formidable, and her control intensified. This was the true power of domain-type abilities. A collective enhancement. Li Xinyue glanced at the surrounding dark flames, a cold smile gracing her lips. I won't fight you here. If you wish to capture Amaya, come chase after me with that. Li Xinyue dashed toward the entrance. Holding Amaya close, Maka and Rixi simultaneously unleashed more black flames to obstruct her, yet Li Xinyue charged through the dark fire without hesitation. Teskate. Rixi's expression soured. This was disastrous. The plan had utterly failed. You and Hara, go entangle Li Xinyue, Maka instructed. What? That's pointless, Rixi retorted. In the outside world, combating Li Xinyue under the blood moon was exceedingly difficult. Our plan has already failed, Rixi said earnestly to Maka. However, Maka shook his head. No, you must learn to adapt. Our goal from the very beginning was never to capture Amaya, but to apprehend a witch. Upon hearing this, Rixi's eyes widened. You mean? Exactly. How did she come to realize this? Maka offered Rixi a knowing smile. It was not yet time to unveil the plan. They needed to mislead the witch's judgment. Rixi nodded and followed Hara in pursuit of Li Xinyue. We will chase after Li Xinyue. Maka, you hold off Eureka, Rixi called back as she departed. Meanwhile, Eureka faced off against Makadato. Perhaps you can hold me off alone, but do you truly believe they can defeat Li Xinyue under the blood moon? Eureka spoke haughtily. In her view, Maka and his companion's plan had already crumbled, and they were now merely struggling in vain. Maka chuckled silently. Who knows? After all, my sole duty is to keep an eye on you. He was deliberately misleading Eureka, both in terms of manpower allocation and in his words. Their target was the Amaya held by Li Xinyue. Yet, the true objective was precisely the opposite. Rixi and the others were tasked with delaying Li Xinyue, creating a facade, while he aimed to capture Eureka alone. Chapter 36. The Suppression of the Black Flame Field. Once again, it was a one-on-one confrontation with Eureka, but this time, his strength was not only enhanced, but the surrounding black flame field also bolstered him. He needed to defeat her at the quickest pace possible, so swiftly that she would not even realize that their true aim was her. Maka mused inwardly. Taking down a witch solo was no simple feat. Even a captain might struggle to achieve it, however. The advantage of the spirit which lay in the terrifying magical power within her. Yet the black flames were precisely capable of devouring magic, Maka contemplated, shattering a card. Instantly, the icefire magic ball hurtled towards Eureka. Eureka's expression turned disdainful. After their previous battle, she had a solid understanding of Maka's abilities. He was not weaker than her, but he could not surpass her. In the midst of her thoughts, a beam of energy erupted, colliding with the icefire magic ball. Suddenly, smoke engulfed the area. In the next moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, swirling with magical energy, poised to unleash countless magical light ions. Maka smiled faintly. He was well aware that the icefire magic ball would not harm Eureka. His intention was to create a smoke screen. Seizing the moment when the smoke obscured Eureka's vision, Maka swiftly manipulated the black flames within the field. Abruptly, torrents of heat erupted from the walls of black flames, engulfing Eureka concealed within the smoke. As for the spiritual rain above, Maka concentrated, conjuring more black flames. Under his meticulous control, a barrier of black flames formed above his head. Countless energy light ions rained down, and not only did they fail to breach this layer of black flame shield, but they also caused the flames to intensify uncontrollably. Cough, cough. How could this flame be? The smoke cleared at the battlefield's center, revealing Eureka's voice. At this moment, the ground around her was littered with shattered energy shields, and she was engulfed in fiercely burning black flames. Unfamiliar with the nature of the black flames, she attempted to summon her immense magical power to extinguish the fire. Yet, the black flames were not Amaya's ordinary fire. Their essence was to devour magic, and Eureka's actions were akin to feeding the flames, digging her own grave. In an instant, the black flames on her body surged as if doused in gasoline, expanding explosively and completely engulfing her upper body. What? Eureka stumbled back, her face reflecting terror as she realized the black flames were consuming her magical power. Have you finally figured it out? Unfortunately, it's too late. Maka sneered, surprised at how smoothly events had unfolded. Eureka's typical reaction in the face of life-threatening attacks was to instinctively release her formidable magical power to envelop herself, but this inadvertently enhanced the black flame's might. It's over. Maka drew a card, the blood-red shard. Eureka clenched her jaw, her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Maka. Yes, it was indeed over. In her current state, she could not possibly withstand Maka's assault. Since she could no longer hold on, then why not? Let us die together, Eureka roared, her azure eyes radiating the brightest light. She grasped the earring dangling from her earlobe, which bore a blue gemstone. The essence of magic. She was about to unleash the source of her magic. Maka instantly discerned Eureka's intentions. The blood-red shard had barely formed 4 pieces when he hurriedly released it. The upgraded blood-red shard was incredibly swift, arriving before Eureka in the blink of an eye. PFF. The sharp shard severed her hand that clutched the blue gemstone. However, the gemstone fell to the ground, and Eureka lifted her foot, stomping down, crack, with the sound of the magical essence shattering. An unprecedented wave of terrifying magical power erupted. Simultaneously, all the magic within Eureka poured forth. She was going all out. Maka's eyes widened. Instead of allowing the black flames to consume her magic entirely, she chose to release it all. Magical killing array, Eureka declared, and suddenly, the magical density in the surroundings surged. A colossal and terrifying magical force converged, gradually forming a quadrilateral array. This azure array overlapped with the black flame field, creating a stalemate. Just as the azure array was completed, an onslaught resembling a Gatling gun's fire descended upon them. From all sides of the array, countless light ions were unleashed. Damn it. Maka immediately commanded the black flames, erecting a wall around himself to block the light ions. Within the entire array, tens of thousands of light ions intertwined, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Not only that, but the floor of the array also swelled with terrifying magical energy. Columns of markings emerged, and soon, horrifying beams of energy shot forth, reaching the ceiling. These energy beams erupted from the ground like fountains. This magical killing array represented the pinnacle of firepower coverage. Under such overwhelming firepower, Eureka's own shield shattered first, succumbing to the onslaught of light ions. Are you a fool? The first to crumble under such an attack is undoubtedly you. Maka's voice echoed from within the black flames. Yet, Eureka merely scoffed, unperturbed by his words. Maka furrowed his brow, realizing something was amiss. According to Leishi's description, Eureka was the most astute among them. How could she resort to a suicidal attack? Unless, as Maka surveyed the encroaching black flames around him, he suddenly grasped Eureka's intentions at that moment. A figure burst forth from the black flames ahead. Eureka lunged towards him. Despite Maka's swift evasion, he was still tackled to the ground by Eureka. Instantly, the black flames clung to his body. Eureka pinned Maka down tightly, unleashing her residual magic and frantically feeding the black flames. I see your plan now. You wish to use the black flames to perish together with me? Truly mad. Maka could not help but utter. Eureka understood that the black flames could consume magic, rendering her magical formation incapable of harming Maka. Yet, she chose to do the opposite, utilizing the terrifying magic of her formation to attack and rapidly feed the black flames, allowing their inferno to engulf the entire battlefield. In doing so, she intended to drag Maka down with her. Indeed, in the fleeting moment she exerted all her strength to hold Maka down. The surrounding black flames had already spread, poised to envelop Maka's body. Your plan is commendable, but alas. Maka ceased his struggle and let out a cold laugh. Eureka's azure eyes fixed intently upon him, bewildered as to why this man could still smile. She was acutely aware that Maka did not possess complete control over the black flames and would also be consumed, potentially burning to death. My apologies, but I have one last trick. Maka spoke unhurriedly, murmuring, "Do you remember your sister Amaya's flame traversal?" Upon hearing this, Eureka's pupils constricted. Maka had never unleashed this technique before her eyes, so, in the face of crisis, she had not considered the possibility. The fact that Maka could steal others' abilities meant he had likely already acquired Amaya's flame traversal. In that case, Eureka's face displayed fear, but in an instant, for blood-red diamond lights shot forth, piercing her limbs and pinning her to the ground. "Farewell, Eureka," Maka said with a calm smile. Snap! The surging black flames rushed in, accompanied by the sound of a finger snap. Chapter 37. Capture successful. Prepare to retreat. At the edge of the black flame field, a fiery tornado surged upwards. Maka emerged from its midst with calm composure. He turned to gaze at the inferno of black flames raging around him. Nourished by Eureka's magic, this was undoubtedly the most terrifying blaze of the black flames. Fortunately, Maka had some control over the black flame field, able to contain its burning range within the domain, preventing it from spreading further. Under such a fearsome blaze, Eureka would soon be scorched into unconsciousness. Maka had to time this perfectly. He could not allow Eureka to die. Counting down silently in his mind, 3, 2, 1. Maka relied on his control over the force field to carve a narrow path through the burning black flames. He rushed towards Eureka, crouched down, and swiftly lifted the unconscious girl. At that moment, the surrounding black flames could no longer be restrained and surged towards him, instantly scorching the right side of his body. Enduring the searing pain, he snapped his fingers again. Flame traversal activated once more, enabling him to escape the black flame field. This time, he emerged at the front of the door. However, most of Maka's body was already engulfed in black flames, his internal magic being relentlessly devoured. The flames continued to scorch his body, the pain igniting his nerves. Fortunately, Maka could withstand such agony. He hoisted Eureka and dashed outside. The black flame field was a fusion magic of his and Leishi's. He could only control the field and a portion of the black flames, unable to eliminate them as Leishi could. He had to find Leishi to resolve this troublesome matter. Outside, the night had turned a bloody crimson, as Li Xinyuan navigated through the darkness, engaging in a relentless skirmish with 3 figures below. Hala roared, blood streaming from its body, numerous gashes marring its form. Were it anyone else, such injuries would have been fatal. But its vitality was remarkable, allowing it to persist. Lisha was not in great shape either. Her right arm bore a horrific gash from the blood-red diamond lights, rendering her incapable of wielding her whip. She could only grip her sparkling magic wand with her left hand, shouting various magical abilities to support their main force, Leishi. Surrounding Leishi were surging black flames, serving both as her offensive and defensive means. She and Li Xinyue, bolstered by the blood moon, were locked in a stalemate, each finding it difficult to inflict harm upon the other. Several black flames shot towards Li Xinyue, who laughed maniacally as she dodged. Unperturbed, for her mission was to protect Amaya. The longer she delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for Leishi and her companions. As for Maka, that fellow was likely to be locked in a mutual demise with Eureka. Once he dealt with Leishi and the others, she would go after that most detestable man. Leishi supported herself with her hands on the ground. The black flames encircled her, acting as a defense. She breathed heavily, having entangled with Li Xinyue for so long, her internal magic nearly depleted. Most critically, releasing the black flames would only exacerbate the erosion of her strength. She had to combat this erosion while also facing Li Xinyue, which diminished her combat effectiveness. Maka. Leishi's eyes flickered. She was on the verge of collapse. Yet, Maka was engaged in a one-on-one duel with Eureka. It seemed improbable that he would resolve it so swiftly. Just as Leishi pondered this, a voice echoed from behind. "Leishi, Maka?" Leishi turned in surprise, her immediate reaction being to wonder if Maka had failed and was calling for her to retreat. However, upon seeing the unconscious Eureka in Maka's arms, her eyes lit up. Maka had truly succeeded, and so quickly. Wait a moment, the black flames on him. Leishi's eyes twitched. How had this fellow managed to ignite himself while playing with the black flames? Leishi thought in exasperation. Yet she understood why Maka had rushed over in such a frenzy. Since the black flames were her domain, she successfully extinguished the flames burning on Maka through her control of magic. Phew! Maka patted his chest. The black flames burned fiercely. In just a short while, his life force had dwindled to 76. Fortunately, the black flames merely scorched his body, inflicting no grievous injuries that would impair his combat ability. That is, Eureka! Above the night sky, Li Xinyue's gaze fell upon the figure cradled in Maka's arms, her eyes narrowing in realization. In an instant, everyone present comprehended the truth. Maka's true target was not a Maya. He aimed to capture Eureka. Li Xinyue finally grasped the situation. Maka is tossing Eureka to Hala. You all must take her away, Li Xinyue, and I will stall Leishi. Damn it! Li Xinyue sprinted forward, intent on seizing the fleeing Hala. But in the blink of an eye, 8 shards of blood-red light surged towards her. She froze momentarily but quickly reacted, recognizing it as the ability Maka had unleashed. In an instant, a scythe appeared in her hand. Its blade crimson, its body black, constructed from the dual powers of shadows and blood. Clash! The sharp scythe swung, deflecting the incoming blood-red lights one after another. However, the blood-red shards were not so easily dispatched. The 8 shards relentlessly pursued Li Xinyue. Gazing at these troublesome blood-red lights, Li Xinyue's fury ignited, and she shouted at Maka, "You despicable thief! This insufferable guy, capable of stealing others' abilities for his own use." She had never witnessed such shamelessness. "Ha ha, since I'm a thief, what's one more ability to steal?" Maka grinned, aiming at the blood moon above. Deprivation? The depriver attempts to steal the magical ability Blood Moon, which is of slightly higher level, green, consuming 3 mana points to activate the card. Seeing Maka's actions, Li Xinyue was infuriated, as if fueled by rage. She swung her weapon several times, sending the blood-red shards flying, then rushed towards Maka. She intended to slay this thief, yet a wall of black flames suddenly rose, blocking her path. Warning: the depriver's magic intensity is too low to steal Blood Moon. Deprivation failed. The depriver only managed to steal the full moon night. As expected, it was futile. Maka shook his head. Although he could not completely steal the Blood Moon, he quickly acquired the full moon night with his second experience, effectively nullifying one of Li Xinyue's realms. Swift actions. Well done, Leishi praised, arriving at Maka's side. Though she had sworn not to commend this guy again, Maka's performance had indeed surpassed her expectations, prompting her to speak involuntarily. Even she might not have been able to capture Eureka in such a short span. Did you think my trap was mere decoration? The very reason I set the black flame field was to prevent unforeseen circumstances, Maka replied with a smile. Hearing this, Leishi shot a surprised glance at Maka. This fellow had calculated the possibility of unexpected events from the very beginning. He had already prepared a backup plan to capture Eureka. After all, the black flame field was precisely the best means to counter Eureka. Leishi swallowed hard. It seemed she had underestimated this man. On the surface, he appeared carefree, yet his inner calculations surpassed anyone else's. Instinctively, Leishi took a step back from Maka, even questioning internally whether he might also be plotting against her. Maka glanced at Leishi, who had stepped back, feeling somewhat disheartened. Was he truly so untrustworthy? Since the plan is complete, shall we retreat? Leishi suggested. Maka nodded, and just as they intended to return to the shop, a figure leaped down from the night sky, obstructing their path. Li Xinyue's eyes glowed crimson. You cannot leave here. Leishi furrowed her brows slightly. Maka, we are in trouble. None of us are in good shape right now. My magic is nearly depleted, and yours is likely running low as well, isn't it? Indeed, Maka nodded in agreement. Shall we escape separately? Leishi whispered to Maka, strategizing. It was impossible to break through and return to the shop with Li Xinyue in pursuit. Even if they could manage to leave, only one of them could do so at most. Thus, separating was their only option in hopes of shaking off Li Xinyue. And no need for that. If she wishes to fight, then let us engage her, Maka assured Leishi with a reassuring glance. Leishi raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. What tricks does this fellow possess? At that moment, the radiant moon hung in the night sky. Li Xinyue raised her hands as if welcoming the moonlight. Be careful, she is about to unleash the blood moon, Leishi cautioned. Li Xinyue was not particularly difficult to deal with. Her most formidable ability was indeed the crimson moon. No problem, Maka replied with a calm smile. slowly retrieving a card, its back facing the sky, obscuring the moonlight above. Li Maka and Leishi spoke almost in unison. This is the Crimson Moon. And this is the Azure Moon. Chapter 38. Azure Moon versus Crimson Moon. The hues and sounds of the two forces reverberated through the night sky. As the dark canvas was swiftly painted with color, behind Li Xinyue, blood-red energy began to spread, soon enveloping the bright moon. Simultaneously, behind Maka, azure energy gradually expanded, almost mirroring the crimson on the opposite side of the moon. These two contrasting colors and powers extended from either side of the moon, akin to two colossal dragons, clawing and snapping at each other. At last, in the very center of the moon, these two immense forces converged. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted, as the blood-red and azure energies intertwined, grappling fiercely, neither yielding. At times, the crimson energy surged forth like a tidal wave, staining the entire sky with red. At other moments, the azure energy mounted a fierce counterattack, flooding back like a tide, illuminating the surrounding space in deep blue. The two powers remained locked in a stalemate. Thus, a miraculous half-blood-red, half-azure moon was born. The azure moon is hindered by the crimson moon. The field is in a semi-expanded state, amplifying effects reduced by 50. Maka observed the notification, wholly unsurprised. He had long anticipated that the clash between the Crimson Moon and Azure Moon would counterbalance each other. Not only was the Azure Moon's effect limited by 50, but the Crimson Moon was likewise affected. The two forces negated each other, rounding down to effectively no limitations. Confirmed, the Azure Moon? At this moment, Li Xinyue stood frozen, her eyes fixated on the azure luminescence of the crescent moon, utterly bewildered. What kind of joke is this? She was completely taken aback. Her greatest trump card had always been the Crimson Moon, which had significantly bolstered her power, allowing her to face two opponents alone. Now, however, Maka had unleashed a similar yet distinct ability, the Azure Moon, and it countered her Crimson Moon, rendering them equal. How could this be? You clearly haven't stolen the Crimson Moon. Li Xinyue gazed incredulously at Maka, acutely aware that he could not seize the blood energy of the Crimson Moon. She had felt quite smug about this. Yes, I cannot take your Crimson Moon, but that does not mean I cannot create an equivalent, or even stronger, force. Maka casually twirled the card in his hand, maintaining his composure. Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue's mind felt as if struck by lightning. She understood. Maka had seized the full moon night and then refined it into the Azure Moon. How is this possible? The strongest ability derived from the fusion of two witches, and he managed to create it all by himself? Li Xinyue's thoughts were in turmoil. Something was off. He was not what he seemed. You cannot be a mutant. The Mutant Association does not possess such power, Li Xinyue realized, casting a certain glance at Maka. She had previously harbored suspicions about Maka's identity. The idea of a mutant seizing a witch's capabilities was already unfathomable. Now, she was utterly convinced of it. Maka was not a newly emerged mutant. Where did he come from? What was the source of his power? Maka's gaze darkened, and he remained silent. So, it had indeed been discovered. He thought to himself, his methods were too peculiar. Even if the original world's inhabitants were not particularly astute, they would eventually catch on. It was of little consequence to be discovered by Li Xinyue, but if Leishi were to notice. Maka cast a sidelong glance at Leishi, who stood with her arms crossed, her vibrant green eyes scrutinizing him. She was far more perceptive than Li Xinyue. The moment she laid eyes on the Azure Moon, she had guessed something amiss. Let us revisit this later, shall we? Maka said with a smile. Leishi waved her hand dismissively. Of course. Though she too harbored doubts about Maka's identity, they were still on the same side, and questioning a teammate in the heat of battle was a foolish endeavor. While the effects were reduced by 50, the enhancement of their fundamental attributes was still quite evident. Maka clenched his fist. It was not merely an increase in magic power. He felt stronger, and his movements seemed lighter. This was the power of an all-attribute enhancement. Bathed in the azure moonlight, his magic was gradually recovering. Leishi clenched her hand, a burst of black flames erupting forth. A comprehensive enhancement and magic recovery. Impressive. Maka, she murmured, her tone a blend of admiration and caution. All right, it is now our turn to make an escape, Maka declared loudly, striding toward Li Xinyue. Li Xinyue's expression was grim. She could not refute Maka's words. Originally relying on the Crimson Moon, She had been confident in facing two opponents, but with both sides now enjoying equal benefits, the situation had transformed into a righteous 2-on-1 brawl. So what? Li Xinyue gathered a blood shadow scythe in her hand. Choosing to fight to the death, with her magic fully replenished, Maka swiftly drew 2 cards. After activating the first one, he immediately triggered the second. Ice and fire magic orbs shot forth, only to be shattered by Li Xinyue's scythe. Amidst the smoke, Li Xinyue darted out, transforming into a blood arc aimed at Maka. Yet, 4 shards of crimson light had already gathered beside Maka, which suddenly shot forth to intercept Li Xinyue with equal swiftness. Clang, clang, clang. Li Xinyue struck the shards of crimson light one by one, while simultaneously constructing her own shards of crimson light, 2, 4, 6, before the 8 shards could be fully formed. A torrent of black flames descended, engulfing all the crimson shards in the air. Upon contact with the magic within the crimson shards, the black flames instantly expanded, swiftly devouring all 8 shards. Blood ball. Li Xinyue thrust her left hand toward Maka. A blood-red energy orb accumulated and then erupted forth. The orb, charged with terrifying power, collided with the energy barrier in front of Maka. With a loud crack, the energy barrier shattered, transforming into another equally potent blood orb that burst forth. Colliding with Li Xinyue's attack, Li Xinyue aimed at the smoke, intent on unleashing another strike. But at that moment, she felt a chilling sensation on her back. A figure clad in a black cloak appeared specter-like behind her. Black flames surging forth. With a whoosh, Li Xinyue reacted swiftly, redirecting her blood shadow scythe toward the rear. If Leishi did not evade, she would undoubtedly suffer the blow. However, at that instant, a fiery vortex erupted beside Leishi. A hand extending from within, grasping the blood shadow scythe directly. With a sharp sound, the scythe sliced through flesh and bone, yet it abruptly halted, not due to a depletion of force, but because it was forcibly halted by a peculiar power. Deprivation. Maka's figure materialized, his grip firm on the blood shadow scythe, attempting to wrest it away. Again with this trick, you despicable thief. Cursed little thief, scoundrel. Li Xinyue spat furiously, venting her frustration with a torrent of insults. Upon hearing this, Maka nearly burst into laughter. Li Xinyue had no further opportunity to berate Maka, as her back was now entirely engulfed by the black flames. If she did not curb Leishi's actions, she would be completely consumed. In resignation, Li Xinyue released her grip on the blood shadow scythe, focusing on countering Leishi. This allowed Maka to successfully seize the blood shadow scythe. The Reclaimer has successfully deprived the blood shadow scythe. Blood shadow scythe, type, magical attack quality, white effect. Constructs a scythe using shadow and blood magic. The blade is sharp, but requires a certain level of strength to unleash its power. Mana cost, 10 power value, sharpness 10 prerequisite attributes, strength 6, intelligence 7 cooldown, 60 seconds evaluation. A unique magical attack, composed of mana, dealing physical damage, with a requirement for the user's strength attribute. Maka had no time to examine the effects, quickly stowing the card away. As he watched the struggle between Leishi and Li Xinyue, he calculated silently in his heart, it was nearly time. They needed to withdraw. Maka thought. Leishi, encircle Li Xinyue with black flames, then retreat. Maka shouted, his hands slowly merging the power amplification card, small, with flame nuke. In the midst of the fierce battle, Leishi tilted her head slightly. She was uncertain of Maka's intentions, but trusting him, she decisively split the black flames to encircle Li Xinyue before immediately retreating. Li Xinyue, witnessing the surrounding wall of black flames, leaped up, for the only witch among them with flight capabilities. Escaping should not be too. Just then, Li Xinyue suddenly felt a scorching heat burning from above. Confronted with this familiar sensation, Li Xinyue almost instantaneously realized what it was. That technique, at that moment, she had nearly been obliterated by Eureka's explosive flame. This is Li Xinyue dared not ascend any further, for that colossal fireball was slowly descending. Ascending now would be tantamount to courting death. She scanned her surroundings, seeking an escape from the black flames, but the searing heat wave generated by the explosion rendered her attempts exceedingly challenging. She found herself cunningly ensnared by the black flames. Unable to break free, beyond the black flames, Leishi gazed at the enormous fireball plummeting from the sky. Even though this was the second time witnessing such a power, she was still struck with awe. If she were to endure the explosion of that fireball, the mere thought was terrifying. What is the range of its explosion? Suddenly, Lei Shi inquired. About a radius of 70 meters, Ma Ka replied. Are we within that range? Lei Shi tilted her head, sensing an ominous premonition for reasons she could not fathom. Certainly. Lei Shi's eyes twitched out of him. Ka coughed strategically twice, deciding not to tease Lei Shi any longer, since he had opted to unleash this power. He had, of course, prepared for a retreat. Come, into my embrace, Ma Ka said. What? Lei Shi momentarily doubted her hearing. What was Ma Ka thinking at this moment? The colossal fireball was about to descend, and Ma Ka had no time to explain extensively to Lei Shi. He seized her hand and, taking advantage of her surprise, swiftly pulled her into his arms. Before Lei Shi could react, Ma Ka snapped his fingers. Flames surged forth. Simultaneously, another stream of flames erupted from a dark corner within the shop. Ma Ka, still holding Lei Shi, exited the fiery current as the ground began to tremble, and a terrifying heat wave surged toward them from outside the shop. There was no time for Ma Ka to set Lei Shi down. He sprinted toward the teleportation device while cradling her. The crimson explosion illuminated the shop's entrance, rushing in like a tidal wave. At the final moment before the flames consumed the area, Ma Ka surged into the teleportation device. Chapter 39. The developments with Lei Shi on the other side of the teleportation device. Ma Ka emerged with Lei Shi in his arms, panting as if he had narrowly escaped death. Phew, that was unexpected. How could the explosion occur so swiftly? Ma Ka gasped for breath. Lei Shi, still nestled in his embrace, was oblivious to her predicament, her heart racing wildly. Don't misunderstand. I'm just scared. Can you be a bit more serious next time? Lei Shi said, her voice trembling as she gazed earnestly at Ma Ka. Ahem. I'll be sure to do so next time. Ma Ka replied with an awkward smile. Just as their conversation unfolded, a sudden halt in Lisa's voice resonated from ahead. Welcome back, leader. Lisa's voice jolted both of them into awareness, and turning around, they discovered that not only Lisa but also most of the members of the Monster Association were gathered, seemingly prepared to celebrate the triumphant return of their leader. However, at this moment, their leader was holding the black-cloaked figure who had infiltrated the association the previous day, and the intimate proximity of the two sparked a hint of speculation among them. You two. Lisa pointed at Ma Ka and then at Lei Shi, her words tumbling over one another. In a typical situation, one would be rendered speechless by such an awkward scenario, frantically trying to clarify the circumstances. Yet Ma Ka was no ordinary person. He quickly regained his composure and said with a grin, "What's with those looks? Don't misunderstand." Oh, so we were mistaken. Just as Lisa was about to tactfully explain for the leader, Ma Ka interjected, "It's exactly as you think. As the leader of the Monster Association, I think it perfectly normal to embrace a beauty upon returning victorious." Ma Ka maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. Huh? Lisa paused for a moment, instinctively responding, yes, to you, you big-headed fool." Lei Shi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she delivered an elbow strike to Ma Ka's abdomen. Ouch! Ma Ka released Lei Shi, clutching his belly as he staggered back several steps. Barely avoiding a fall, Lei Shi turned away, her cheeks slightly rosy, glaring at Ma Ka with indignation. She had anticipated an earnest explanation from him, only to find him shamelessly admitting to it. What a pervert. Lei Shi cursed inwardly, turning away with a huff. Take me to see Eureka later. She left behind only that phrase. Ma Ka rubbed his belly, noting her surprising strength. However, judging by Lei Shi's decision not to unleash a torrent of black flames upon him, it appeared that their basic trust had been established after fighting side by side. Setting aside this incident, the operation to capture Eureka had been remarkably successful, and the feat of apprehending the witch undoubtedly affirmed Ma Ka's strength, revitalizing the members of the Monster Association. Eureka had been sent to the scientific laboratory for specialized researchers to handle. Soon, they would be able to utilize the specially designed analysis and location machines to identify the source of the corrosive power. During this period, Ma Ka returned to his residence. Mainline branch task, which capture plan successfully completed. Reward: All Attribute Potion X1, 600 membership coins. Upon seeing the notification, Ma Ka found a special potion in his hand. First level All Attribute Enhancement Potion, type. One-time consumable quality, ordinary effect. Ingesting it enhances basic attributes by 2 points each. Rating: 190. Description: a top-tier growth potion that is rare to encounter at the first level. It can enhance a total of 8 attribute points, making it quite expensive. The liquid within the potion glimmers with a grayish hue, signifying its ability to elevate all attributes by 2 points. The fact that this task rewarded a top-tier growth potion was likely due to the cross-level nature of the task. Maka pondered, considering he was officially only at level 1 while having completed a level 4 task, thus receiving a more generous reward. Maka downed the all-attribute potion in one gulp, and instantly, he felt as though he had returned to the state endowed by the Azure Moon buff. His strength, stamina, mana, and agility all exhibited a noticeable enhancement. His basic attributes now stood at Strength, 7 Stamina, 7 Agility, 7 Intelligence, 12 Casually. Maka picked up a cup from the table, and with just a gentle exertion, it shattered into pieces. Furthermore, his battle injuries were also healing at an accelerated pace. Not bad, but it seems that the contribution of the other attributes to the card master profession is not as significant as that of intelligence. Maka mused. Should his future growth primarily focus on intelligence? No. I recall that the card I just obtained has undergone some changes, and Maka retrieved the Blood Shadow Scythe card, examining its effects closely. He soon discovered that, unlike the other cards, this one had an additional requirement of 6 strength in its prerequisites. Both in effect and evaluation, it indicated that strength was essential to unleash its power. Maka activated the Blood Shadow Scythe card, summoning a black-bladed, blood-red-edged magical scythe. He grasped the scythe, swinging it a couple of times, and then began to ponder. He observed the blade's edge. The intelligence attribute likely determined the sharpness of the scythe, while the strength attribute dictated the force of his strikes. It seems, therefore, that both intelligence and strength are indispensable, and enhancing either attribute will augment the power of this card. Following this line of thought, Maka surmised something. In the future, he would face myriad realms with a variety of enemies and abilities. Thus, the powers he would strip away might not solely test his intelligence attribute. He would also require the other 3 attributes to unleash their full potential. Other card masters might not need to worry about this point, as card makers seldom create cards that do not rely on intelligence attributes. However, the abilities that card hunters can strip away would be vast, necessitating a well-rounded development across all attributes to utilize every available method. Maka's eyes sparkled. Could it be that the predecessors of card hunters all developed their abilities across the board? All attribute development, Maka nodded, deciding not to dwell further on this. Upon returning to the association, he would inquire with Nan Shi, as her higher rank would surely afford her greater insights. Leader, the research regarding the witch has been completed. A warrior's voice rang out from outside the door. Maka opened the door and nodded. I understand. The warrior departed, and Maka proceeded to the residence opposite his, where Leishi had been arranged. Naturally, he intended to bring Leishi along for matters concerning Eureka. He gently knocked on the door, but there was no response for a while. Maka hesitated slightly. Intruding upon a girl's quarters was not his style. He must be polite. He knocked again, yet still received no reply. Leaning against the door, he remained calm. After a brief moment, Leishi opened the door, casting a sideways glance at Maka. Her brows arched in surprise as she looked at him. Aren't you coming in? Of course, one must be courteous. Maka replied with a gentle smile. That's fine if you come in. I heard you knock, Leishi said, gradually donning her hood. You heard? Then why didn't you respond? Could it be Maka teased? Were you testing my character? Leishi gazed at Maka for a moment, shrugging her small shoulders. No, I was simply too lazy to bother with you. A bit disheartened. But let us move on. Maka, in light-hearted banter, eased the awkwardness and prepared to lead the way. Wait, give me your hand, Leishi suddenly said. What? Maka was stunned for a moment, extending his hands. Leishi examined his right hand, noticing that the injury had yet to heal. This was from when he had endured the wound inflicted by Leishinu's blood scythe. This fellow had actually chosen to bear it without treatment. Leishi stepped closer, placing her left hand over Maka's right, a faint green glow emanating as she healed his injury. Come on, let us not waste time. We can walk while you heal, she said. With a smile, Maka gently grasped Leishi's delicate hand and proceeded forward. Hey! Leishi's complexion flushed slightly as she attempted to struggle free, but to no avail. I warn you not to overstep your bounds. Is this treatment? I feel embarrassed to even mention it. Nearby, Lisa, who had been quietly observing, could not help but interject, "Clearly, the injury has healed. Yet one clings on while the other casts spells incessantly." Chapter 40. Codename. Dark Gem, let go of me. Leishi said coldly. All right, I'm releasing you now, Maka replied, loosening his grip. Leishi immediately withdrew her hand, rubbing it thoughtfully as a myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. Her heart raced, after being alone for so long. She found herself once again in prolonged physical contact with another person, shameless pervert. Leishi huffed, her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she glared at Maka. Deep down, she did not wish to take the initiative to hold his hand. Being passive meant she could only endure a brief grasp, but not be led along indefinitely. Unfortunately, Maka held on tightly, his grip surprisingly strong, and she did not want to unleash her black flames on him. So she had no choice but to be towed along. The key issue was the multitude of peculiar gazes directed their way. To avoid embarrassment, she felt compelled to continuously cast spells, pretending to treat Maka. Yet, to any discerning observer, it was evident that Maka's injury had long since healed. Honestly, where has your politeness gone? Or is it that you feel compelled to take advantage? Leishi questioned, her eyes blinking in disbelief. Ah, my apologies, but Maka gazed at Leishi's somewhat shy demeanor and couldn't help but say, seeing you like this makes me quite happy. Leishi was momentarily taken aback before realizing Maka's intent, compared to her initially frosty demeanor. Having let down her heavy guard, she indeed revealed some of her hidden facets, which were the truest expressions of herself. We have fought side by side at least once and share a common goal. Maka stated earnestly, extending his hand towards Leishi. From now on, we are partners. Trust me, all right? Maka understood from the outset that to earn Leishi's genuine trust, he must engage in sincere communication once she lowered her first layer of defenses. Although Leishi's temperament had shifted, her essence as a magical girl remained unchanged. This was the best approach for her and a heartfelt promise from Maka. Hesitantly, Leishi took his hand, and this time, Maka truly only held it briefly before letting go. You're suddenly so serious. I'm not quite used to it, Leishi remarked, brushing her hair back. However, I need to confirm something with you later. I hope you won't hide anything, or else we can only remain temporary allies. Perhaps even not become enemies, Leishi added gravely. Rest assured, I will, Maka replied, knowing that Leishi referred to matters of identity, but he had already devised a response. Let's deal with the pressing matters first, Leishi suggested. The two then entered the laboratory, and at first glance, they were met with a glass chamber at the center. Inside the chamber, filled with an unknown blue liquid, floated a girl adorned with various apparatuses. She was Eureka, the Azure Witch. Yet at this moment, her youthful skin was exposed, submerged in the liquid without a stitch of clothing. Maka merely glanced before quickly averting his gaze. Such was the courtesy of a gentleman. Unbeknownst to him, Leishi had been discreetly observing his reaction. Seeing Maka's gaze swiftly shift away, she nodded slightly, her heart seemingly confirming something. Maka approached the researchers and inquired, "How is the calibration coming along?" The researchers nodded. "Quite smoothly. The instruments have analyzed the special energy and completed initial localization." As they spoke, the researcher pointed to a smaller glass container, within which resided a dark energy sphere. Maka nodded, gazing at the black energy. As a prompt materialized before him, the extractor has extracted a portion of the source of distortion energy. Preliminary scanning and analysis can be conducted to determine initial information about the unknown. Would you like to proceed with a detailed analysis? Cost: 50 membership credits. Membership credits? Maka nodded, yes. Analyzing sample. Ding. Preliminary analysis complete. Matching database. Match successful. All information revealed. Codename: Dark Gem. Unknown ID: D488. Containment measures: place in a specially designed storage box. Completely isolate the room. No living beings allowed inside. Description: this appears to be a non-active unknown entity, capable of emitting a strong allure, inducing living beings to generate negative emotions for power, thus acquiring the dark energy residing within the unknown. However, the unknown power is extraordinarily dangerous. All gifts come with a price marked by fate, and ultimately, living beings will be completely consumed by the overwhelming dark power, brainwashed into becoming the external vessel of the unknown. Special note: this dark power can split into multiple strands, eroding and brainwashing numerous living beings. When a being dies, the dark energy it harbors will return to the gem. His.so detailed? Maka exclaimed in surprise. The 50 membership credits were well spent. Based on the characteristics of the power and unknown ID, the unknown containment facility can retrieve all documented information from the database. So that's how it is, Maka nodded, realizing he had been fortunate to encounter an unknown entity already documented. So how do I recover the unknown ID? Aren't they supposed to be immortal? Maka moved to a corner, conversing with the facility. Ding. The extractor has the right to know part of the unknown's information. Unknowns are not immortal. Both active and non-active forms can be killed. However, the blood red ID, as the source of the unknown, will not disappear. All blood red IDs will dissipate upon the unknown's death and will randomly re-emerge in some void after a period of time. The blood red IDs cannot be completely destroyed by any means. Thus, these IDs are immortal, and the unknowns are indestructible. So that's it, unlimited random resurrection. No wonder they are considered immortal, posing a threat to countless worlds. Maka nodded, finally grasping the terror of the unknowns. Just a single unknown with a sequence number at the end could distort the world of magical girls, leading to the collapse and destruction of world order. Yet there were thousands of such unknowns. Moreover, the lower the number, the more bizarre the power. The most troublesome aspect was that these unknowns could never be entirely eradicated, continuously reviving, while the worlds they corrupted had no second chance at resurrection. They were truly the number one enemy in the void, but what could one do against an immortal monster? Thus, the unknown containment facility was born, right? Maka mused. Indeed, the ultimate goal of the unknown containment facility is singular, to contain all unknowns. Since unknowns cannot be killed, a powerful organization capable of imprisoning all unknowns must emerge. The facility serves as a large-scale prison for unknowns, and the extractors act as the void's police force capturing criminals. They could also be the saviors of the world. Maka pondered, realizing that had he not arrived in the world of magical girls, the witch's victory would have been inevitable. Once the dark gem obtained an external vessel, this world would likely cease to exist. With that thought, a smile crept onto Maka's lips. I believe I know how to manipulate that girl. Manipulate what? At that moment, a voice sounded from behind. Chapter 41. Entering the game. Each with their own schemes. Maka jumped slightly and immediately turned to see Leishi approaching, her emerald green eyes blinking with confusion. What manipulation? Maka scratched his head, displaying a look of greater bewilderment than Leishi. Leishi narrowed her eyes, suspiciously asking, You're not planning to manipulate me, are you? Maka felt a chill run down his spine. If he lost the trust he had so painstakingly gained, it would be disastrous. What was he thinking? How could that even be possible? Really? Leishi elongated her tone, as if probing Maka. Maka stepped forward and patted Leishi's shoulder. We're partners. I've just uncovered a lot of information. I'll share everything with you later. You can trust me on this, right? Leishi raised an eyebrow. What information? However, from Maka's demeanor, it seemed he truly knew something significant. All right, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I hope you won't betray my trust. Leishi conceded, not pressing the issue, convinced she understood Maka's character and that he was not the type to harm his comrades. Maka exhaled, realizing that he must be more cautious with his words. Why did he feel a twinge of guilt? But saying he was a savior wasn't he exactly manipulation, was it? He pondered as he approached the researchers. Apologies. I was just mulling over some thoughts. Please continue, Maka said. No problem, esteemed leader. I can wait indefinitely, the researcher replied politely before continuing. Here, this is the localization device, capable of detecting similar energy signatures within a certain range. Maka looked at the screen, which displayed a kind of localization map. Most crucially, there were several black dots. These dots varied in size, with two positioned right where they were, likely indicating Eureka and Leishi. The other dots were located at a far-off coordinate, two smaller dots, and one comparatively larger one. The size of the dots signifies the strength of the witch's powers. The two smaller ones must belong to the Blood Witch and the Night Witch, while the slightly larger one is undoubtedly the Dark Witch. The researcher explained. Maka nodded, realizing that this could confirm the witch's locations. The captain's device was indeed reliable. What is that? Suddenly, Maka pointed towards a large, not far from the three witches. This was enormous. Even surpassing the combined size of the three, I was uncertain about this. but the detection indicated that it harbored an immense witchly power. The researchers were equally baffled, wondering if there was another witch aside from the Witch of Darkness. Yet, the healing magical girl was right beside them. Who could this additional witch be? This is not a witch. Maka squinted her eyes, realizing that such formidable power could only stem from the source of aberrant energy. The dark gem numbered D488. I never expected it to be located there. Now that the position is confirmed, the plan can proceed. Maka stroked her chin, a series of plans taking shape in her mind. The next step would be determining how to acquire this dark gem. Once obtained, it could potentially allow the organization to reclaim the number. If the organization intervened to contain the unknown, then this world would undoubtedly be saved. Ding! Mainline Ultimate Task triggered. Mainline Ultimate Task. Reclaim number, level LV5, task objective. Touch the unknown D488 dark gem, and have the organization reclaim its number. Task reward, initial profession weapon box. 800 membership coins. As expected, simply touching it would allow for containment, thus broadening my strategic options, perhaps even striking directly at the source without engaging the witches. Thoughts swirled in Maka's mind. However, this is a level 5 task, and completing it would likely not be easy. Nevertheless, the rewards for a task spanning 4 levels would be extraordinarily generous. What might the initial profession weapon box contain? The anticipation was enough to make one rub their hands together. All right, I understand, Maka nodded at the researchers. Can Eureka detach from this apparatus? Lexi approached, gazing at Eureka submerged in the glass chamber, inquiring. What? Are you feeling sorry for her situation? It's not impossible to change her placement. As long as we ensure she doesn't awaken, Maka replied. Lexi shook her head. No, I have a method to temporarily detach her from the erosion, allowing her to regain some semblance of reason. Perhaps we can extract some crucial information. Oh, that method again? Given our relationship, surely I can trust you to show me, Maka chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Lexi's expression darkened. Don't use such ambiguous language, I can show you. But don't even think about stealing. Hey, why do you call me a thief? That hurts my feelings. Maka pretended to clutch his heart dramatically. Lexi rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. No time to waste. We must act immediately, Maka declared, engaging in discussion with the researchers. After all, if Eureka could remain conscious for a while, it would greatly assist in the subsequent plans and might even trace back to the truth behind the Dark Gem's calamity. Within the pitch-black palace, the Witch of Darkness sat regally upon her throne, her brows furrowed, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. At the foot of the palace steps lay the unconscious Li Xinyue and Amaya. In the final moments, she had saved them. Otherwise, the explosion of that colossal fireball would have severely impaired their combat abilities. However, the situation remained dire. The Witch of Darkness produced the magic sphere, revealing Eureka's name inscribed upon it. As she observed, the sphere's color shifted, predominantly engulfed in darkness, with only a small portion remaining gray. With each passing moment, the Witch of Darkness's agitation grew. What should have been reclaimed had slipped away, while that which ought to have been discarded had been lost. The image of Maka flashed through her mind. The variables surrounding this pawn were too great, and it was perilous to continue allowing him to remain. Leaning back against her chair, her brows occasionally relaxing and then furrowing again, she fell silent, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Sigh. Ultimately, her long sigh echoed within the dark palace. She gazed at the chessboard upon the stone table, silently placing an external piece onto the board. Given the circumstances, I must enter the fray and eliminate a piece. She picked up 2 pieces from the board, staring intently, contemplating which piece to remove. After a prolonged moment of silent deliberation, she set one piece alongside the other 2 while positioning the remaining piece adjacent to her own. This move was the only viable option. The Witch of Darkness nodded, her deep-set eyes seemingly grasping a profound understanding. If Maka could devise a cunning plan, then surely she could as well. This time, she would reclaim a victory by removing an obstructive piece. A cold, clear laugh resonated through the silent palace, as if sealing the fate of the game. Chapter 42. Is Maka truly worth the trust? Purification? Is that your method of combating the erosion? Maka stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the lounge, Eureka, now dressed, lay upon the bed while Lexi gently caressed her forehead, a pure azure light emanating from her hands. Yes, but this can only delay the erosion. It cannot eradicate it completely. Lexi explained as she purified Eureka's affliction. Maka nodded. The sole means of countering the encroachment of dark power was indeed crucial in this warped world, explaining why Lexi had kept it hidden for so long. Maka refrained from further inquiries, allowing Lexi to focus entirely on purifying Eureka. After a while, Lexi's furrowed brows relaxed, and she slowly withdrew her hands. All right, I've repelled most of the erosion, but it's merely a temporary suppression. Will she retain her original thoughts upon awakening? Maka couldn't help but ask. Lexi pondered for a moment before responding. She should I have narrowly avoided succumbing to darkness multiple times, and during the most perilous instance. My thoughts underwent a significant shift. I felt the urge to kill, to ally with the witches at that time. My rational mind almost ceased to exist, but after instinctively using purification, the erosion within me was suppressed, and my thoughts were liberated once more. Upon hearing this, Maka nodded. It seems the brainwashing exists alongside the power. If we could purify the dark erosion from within the witches, perhaps we could save them. After Maka spoke, he quietly observed Lexi. Lexi remained silent for a moment. While she likely shared this sentiment, she also realized it's futile. This erosion cannot be purified, at least not by my means, Lexi sighed, shaking her head. If my purification could achieve that, circumstances would take a significant turn. Oh? Then why don't you let me utilize your purification? Perhaps with a modification, I could make it work, Maka suggested, stroking his chin with a playful smirk. Lexi raised an eyebrow, her gaze piercing through Maka. Can you truly accomplish that? Faced with Lexi's expectant eyes, a wave of unease washed over Maka. Not at this moment. He did not wish to mislead Lexi on this matter. As it pertained to trust, then let me know when you can. Lexi averted her gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. Maka shrugged. He had merely asked casually, never anticipating Lexi would readily entrust him with such a significant ability. Now, tell me, what information have you gathered previously? Lexi settled onto the bed, crossing her arms as she awaited an explanation. It's information regarding the source of the erosion. I discovered its capabilities through a particular method. Maka stated. Oh, please elaborate. Lexi's eyes narrowed. The power of this erosion which originates from a gem. For now, let us call it the dark gem. This gem lacks autonomous abilities but possesses formidable allure. It can entice living beings, stirring their inner desires for power, transforming them into puppets of their own desires, with their subconscious manipulated by it. Should a being fully embrace that power, they become brainwashed and a true puppet. Lexi nodded in acknowledgement, her expression complex. She was acutely aware of the nature of that power. Whenever the erosion intensified, a voice echoed within her, tempting her to accept this overwhelming strength, driving her to pursue even greater power. Yet, each time, the images of Mia and Shinue would surface in her mind, reminding her that she was the last magical girl, the solitary hope against the darkness. If she accepted that power, it would mean abandoning Mia and the others. She bore the mission of salvation, which kept her steadfast. It seems you are deeply affected by this experience, Maka observed, noticing Lexi's expression. Lexi remained silent. However, consider this. The gem itself does not possess the ability to cause erosion. The reason lies in the first individual it bewitched, who opened the gateway to nightmares, Maka stated solemnly. What do you mean? Lexi's brows knitted tightly, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she grasped the implications behind Maka's words. The owner of the dark gem can partition part of the dark power, infecting others and brainwashing them to become loyal to themselves. Maka elaborated, think carefully. Who currently commands Li Shinue and the others? The Witch of Darkness? Lexi's voice trembled, seemingly shaken by the revelation. Indeed, your dear companion, the radiant magical girl Yogwang, is the one who succumbed to the dark gem's allure and fell first into darkness. Maka emphasized earnestly. This is impossible. How could Liuguang? Lexi's eyes widened in panic, her mind racing as she grappled with the shocking truth in her mind. There had always been some unknown force compelling them towards erosion and degradation. Yet, the stark truth before her now revealed that Liuguang had succumbed to a powerful temptation, willingly descending into depravity, even going so far as to actively persecute her former good sisters. Liuguang was not someone who craved power. It was inconceivable that she would, Lexi murmured softly. Mark remained silent, not intending to provoke Lexi, but feeling it was his duty to convey the truth to her. In truth, he too was taken aback by this outcome. As the protagonist of this world, wielding the magic of light, Liu Guang had been seduced by power and embraced her fault. Lexi's expression changed repeatedly, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves, as countless thoughts collided within her mind. Mark patiently awaited Lexi, fully aware of the brutality of this revelation for her. The sister she had once trusted most had become the first dagger thrust into her companion. After a long silence, Lexi finally regained her composure. Though her breathing remained labored, it was no longer frantic. Observing this, Mark gently patted Lexi's shoulder, saying, "All right, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Perhaps we underestimated the allure of the dark gem. It is quite possible that it was an irresistible temptation against which sheer willpower could not stand," he added. "We cannot blame Liu Guang. The true source of all this chaos has always been the dark gem. And our goal remains to resolve it." Lexi nodded slightly. "I understand. That is good to hear. Dio, you have any further questions?" Mark inquired. Lexi slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes calmly fixed on Mark. "The power of the dark gem does not belong to this world, does it?" Mark responded to her with a smile. It was not surprising that she would draw such connections with figures from the original world point. One should not underestimate the natives of this world. Anyone with imagination could suspect something was amiss upon encountering these bizarre occurrences. After receiving confirmation, Lexi gazed at Mark with penetrating eyes. "You do not belong to this world either, do you?" Mark nodded slightly. It was impossible for someone from beyond the world to remain completely undetected by its inhabitants. The discrepancies in power systems and origins were too vast. Thus, the association had no stringent requirements, as long as the existence of their identity remained undisclosed. Even if one were to reveal their identity from the outset, it would not matter. "So that is how it is," Lexi sighed in relief, gradually leaning back against the bed. With this understanding, many of her questions regarding Mark were elucidated. That extraordinary ability to seize magic indeed stemmed from a force beyond this world. Lexi turned her head, quietly observing Mark for a while before speaking with a tone of earnest inquiry. "I do not understand the things from beyond this world, nor do I expect you to disclose everything to me. But I want to know, I wish to learn your true identity. Are you here to help me? Or like that gem, are you here to bring destruction upon this world?" There was no hint of accusation in Lexi's voice. It was purely a plea. Mark had already become her last ally. If she were to learn that he too was a hidden enemy, she would be utterly isolated and without any chance to confront the forces from beyond. Mark was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lexi would adopt such a stance. He had thought that upon revealing his identity, she would respond with caution towards him, but it appeared she was nearing her breaking point. In that moment, Lexi resembled a helpless girl. Mark instinctively raised his hand and gently placed it upon her head. This time, Lexi showed no reaction, as if all her strength had been drained, merely gazing at Mark in silence. Mark softly ruffled her green hair, which floated gently. With a faint smile, he said, "Lexi, there is a notion that where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is black, there is white. Where there is righteousness, there is opposition. Matters are relative, much like that dark gem, whose arrival here was to corrupt the magical girls and ultimately annihilate this world. Correspondingly, beyond this world, there must also be saviors, who bravely step into one distorted realm after another, striving to eradicate the source of this distortion. Some act for their own ideals, others for personal gain, but at least their ultimate purpose remains aligned: to eliminate the distortion and save the world." Lexi's eyes flickered. She understood that Mark was not merely spinning tales, but subtly revealing aspects of his identity and the truth. "The saviors of the world?" Lexi pondered, momentarily taken aback. She closed her eyes, seemingly contemplating something. After a long while, she finally opened them. Mark appeared calm on the surface as he gazed at Lexi, yet internally he was uncertain. Would Lexi believe him? However, he had not fabricated this. The purpose of the unknown containment was indeed to shelter the unknown, and the reclaimers acted out of self-interest, yet ultimately their actions were indeed aimed at rescuing one distorted world after another. Lexi suddenly laughed, a mocking tone in her voice. "Oh, do you think you're weaving a tale to deceive children?" Mark's lips twitched as he glanced at Lexi's petite legs and her rather unremarkable figure. "Aren't you just a child?" Lexi blushed at Mark's gaze and retorted, "Go away, go away." "Heh," Mark chuckled, though he was unsure whether Lexi believed his words. Her demeanor indicated that she no longer doubted his stance. Watching Mark smile, Lexi's lips involuntarily curled upwards. She opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to say more, but suddenly her eyes widened in alarm. Mark, Lexi's tone became urgent. What is it? Mark stiffened. You should leave quickly. I can take care of Eureka, Lexi said with some difficulty. Mark furrowed his brow. Lexi's sudden request for him to leave signaled that something was amiss. Yet, he was not lacking in emotional intelligence. Since Lexi had subtly urged him to depart, insisting would only add to her burdens. Very well, Mark decisively exited the resting room, consciously refraining from lingering at the door. As Mark's footsteps faded, Lexi finally exhaled in relief. In the next moment, her emerald green eyes shifted, a dark aura seeping from the depths of her pupils, gradually enveloping their original hue. Lexi clutched her head, emitting low growls as her left eye succumbed entirely to the creeping darkness, its once bright iris now transformed into a pair of deep, abyss-like orbs. Simultaneously, her green right eye was not spared either. Most of it was shrouded in this eerie darkness, with only a small flicker of green struggling to resist, on the verge of being completely consumed. Clenching her teeth, a pure blue light began to emanate from her hand as she pressed it against her head. Purification! The power of purification acted upon herself, gradually forcing the dark aura to recede from her eyes. All the while, the resting room echoed with her anguished low growls. After an extended period, Lexi lay limply upon the bed. Gasping for breath, her eyes, weary and vacant, stared blankly at the ceiling. This tormenting erosion had been endured countless times, again and again, as she fought valiantly against an increasingly terrifying allure. She felt utterly exhausted, longing to simply drift off into a slumber, free from the weight of responsibility. Lexi's eyelids grew heavier. Memories from the past few months flooded her mind. Loneliness, suffering, helplessness, despair, these were her most profound sentiments. She yearned to find someone trustworthy to rely upon, someone to whom she could entrust all her hopes, allowing herself to rest peacefully, only to awaken when everything was over. But how could that be possible? Where could she find someone willing to shoulder such burdens? Who among them possessed the qualifications to take on such a weighty responsibility? Slowly, Lexi closed her eyes. In the darkness, she seemed to perceive Mark's silhouette. Memories surged forth in her mind. Mark unmasking the vice minister's scheme. Mark swiftly proposing a backup plan after their initial one failed. Mark shielding her from the Bloodside's attack. Mark's warmth as he carried her through the flames. As a teammate, he had always seemed reliable. If she placed all her trust in him, could he indeed save the world? Lexi succumbed to sleep, her last lingering sensation being a gentle hand covering her with a blanket. Chapter 43. The operation to steal the dark gem. Leader, the witches have begun to move again, the researcher reported gravely. Mark gazed at the positioning map, where two dots representing Amaya and Lishinua were actively moving through Chuanhai City and Tinshui City, while the larger dot representing the dark which remained stationary in its original position. So soon again? The hooded Lexi sat weakly in a chair, her expression one of surprise. They should not have fully recovered from their injuries. Are they not afraid of being captured if they act alone? Mark pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps they are in a hurry to achieve some objective? Objective? Lexi appeared somewhat perplexed. Mark nodded, explaining, I believe their urgency in gaining strength is not solely aimed at us. The gem that corrupts beings with dark power surely has its own intentions. It likely seeks to harness the negative emotions generated by its puppets to gain even more strength. Once the totality of that power reaches a certain threshold, it can reclaim all the dark energy. This is a notion that Maka has pondered throughout the night, inspired by the characteristics of the dark gem, and it is both ingenious and remarkably plausible. Aligning closely with the true objective, Ryuxi comprehended Maka's implication. Are you suggesting that the power it requires will soon be sufficient? Hence, the urgency to instigate widespread chaos is merely to achieve its goals before we can act? Indeed, once its purpose is fulfilled and all dark powers are reclaimed, I cannot fathom the terror it would unleash. It is likely that even our united efforts would be hopeless, Maka stated gravely. Hearing this, Ryuxi nodded emphatically, realizing that even the blood moon Lee Sinyu, infused with the powers of two witches, is already formidable. If it were to amalgamate the powers of four witches, the destruction of the world would become an effortless task. Would it not? Therefore, we must expedite our subsequent actions. Should we capture them both? Ryuxi spoke urgently, sensing the pressing nature of time. Maka fell silent in contemplation, then replied, "No, that would be futile. They are mere puppets. Even if we were to slay them, the dark powers would merely return to the gem. From the outset, that gem has been in an invincible position. The only strategy before us is singular." Maka looked towards Ryuxi. Their azure eyes locked in mutual understanding. "What do you mean?" "We must capture the leader first, directly addressing the gem itself, before it can reclaim its powers," Maka asserted. Ryuxi was momentarily speechless. Then asked, "Is that feasible? Do you know how to destroy it?" Maka shook his head and smiled. "I do not need to destroy it. I merely need to touch it to resolve the issue directly." Ryuxi's eyes filled with confusion. "How is that possible?" Maka smiled enigmatically, gesturing for silence. Ryuxi nodded in comprehension, refraining from further inquiries, aware that this likely pertains to some taboo beyond the world, which Maka cannot disclose. With a smile, Maka recognized that the existence of the society was his greatest assurance. No matter how challenging it might be to destroy the dark gem, as long as he could make contact, the society would intervene. He was uncertain of the society's level of existence, but given its purpose of containing the unknown, dealing with a dark gem would surely be within their capabilities. Then it will be manageable. While Lee Sin-yu and Amaya are engaged elsewhere, I shall rely on my positioning to strike directly at their base, Maka declared. Ryuxi nodded, yet her brows furrowed slightly as she hesitantly admitted, I'm not in the best condition. If we act this time, we must succeed at once. Otherwise," Ryuxi left her sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. If we fail, she too would succumb to becoming a witch. Complicating matters further, upon hearing this, Maka's expression turned serious. "This complicates things. Ryuxi absolutely cannot afford to fall into darkness, for it would be exceedingly difficult for him to contend with the witch organization alone. His strength in this world was nearly at its limit, and even if he were to seize the powers of the Witch of Darkness, he could not significantly enhance his capabilities any further. Facing the witch organization single-handedly would be nearly impossible. After a moment of deep contemplation, Maka suggested, "How about this? You stay here, ready to assist. I will quietly infiltrate alone and see if I can make contact with the dark gem. If I am discovered, you and Lisa should come and make a final stand. If you observe the other two witches suddenly returning on the positioning map, you should intercept them together," Maka reasoned, ensuring that they would not fall into a trap that would lead to irreversible consequences. Alone infiltration. Ryuxi expressed concern, deeming it too perilous. Maka reassured her, "It's fine. I won't perish so easily. But you cannot afford to fail. If you do, everything will be irrevocably lost." Ryuxi lowered her head in silence, nodding slightly. She was indeed on the brink of her limits. For the greater good, Maka's plan was the most prudent course of action. Maka cast a final glance at the positioning map, confirming that Amaya and Lee Sin-yu were active in two different cities while the Witch of Darkness remained stationed. He stated, "There is no time to lose. I shall proceed." "Wait." Just then, Ryuxi called out to Maka. He turned to see Ryuxi extending her hands, her left palm glowing with a verdant light while her right hand burned with black flames. "Take this to in a park within the Huayuan community." Maka stealthily arrived at the location. He lightly brushed his right hand across the watch he wore, which displayed a virtual screen above it, revealing Ryuxi's visage as she spoke. "It should be around here. Please search carefully." Maka nodded, having reached the suspected lair of the Witch of Darkness. But how could their base be located within a residential area? Maka contemplated, realizing that these witches would not choose such a conspicuous location. They would surely avoid such a blunder. This implies the existence of a hidden entrance. Maka narrowed his eyes, scanning the vicinity. It would be futile to search blindly. Witches are unlikely to make such a fundamental error. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. Maka produced a small glass jar containing a minuscule amount of dark energy. Although this was perilous, he hoped it would not be detected. He waved the dark energy around, and sure enough, it reacted at a certain point. Following the reaction, he discovered the most intense response hidden within a dense thicket. Yet here, there seemed to be nothing. Maka, puzzled, brought the dark energy closer, pressing it against a stone wall. To his astonishment, the wall began to shift, revealing a stone door adorned with intricate carvings. This door likely requires dark energy to open. I fear my reserve may be insufficient, and using the energy directly would likely alert the Witch of Darkness. Maka furrowed his brow, He glanced at the base of the stone door and noticed a remarkably narrow crevice. Ah, fortune favors me. Maka's lips curled into a smile. Not rushing to act, he communicated with Ryuxi. I am about to enter the lair of the Witch of Darkness. Do you observe any anomalies on the positioning device? After a careful observation, Ryuxi confirmed. There are none. Lee Sin-yu and Amaya are behaving normally, moving erratically in Chuanhai City and Tianshui City. The Witch of Darkness has shown no signs of activity. She may be resting or for other reasons. In any case, exercise caution, Maka. Maka nodded. I will, then. As the Shadow Shroud card activated, he transformed into shadow and slipped beneath the stone door. Inside the dark palace, the Witch of Darkness reclined upon her throne, her right leg draped over her left, her ankle elegantly raised. She gently caressed a magical orb in her hand, a cold smile curling at her lips. Ah, the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 44. The Dark Gem, successfully contained? Maka traversed through the stone door, descending the steps until he reached the underground. After passing through another fissure, he peered through the shadows to discern the internal landscape. Before him lay a relatively vast expanse, akin to an underground fortress. The walls of the fortress were adorned with flickering torches, casting a dim light that illuminated the contours of the interior. Massive stone blocks formed the walls, exuding an aura of age and resilience. The environment within was intricately complex, featuring 3 winding, shadowy pathways, seemingly leading to different locations. Maka halted before the pathways, acutely aware that the Witch of Darkness could very well be within the chamber beyond one of them. Aimless wandering could reveal his presence. Maka, I have meticulously analyzed the positioning. The Witch of Darkness is likely located at the end of the central pathway, possibly leading to the main hall of the fortress. Ryuxi's voice echoed through the communication device. Meanwhile, the location representing the Dark Gem should be at the end of the right pathway. You might consider exploring that route. Furthermore, none of the 3 witches exhibit any unusual behavior. You should remain undetected, so proceed with caution. Maka nodded, resolutely stepping into the 3rd pathway. This pathway felt particularly deep and silent, as if concealing countless untold secrets and dangers. With each step he took, the audible sound of dripping water resonated in his ears, drip, drop. Along the route, several rooms lined the sides of the pathway, yet after real-time communication with Ryuxi, Maka decisively eliminated these rooms from consideration. He did not pause or waver, his steps unwavering as he approached the end of the pathway. On the positioning map, Maka drew closer and closer to the location of the Dark Gem. Nearing a convergence, at last, Maka halted before a closed stone door. Utilizing his shadow-shifting ability once more, he passed through the stone door, materializing into his physical form. Maka, you are now before the Dark Gem. Search carefully, Ryuxi urged. The outcome hinges on this moment. Lee Sin-yu and Amaya remained unperturbed, as did the Witch of Darkness. Ryuxi gazed at the positioning map, unable to contain her growing elation. Go think that the mission she had shouldered for so long, nearly deemed unattainable, was truly on the verge of success. Inside the stone door, Maka proceeded with utmost caution, scanning the surroundings. His immediate attention was drawn to a stone table at the center, upon which rested a glass box containing a gem. Maka rushed forward, grasping the glass box in his hands, his heart racing with exhilaration. Could it be a success truly within reach? Trembling, Maka opened the glass box, gazing at the pure black gem within. With a mere touch, he could summon the society to intervene and bring an end to this aberration. Maka did not hesitate for a moment. He seized the gem with fervor. Maka, have you succeeded? Have you touched the gem? Leishi inquired urgently. Through the communication device, Maka's voice resonated. Yes, I have touched it. Splendid. Leishi could hardly contain her excitement, but at that moment, a somber tone emanated from Maka. However, it has not been contained. What do you mean? Leishi froze, blinking in bewilderment. What I mean is Maka's expression darkened. This is a counterfeit dark gem. The association's judgment prompt has yet to appear, indicating that the true fault lies with this gem. It is not a genuine dark gem at all. How is that possible? Leishi was utterly stunned, her tone incredulous. Indeed, how could this be? I cannot fathom it either. The energy of the dark gem is right here on the locator device. Maka's tone grew gravely serious. But if it is not a true dark gem, it means that the locator device may very well be malfunctioning. As he spoke, Lei Shi's eyes widened in horror, goosebumps creeping over her skin. You are implying, before Lei Shi could finish. A deafening explosion rang out, boom. Within the Monster Association, a sudden cacophony erupted, flames surging from the various passages. That firelight, it's Amaya! Lei Shi exclaimed in astonishment, turning her gaze. Meanwhile, Maka's thoughts raced. Had it been anyone else in this predicament, they would likely be at a loss, but he swiftly pieced together the situation. The locator device had malfunctioned, meaning their observations of the witch's movements were fundamentally flawed. Amaya and Li Xinyue had already launched an attack on Lei Shi. And the dark witch was certainly keeping her eyes on him. They had been lured into a trap. Damn it. How could this locator device? Maka gritted his teeth, convinced his plan was sound. The true issue lay with the locator device. He never anticipated such a severe error, completely misled by the witches. Wait, Amaya and Eureka's target was not me. They were aiming to assault the Monster Association headquarters, which also meant Maka's eyes narrowed. The Dark Witch's target was not him. Her goal was Lei Shi, to drag Lei Shi into the abyss. Furthermore, if the Monster Association were breached, the Eureka he had painstakingly captured would fall into the witch's hands, leaving him to face 5 witches alone. That was utterly impossible. Once ensnared in such a predicament, there would be no glimmer of hope. This is bad. Maka was in a complete panic. If they were attacking him, he could still hold out for a while, waiting for Lei Shi and the others to come to his aid. But if they went straight for Lei Shi, if she could not withstand the pressure and was completely consumed, I must return immediately. Listening to the series of explosions emanating from the communication device, Maka's heart raced. He swiftly slipped into the shadows, intending to traverse through the stone door, only to find that the previously open crack had been sealed. From the very beginning, his ability to navigate through so many stone doors had been manipulated by the Dark Witch, enticing him into a trap. Damn it. Maka cursed under his breath. Breaking through this stone door would require considerable effort. Lei Shi.is in danger. Upon her throne, the Dark Witch wore a cold smile, manipulating the chessboard, gently colliding her piece with Maka's, yet none were eliminated. She then lifted 2 pieces from the other side, knocking down the single piece representing Lei Shi, sending it out of play. Indeed, the piece she truly sought to eliminate was Lei Shi. Maka was ensnared by her, while Lei Shi would be devoured by Amaya and Li Xinyue. Chapter 45. The Jet Black Prison, Blood Shadow Slaughter. Bang, bang, bang. Within the Monster Association, smoke billowed, and the crimson flames scorched the walls, sending all members into a frenzy, in the fiery arena. For figures were entangled in combat. Cough, cough. Lisa, covered in dust, gasped for breath, her body marked with burn injuries. Ahead, Hala was locked in a struggle with Li Xinyue and Amaya, but under the onslaught of the sharp radiant moonlight slashes, gruesome gashes appeared on her body. Ultimately, a blistering fireball hurtled toward her like a meteor, striking her body with unerring accuracy. Hala let out a piercing scream, her form soaring like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily beside Lisa. After a long while, Hala struggled to rise. Big sis. We can't defeat them. Hala gritted her teeth against the pain. Can't defeat them. Does that mean we can run? We must wait. Wait for the leader to return. Lisa's mind flickered with Maka's image. Fleeing was futile. They could only endure until Maka returned. Hala nodded, her fierce gaze resolute. Despite her injuries, she glared defiantly at the 2 witches. You should retreat. That moment, a cool voice rang from behind them. The 2 were taken aback, turning to see Lei Shi emerging slowly from the flames. The ground where she walked igniting with even more ferocious black flames. She stepped forward, confronting Li Xinyue and Amaya. Oh? You've finally emerged. You should know our objective, right? Amaya said with a smile in her eyes. Lei Shi replied calmly, to distort me and take Eureka, correct? Ha, quite self-aware, Li Xinyue scoffed. Lei Shi shook her head nonchalantly. I will not allow you to take her. Whether you allow it or not is not your decision. Li Xinyue clearly had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Lei Shi. She leaned in closer to Amaya and bit down. After absorbing the witch's power, her mysterious black eyes turned blood red. Black flames gradually ignited in Lei Shi's hands as Li Xinyue released Amaya, raising her hands high, preparing to unleash magic. This is the Blood Red Moon. The realm of the Blood Red Moon formed, bestowing a Blood Moon buff upon her. Without Maka's interference from the Azure Moon, She was confident enough to take down Lacey. Should we think of a way to retreat? Lisa hesitated, gazing at the blood-red moon. Lacey shook her head, her clear eyes unusually resolute. No, I don't have much time left. At the very least, I can still do something for Makad. As she spoke, a strange power surged from within her, her emerald eyes gradually shrouded in darkness. She willingly accepted the witch's power. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the stone door shattered. Maka burst forth from the stone chamber, racing through the passage, desperate to return with utmost urgency. Yet when he emerged from the tunnel, he did not find the entrance, but rather a realm of profound darkness. This darkness was as thick as ink, consuming everything around it. The ground was no longer the familiar bricks, replaced instead by a thick layer of darkness. Moreover, the walls and ceiling were entirely enveloped in this inky blackness. It was as if he had been ensnared in a prison, meticulously crafted from shadows. Notice, the Reclaimer is trapped in the jet-black prison. Dark creatures will continuously spawn within this realm, and only by destroying the realm can one escape. The jet-black prison? The dark which intends to confine me. Maka immediately discerned her intentions, raising his hand and directing it at the dark realm, shouting, "Deprivation?" The Reclaimer attempts to deprive the magical realm of the jet-black prison. The realm's level is slightly higher, consuming 2 mana points from the card to activate. Notice, deprivation failed. The current intensity of the realm is too high. Eliminating dark creatures can gradually reduce the realm's intensity. Damn it. Maka narrowed his eyes. It seemed that attempting to evade was futile. Meanwhile, before him, hands emerged from the dark ground, walls, and ceiling, as humanoid dark creatures began to manifest. These creatures appeared to be formed from ink, their bodies entirely black. In that case, I shall slay them all. In an instant, murderous intent flashed in Maka's eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, he clasped 3 cards between his fingers. The first card shattered. This is the Azure Moon. An unusual hue emerged within the jet-black prison as azure energy soared into the sky, gradually coalescing into a radiant azure moon. Sparkling blue light cascaded down, enveloping Maka in its glow, bestowing upon him the Azure Moon buff. The Reclaimer receives the effects of the Azure Moon. All attributes increased by 30, maximum mana increased by 50 points, and 5 mana points recovered per second. At that moment, Maka's fundamental attributes reached unprecedented heights: strength, 9 agility, 9 stamina, 9 intelligence, 15 decimal points omitted from the display. Hiss, this is the sensation of an all-attribute boost? Maka felt his body transcend the realm of ordinary humans, with strength, stamina, and speed soaring to extraordinary levels. Just then, the second card shattered. A black-red energy materialized in the palm of Maka's hand, forming a blood-colored scythe with a black handle. The Blood Shadow Scythe. Maka wielded the Blood Shadow Scythe. This weapon, heavy for an ordinary person, felt like a perfectly tailored instrument in his hands. Finally, the third card shattered. 2 shards. 4 shards. 8 shards of blood-red brilliance converged behind him. Releasing 3 cards at once would have posed a challenge to the previous Maka, who would have worried about insufficient mana, but under the Azure Moon's influence, he felt no such concerns. Now, I am at my strongest state. Maka leaped forward, moving with a swiftness beyond his own imagination. With a few swift strides, he arrived before the dark creature, his scythe slicing through the air with astonishing speed, creating crimson afterimages in its wake. Hiss, hiss, 2 blood-red blades of light flashed by, effortlessly cleaving the dark creature in 2. At that moment, dark creatures converged from all directions, encircling Maka as if intent on overwhelming him. His gaze was icy, devoid of fear, as he stared at the seemingly endless tide of dark beings emerging before him. Suddenly, the 8 blood-hued shards at his side erupted, darting towards 2 of the dark creatures, each pair targeting a single foe. Before the dark creatures could react to the shards' blinding speed and unparalleled sharpness, they were severed in mere moments. Maka wielded the blood-red scythe, its gleaming edge radiating a chilling light as it danced through the realm of darkness, effortlessly slicing the dark creatures in half as though they were mere vegetables. In the pitch-black domain, countless dark beings crawled forth, but scarcely had they emerged when they were either shredded by the flying blood shards or cleaved apart by the blood-red scythe, leaving them no chance to retaliate. This was the overwhelming advantage of possessing attributes across the board. Strength endowed the scythe with terrifying lethality, Agility granted Marka a swift form, and stamina ensured he could maintain an intense combat state. Holding the scythe of blood shadow, Marka resembled a god of death, swiftly annihilating the majority of dark creatures with the aid of the 8 blood shards, rendering the once imposing dark cage exceedingly fragile. Marka paused, once more unleashing the power of deprivation upon the dark cage. The Reclaimer successfully deprived the dark cage. Dark cage, type, magical realm quality, green effect, 1. Creates a pitch-black cage that confines a designated target. Escape is impossible until the realm is broken. 2. The realm continuously generates dark creatures that can be controlled or can attack specified targets. As dark creatures are slain, the realm's strength diminishes. Mana cost, 25 realm strength, 13 prerequisite attributes, intelligence 11 cooldown, 300 seconds evaluation. A relatively average second-tier domain ability, yet it serves as an insurmountable prison for most first-tier enemies. Marka gripped the card tightly as the surrounding dark cage faded away, revealing an exit in the form of a stone door. So soon? How could this be? The hidden dark witch sensed the shattering of the realm, her expression shifting dramatically. She had believed the dark cage would trap Marka for an extended period, but she never anticipated his swift breakthrough. To what extent had he grown during this time? The dark witch murmured in disbelief, yet she steeled herself. She must intercept Marka. Chapter 46. The Dark Witch, an inevitable confrontation. Hey, Leishi, I'm on my way back. You must hold on and wait for me. Marka attempted to communicate with Leishi through the device, but all he heard was the sound of combat. Anxiously, Marka broke through the stone door and charged out, only to be met by a strange aura in the radiant sunlight. A girl clad in a black dress approached slowly, her deep-set eyes gazing indifferently at Marka. The Dark Witch, Marka narrowed his eyes. I won't be foolish enough to engage you in a drawn-out struggle with that. He slipped into the shadows nearby, weaving through the flowers to evade the Dark Witch's pursuit. However, the Dark Witch's keen gaze caught sight of the flickering shadow amidst the blossoms, and she let out a cold snort. An orb of dark energy formed beside her, shooting directly towards the shadow. Marka, hidden in the shadows, felt a sudden chill. Within his perception, an extremely dangerous attack was hurtling towards him. It was too late to escape from the shadows now, but fortunately, Marka had prepared for this. Snapping sound echoed beneath the shadow. Flames erupted, and Marka used the fire to traverse to a patch of black flames he had previously set up. This black flame was a technique bestowed upon him by Leishi before their parting. Black flame. Type. Magical attack quality. Green effect. Releases black flames that can consume mana to intensify the fire. As long as mana is available, the flames are everlasting. Mana cost, 20 power value, 12 prerequisite attributes, intelligence 10 cooldown, 180 seconds evaluation. The ability to consume mana makes it quite powerful when used correctly. Though its power value is relatively low among green cards, its sustained damage is remarkable. Marka gazed apprehensively in the direction from which the attack had come, feeling inexplicably frightened by that black energy orb. Its danger level was on an entirely different scale compared to other witches, seemingly embodying some unique power. So, she has indeed mastered the power of the dark gem. Marka narrowed his eyes, remaining acutely alert towards the Dark Witch. This is bad. If she manages to detain me, escaping will be exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a voice came through the communicator. Cough, cough. Hey, can you hear me, Marka? Leishi? How are you? Marka inquired urgently. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. If the Dark Witch holds you back, confront her directly. It would be best to capture her. The voice on the communicator faded, replaced by the sound of violent explosions, suggesting another fierce battle. Is that so? Marka's gaze flickered, ultimately choosing to trust Leishi. He looked towards the Dark Witch. If that was the case, he would no longer flee and would confront this mastermind. The Dark Witch, a card materialized in his hand. A detection card aimed at the Dark Witch. Basic detection card activated successfully. Target. Dark Witch, evaluating both parties' intelligence attributes. Evaluation complete. Obtained information 100. Name. Liuguang, distorted. Category. Witch health. 100 mana. 95 120 strength. 9 agility. 9 stamina. 10 intelligence. 12 charm. 0 skill 1. Witch transformation. Passive strength 3. Agility 3. Stamina 3 skill 2. Dark erosion. Passive damaging enemies can apply the dark erosion effect, reducing maximum health and recovery efficiency based on the depth of erosion, and continuously influencing willpower. Skill 3, Dark Claw, utilizes dark power to form sharp claws capable of easily piercing through enemies' skin. Skill 4, Dark Assault, releases dark energy to attack enemies. If hit, it inflicts significant dark erosion. Skill 5, Pitch Black Cage, distorted origin magic forms a pitch-black cage realm that continuously generates dark beings, making escape impossible until the realm is broken. With such high base attributes, she is indeed on a different level compared to other witches. Marka glanced at the information panel, quickly committing all the key points to memory. In the heat of battle, the opponent would not allow him the luxury of studying the panel. Moreover, he understood why that magical orb had invoked such a terrifying sensation in him. Being struck by it would result in significant dark erosion, a troublesome predicament indeed. Marka mused internally. The dark witch slowly approached Marka, her beautiful eyes shimmering with thoughts of her own. Seeing Marka no longer flee but instead prepare for a confrontation, she felt not joy but a twinge of concern. Could something have gone awry with Lishinua? The dark witch shook her head. It was no use pondering that now. The situation had been set. All she could do was, the azure gaze met the deep black one, both harboring the same thought. Defeating the other would secure their position. Chapter 47. A life and death battle of blood scythe and claws. Marka slowly drew 2 cards, the Blood Shadow Scythe and the Power Amplification card, small. Although the Power Amplification card had always been used for the Flame Nuke, elevating that ability significantly, it was not particularly suitable for a one-on-one battle with the Dark Witch. The Flame Nuke caused widespread explosive damage. Should he fail to escape in time, he too would suffer harm. Instead, it was more prudent to amplify his current primary offensive means, the Blood Shadow Scythe. This magically forged weapon was exceptionally suited to him and could fully unleash the enhanced physical prowess granted by the Blue Moon buff. The 2 cards overlapped, merging in the blink of an eye, sharpening the Blood Shadow Scythe to a degree of 2. Marka brandished the Blood Shadow Scythe, while Liuguang slowly gathered dark energy in her hands, forming a pair of claws wrought from the shadows. Both combatants boasted high attributes, and at this moment, close-quarters combat was their most formidable tactic. With a sweep of the blood-red scythe, Marka lunged at Liuguang. Clang! The sharp scythe struck down, only to be met by the dark claws in defense. Liuguang exerted force from her limbs, deflecting the scythe, and her claws lunged ferociously at Marka. Unwilling to yield, Marka swung his scythe in retaliation. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their magical weapons produced sparks as they became entwined in battle, the blood scythe and claws colliding, creating flickering afterimages of red and darkness all around. What appeared to be a simple melee fight was anything but. Any other which would have been unable to endure even 10 seconds against such ferocity. At this moment, their base attributes had reached a pinnacle, their attacks rapid, their movements sharp, and even prolonged combat left them unbreathless. Finally, the first turning point in their clash emerged. As Marka wielded the blood scythe, he seized upon a fleeting opening in the Dark Witch's defense. A blood-red slash flashed by, and crimson blood splattered forth. Liuguang staggered back several steps, glancing at her left arm, where a harrowing gash marred her fair and youthful skin, nearly reaching the bone. This scythe was incredibly sharp, far surpassing the one wielded by Lishinua. Liuguang's eyes narrowed, warily assessing the Blood Shadow Scythe in Marka's grasp. She was acutely aware of the formidable power of her own techniques, and the blood scythe wielded by Marka had undoubtedly undergone some form of enhancement, its sharpness far surpassing that of the original. Reality was not a game. Although this particular attack had merely reduced her life points to 89, it had inflicted damage upon her left arm, thereby impairing the dexterity of her left claw. The emergence of even a single wound had established a grim foundation. Should she continue to engage in straightforward melee combat, she would inevitably be outmatched by Marka. With her luminous eyes glinting, Liuguang pondered her battle strategy. However, Marka would not grant her the luxury of time to contemplate. A fire and ice magic sphere hurtled toward her. Liuguang swiftly grasped with her right hand, effortlessly slicing through the magic sphere, yet it still detonated, releasing a cloud of smoke. The obscuring haze hindered her vision, and she immediately recognized it as a smoke bomb deployed by Marka. Reacting with remarkable agility, Liuguang lunged forward, her claws digging into the murky fog. Yet her strike found no target. At that moment, She felt an intense heat rising behind her. A fiery gust of wind surged forth unexpectedly, and as the air shimmered, a blood-red scythe cleaved through it, aiming straight for Liu Guang. She could scarcely pivot in time to block. Maka smirked, convinced of his imminent victory, only to catch sight of a cold smirk curling at the corner of Liu Guang's mouth. A sense of dread suddenly engulfed Maka's senses. Without warning, the ground beneath him erupted with thick, black energy, swirling around him like a tidal wave. Warning: the Reclaimer is under attack from dark invasion, entering a state of dark erosion. Please evacuate the dark energy zone promptly, or the erosion will intensify. The notification appeared just as Maka hastily retreated. He had fallen into Liu Guang's trap. Liu Guang turned, lunging towards Maka with utmost speed. Her velocity even creating afterimages. She would not allow Maka to escape the clutches of the dark invasion. However, Maka had anticipated this. From the surrounding thickets, 8 crimson arcs shot forth, slicing toward the advancing Liu Guang. Reluctantly, she halted her pursuit, clashing against the 8 shards of light with a series of clangs. This moment allowed Maka to extricate himself from the reach of the dark attack, panting as he assessed his negative status. Dark invasion, 20 maximum life points reduced by 12, life recovery efficiency diminished by 20, slight mental influence. Warning: the increasing percentage of dark invasion will escalate the intensity of debuffs. Upon reaching 100, the Reclaimer risks total erosion and brainwashing. Maka rubbed his temples. As expected, he felt as though a fog had invaded his mind, slowing his thought processes. He realized he could not afford to engage in a prolonged battle against the Dark Sorceress. Understanding the predicament, he knew that outlasting Liu Guang was futile. He needed a swift resolution. Contemplating his available cards, he found none capable of turning the tide. He was already in his strongest battle state. In that case, gritting his teeth, Maka observed the Dark Sorceress clearing the crimson shards before him, and time would not permit him to hesitate. He swung his blood-red scythe, his expression slightly arrogant. Let us engage in a bloody duel of life and death. Black flames clung to his palm as they engulfed the blood-red scythe, igniting fiercely at its blade. He had effectively enchanted his weapon with a layer of unique properties. In several strides, he dashed toward the Dark Sorceress. Delivering a decisive slash, clang. The 2 magical weapons collided, producing a shower of sparks. Yet the black flames adhering to the blood-red scythe leapt onto the Dark Sorceress's claws, consuming her energy while burning more voraciously. Liu Guang gazed at her claws now ablaze with black flames, her expression darkening. But Maka's blood-red scythe was already coming in for another strike. She raised her claws to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal reverberated throughout the park. Yet this close-quarters combat was entirely different. Maka's approach transformed into a wild, aggressive style, at times disregarding blocks against the Dark Sorceress's claws, opting instead to slash directly at her body. Thud. The Dark Sorceress seized her moment. Her claw piercing through Maka's chest, crimson blood flowing profusely. Gritting his teeth, Maka swung his scythe toward the Dark Sorceress with a powerful arc. The Dark Sorceress recoiled, but her abdomen was still struck by the blood scythe, leaving a deep gash that oozed blood steadily. Moreover, the terrifying black flames began to creep up her body from the wound. Cough. Are you mad? This style of combat, the Dark Sorceress clutched her abdomen, blood cascading from her palm, saturating the ground beneath her. Yet Maka was not the only one severely wounded. He too covered the hole in his chest, the wound penetrating deeply and nearly rupturing his organs. Blood gushing uncontrollably. Although both parties were gravely injured, the Dark Sorceress let out a cold laugh. Desperation will not lead you to victory. With that, an eerie dark energy erupted from her body, extinguishing the black flames clinging to her. While she could douse the flames, could Maka rid himself of her dark invasion? The dark invasion afflicting Maka had already reached 40, significantly impairing his cognition. In this state, he could neither afford to fight nor strategize, for his cognitive speed was no match for the Dark Sorceress. "Hey, are you certain?" Maka scoffed, confident in his willingness to take a fatal gamble. Knowing he had his own advantages, Liu Guang's eyes flickered nervously as she regarded Maka. Was he merely bluffing, or? In the next instant, her eyes widened in alarm, for she perceived a familiar magical aura emanating from the hand that clutched his wound. It was Leishi's healing magic, Chapter 48. The ever more elusive truth, healing type. Magical recovery quality. White effect. Releases healing magic to gradually restore life points and heal minor wounds. Mana cost. 16 recovery strength. 6 prerequisite attribute. Intelligence attribute 8 cooldown. 60 seconds evaluation. A healing ability capable of gradually restoring health. An excellent card master must possess at least one healing method. A vibrant green magical energy materialized in Maka's palm. The wound on his chest slowly mending. Liu Guang's eyes twitched. At this moment, with both parties heavily injured, one side possessing healing capabilities was akin to a dimensional assault. She could not allow Maka to recover so easily. The relatively weakened body of the dark sorceress surged with power once more, launching herself at Maka. Yet he was prepared, playfully snapping his fingers. A fiery current surged forth, transporting him to a corner wall, a distance away from Liu Guang. The healing magic continued to restore his life points, and the gaping wound in his chest gradually vanished. His life points returned to full, but due to the dark invasion, his maximum life points were only 76.at that moment. However, the dark sorceress's life points stood at a mere 36. Making the outcome painfully clear, cursed be the dark sorceress turned to see Maka fully restored, her fighting spirit evaporating. The battle was over. In her grievously wounded state, she could not contend with the unscathed Maka. Surveying her surroundings, the dark sorceress pondered how to escape while maintaining a safe distance from him. Maka chuckled softly. I know you wish to flee, but regrettably, you shall not escape. Maka produced a card. I believe you are quite familiar with this ability. In the next instant, the card shattered, and a wave of dark energy surged forth from all around. Not the dark sorceress releasing her power, but Maka. This is with a mere glance, Liu Guang deduced the truth. The pitch-black prison as expected. In the next heartbeat, the earth was suddenly engulfed in darkness, the dark power sweeping across the ground like a black tidal wave, rapidly enveloping the entire terrain in its grip. The dark energy surged and coalesced. It formed solid black walls, ultimately crafting a ceiling above, stripping away the last vestiges of light. Thus, within the span of mere moments, a colossal prison made entirely of pure dark energy had taken shape. This is my ability, you bastard! Liu Guang roared in fury, trapped within the confines of the prison. Yet what awaited her was a searing fireball gradually coalescing at the top, at the final moment of the prison's construction. Maka unleashed a flame core explosion within. Though this fireball lacked enhancement and was considerably smaller than before, it was more than sufficient to deal with the critically wounded dark sorceress. Liu Guang frantically scanned her surroundings. There was no time. She could not escape this place. The massive fireball descended slowly, and just before it was about to detonate, Liu Guang conjured a shield of dark energy, attempting to withstand the impending explosion. Boom! The prison echoed with a deafening explosion, and as the cacophony subsided, Maka gradually dispelled the dark prison, revealing a crumpled figure. Maka approached, looking down upon the still conscious dark sorceress. The dark sorceress slowly turned her gaze, glaring at Maka with a fierce expression, yet lacking the strength to rise. It is I who have triumphed, sorceress. Maka crouched, whispering to Liu Guang. She said nothing, merely sneering coldly. Tell me, where is the true dark gem? Maka inquired, and also, how did you mislead the positioning device? Liu Guang sneered, saying, just kill me. Maka furrowed his brow. I do not wish to kill you. Tell me, and I shall spare you. Heh? Liu Guang scoffed, reiterating, just kill me. Maka narrowed his eyes, uncertain of what would transpire should he eliminate the bearer of the dark gem. However, judging by the demeanor of the dark sorceress, it was evident she would rather die than divulge any information. Heh, do you truly believe I would so easily take your life? Now that you are in my grasp, do you comprehend the fate that awaits you? A wicked smile crept across Maka's face as his eyes surveyed the dark sorceress's form with ill intent. Liu Guang sensed Maka's thoughts, her clenched teeth grinding audibly. You scoundrel! What are you willing to speak now? Maka pressed on. Do as you wish. I shall not utter a word, the dark sorceress retorted. Maka furrowed his brow in frustration. Is it truly impossible to extract anything from you? He clicked his tongue, knowing full well that such brutality was not in his nature. He was merely attempting various methods to pry information from Liu Guang. All of which proved futile. If you are so eager for death, then I shall grant you that wish. Maka was not one to show mercy. If she refused to speak, then death would be her lot. The blood-red scythe was poised at Liu Guang's throat, its sharp edge ready to sever her life. Yet, she maintained a cold smile, seemingly unafraid of her impending demise. It was precisely this demeanor that caused Makak to waver. Why was it that the fallen sorceress, who craved power, showed no fear of death? Had she been completely ensnared by the dark gem? Just as Makak's hesitation lingered, a sudden sound erupted from the communicator. It was Leishi's voice. Cough, cough, Makak. However, this time, her tone was frail to the point of fragility. Leishi, what has happened to you? Why do you sound so weak? Makak inquired anxiously. That I am fine. What is the situation on your end? The communicator crackled with static. I have captured the dark sorceress, yet I cannot extract any information from her. She appears utterly unafraid of death, Makak revealed. Cough, cough. I understand why. If she dies, we will all fall into a trap, Leishi informed him. What do you mean? Makak's expression shifted. Makak, Eureka has just regained consciousness. Her mind is still muddled, but she managed to provide some clues. The most crucial piece of information is that she is certain the four of us were attacked by someone and were all corrupted together. You mentioned that the dark gem does not possess any intent to actively corrupt, which implies that someone had acquired the dark gem prior to Liu Guang's distortion. The one hiding in the shadows is the true master. What so you mean? Makak's eyes trembled as he gazed at Liu Guang. Realizing that the dark sorceress was merely one of the brainwashed puppets, with another mastermind pulling the strings, no wonder she showed no fear of death. For her, death had become trivial under the influence of the gem's master. In fact, her demise might even serve to allow that master to reclaim more dark power. There are more clues, but I need to speak to you in person. Bring the dark sorceress back. We still have a chance to reverse this, Leishi concluded before abruptly severing the connection. Makak's expression hardened. The truth had once again become obscured, though think that the dark sorceress, long deemed the mastermind, was actually a puppet as well. Who then was the true master? Had they always lurked in the shadows, never revealing themselves? Or had that person already appeared without Makak's awareness? Shaking off these thoughts, Makak utilized the blood scythe to render the dark sorceress unconscious and cautiously employed the black flames to devour the magic within Liu Guang. Only then did he feel secure enough to return to the abnormality association with her. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him within. The place was a battlefield, marked by signs of struggle everywhere. More alarmingly, a terrifying black flame had completely consumed the abnormality association, with the floors, walls, and ceiling ablaze with ominous fire. Leishi wouldn't. A sense of foreboding washed over Makak as he suddenly turned his gaze toward the heart of the inferno, where a petite figure emerged slowly. Initially, Makak felt a flicker of hope, but when he discerned that the once emerald eyes beneath the black robe had transformed into a deep, lifeless black, his smile faltered. Chapter 49. Entrusting hope, Leishi's finale with just a glance. Makak swiftly drew 2 cards, poised for battle. Leishi's condition was evidently that of a fallen sorceress. Perhaps her will had already been compromised. Cough, cough. Do not worry, Makak. She spoke weakly from beneath her dark cloak, her voice rasping. Makak narrowed his eyes, still harboring skepticism. It was only when Lisa and Hala emerged from the flames, carrying the unconscious Amaya, Eureka, and Li Xinyue, that he began to believe Leishi had not been completely consumed. Makak, you have finally returned, Lisa exclaimed, nearly bursting into tears of joy at the sight of him. Had it not been for Leishi's timely surge of power, she and Hala would surely have perished at the hands of the sorceress. Makak nodded at Lisa, but his thoughts remained fixated on Leishi, whose condition was troubling. Are you unable to hold on any longer? He asked. Leishi nodded heavily. I willingly accepted the power of the sorceress to save them. And I captured 2 of the sorceresses. Makak, this is the last I can do for you. I cannot continue. Her voice brimmed with regret. Is there truly no way? Makak responded, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. At least not at this moment, Leishi managed a sorrowful smile. But I am not dead yet. Did you not say you might have a way to purify the sorceress's power? Makak, that I believe in your identity. And I trust you, Leishi said earnestly, her gaze fixed upon him. Makak's lips quivered, yet he found himself at a loss for words. While I still have a few more things to say, let me share the last clue with you. Leishi continued. Eureka mentioned that the one who attacked them is someone we 5 magical girls all know. An acquaintance? Makak raised an eyebrow. Leishi shook her head. No, I have eliminated all familiar faces from my memory. Yet none seem suspicious. Thus, I have formulated a hypothesis. She gazed at Makak, her voice heavy with gravity. Perhaps that person is a cadre of the Abnormality Association and is exceptionally powerful, which is why we 5 magical girls have such vivid memories of them. This. Makak's eyes widened as he pondered her hypothesis, realizing its considerable plausibility. Although he was the current leader of the Abnormality Association, he knew nothing of its past cadres. Among them, there might lurk a culprit presumed dead, who had hidden away all this time. But who could it be? Makak's gaze inadvertently shifted to the remaining 2 cadres, Lisa and Hala. Hey, leader, why are you looking at us? Lisa inquired, her expression a mix of confusion and tears. I have been so loyal. Am I not trustworthy? No, do not misunderstand. You are a veteran cadre. I merely want you to recall if there is any cadre that seems suspicious. Makak certainly trusted Lisa and Hala. He had witnessed their unwavering loyalty. Well, I do not know, but I could attempt to recall a few powerful cadres from the history of the Abnormality Association, such as the initial leader, the Tentacle Abnormality. But it was vanquished by the 5 magical girls long ago, so it cannot be him. Then there is the Card Abnormality. Lance, he was from my batch. Although I detested him, he was indeed very powerful. However, his death is confirmed. The card he gave you is proof. If he were still alive, the card would exhibit a faint reaction. Moreover, he perished at the hands of the sorceress, and the manner of his death was particularly brutal. I witnessed it myself. After that at it seems there are no particularly formidable abnormalities left. Oh, wait. There is one. Lisa suddenly recalled but shook her head. But it couldn't possibly be him, right? Makak furrowed his brow. Who? The captain. Although he led the Abnormality Association after the sorceress appeared, he had already left a profound impact on the 5 magical girls during the period of the magical girls. His strength was formidable. Lisa countered but then argued, however, he was the one who led the fight against the sorceress. How could he possibly be the mastermind? Besides, he sacrificed himself. The captain? Makak's first instinct was to refute. After all, he had witnessed the moment the captain expended his last ounce of strength. Yet, a multitude of doubts began to surface in his mind. The captain? Upon hearing this name, Leishi's brows knitted tightly as she recalled some peculiar images. Come to think of it, during our previous duel, he unleashed a unique power. That power extinguished my black flames. Yet after that, he did not use it even once until his demise. Wait, you mean that power could extinguish black flames? Makak suddenly honed in on this crucial point. Yes, why? Leishi countered. Makak fell silent, reminiscing about his battle with the dark sorceress. When Liu Guang had been engulfed in black flames, she had unleashed a dark energy that extinguished them. I have a glimmer of insight. I will come to understand it fully soon. Makak nodded at Leishi. Leishi offered a faint smile. Good. I believe you will uncover the truth, but sadly, I will not be able to witness it. Coughing. Leishi's face contorted with pain, despite her efforts to conceal it. Makak clenched his fists, yet gazed helplessly at the dark energy seeping from Leishi's form. Can I take you away first? He asked, unwilling to allow Leishi to continue suffering under the influence of that person, destined to become enemies thereafter. Ah, so you truly wish to take me away? Leishi remarked playfully, a teasing smile gracing her lips. She continued, however, if you were to seize the tiger's entire dinner, you would become the tiger's sole prey. I must remain. Only by becoming his pawn can you seize a moment of respite. In your current state, you cannot possibly contend with the dark gem. Maka's breath quickened, his heart trembled, yet words eluded him. For the truth was undeniable, no matter how cruel it may be. You cannot take me, but you may take it. She offered a faint smile, her hands cradling something as she presented it before Maka. A pure azure light radiated from her palms, the last vestige of hope you can carry away. Maka solemnly nodded, utilizing deprivation on the radiant light, stripping Leishi of her most cherished trump card. The last hope against the encroaching darkness, her ability to purify. Thank you. Maka accepted the purification card. Yet Leishi interjected, the one to be thanked is not you. I merely entrusted hope to you. Placing all burdens upon your shoulders. Thank you. Maka, that I am fortunate to have met you at this critical juncture. With a sense of relief, Lei Shi expressed, I can finally rest easy now. Maka, come closer. Lei Shi suddenly whispered. Given her shorter stature, Maka bent slightly, narrowing the distance between them. Lei Shi leaned in closer to Maka's face, her soft lips brushing against his ear, whispering something softly. Maka, if the dark gem truly possesses power beyond resistance, seek the strength of the world. This is the only chance for reversal. Lei Shi spoke earnestly. I understand. Maka's eyes widened in surprise, having received crucial information. In the final moments, Lei Shi and Maka locked gazes. The distance between them now less than 3 centimeters, their breaths palpable. I permit you one last indulgence. This is your final opportunity. A smile danced at the corners of Lei Shi's mouth, her voice a mere whisper. Maka's heart raced, gazing at the close-up enchanting visage of Lei Shi, her delicate skin and tender lips igniting an urge to lean in and kiss her. Ultimately, however, Maka merely pinched Lei Shi's soft cheek gently and ruffled her hair, saying, Lei Shi, we shall meet again. It is we who will. Lei Shi gazed in surprise, then smiled, saying, yes, the true you and I shall meet once more. Maka rose, turning away without lingering, addressing Lisa and Hala beside him. We shall depart. As Maka and the others left, Lei Shi sat quietly on the cold ground, gazing vacantly at the sky. After a quarter of an hour, the headquarters of the Oddity Association suddenly erupted in a surge of black flames. Chapter 50. Elimination of Aberrations, the Source Stone of Magic. Let us settle here for the time being. Maka surveyed the surroundings, choosing an extremely concealed bridge arch. How are their seals faring? Maka turned to Lisa and Hala. Lisa flicked her long hair, stating, someone just awakened, but it's fine. I had Hala reinforce the seals. The seals they referred to were, of course, merely a means to render them unconscious again, as no one possessed true sealing techniques. Well, I'm tired too. I need to rest for a while. Maka, unbothered by the dirt, lay directly on the ground. The 2 officers arranged the 4 witches neatly together. We will take turns resting to ensure they do not awaken. I will sleep first, Maka declared. Yes, leader. Lisa and Hala replied in unison. Time passed swiftly, and when Maka awoke again, it was already the following morning. Just as Lei Shi had indicated, only her presence could afford him a moment of respite. Nearby, the 4 witches lay soundly asleep under Hala's watchful eye. As an orc, Hala possessed boundless energy, capable of staying awake for 2 days and nights. Hala, you should rest as well. I will keep watch here, Maka instructed. Yes, leader. Hala replied, then lay down, falling into a deep slumber. Maka, of course, could not remain idle. He needed to devise a method to enhance his abilities, ideally finding a way to purify the 4 witches. He took out the card Lei Shi had given him. Purification, type, magic restoration quality, white effect, releases pure purifying power, gradually cleansing negative effects within the body. Mana cost, 18 restoration strength, 10 prerequisite attribute, intelligence, 10 cooldown time, 60 seconds evaluation. A rare means of purifying negative effects. This rare purification method seems capable of countering dark energy. Maka activated the card, attempting to purify the dark corruption within him. The pure light was absorbed by his body, the dark corruption that gnawed at his flesh gradually extinguished by this force. Notice, the dark corruption effect on the recipient has been completely purified. Indeed, it works. Maka exclaimed with joy. The effects of dark corruption were severely debilitating, diminishing his combat power. Thankfully, it could be resolved. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. The ability to purify the dark corruption within me indicates that this buff is not derived from primordial dark energy. It would have no effect on the witches, merely alleviating the corruption's progression. Maka gazed at the 4 unconscious witches, contemplating how to rescue them. Wait, the property of purification should be effective against dark energy. The reason it can only mitigate rather than completely eradicate it may be due to insufficient restoration strength? Maka pondered over the card. If he could elevate its quality to green, perhaps it could purify dark energy entirely? Maka's eyes flickered as he realized this was quite possible. But how could he enhance the card's quality? He recalled that the association had mentioned various enhancement devices within the Unknown Containment Association, capable of upgrading basic attributes and skill levels. An increase in skill level for a card master translates to an upgrade in card quality. However, I cannot return to the association now. How can I enhance it? Maka contemplated. If it were any other card master of the same rank, they might be at a loss. But Maka possessed the talent of absolute card sense, providing him with a unique method to elevate card levels, fusion. I wonder if I have any cards suitable for fusion with purification. Maka decided to lay all his cards on the ground. What cards are needed to fuse with purification? Maka mused. Suddenly, a chilling intuition struck him, and his gaze subconsciously fell upon the healing card. Being another restoration-type card, the synergy of their properties seemed exceedingly promising. Fusion of purification and healing? It is worth a try. Maka stacked the two cards together, and as expected, a notification from the association appeared. The recipient is attempting to fuse cards. The fusion level of the cards is relatively high, consuming 2 mana from both cards. Upon seeing this notification, Maka knew it was assured. This indicated that the fusion of the two cards would reach the next tier, making it a higher level for Maka, who was still at the first tier. Fusing a green-level card should be a breeze. Maka remarked, unaware that his words would elicit exasperation from card masters of the same rank. With the combination of his terrifying intuition and prior experience, the fusion of the healing and purification cards was swiftly successful. Therapy, type, magic restoration quality, green effect, releases healing magic, possessing both healing and purifying effects. Mana cost, 25 restoration strength, 14 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 12 cooldown time, 120 seconds evaluation. A restoration method with dual effects. Relatively effective. Quite impressive. However, the mana cost for a green-level card has markedly increased. Maka wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. His typical mana limit stood at 120, and with the blue moon buff, it barely reached 200, with a 3-point increase in intelligence, raising the maximum mana by 50. Without the continuous restoration of the blue moon, he would struggle against the mana consumption of the green-level card. I wonder if there is a passive ability for mana growth, like Eureka's. I envy that. Maka mused, hoping that after this world concludes, the true awakening of card hunters would bring him some surprises. He approached the 4 witches lying down, first targeting Amaya, releasing the therapy card. The recipient is attempting to purify the dark energy within the witch Amaya. This healing effect persisted for about 10 seconds. Healing successful, the recipient has successfully purified Amaya. Furthermore, one of the aberrations threatening the world has been eliminated, earning a world treasure chest, 12th. Success! Maka exclaimed joyfully, and to think clearing an aberration could yield a world treasure chest? The recipient has eliminated an aberration threatening the native world and may receive gifts from that world. The world treasure chest has a chance of yielding world-class items, which are exceedingly precious. The percentage of the world treasure chest determines its value. The more aberrations eliminated, the greater the number of world treasure chests obtained, and at the end of the world, all treasure chests may be fused together. How splendid! Maka's eyes brightened, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gain. After 6 minutes, he patiently awaited the cooldown, and once the card was ready, he released therapy on the remaining witches, ultimately purifying all 4 of them. Ding! The recipient has obtained a world treasure chest, 11, world treasure chest, 10, world treasure chest, 13. Due to the recipient having cleared the majority of aberrations, world affinity is permanently increased by 2, and affinity with this world has risen by 100 points. World affinity reflects the world's will towards living beings. The recipient's high affinity now means the world's will consciously assist the recipient. There's this effect? It seems the recipient truly is the savior of the world, Maka exclaimed in delight. It is worth mentioning that I am in dire need of the world's power. Maka's expression grew solemn once more. Purifying the dark essence of the 4 witches did not entirely obliterate the dark energy, but rather expelled the corrupting force that had infiltrated the magical girls, which was subsequently reclaimed by the dark gem. Now that the dark gem has absorbed the powers of the 4 magical girls, it has undoubtedly become formidable to an extent beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet, knowing this, why would he still proceed? Is it merely to rescue the magical girls? Maka is no saint. If the annihilation of the magical girls would eradicate the dark energy, he would show no mercy. However, according to the information provided by the establishment, the keeper of the gem possesses control over puppets, meaning that as long as he desires to reclaim the power, he can do so at any moment. Keeping several witches hidden is even less feasible, not to mention the challenge of restraining them, The keeper could certainly sense the witch's locations through the dark energy. Since there is no way to obstruct the reclamation, he might as well not intervene. The reason he saved a few magical girls is that Leishi informed him of an even greater force existing in this world. That force is the magic source stone. The combined strength of the 5 magical girls does not even reach 1/5 of the magic source stone. If he can obtain the magic source stone, there lies a chance for reversal. The condition to activate the magic source stone requires the gathering of all 5 magical girls. Only the power of the world can contend with the dark gem, Maka murmured. The magic source stone could even be regarded as the quintessential extraordinary force of the magical girls' realm. Thus, referring to it as the world's power is not an exaggeration. Leishi mentioned that she had previously been dispatched to locate the magic source stone, which fortuitously spared her and her sisters from being taken together. Maka contemplated that the location of the magic source stone is situated in a snowy expanse to the north, though the precise coordinates must be sensed by the magical girls utilizing the untainted magic essence. Maka glanced at the 4 thoroughly purified magical girls, waiting for them to awaken before sending them out to search. As for the last magical girl needed to activate the condition, namely, Leishi, he could only take it step by step. After all, he could not afford to delay. Whether he could gather all 5 magical girls depended solely on fate. However, what he was more eager to ascertain was who the master of the dark gem truly was. Maka furrowed his brow, deep in thought. A figure flashed through his mind. None other than the captain. Though be honest, he should not have doubted the captain. After all, he had witnessed the captain's self-sacrifice and had been deeply moved. Yet, upon closer examination, he discovered that the captain indeed had some questionable aspects. For instance, the same means by which he extinguished the black flames, or how, during the execution of the witch-capturing plan, he had made an excuse about his power not being sustainable for long, urging Maka to deal with Amaya first, which ultimately slowed their progress and led to their interception by the cloaked figure. But afterward, the captain engaged in battle with the cloaked figure and then with Li Xinhua. Throughout this prolonged ordeal, he had not exhibited any unusual behavior. Initially, he could have dealt with Amaya directly for a swift resolution, yet he insisted on intervening himself. What was the reason behind this? Furthermore, the malfunction of the positioning device also raised suspicions. This device had been crafted by the captain, who had previously assured Maka that the witches could not use it to reposition themselves. Yet what was the reality? The witches seemed to have an intimate understanding of their movements and had completely taken control of the positioning device, turning the tables on them and nearly causing a catastrophe. Additionally, Maka recalled the captain's last words before his self-sacrifice. He must capture Amaya. It must be her. And he emphasized that the witch must be killed. Maka's eyes narrowed, his suspicions growing. Could it be that this magic sphere signifies? Suddenly, Maka recalled something. He produced a magic sphere, one found on the dark, which he had not understood its purpose, but by chance, he discovered that it would occasionally flicker, displaying various runes while revealing the names of several witches. And with each name, the color of the sphere would change accordingly. At this very moment, the sphere clearly displayed the name Eureka, its color predominantly deep black, with a hint of gray. Should the collector spend 50 establishment coins to detect? Yes, Maka replied. Detection sphere, type, item quality, common effect, detects the amount of dark energy contained within a witch's body. Deep black indicates dark energy, gray indicates remaining capacity, and if deep black is full, it signifies that the witch has reached her limit of dark energy usage. Can display the name inscribed upon it by calling out the name, allowing one to observe the corresponding amount of dark energy within. Rating, 30. Description. This seemingly ordinary item harbors mysterious power, crafted through special techniques, with unique runes inscribed on its surface, capable of detecting the energy levels of a specified target. However, after a specification, this feature will be permanently retained and cannot be altered. By the heavens, it truly is. Maka called out, Amaya. The magic sphere indeed changed, revealing Amaya's name, while simultaneously the deep black color reached its limit. Devoid of any gray residue. I understand now. I understand. Maka suddenly felt enlightened. The captain had insisted that he capture Amaya, not to diminish Li Xinhua's threat, but rather because Amaya's dark energy had already peaked. And he intended to secretly reclaim the dark energy within her. But why resort to such a method for energy reclamation? Could he not reclaim it directly? Maka felt a chill run down his spine. Had his analysis been flawed? Had he committed a grave error? Or was there some other ulterior motive compelling him to act this way? As Maka pondered intently, the sound of crisp footsteps approached. Growing ever closer, he instantly became alert, rising to his feet with the card in hand. An ordinary person would be unlikely to locate this place. Who could the visitor be? A figure slowly emerged from the archway. Locking eyes with him, the newcomer was a man, quietly standing there. His visage was exceedingly unremarkable, the kind that could easily be lost in a crowd. Has the true culprit arrived? Maka sensed the man's aura, only to discover that his dark energy was pitifully weak, undoubtedly not the master of the dark gem. You need not worry. This is merely a puppet I control, the man spoke. How did you find me? Maka asked, on guard. You just helped me reclaim a considerable amount of dark energy. Of course, I can sense the origin of that energy, the man replied. Maka remained silent, beads of sweat trickling down his back. This was bad. He had been completely exposed. Haha, you need not be anxious. I still require time to adapt to such a vast amount of dark energy, the man continued. I merely came to see you, to check on my good assistant. Maka clenched his jaw, coldly stating, Captain, it's you, isn't it? The man's lips curled into a smile, showing no surprise. You are indeed quite astute. Maka exhaled slowly, realizing he had been nothing more than a pawn from the very beginning. So that you recognized from the start that I was not the card anomaly? Maka questioned. Of course, or rather, the moment I first laid eyes on you, the dark gem reacted. An exceedingly strong reaction. I could sense its will. It seemed frightened, as if it were trying to tell me that you were here to capture it, the captain explained. Maka's face was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the unknown would react so strongly to him. Hint, the unknown can sense the identification number of the unknown containment establishment, thereby determining the identity of the collector. Then why did you save me? Maka finally voiced his greatest doubt. Had the captain not intervened, he would have surely perished at the hands of the knight which that I initially intended to eliminate you, but upon witnessing how easily you were bested by a witch, I felt a sense of relief, the captain said, revealing a mocking expression. Maka's eye twitched, so I thought, why not leverage you to break this stalemate and make you another of my pawns, the captain mused. Maka pondered deeply. His quick-thinking mind, once aligned with the captain's perspective, swiftly unraveled the truth. I see now. Although you can influence the witch's will, you cannot fully control them, correct? You may have issued numerous commands to enhance their powers more swiftly, but the results were not significant. Thus, you decided to take matters into your own hands, by eliminating one witch, you could heighten the urgency among the others, compelling them to gather more dark energy. Maka surmised. Yet when you initiated the witch capturing plan, you should have personally intervened to reclaim Amaya's power, but unexpectedly, I appeared. Hence, you brought me along to execute the plan, yet deliberately refrained from acting during Amaya's capture to test me. Haha, you are quite correct. To be honest, after witnessing your potential, I contemplated eliminating you directly, the captain admitted, but just as I was about to act, Leishi appeared. The piece that had been hiding, playing hide and seek with me. This is your merit, as it made me realize that your presence could bring about greater changes, ultimately breaking the stalemate, which is why I chose to keep you. Regrettably, I was unable to reclaim Amaya's power as I had wished. Thus, you opted to make me the leader of the Anomaly Association, allowing yourself to retreat into the shadows and scheme in secret. Maka and the captain resembled two players in a chess game, meticulously reviewing the myriad events of the past. Indeed, however, there is one aspect that deeply disconcerts me. You disregarded my instructions and captured Eureka, subsequently failing to eliminate her, which has caused a slight deviation in my strategy. The captain's expression bore a hint of displeasure. Heh, it seems I have indeed accomplished something undeniably right, Maka chuckled. What are you so proud of? Although the plan encountered a minor hiccup, I had already revised my strategy. Shifting my focus entirely onto Leishi, replied the captain. Originally, the dark energy required to unite the four witches was still somewhat lacking, but with Leishi's emergence, it is now more than sufficient, I must admit. The trap set by the dark witch astonished me, yet, I cannot entirely blame myself for placing too much trust in you, Captain. Maka's tone grew heavier as he glared at the captain. The reason he fell into the dark witch's trap was fundamentally due to the captain's covert manipulation. The so-called positioning device was, in fact, his creation, thus he had control over it, even orchestrating their downfall from the shadows. This nearly plunged Maka and Leishi into an irretrievable predicament, but fortunately, both displayed extraordinary resilience. Maka captured the Dark Witch, while Leishi dealt with the two other witches, thus salvaging their disadvantage. Heh, and then there was everything you just did, which enabled me to achieve my ultimate objective. The setup is complete. I am elated. Maka, you have assisted me in reclaiming the powers of the four witches, and now that Leishi is also in my grasp, my dark energy is abundantly sufficient. The captain's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. I can finally completely seize control of the dark gem. Captain, allow me to caution you. The dark gem is a terrifying entity. It possesses consciousness and is plotting against you. Once you obtain its power, you will become its external puppet, Maka declared through gritted teeth. Oh, and what of it? The captain displayed no hesitation, appearing utterly indifferent. Do you expect me to sacrifice so much only to abandon it at the final moment? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? Maka fell silent, knowing full well that such a scenario was impossible, and he had no intention of relying on mere rhetoric to sway the captain. Maka, you do not belong to this world. You have collaborated with me to some extent, so I am willing to offer you the opportunity to depart from this realm and cease interfering with me and the Dark Gem. The captain stated earnestly. However, Maka shook his head. Do not speak foolishly. I have never collaborated with you, nor will I ever give up. Sigh. The captain exhaled. You claim to be astute in every regard. Yet you possess an unwarranted sense of duty. Do you genuinely believe you can contend with the Dark Gem? You are far too weak. Maka remained silent. He was indeed too weak, which necessitated his reliance on the power of the world. Therefore, our next encounter will mark your demise, the captain proclaimed. Naturally, our next meeting will signify the final showdown, Maka concurred. Suddenly, the man's body trembled slightly, and a dense, almost inextricable dark energy surged forth from within him. The dark energy gradually coalesced into a stream of black light, drifting toward an unknown destination before vanishing in the distant horizon. This signified the captain's will departing from the man's body. Maka gazed at the receding dark energy, his heart heavy. The captain now possessed the majority of the dark energy. Once he acquired the dark energy within Leishi, he would completely master the Dark Gem. Moreover, with Leishi already in his grasp, he could fulfill his ultimate goal at any moment. Would he kill Leishi? Maka pondered, his mood somber. No, perhaps. He is still orchestrating my downfall, Maka muttered to himself. Upon reflection, the captain, who had manipulated the four magical girls, could not possibly be unaware of the existence of the magical source stone, could he? No, he is undoubtedly aware, yet he cannot obtain it. The location of the magical source stone is known solely to Leishi, and discovering it requires 5 pure magical girls. At present, the 4 magical girls have been purified, and he has gathered sufficient dark energy. Once seduced by the allure of power, would he relinquish another formidable force? Certainly not. In fact, it is beyond his capability. He has deduced my intentions. He is merely waiting for me to uncover the magical source stone, only to seize it for himself. Maka reasoned, although he could not ascertain the captain's precise plan. He could surmise his objective. Yet, Maka found himself ensnared in this trap, as uncovering the magical source stone represented his final opportunity for reversal. This trap is a celestial design. Whether I wish to enter or not, I must. Taking a deep breath, Maka acutely recognized the captain's terrifying intellect. Thus, I can only immerse myself in the fray and gamble on my own ability to break the stalemate. Author's updates are consistently around 4,000 words, potentially increasing to 6,000. Published promptly at 8 o'clock each evening, though this may vary. Thank you for reading. Chapter 52. The Awakening of the Four Magical Girls. A girl with short yellow hair softly murmured. Slowly opening her hazy eyes, she gazed blankly at the sky for some time before regaining her senses. Suddenly sitting upright, she looked around. Where am I? Everyone. She glanced at the 3 other magical girls who were also gradually awakening. Bewildered by their current predicament, oh, you're finally awake. Maka approached slowly, flanked by Lisa and Hala. Liuguang, the first to notice Maka, was initially puzzled by the identity of this individual, but upon seeing Lisa and Hala behind him, she immediately shouted in alarm. Intruder! She promptly stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of her still-dazed sisters. How did you capture us? Liu Guang's mind was in turmoil, as it seemed much of her prior memory had vanished. Was it the Intruder Association that did this? What have they done to us? Liu Guang thought rapidly. Hey, is this how you treat your savior? Maka smiled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Savior? Liu Guang was taken aback. However, from behind, a surging magical aura erupted. Liu Guang, be careful. Amaya, having awakened, immediately summoned her magical energy upon seeing Halad. Maka's expression darkened. It seemed he would have to teach these oblivious magical girls a lesson. Just as Amaya was about to strike, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Don't act rashly, Amaya. Amaya turned her head to see Eureka, her eyes calm, as if she had come to a clear understanding in a short span. Eureka slowly rose, adjusted her glasses, and bowed slightly to Maka and the others. Thank you for rescuing everyone. What? The other magical girls were momentarily stunned. Oh, I never expected a magical girl would bow in gratitude. This feels quite surreal, Lisa remarked with her hands on her hips. It appears you retained some memories from before your awakening, Maka noted with mild surprise. With Eureka awake, it became much easier. There was no need for him to subdue the magical girls with brute force. Yes, Leishi briefed me on the general situation. I never anticipated you could completely eradicate this dark energy, Eureka stated with remarkable composure. That is largely thanks to Leishi's purifying abilities, Maka replied nonchalantly to It that moment. Liu Guang approached, inquiring, Eureka? What transpired? Why are you thanking the intruder? Eureka regarded Liu Guang with indifference before addressing the other magical girls. You should carefully recall the last moment before your memories faded, and what occurred then. Li Xinyue, Amaya, and Liu Guang instinctively shuddered, as if their bodies were unwilling to relive that memory. They closed their eyes, earnestly attempting to recollect everything, their expressions gradually contorting in pain. After a while, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Terror etched on their faces. We were defeated and eroded by that dark energy? Yes, and you would do well to reflect on your actions, Maka stated as he tossed a phone, which contained news footage of the destruction caused by the witches. Lisa, please provide them with additional details. I am too weary to elaborate further, Maka said coldly. After some time, thud. The phone dropped to the ground. The emotional turmoil of the magical girls exceeded anything previously witnessed. Did we do all of this? Tears streamed down Li Xinyue's cheeks as she struggled to comprehend the enormity of her transgressions. Eureka remained silent, breathing heavily. Though outwardly composed, she was internally grappling with guilt for her actions. Amaya, filled with indignation, slapped herself hard, clenching her jaw, tears glistening in her eyes. How could I have done such a thing? During that time, she had committed mass slaughter and feasted on blood. An act even more frenzied than that of the intruders. Why was I not informed? Liu Guang questioned, perplexed. Because you were always in the background orchestrating their actions. In a certain sense, you are the mastermind behind the witch hunts. Lisa explained. Liu Guang opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Her emotions were a tangled mess. After a moment, she sighed. We have betrayed the mission of the magical girls. Enough. You need not feel too guilty. After all, it was beyond your control, Maka consoled, observing the magical girl's emotional breakdown. The true architect of all this sin is that shadowy figure. You were merely puppets manipulated by him. Li Xinyue gazed at her hands. Unable to accept the reality of her blood-stained hands, the past cannot be changed. The mistakes you made are your own, and rather than dwell in this meaningless guilt, it would be more prudent to seek a way to atone for it. Maka advised. Having spoken, the group of magical girls fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, one of them finally spoke. Indeed, we shall spare no effort to make amends, even if it means sacrificing our lives. With a respectful demeanor, Liu Guang inquired, might I ask how we should address you? From Lisa's words, she had discerned that the key to reversing their predicament lay with this newly appointed leader of the Anomaly Association. You may simply call me Maka, he replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Thank you very much, Mr. Maka, Liu Guang responded, bowing deeply in gratitude. Maka smiled modestly. The integrity of these magical girls was commendable, and their actions post-corruption were not entirely their fault. By the way, Mr. Maka, may I ask where Leishi has gone? Eureka suddenly scanned the surroundings, searching for the familiar figure. Maka's expression darkened. Alas, she has succumbed to the fate of a witch. The four magical girls' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes quivering. During your absence, she has undergone significant changes. Remarkably so, Maka lamented. The once delicate and timid girl has been forced to bear a burden that could crush her. Even in the face of despair, she has continued to struggle against the torment of corruption. Ultimately, it was her own fall that paved the way for your rebirth. Maka let out a bitter laugh. She saved you all but lost herself in the process. What a tragic conclusion, he added, and upon glancing at the magical girls again, he noticed tears glistening on their faces. In that moment, their emotions were remarkably unified. Their hearts laden with complexity. The sister they had once sought to protect, Leishi, had been the one to safeguard them at the most critical juncture. Cough, cough, there's no need to be so sorrowful. There is still a chance to save her, Maka noted, realizing that his words had struck an overly sentimental chord with the group. Really, Mr. Maka? She must have fallen into the hands of that mysterious puppeteer by now. Right? Liu Guang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she looked toward Maka. He nodded, indeed, but until that individual's goals are achieved, she will not be in immediate danger. That is splendid news. We shall go rescue her. Amiya exclaimed, her heart ignited with hope. However, Lisa shot her a disdainful glance. Maka shook his head and explained, you should refrain from such thoughts. You are far too weak. Not only would you be unable to contend with that individual, but I could also resolve the matter within 3 minutes. The magical girls fell silent, taken aback. Only the proud Lisan Yu slightly protested. How can the disparity be so vast? Doubt it? Then take a look for yourself. Maka replied, conjuring a card. In the next moment, 8 crimson diamonds materialized beside him. The magical girls felt the menacing aura of this attack and swallowed hard. The essence of this magic was truly terrifying. Presently, it seemed they could scarcely withstand even one of Maka's magical abilities. This ability. Li Xin-Yu gazed at the crimson diamonds, momentarily entranced. Stop staring. It's merely an enhancement of your own capabilities. I have acquired the magic of all of you. Maka stated. What? The magical girls expressed disbelief. Could Mr. Maka truly have seized their powers? Yet, what filled them with dread was the realization that even the one who had taken their abilities, Maka himself, could not contend with that puppeteer. Was that individual truly so formidable that they were utterly powerless? Liu Guang voiced her reluctance. In that case, I can now understand Lei Xie's helplessness. My most important partner has been taken, and yet I am powerless to aid her. That is not the case. I will assign you all a goal, one crucial to our ultimate victory, Maka declared. What goal? Locate the magical source stone, for it holds the opportunity for reversal. Chapter 53. The Search for the Anomaly Graveyard. The magical source stone. The magical girls instinctively grew wary, as the magical source stone pertained to the essence of their magic. However, recalling Mr. Maka's kindness and their current predicament, they resolutely declared, very well, Mr. Maka, we shall strive to find the magical source stone. Maka surveyed the magical girls, and upon seeing the determination in their eyes, nodded approvingly. This was the merit of the righteous protagonists. They inherently possessed an inexplicable courage, able to rally even in the face of despair. Leishi has already informed me of the magical source stone's location. It lies in a snowy expanse to the north. However, you will need to utilize your magical essence to discern its precise position. Maka explained. Understood, the magical girls chorused. Good, Maka nodded, ensuring their readiness. He then led Lisa and Hara to a secluded corner. What is it, my leader? Do you have tasks for us? Lisa inquired. Maka's expression turned grave, and his tone heavy as he responded. While you were resting, that enigmatic puppeteer engaged me in a detailed conversation. Is that so? Have you uncovered his identity? Lisa asked, her excitement palpable. Yes, but regarding his true identity, you must brace yourselves. Maka warned. What do you mean? Lisa inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, though she had begun to piece together her suspicions. That individual is the captain, Maka revealed. Lisa, surprisingly, did not refute this statement. She merely stared blankly. Maka recounted the essence of his conversation with the captain. Confirming the veracity of his claims, I understand now, leader, Lisa spoke in a subdued tone. She had never anticipated that the very figure who had inspired them to combat the witches was, in fact, the architect of the calamity they faced. Now do you comprehend why the Anomaly Association has expended its resources, yet still suffered the loss of many of its officials at the hands of witches? Maka continued, it is because the leader of the Anomaly Association is, in fact, the adversary. Indeed. Lisa nodded silently. Maka recognized the complexity of Lisa's emotions, which perhaps surpassed even those of her fellow magical girls. It is quite troublesome. Your powers are far too weak. You would likely not last even half a minute against him, Maka stated. Lisa nodded in acknowledgement, and Hara sagged her shoulders in despair. Lisa, as a senior cadre, I wish to know from where the Anomaly Association derives its power, Maka inquired. Lisa appeared perplexed. The powers of the magical girls stem from the magical source stone. Your powers must also have a source. This power can sporadically give rise to anomalies, and if we could harness it, it might serve as a valuable ally, Maka elaborated, outlining one of his strategies for breaking the deadlock. Lisa pondered briefly before responding. I am not certain. The captain likely doesn't know either. Only the original anomaly, the tentacled anomaly that founded the association, might know the true source of its power, but it has long since. Maka nodded, having anticipated this outcome. After all, if Lisa was unaware, the captain would likely be in the same boat, thus eliminating any opportunity for exploitation. Ding! The reclaimer has triggered a side quest. Side quest. Find the source of anomalies. LV3. Quest objective. Locate the anomaly graveyard to gain assistance in acquiring the source of the anomalies to combat the dark gem. Quest reward. One-time auxiliary skill card. The side quest had been triggered, indicating that the establishment supported his pursuit of the source of power, which resided in a place called the Anomaly Graveyard. Maka pondered internally. Wait, do you have any protocols regarding the remains of anomalies? For instance, where are they interred? Maka followed this line of inquiry. Regarding that, Lisa responded, aside from a few anomalies without remains, the majority are buried in a designated graveyard by the association's personnel. Maka's lips curled into a smile. Yes, that's it. Huh? Why would a graveyard be the source of power? If that were the case, the captain should have discovered it by now, right? Lisa questioned, puzzled. I share your doubts. Nonetheless, we should investigate further, Maka suggested. All right, I will lead the way. As a senior cadre, Lisa was well versed in many matters of the Anomaly Association. Let us not rush. I'll have the magical girls set out first, Maka stated, approaching the magical girls. All right, you can prepare to move out. I have marked the approximate location on your devices. Proceed swiftly, Maka instructed. Understood. The fate of Leishi and the peace of the world spurred the magical girls to exhibit unprecedented decisiveness. Additionally, you must be prepared. That puppeteer is none other than the captain you are familiar with. He may very well strike while you search for the magical source stone. If anything seems amiss, contact me at once, Maka cautioned. Yes, Mr. Maka. The magical girls nodded in agreement. Finally, Maka turned to Eureka and Liuguang, offering a gentle smile. Eureka and Liuguang, I require your magical essences. Please lend me your abilities. The two were momentarily taken aback, but did not refuse. Maka's smile broadened. With this, he had gathered the magical essences of all 5 magical girls. This was crucial for locating the magical source stone and breaking the deadlock against the captain. Chapter 54. A request for all anomaly cadres to contribute their strength. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed as Lisa led Maka down the staircase leading underground. Upon reaching the end of the lengthy steps, Lisa opened a door. A wave of putrid odor assaulted their senses, prompting Lisa to pinch her nose. My leader, perhaps you should take a look yourself? Maka nodded and stepped inside. He cast a sweeping glance around, finding himself in a deliberately spacious underground chamber, where the walls and ceiling were of a unique composition, while the ground remained nothing but pure earth. Tombstones stood in orderly fashion atop the soil, concealing beneath them a multitude of coffins, each containing the remains of the fallen grotesque leaders. Is this indeed the graveyard of the grotesques? It appeared rather unremarkable. Maka strolled through the cemetery until he reached the end. As he surveyed the sides, he noticed that almost every tombstone within the grotesque cemetery was occupied, leaving only 3 vacant graves, as if predetermined to signify their ultimate fate. Maka furrowed his brow. At least from his observations, he could detect no extraordinary energy emanating from this place. Yet the objective of his mission clearly pointed to this very graveyard, it seemed. There would be no opportunity after all. He sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, this was to be expected. Perhaps the source of grotesque power, akin to the magical source stones, required specific conditions for activation. Clearly, he had no more time to uncover the secrets of this place. You see, I told you there was nothing here? Lisa's voice echoed from the entrance. Leader, let us leave. The stench is unbearable. Maka nodded, preparing to depart. Just then, a sudden surge of intense energy fluctuations surged within his perception. Maka's body jolted, and he immediately scanned his surroundings. At that moment, the neatly arranged tombs began to emanate faint, eerie glimmers of light. These luminescences flickered like stars against the night sky, elusive yet radiating a palpable energy. Simultaneously, powerful energy waves erupted from the coffins buried deep underground, breaking free from the constraints of the earth. The reclaimer has successfully arrived at the grotesque graveyard, bestowed with the favor of the world's will, unconditionally triggering the response of the source of the grotesque. Goodness, is this what it means to be favored by the world? Maka marveled at the overwhelming energy surging around him. Each of these energies likely required a specific trigger, which explained why the captain had never been able to harness the powers of the other grotesques. However, having purified a portion of the world's distortions, he may have been marked as a savior in the eyes of the world's will, thus receiving its conscious assistance. Yet, alongside the terrifying energy, voices began to resonate from the tombstones. What is happening? I have awakened. Lisa stepped in, astonished, gazing at Maka. Did you really trigger the response of the grotesque source? Indeed, but judging by the current situation, in order to harness this power, we will need their will to respond, Maka replied thoughtfully. Leave that to me, Lisa said, flipping her hair with a confident smile, as a veteran figure. She was well known and respected by nearly all the fallen grotesques present. Ahem, comrades, I know you harbor many questions, so I shall be brief, Lisa declared. Currently, our grotesque association is facing an unprecedented crisis. Therefore, the new leader has come to the graveyard to implore all of you former leaders to lend your strength and help the association overcome this crisis. Oh, is that you, Lisa? I can't believe you're still alive. That's remarkable, Sister Lisa. Since it's your request, I shall certainly oblige. Though each member's initial intentions for joining the grotesque association varied, their loyalty remained unwavering due to the profound sense of belonging fostered over time. Now, upon hearing from the well-respected elder Lisa about the association's dire predicament, nearly all present exhibited a willingness to contribute, except 4.1 individual. What the hell, Lisa? You old hag, you're still alive. The voice from one tombstone was particularly striking. Upon hearing it, Lisa's expression darkened, and she turned to Maka, saying, Leader, this is the one I mentioned. Rance, he and I have a contentious history, so, hey, Lisa, you want my power? You'd better beg me for it. Rance taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Lisa's face flushed with anger at Rance, who continued to insult her even in death. It's fine. It's fine. For the leader, for the end of the dark energy, I can manage this, I will manage it. Lisa murmured to herself, determined to avoid pleading with the insufferable Rance. Maka, fully aware of Lisa's discomfort, gently patted her shoulder and said softly, No worries, I will give it a try. Lisa's heart skipped a beat as she explained. Rance has a rather vile temperament. He might I have my ways, Maka replied with a faint smile as he approached Rance's tombstone. Hey, I'm the new leader, Maka cheerfully announced. Oh, leader? What does that have to do with me? I am dead anyway, Rance retorted. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to force you, I merely wish to know. I've heard you are a card grotesque. Do you enjoy playing cards? Maka inquired. Cards? Of course. I love them. That was my pastime in life. Rance's tone noticeably brightened at the mention of cards. Haha, it seems we are quite compatible. I too have a fondness for cards, and like you, my abilities revolve around various card manipulations. Moreover, I have acquired a few of the cards you left behind, and to be honest, they have proven crucial for me, Maka said, a mix of flattery and sincerity in his words. Whoa, so, we share the same type of power. Haha, no need to thank me. I never imagined my cards would still be of use after death. Rance's demeanor shifted, growing more amicable. Since we are of like minds, I shall grant you my power. Additionally, I possess a rare card that I believe you will certainly appreciate. With that, A card flew from the earth and landed in Maka's hands. Does the Reclaimer wish to transform the grotesque card? Yes, Maka affirmed. Transformation successful. Congratulations to the Reclaimer for acquiring the auxiliary card. Cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction. Type. Auxiliary card quality. Green effect. Reduces cooldown of any card by 60 seconds. Mana cost. 13 prerequisites. None cooldown time. 300 seconds evaluation. An auxiliary card. Notably rare in type. Maka gazed at the card, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This marked his second auxiliary card. Unlike skill cards, which primarily affect the user, auxiliary cards directly impact other cards. Such cards often prove invaluable at critical moments. Like that power amplification card, which had allowed his fiery nuclear explosion to surpass its limits. If he could amass such cards to apply auxiliary effects to his cards before a battle, his strength would be unparalleled. What a remarkable card indeed. Your card, I shall accept it. I will utilize it well, Maka expressed earnestly, realizing that Rance had provided him with 2 significant auxiliary cards. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Take this power with you, and with that, Rance's voice faded away. This time, it was not just Rance. All the grotesques contributed their powers. At that moment, beams of energy surged forth from the tombstones, converging before Maka, ultimately transforming into 3 cards. Temporary Enhancement Card, X3 Type. Single-Use Card Quality, Green Effect, 5 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Stamina, 5 Intelligence, lasting until the end of this world. Mana Cost, 0 Enhancement Strength, 16 Prerequisites, none cooldown time, none evaluation, a product of the gathering of grotesque source power. Take it and bring an end to all. Chapter 55. The Final Showdown. A powerful entrance. Maka accepted the 3 temporary enhancement cards, knowing they were a manifestation of the grotesque source power, granted in the form of cards due to his profession as a card master. He turned and exited the grotesque graveyard. As he descended the long staircase, he finally welcomed the warm embrace of sunlight once more. How delightful! The sun feels so warm, doesn't it? Maka lifted his head, gazing at the sun above. His seemingly casual remark was intended for Lisa's ears. If the captain truly succeeded in wielding the dark gem, the outcome would not be favorable. Dark energy would consume him and devour this world. Maka turned to Lisa, speaking earnestly. At that time, the gentle sunlight will fade, the beauty of the world will vanish, and all will become mere puppets. Lisa, can you accept such a conclusion? Do you accept it? Maka's voice pierced the soul, causing Lisa's heart to tremble violently. She understood that Maka was probing her resolve. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her heart racing, her hands trembling. Finally, she declared, I cannot accept it, this time. I too shall offer my life. Maka smiled softly, even in the face of your former pillar of strength. The captain. He craves power too desperately. I can understand his actions, but his methods will lead to an irreversible conclusion. Lisa's gaze grew resolute. Thus, I will do everything in my power to stop him. This time, I too shall stand for justice. Haha, take this. Maka handed Lisa 2 cards. Lisa accepted the cards imbued with terrifying power and passed one to her most trusted subordinate. Hala! The cards shattered in their hands, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy into their bodies. Maka crushed the cards in his hand, feeling the terrifying enhancement of full attributes at level 5. I have completely surpassed the power of a witch and am now capable of battling against a captain who has yet to fully master the dark gem. Maka gazed at the newly transformed Lisa and Hara. This was the capital that could turn the tide. We now possess witch-level strength, and at last, we can lend our assistance. Lisa clenched her fist, a rosy smile gracing her lips. The Reclaimer has successfully completed the side quest. Find the source of the odd being's power. Reward acquired. One-time use support skill card. There are 3 support skill cards in total. The Reclaimer may choose one. 1. Mana recovery card 2. Teleportation card 3. Escape card. Maka stared at the 3 cards, momentarily indecisive, when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, a terrified voice echoed from the other end. Mr. Maka, we have located the position of the magic source stone. Lu Guang gasped for breath, but the captain attacked us. He is far too powerful. We cannot hold on. Mr. Maka, please hurry. Lu Guang seemed to want to say more, but was abruptly silenced. It appeared there was no choice left. Without hesitation, Maka chose the teleportation card. Let us face this together. Maka looked towards Lisa and Hara, ready for the final showdown. On the pristine white snowfield, the most terrifying aura in this world erupted. Help! Help! Li Xingyue was buried beneath the snow, unable to breathe. Dark energy pinned her firmly to the ground, seemingly intent on suffocating her. Damn it! Amaya was firmly restrained by 4 or 5 humanoid beings composed of dark energy. Her magical energy corroded and suppressed, leaving her powerless. Meanwhile, Eureka and Lu Guang found themselves ensnared by gigantic hands made of dark energy. Even their most desperate struggles proved futile. Heh, I advise you to cease your futile struggles and obediently open the magic source stone for me. And I might spare your lives. The captain strolled casually, possessing a terrifying power beyond the wildest imaginations of any magical girl. Cough, this is impossible. We won't let you succeed. Mr. Maka will stop you. Lu Guang shouted valiantly at the captain. However, the captain laughed heartily, saying, Are you still waiting for him? He is 100,000 miles away from this snowfield. By the time he arrives, I will have already achieved my ultimate goal. Ha 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 ha. Lu Guang gritted her teeth, tears of frustration slipping from her eyes. Is this really going to end in his victory? Mr. Maka. Just as despair enveloped Lu Guang, she called out one last time in her heart. A dazzling blue energy beam suddenly appeared above the snowfield. The beam shot into the sky, as if announcing its arrival to all present. What is that? The captain looked at the beam in astonishment. It is impossible for a magical girl to still unleash her powers. Could it be? How can this be? The captain's expression shifted slightly. As this exceeded his plans, from within the beam, 3 figures slowly emerged. Lisa stood confidently on the left, wielding a whip in her right hand and placing her left hand on her hip. Hara, more robust than ever, stood on the right, his fists raised in the center. Maka flipped a card in his hand and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I promised I would come to end this. Chapter 56, A Forceful Rescue Attack, Maka exclaimed. With that, the 3 sprang into action. Lisa looked towards Li Xingyue, who was trapped in the snow by dark energy, her muscles tensing as she exerted her strength. The whip in her hand extended rapidly, striking the mass of energy. Bang! With a resounding crack, the dark energy that easily suppressed Li Xingyue's magic was shattered. Under Lisa's deft control, her whip ensnared the nearly suffocating Li Xingyue and pulled her into an embrace. Hee, how does it feel to be saved by a former rival, little sister? Lisa smiled at the girl in her arms. Li Xingyue's awareness gradually returned, her face slightly flushed, but she quickly turned to survey her surroundings. Rest assured, none of you will be missing. Lisa assured her. At that moment, from Amaya's position, a massive object suddenly plummeted from the sky. Hara landed heavily in the snow, causing a white avalanche to erupt. Hara let out a furious roar, his powerful fist striking the dark creatures that restrained Amaya. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch contained a terrifying force far beyond his previous might. One punch obliterated a dark creature. And in mere moments, all the dark beings turned to energy. Hara scooped up Amaya and rushed towards Lisa. Meanwhile, Lu Guang and Eureka, still ensnared by the dark hands, suddenly saw a flash of crimson light before them. In the next instant, the black hands that held them shattered. This was the result of enhanced intellect, moving at a speed beyond their visual perception. As the hands vanished, they fell from the air. Unable to summon their magical abilities, panic washed over them. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind ignited on the white snow, and Maka's figure emerged from the vortex. Maka leaped, catching one magical girl in each arm. Mr. Maka. Lu Guang felt the warmth of his embrace. A smile blossoming on her face. Maka had truly arrived just in time. But before she could celebrate, Maka gracefully landed and tossed both magical girls backwards. Lu Guang screamed in terror as she soared through the air, only to be caught by the leaping Hara. Eureka, on the other hand, was ensnared by the whipped in an instant. All 4 magical girls had been rescued. Puffing heavily, Lu Guang patted her racing heart. Eureka glanced at Lisa and Hara in astonishment. Your strengths that have increased? Imichim, Lisa replied with a proud smile. I can toy with you at will now. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, her face flushing a deeper shade of pink. Cough, enough joking. You all need to find the magic source stone. Leave the captain to us. Lisa's smile turned serious as she spoke. With that, she led Hara towards Maka, ready for battle, at the forefront of the battlefield. Maka and the captain faced each other. Clap, clap, clap. The captain applauded Maka with a grin, unexpectedly impressed that you managed to master teleportation and disrupt my plans. Maka, you have truly exceeded my expectations. I should never have let you live. The captain's tone suddenly turned cold, his expression darkening. Heh, then I must thank you for your... Maka replied sarcastically, your careful nurturing. The captain narrowed his eyes, sneering. Let me guess, you desperately want to save this girl. Don't you? At his words, Maka's body trembled. He saw a dark mist emerging behind the captain, from which a familiar figure slowly stepped forth. Lei Shi. The four magical girls behind Maka were left stunned. Maka furrowed his brow. The Lei Shi before him was no longer the girl from his memories. Now, her eyes were pitch black, her mind utterly brainwashed, reduced to a puppet under the captain's control. Master, I await your command. Lei Shi spoke monotonously as she stood behind the captain. The captain grinned maniacally. Seeing the captain smile, Maka felt a sense of foreboding. Damn it, the captain wouldn't dare to kill Lei Shi in front of him. Would he? Ha ha ha. The captain laughed heartily at the change in Maka's expression. Don't worry, I will give you a chance to save her. If you can restrain and purify her while we work together. Then what harm is there in giving her to you? Maka exhaled slightly in relief. The captain was certainly not offering him a genuine opportunity. Killing Lei Shi would also jeopardize the captain's interests. In order to obtain the magic source stone, the captain needed Lei Shi to be purified. First, let Lei Shi engage in combat with Maka and the others to deplete their stamina, and after being purified, she could assist him in opening the magic source stone. Why not make the most of it? Lisa, Hara. Maka called out. Yes, leader. Lisa and Hara approached slowly, confronting Lei Shi and the captain. The captain looked at his former subordinates, attempting to tempt them. Lisa, Hara, are you certain you want to obey this new leader and oppose me? If you agree to assist me, I can grant you a portion of my power once my plans succeed. And together we can rule this world. I see that outcome 100 times better than opposing me and dying on the spot. As Lisa locked eyes with the captain, she felt a surge of heat within her. A voice urging her, agree with the captain, agree with the captain. You could both profit. Why choose the path of death? But then, Lisa's gaze cleared, her resolute will prevailing I refuse. Lisa fiercely swung her whip, responding to the captain with unwavering determination. Tisk, tsk. The captain shook his head, somewhat disappointed. He had just activated the alluring ability derived from the dark gem, but alas, he had yet to fully master the power of the gem. And its effect was insufficient, thwarted by Lisa's will. A smile crept upon Maka's lips. This was precisely why he had previously sought to probe Lisa's resolve and assist her in strengthening her conviction. He had anticipated that the captain might wield an alluring ability, and if Lisa and Hara's allegiance were to waver, the battle would be lost. Since that's the case, there's nothing left to discuss. Lei Shi, attack! The captain clapped his hands. A sudden surge of black flames rushed toward Maka, yet before they could reach him, they were dispersed by a swift whip. Leader, leave Ryuxi to Hara and me. You focus on dealing with the captain, Lisa stated. Maka nodded in agreement. That is indeed my plan. It aligns with my intentions. The captain pressed his palm bones, brimming with suppressed power. The ultimate showdown commenced at this very moment. Chapter 57. Maka vs. Captain. Maka drew 3 cards and immediately activated the first one. Azure Moon. A cascade of azure light ascended towards the moonlit sky, gradually forming a radiant blue moon that cast its glow upon the vast snowy expanse. Maka, Lisa, and Hara each received a collective enhancement from the Azure Moon. With the augmentation of the source power from the monster, Maka's base attributes had already reached impressive heights, and after a 30 boost from the Blue Moon, they soared to unprecedented levels: strength, 15 stamina, 15 agility, 15 intelligence, 20, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. Who would have thought that I would reach the maximum intelligence attribute in my novice trial? Maka pondered. The reason he could achieve such extraordinary attributes was partly due to the current world level being LV4, while his own level was LV1, thereby yielding him more substantial rewards. However, the most critical aspect was that this power did not inherently belong to him. He relied on the enhancement from the monster's source, combined with the top-tier support ability of Azure Moon, to forcefully elevate his attributes across the board. The captain emanated a dark aura, its intensity far surpassing the previous crimson flames by countless degrees. This was a true testament to his current strength. Yet, the captain did not immediately strike. Instead, he gazed at Maka with a hint of astonishment, sensing the danger that Maka presented. "I never anticipated your growth to be so outrageous," the captain remarked, surprised that the Maka who had once been helplessly pursued by Li Xinyue could now stand alongside him, who wielded a significant portion of the Dark Gem's power. Indeed, those from outside the world are exceedingly perilous. Maka wished to avoid unnecessary banter with the captain. Leveraging his exceptional card control, he fused Blood Shadow Scythe with Power Amplification card, Small. His greatest strength at this moment was his remarkably high attributes. And the ability that could best utilize these attributes was undoubtedly the magical melee weapon, Blood Shadow Scythe. The captain would not allow Maka to unleash his cards unimpeded. He dashed forward, leaving a black afterimage in the snow. In the final breath before the captain closed in, Maka swiftly constructed an enhanced version of Blood Shadow Scythe. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp blade of the scythe collided with the captain's fist, shrouded in dark energy. Astonishingly, even with an intelligence attribute of 20, the scythe's blade, boasting a sharpness of 12, could not even graze the captain's fist. His fist was enveloped by a thin layer of dark energy, and without breaking through this layer, it was impossible to harm the captain's flesh. Maka's eyes flickered as he discerned the root of the problem in that case. Maka swung the Blood Shadow Scythe fiercely, engaging in a heated battle, while with his left hand, he drew another card. For an ordinary cardmaster, it would be nearly impossible to focus on activating a card amid such intense close-quarters combat. Yet Maka could do just that, with the talent of absolute card sense bolstering him. He did not need to divert his attention to channel the card's energy patterns. He instinctively activated it with sheer intuition. The captain's gaze narrowed as he observed Maka's left hand movement. He unleashed the terrifying dark energy within him, channeling it into his right fist. Thus, his punch was not only powered by raw physical strength, but also augmented by an enormous amount of dark energy. Capable of obliterating a witch, the heavy fist, infused with a dense, dark aura, struck toward Maka, while simultaneously, Maka successfully activated his card. Reflective Shield. Indeed, the card Maka activated was a defensive one, and the captain's prediction played right into his hands. The reflective shield formed instantaneously, and the dark fist collided with the shield. Crack! The shield shattered before it could withstand even a fraction of a second. However, from the void, another dark fist emerged. The two heavy fists clashed. Yet, after merely half a second of stalemate, the punch generated by the reflective shield crumbled. Fortunately, Maka had already retreated, allowing the captain's strike to miss entirely. The power of that punch exceeded even the limits of the reflective shield's defense. Maka was somewhat astonished, but it made sense. The captain, who wielded unknown powers, was likely not far from the pinnacle of the first-tier world. After all, his reflective shield was merely a one-time-use white-tier card. And achieving omnipotent prowess with a single card was certainly impossible. Seizing the moment while the captain had yet to pursue him, Maka successfully activated the other two cards. Gradually, blood-red diamonds began to coalesce around him. While a ball of black flames ignited in his left hand, he gently rubbed the black flames against the blade of Blood Shadow Scythe, intending to scorch the captain's thin layer of protective energy. The remaining flames were tossed high into the air, scattering down as black embers. This would enable him to perform flame translocation at a crucial moment, allowing him to evade attacks. Reflective Shield, blood-red diamonds. Flame translocation. The captain's eyes flickered as he secretly calculated something. He clapped his hands together, and two enormous hands formed from dark energy appeared at his sides. In the next moment, the massive dark hands slammed down upon Maka. The blood-red diamonds shot forth, and with an intelligence attribute of 20, their power and speed reached their zenith. In midair, 8 streaks of crimson light flickered at blinding speed, intertwining with the dark hands. The last one, the captain smirked, suddenly dashing forward, this time with a speed that far surpassed before. In the blink of an eye, the captain reached Maka, and had it not been for the footprints left in the snow, Maka would have believed the captain had teleported. Maka's eyes narrowed, but the captain's fist was already upon him. With no choice left, he activated his prepared trump card, Flame translocation? The fiery vortex instantly engulfed Maka. And even as the captain's fist struck the whirlwind in the next moment, it failed to touch Maka's form. Not far away, on a preemptively left black flame, Maka emerged from the fiery vortex. Ah, now's my chance, the captain chuckled coldly. Just as Maka stepped out of the flame translocation, an anomaly appeared beneath his feet in the snow. Whoosh, two sharp black energy spikes pierced through the snow, directly impaling his feet. A trap. Maka let out a pained grunt. Furthermore, with the activation of the two sharp spikes, rows of energy spikes erupted from the surrounding snow, overwhelming and encircling Maka in an onslaught of black spikes. Gritting his teeth, Maka found his limbs firmly restrained. Even if he could break free, it would be too late to evade. He could only rely on his card abilities. Maka's mind raced, rapidly contemplating all the cards at his disposal and clearly categorizing which abilities would be useful at this moment. He drew the pitch-black prison card, thinking that if he enclosed himself within the prison, he could potentially evade the energy spikes, right? Warning. The characteristics of the pitch-black prison are consistent with dark energy and are highly likely to trigger the enemy's counter-invasion. Damn it! Maka quickly retracted the card. The captain sneered at the cornered Maka, having been calculating his hand all along, waiting for him to run out of cards for a decisive strike. Ha! Yet Maka wore a smile. While the cards he could utilize were indeed on cooldown, he had fortuitously acquired an auxiliary card from Lance in the monster graveyard, one that the captain had not accounted for. Cooldown Reduction, Chapter 58. Wounding the Captain, Purifying Reixi. Maka drew the Blood Red Diamonds card, but due to insufficient cooldown, this card had only partially coalesced. However, the moment the cooldown reduction card stacked with it, the cooldown reduction card transformed into energy and merged with the Blood Red Diamonds card. The card, which had been slowly forming, was instantaneously completed. In the future, he could attempt to activate two Blood Red Diamonds consecutively. Maka's eyes lit up. The activation speed of this cooldown reduction card was extraordinary. Functioning almost instantaneously, at this moment, the dark spikes were already approaching from all directions, yet 3 Blood Red Diamonds had coalesced beside Maka. With his experience in manipulating Blood Red Diamonds, he was now capable of simultaneously gathering more while controlling the previously formed ones. Maka wielded the Blood Shadow Scythe, imbued with black flames, and slashed at the incoming spikes. Meanwhile, the spikes coming from the left and right were intercepted by multiple Blood Red Diamonds. Crack, crack, crack. Under the joint assault, the energy spikes from all directions shattered into fragments. Impossible? The captain's expression shifted, astonished. Since Maka's appearance, he had been closely observing his methods. He was certain that Maka could not activate 2 cards in quick succession. Yet, the Blood Red Diamonds should not have been able to be released again in his calculations. Maka broke free from the grasp of the 2 spikes that had bound his ankles, but the wounds left behind would severely impact his combat effectiveness. Moreover, the captain's every ability was rooted in dark energy. And while he was injured, he also suffered from the negative buff of dark corruption. A smile crept across Maka's lips as he activated his healing ability. The wounds on his legs healed swiftly. Even the dark energy that had invaded his body was purified. This exemplifies the advantage of a card master. In solitary combat, they can resolve various crises with a plethora of means, while he unleashed healing. The 8 Blood Red Diamonds were not idle. Under Maka's deliberate manipulation, they absorbed the black flames scattered across the snow. Black flames clung to the Blood Red Diamond light, rapidly expanding after devouring a portion of its magical essence. 8 shards of Blood Red Diamond light, enveloped in black flames, shot towards the captain, entangling with him. The shard, swift as a blood arc, hurtled forth, but the captain reacted in an instant, shattering it with a powerful punch. However, the black flame seized the opportunity to cling to his fist, voraciously consuming the thin layer of protective shield enveloping his body. The remaining 7 shards of blood red light followed closely behind. The captain, preoccupied with the encroaching black flames, continued to shatter the incoming shards with relentless punches. As he expended his macaca cards, he unleashed all his abilities, relying solely on his fists to confront the shimmering lights. Crack, crack, one by one, the shards of blood-red diamond light were obliterated. Yet the black flames scorched his entire being. Gritting his teeth, the captain summoned a surge of immense dark energy from within, extinguishing the black flames that clung to him. Just as he quelled the flames, an intense heat radiated from behind him. His eyes narrowed. In an instant, his vast combat experience alerted him to the significance of this heat, but he was already out of options. With a whoosh, a sharp blood blade emerged from the fiery currents behind him, deeply slashing into the flesh of his back. The blood blade swung, shattering the gusts, as Makaka's figure emerged from the flames, intent on delivering further strikes to the captain. Yet, the captain quickly regained his composure, stepping back and leaping into the air. A graceful backflip allowed him to land smoothly, panting heavily as he warily eyed Makaka. The two stood in a tense stalemate, the captain's injuries on his back throbbing, his hands trembling slightly. Makaka's combat experience was equally formidable, despite both having exhausted their abilities and falling into a trap. He had skillfully countered and turned the situation to his advantage. At this moment, the captain dared not underestimate Makaka, realizing that he had no desire to continue the fight. There was no necessity for it. "Leader!" Makaka was in the midst of activating a card when Lisa's voice suddenly rang out. He turned to see another battlefield where Hala had tightly restrained Lexi, and Lisa's whip coiled around her. Exerting every effort to limit her, Makaka understood. Their plan was not to kill Lexi but to restrain her, enabling purification. However, the captain was still observing, leaving him unable to withdraw. Makaka's gaze met the captain's, and a thought suddenly struck him. If he could force the captain to withdraw his dark energy, would that not indirectly purify Lexi? He chuckled softly. The captain seemed to perceive Makaka's intent through their exchanged glances, saying coolly, "I give you the opportunity to purify her, but if you compel me to act, whether her consciousness remains is not for me to decide." Makaka's eyes flickered. Evidently, the captain was unwilling to continue the fight, but also hesitated to reclaim the dark energy himself, as that would obliterate Lexi's consciousness, contradicting his goal of gathering 5 magical girls to unlock the Source Stone. "You are arrogant and greedy," Makaka opined. If the captain were not so covetous of the power of the Source Stone, he could easily reclaim the dark energy and eliminate Lexi entirely, thereby denying Makaka any chance of a comeback. "This is not arrogance. It is the maximization of benefits," the captain retorted with a cold smirk. "Do more and speak less. You have no other choices." Makaka exhaled deeply. Their objectives aligned, resulting in a temporary ceasefire. He cautiously approached Lexi, who was currently struggling fiercely against her restraints. Makaka drew out the healing card. Still awaiting its cooldown, the captain remained silent, waiting patiently. Finally, the card's cooldown completed. Makaka activated the healing card, gradually purifying the dark energy within Lexi. As pure light enveloped her, the depth in her emerald eyes faded, giving way to clarity. "All right, release her," Makaka commanded. Lisa and Hala loosened their grip on Lexi, and Makaka cradled her legs, embracing her gently. "Wake up, Lexi, wake up," he whispered softly into her ear. Lexi needed to awaken immediately. Otherwise, once the captain fully seized control of the dark gem, it would be too late. Lexi let out a soft murmur, as if disturbed from a deep slumber. "Lexi, Lexi." Makaka patted her head, pinching her cheeks in an effort to rouse her. "Hurry, wake up." His heart raced. It was a race against time. Lexi's voice stirred, and her eyelids slowly fluttered open. Her green gaze appearing dazed. It was as if she had just emerged from a long, deep slumber, her mind still foggy. Who was she? Where was she? Who was this man holding her? Fortunately, the purification didn't result in amnesia. After a brief moment of confusion, her face lit up with surprise. "Makaka? Yes, indeed. I am Makaka. We meet again," he replied with a relieved smile, gently pinching her cheek. "Is it resolved?" Lexi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Not exactly. In fact, we find ourselves in the most perilous situation yet," Makaka explained. "There is no time for nostalgia. The captain is about to seize control of the dark gem, and you must quickly activate the Source Stone." "All right, I understand," Lexi nodded. Though still somewhat disoriented, she had anticipated this scenario before falling into slumber. After all, activating the Source Stone required 5 magical girls, and rescuing her was a crucial part of the plan. "I'll set you down," Makaka began, but was interrupted by a sudden burst of maniacal laughter from behind. "Ha ha ha, I have finally completely mastered the Dark Gem." Chapter 59. The captain who completely masters the Dark Gem. In the world of magical girls, the vast northern snowfields were undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Once a pristine expanse, blanketed in shimmering white, the land was now shrouded in a suffocating layer of darkness, so dense that even the falling snowflakes transformed into tiny dark particles upon contact. An ominous and foreboding atmosphere enveloped the entire snowfield, where a singular figure stood defiantly at the forefront. A torrent of intensely concentrated dark energy surged around this figure like a roaring tide, and soon, all the dark energy was frantically drawn into him. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed the vast reservoir of dark energy, the captain raising his arms high, seemingly in a posture of profound reverence, welcoming an unprecedented and terrifying power. "This is power from beyond the world," he murmured, his face contorted with manic excitement. Suddenly, he swung his right arm, unleashing an immense wave of dark energy that erupted from beneath the snowfield. This dark energy swiftly coalesced, forming a long carpet made entirely of pure darkness. This carpet extended all the way toward the location of the four magical girls, precisely where the source stone was concealed. Makaka. The captain directed his gaze toward the figure he longed to eliminate most. Reveling in his triumph, he stepped onto the dark carpet, slowly advancing towards Makaka, as shadowy humanoid beings composed of dark energy crawled from the snow, bowing before him like loyal subjects welcoming their new emperor. This is bad. Makaka could distinctly sense the terrifying nature of this power. Even its mere presence held a potent allure, compelling him to kneel. The captain, who had completely mastered the dark gem, was not someone he could contend with. Makaka drew forth the fire travel card, tightly clutching Lexi in his arms. At that moment, Lexi gazed blankly at the captain, her eyes wide with fear and a hint of confusion, as if she were losing a grip on her consciousness. Utilizing the pre-prepared black flames, Makaka traversed to the location of the four magical girls. "Lexi, wake up, do not let the dark gem ensnare you," he urged, shaking her petite frame. Yet, her gaze remained vacant, still lost in her stupor. The intelligence attribute corresponded to mental strength, affecting resistance to allure. Lexi's intelligence had diminished after losing her witch powers, rendering her susceptible to the dark gem's enchantment. Makaka pinched Lexi's cheek again, and while her eyes flickered with recognition, they quickly dulled once more. Analyzing the situation, Makaka realized that to break through the faint allure, he needed to employ some mental stimulation. The more violent method would be to injure her. He glanced at Lexi's delicate, pale arm, realizing that such an action would be excessively brutal, not to mention the time required for healing would be impractical. There was another, subtler method of stimulation. A kiss, a hymn. Makaka cleared his throat. As a gentleman, he certainly could not resort to such measures. "Liuguang, come here," he called to the nearby Liuguang. She blinked. "What is it, Mr. Makaka?" "Kiss her," he instructed, gesturing towards Lexi's cheek. Huh? Liuguang's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with possibilities. What could this mean? A blossoming of Yuri flowers? "Hurry," Makaka urged, lacking the time to explain. Although Liuguang was uncertain of Makaka's intentions, she complied, cautiously leaning toward Lexi, who was clearly in distress, and gently pressed her lips against Lexi's soft cheek. In an instant, Lexi's body involuntarily trembled, her eyes narrowing as she instinctively reached for her cheek. At that moment, she suddenly snapped out of her entranced state, her fingers brushing against a particular spot on her face. That sensation, had she just been kissed? Glancing ahead at Liuguang, who was covering her mouth and instinctively turning her head away, she thought, "It must be Mr. Maka." Liuguang wished to explain that it was not her intention. But what she interpreted was, Maka had kissed her? A rosy blush, reminiscent of the evening glow, suddenly adorned Lexi's cheeks, and she shyly and anxiously glanced at Maka, who was holding her. "You have been enchanted." There's no time for lengthy explanations. Quickly activate the magic source stone. Maka, oblivious to Lexi's thoughts, anxiously explained. Lexi nodded, comprehending Maka's actions, as the situation was urgent. She could understand. Yes, she could understand. Lexi jumped down and immediately joined several magical girls in responding to the magic source stone hidden within the snowy mountains. Meanwhile, Maka and Lisa Hara turned to gaze at the figure approaching slowly. The captain walked over nonchalantly, showing no signs of urgency. To him, the wielder of the dark gem, Maka appeared no more significant than an ant. Easily disposable at any moment, As for the activation of the magic source stone, the captain chuckled inwardly, for he was absolutely confident. The 5 magical girls could merely activate the magic source stone, yet they could not harness its power. Thus, this was a battle they were destined to win. Maka's heart raced with trepidation as he regarded the captain. The aura of the dark gem was overwhelmingly terrifying. To what extent had the captain ascended? He threw out a long-hidden basic detection card, intending to probe the captain's abilities after assuming control of the dark gem. Basic detection card activated successfully. Target, Captain, currently assessing the intelligence attributes of both parties. The assessment complete. The attributes of the recipient align with those of the target, potentially yielding 100 information. Due to unknown interference, only 60 of the information is retrieved. Name, Captain, wielder of the dark gem. Category, external body puppetization, 20, increases with power usage, health points, 100 dark power, 400 strength, 18 agility, 18 stamina, 18 intelligence, 20, first tier extreme value, charm, 1, unknown influence, skill 1, dark origin, passive ability wields the dark origin, altering the magic system. The tier of the dark origin is quite high, with the characteristic of erosion, capable of suppressing and eroding lower-tier magic, exceedingly dangerous. Skill 2, Dark Gem Power, passive ability absorbs the power contained within the dark gem. Strength attribute 8, Agility 8, Stamina 8, Intelligence 15. Skill 3, Dark Erosion, passive ability, any being struck by dark energy will be affected by dark erosion, which is sourced energy that reduces maximum health and recovery efficiency and can directly transform beings into puppets. Skill 4, Dark Throne, summons dark creatures from dark energy to manipulate at will, with individual combat strength equivalent to that of magical girls, with no limit on quantity. Skill 5, Skill 6, Skill 7, Warning. This target has reached the extreme combat power of this world, exceedingly dangerous. What the hell, this is utterly absurd. Maka gazed at the captain's data, noting 3 passive abilities, each terrifying in its own right. Furthermore, with basic attributes nearing the first-tier pinnacle, and what's more, the 3 undiscovered active abilities, who knows how formidable the captain has become. Is it truly possible to turn the tide? A flicker of despair washed over Maka. Merely comparing the data revealed an insurmountable chasm in combat power between him and the captain. Chapter 60. Activation of the Magic Source Stone. At this moment, Maka finally grasped why the unknown could pose a grave threat to the entirety of the vast void. Even the most minor dark gem at the end of the sequence could elevate a level 4 character to the pinnacle of the first tier. Without assistance from a fellow being from beyond this world, individuals native to this realm could not possibly contend with such power. Maka inhaled deeply, overcoming his inner fear. He rapidly pondered whether there was any way to break the impasse. For instance, could he strip away passive abilities? This thought had lingered in his mind, yet he found no avenue to pursue it. Hint: the current card hunter awakening level of the recycler is insufficient for this task. Hiss! The fleeting thought in Maka's mind dissipated. His card hunter profession remained unawakened, yielding no enhancements aside from the ability to strip. What's this? Are you considering surrendering? The captain approached Maka, halting a mere 10 meters away, his eyes filled with mockery. Maka drew a card. Although the power of the dark gem was indeed terrifying, he was not without a glimmer of hope. Is that so? Then allow me to let you experience firsthand the disparity in combat power. The captain sneered, dark energy surging within him like a torrent. Maka swiftly unleashed the blood-red diamond light ability, constructing 8 shards before launching them at the captain. However, as they neared him, they were engulfed by the dense dark energy. Falling silent, Maka's control over the blood-red diamond light was severed. What had once been an unstoppable force now felt like a mere stone cast into the ocean, barely making a ripple. The disparity in intelligence attributes was not significant. Maka's face reflected shock at this outcome. He had anticipated a considerable gap, but not one so absurd. It was the magic system's fault. The tier of the dark origin vastly overshadowed his ordinary magic, capable of directly eroding his magical attacks. Maka recognized the root of the disparity. The overwhelming dark energy consumed the surrounding snow, sweeping everyone present into a cohesive area. The dark energy gradually formed an immense dark space, resembling an upgraded version of a pitch-black cage. Warning: the recycler is trapped in a dark space. Low-tier magic within this space will be suppressed. Magic suppression? Maka's eyelids twitched. Sure enough, he discovered that the magic contained within his magical patterns had fallen into a state of eerie silence. Like a stagnant pool, the magic system, energy tiers. Maka muttered in disbelief, realizing that the tier disparity was something that ordinary means could not bridge. It was an absolute crushing force. The captain spoke disdainfully. Now, I could crush you with ease. With that, a surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, forming a massive dark hand that grasped Maka tightly. Maka exerted all his strength to struggle, but even with a strength attribute of 15, he could not budge this dark hand. His magic had been utterly suppressed, rendering him incapable of casting any cards. Maka felt the pressure of the hand, his body succumbing to immense force. The captain intended to crush him alive. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation. The dark hand gradually tightened, and at the epicenter of the pressure, Maka felt his bones fracturing, blood streaming from his nose, his vision fading to black. As if he were on the brink of death. Observing Maka being so effortlessly subdued, the captain wore a proud smile. He had finally attained the power he had long coveted, with the strength of the dark gem. Anyone who obstructed him was insignificant. Maka, a girl's voice echoed. Suddenly, the pitch-black space erupted with the most exquisite light. A beam of multicolored light shot skyward, piercing through the layers of dark energy and soaring into the heavens. On the ground of the dark space, 5 magical girls stood, their feet shimmering with various hues, the lights intertwining to form a pentagonal formation. Each magical girl radiated a unique aura, some serene as water, others fiery with passion, some calm and noble, and others gentle and healing. At the center, Lu Guang emitted the purest and most brilliant light. In the formation's heart, a stone emanating 5 colored beams materialized. This was the magic source stone. As the 5 magical girls continuously infused their magic into the formation, the magic source stone began to tremble violently, its surface glowing faintly. Finally, when all the magic converged, an energy wave in the shape of a semicircle erupted from the source stone, rapidly spreading outward like a surging tide. Wherever this energy wave traveled, the once dense and heavy dark energy was shattered and dissipated into nothingness. This wave of energy also shattered the dark hand that held Maka, causing him to plummet from the air. Lisa's whip caught Maka mid-fall, gently lowering him to the ground. At that moment, a 5-colored semicircular shield formed around the magic source stone, protecting everyone while isolating the captain outside. Cough, cough. Did it succeed? Maka glanced at the 5 magical girls, a look of relief crossing his face. Thankfully, had it been any closer, he would have had to resort to his final trump card. Within this shield, the suppressive effects of the dark space vanished, and Maka quickly used a healing card to mend his injuries. Outside the shield, the captain remained unfazed by his isolation, gazing intently at the glimmering mystical stone. His eyes ablaze with fervor. So this is the magic source stone? Such immense power, rivaling that of the dark gem. I must obtain it. I absolutely must possess it. The captain's greed surged, his frenzied cries echoing within. Maka, are you all right? Leishi anxiously gazed at Maka, for she had witnessed the harrowing moment when Maka had nearly been a him. I'm fine. You all hurry and see if you can harness the power of the magic source stone. Maka remained vigilant, fully aware that activating the magic source stone did not guarantee victory. The power of the magic source stone was formidable, capable of combating the dark gem, yet the crux lay in, could these 5 magical girls truly wield such immense power? No need to try. Do you think I would allow you to activate the magic source stone? The captain sneered. Those 5 girls were not yet ready to master the magic source stone. Even if they activated it, in the end, they would merely become vessels for my power. Chapter 61. Maka's backup plan. At these words, Liu Guang's expression was one of defiance. Humph. How would we know unless we try? Everyone, let us unleash our primal powers together, absorb the strength of the magic source stone, and defeat him with our fusion finishing move. Liu Guang looked towards the other 4 magical girls. At this moment, a surge of fervor ignited within them. Indeed, they could do it. The 5 magical girls simultaneously removed the gems imbued with their magical essence, shattering them in unison. With a resounding crack, 5 distinct magical energies converged. Fire's magical essence, flame nucleo explosion, Amaya shouted loudly. Spirit's magical essence. Magic killing array. Eureka cried out, Moon's magical essence. Night of the full moon. Li Xinyue proclaimed with pride. Healing's magical essence. Purifying ray. Leishi, too, was inspired, calling out in unison. Finally, Liu Guang took a deep breath, unleashing the most crucial magical essence. Light's magical essence. Judgment of light. The 5 magical essences coalesced, and the magic source stone at the center reacted violently, emanating a radiant array of 5 colors. The energies flowed towards each magical girl, merging with the essence they had released. Seeing this, Liu Guang's face lit up with joy, but then, the expressions of the 5 magical girls changed in an instant. Their magical essences were violently shaken, as if they were about to slip from their control. Chaos ensued, spiraling out of control, until explosion, boom, 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 boom. After absorbing the power of the magic source stone, the 5 magical essences lost control in succession. Exploding! The 5 magical girls stumbled back from the formation, gazing at the magic source stone at its center with flickering eyes. They had truly failed. The power of the magical essence was far too overwhelming. Their current mastery of magic was insufficient to harness such strength. Ha 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 ha. The captain had foreseen this outcome, bursting into uproarious laughter. The failure of the 5 magical girls had sealed his victory. I told you they couldn't do it. Maka, you are quite foolish to believe in these little girls. The captain mocked Maka. His dark energy incessantly eroded the magical shield, and soon, he would breach this barrier and seize the magic source stone. Maka gazed coldly at the captain, remaining silent. Gradually, he turned and walked toward the magical girls. It's overed, utterly over. Liu Guang knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. The magic gems had shattered, and they could not cast their primal magic again in a short span, which meant they had been defeated. Amaya slammed her fist into the snowy ground, declaring that it was all over. The captain would take the magic source stone, and they had no chance of redemption. Footsteps crunched closer in the snow, and the magical girls looked up to see Maka approaching in silence. Liu Guang immediately bowed her head in shame. I'm sorry, Mr. Maka. We have disappointed you. I'm truly sorry. By the end of her words, Liu Guang could no longer hold back her tears, crying out, What good is being sorry? They had failed, and in doing so, indirectly endangered Mr. Maka. Guilt consumed the hearts of the magical girls. Mr. Maka had done so much for them, yet they had faltered at the most critical moment, rendering all his efforts in vain. Maka. Leishi looked at Maka, momentarily at a loss for words. She knew she could wield the power of the magic source stone. But at the moment of fusion, she had been caught in the explosive backlash of the other magical essences. She felt remorse towards Maka. Her proposed reversal method had cost him everything, and yet it had failed at the hands of her own sisters. Yet more than that, she felt a profound sense of regret and yearning. She had worked so hard and sacrificed so much, only to fail at the most pivotal moment. Maka approached Leishi, gently stroking her head. It's all right. Seeing Maka still comforting her, the tears Leishi had been holding back began to flow freely, as the resilient string in her heart snapped. She cried out, You are a being from beyond this world. Surely you must have a way to escape, right? Please go, hurry. It is we who have dragged you down. Leishi wept softly, but Maka remained calm, shaking his head gently. With your level of magical control, you should be able to release a bit more primal energy. Shouldn't you? Maka inquired. Leishi paused, though uncertain of Maka's intentions. She made an effort to release a modicum of purifying ray. Maka effortlessly seized the purifying ray, then stood tall. He walked slowly to the magic source stone, slightly tilting his head to address the captain behind him. You believe you can foresee everything. Do you think I could not? From the very beginning, I never intended to place my fate in the hands of others. It must rest firmly in my own grasp. Maka smirked. That would grant me peace. Oh, magic source stone. Maka drew forth 5 cards. Respond to my call. In the next instant, 5 cards were activated. Flame Nucleo Explosion. Night of the Full Moon. Magic Killing Array. Purifying Ray. Judgment of Light. The 5 cards were simultaneously activated, and 5 distinct magical auras emerged. Suddenly, the magic source stone trembled, sensing the corresponding energies, and 5 powerful magical energies surged into the 5 cards. The power contained within these cards began to escalate. becoming increasingly chaotic. However, Maka possessed the talent of absolute card sense. His control over the cards far exceeded the magical girl's command over their magic. Maka easily stabilized the chaos of the 5 cards. What? Mr. Maka? Maka? How is this possible? Everyone present stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, unable to regain their composure. Makada was actually using the cards he had taken from the magical girls to fuse with the power of the magic source stone. To merge 5 types of magical energies alone? What terrifying control! Leishi was left speechless. Mr. Maka. This. Liuguang was both astonished and delighted, completely unprepared for such a development. So, this was the reason Maka had sought their power, to prepare for this contingency. What a joke! The captain was also stunned. Even he, who could anticipate outcomes, had not foreseen that Maka could obtain the power of the magic source stone through such a maneuver. Damn it, he cannot succeed. The captain felt the threat anew. If Maka truly merged with the power of the magic source stone, then the dark energy's erosion of the shield intensified, as the 5-colored magical barrier gradually succumbed to the encroaching darkness. On the verge of shattering, the magic source stone continuously unleashed waves of terrifying power, merging into the 5 cards. As the power drained away, the magic source stone dimmed further until it ultimately lost all radiance. Becoming an ordinary stone, all the magical energy had successfully integrated into the 5 cards held by Maka. Chapter 62. A desperate attempt to stop the captain. Mr. Maka, has he truly succeeded? Liuguang exclaimed in disbelief. Maka looked at the 5 cards in his hand. With the power of the magic source stone augmented, these cards had all reached green level quality, and their effects were at least above average within the green tier. However, would this be sufficient to confront the captain? Doubt crept into Maka's mind, as the despair instilled by that dark energy loomed large. The chasm of disparity felt insurmountable, rendering him so small and powerless. No, it's still insufficient. Maka shook his head, convinced that these 5 cards alone could not defeat the dark gem. He must fuse the upgraded versions of the 5 magical essences, that is, the ultimate magical fusion technique that Liuguang had mentioned. Maka inhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. This would undoubtedly be a daunting task, for the fused cards might very well transcend the green level, thus corresponding to the 3rd tier of cards, the blue level, to the 5 magical girls. And Lisa Hara. Maka turned, gravely addressing them. Next, I will fuse the magical essences. Only through successful fusion can we hope to defeat the captain. Before that, you must do everything in your power to ensure my safety, even at the cost of your lives, understood? The weight of Maka's words conveyed the gravity of the danger without reservation. Captain, we'll obey. Lisa's eyes were resolute. She had prepared herself for the possibility of sacrificing her life before stepping onto this battlefield. The 5 magical girls' gazes were equally determined. From the moment they became magical girls, they had been ready to lay down their lives for their mission. Maka handed Liuguang a card, Rebound Shield. Keep this card, and when you encounter an attack, channel a bit of magic into it to fully activate it. Maka knew that the magical girls could hardly contribute significantly, as their powers were severely suppressed. So he entrusted her with a card that only needed a slight infusion of magic to be triggered. As for why no other cards were provided, it is because, in the face of that overwhelming dark energy, the remaining cards would be rendered utterly ineffective. Understood, Mr. Maka, you should focus on the fusion. We shall stand before you, even if it costs us our lives, Liuguang declared, his resolve unwavering. Very well. Maka said little more and took his seat at the rear. He was unable to fuse all 5 cards at once. He could only proceed in batches, merging them 2 by 2. He began with the fusion of Night of the Full Moon and Purifying Radiance. The recycler attempts to fuse top-tier green cards. The fusion level is slightly elevated, with a success rate of 90. Maka pressed the 2 cards together, channeling their energies, and suddenly, a chaotic surge of magic intertwined violently. The essence of fusion magic was significantly more challenging than absorbing magical source stones, and only Maka, with his astounding card intuition, dared to attempt it in front of him. The magical girls stood resolutely in defense of Maka, while Lisa and Hala positioned themselves at the forefront. The magical shield had turned entirely black, on the verge of shattering. Moments passed. We won't allow you to succeed, the captain said coldly, exerting his power. The overwhelming dark energy completely eroded the magical shield. Accompanied by a sharp crack, it shattered. Now, nothing stood in his way. Ha 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 ha. The captain could already see the dawn of victory, dismissing the meager ants attempting to obstruct him. On Maka's side, he successfully fused Night of the Full Moon and Purifying Radiance. Yet he was still far from achieving his goal. He retrieved Judgment of Light and Magical Killing Array, preparing for their fusion. On the battlefield, the captain slowly approached Maka's position, and Lisa immediately took action. She swung her whip with all her might, striking forcefully against the captain's shoulder. Crack! Despite the loud sound, it merely impacted the thin layer of shield enveloping the captain's flesh, causing no harm whatsoever. Before Lisa could retract her whip, a surge of dark energy erupted from the captain, forcefully restraining the whip. Lisa exerted all her strength but was unable to pull it back. Ultimately, the front section of the whip was entirely eroded by dark energy, snapping off. The remaining half returned to Lisa's hand, and as she looked at it, her heart ached with both pain and terror. This resilient whip, which had accompanied her for half her life, had shattered so easily, blocking the captain. Lisa swallowed hard, realizing just how difficult and impossible this task truly was. But no matter what, I must protect Maka. Hala, go! Lisa shouted. Hala roared and leaped high into the as it descended. It aimed to smash into the captain. Yet, before it could land, a dark hand grasped it tightly, holding it in place. The strength of this dark hand was terrifying. Threatening to crush Hala completely, Hala roared, exerting all its might to withstand the force of the hand. Lisa gritted her teeth and lashed out with her whip. This time, she aimed not to attack the captain but to ensnare his calf. Hindering his movements, the captain scoffed lightly, underestimating her. With a casual wave of his hand, an immense surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, engulfing Lisa. Deprived of Lisa's strength, the whip fell to the ground, becoming an object without a master. Meanwhile, the dark hand in the air shifted its offensive, crashing down heavily, pinning Hala to the ground. Like a mountain trapping Tio think it was so easy to dispose of Lisa and Hala. Lu Guang trembled in fear as she watched the captain draw closer. Enveloped in the dark space, the magic within their bodies was severely suppressed. How could they possibly stop the captain? The magical girls gritted their teeth, positioning themselves in front of Maka, and no matter what, even if it meant using their bodies as a shield, they could not allow the captain to approach Mr. Maka. Annoying insects, the captain muttered, extending his right hand, preparing to eliminate these bothersome magical girls. Since the magical source stone had been activated, there was no longer any need to keep them alive. But just as he raised his hand, it was firmly grasped by another set of hands. The captain turned his head slightly, seeing Lisa enduring the excruciating pain of dark energy eroding her from within, desperately clutching his arm. You wish to die so badly. The captain felt a surge of irritation. He retaliated by seizing Lisa's throat, choking her mercilessly. You were once my subordinate, so I shall grant you a somewhat dignified demise. The captain tightened his grip on Lisa's throat until she succumbed to asphyxiation. He released his hand, and Lisa's lifeless body fell to the ground, devoid of any movement. Having dealt with this nuisance, the captain resumed his advance towards Maka. Yet another pair of hands grasped his ankle tightly. The captain's breath quickened. One after another, their desperate struggles were truly ruining his mood. He turned to see Hala clinging to his ankle. That moment, Hala, in a bid to escape the dark hand's grasp, had endured broken legs, propelled only by the sheer force of its will to crawl towards the captain in a bid to block him. Hala's mind was simple. It did not fully comprehend the situation. It only knew that Lisa had said the captain had turned into a villain, intent on killing everyone, including the beloved Lisa. It could not bear to watch its cherished friend be slain. Determined to protect Lisa, yet it had witnessed the captain choke her to death. Even as a beast man, its eyes reddened, its protruding fangs bared tightly, clinging fiercely to the captain. The captain seized Hala by the head, a dreadful surge of dark energy accumulating in his hand. Empowered by the essence of darkness, his strength grew increasingly terrifying, until finally, crack! Hala's head exploded like a watermelon, its headless body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 63. The Reserve Trump Card. Having eliminated yet another nuisance, the captain could finally take a step forward. Before him, the magical girl's eyes were reddened with tears as they bore witness to the deaths of Lisa and Hala. Although they had once been rivals, in this battle, they stood united on the same front. Those whom they had once loathed most were now the first to fall before them. The magical girls gritted their teeth, their hatred for the captain reaching its zenith, further solidifying their resolve. They must stop the captain and trust in Mr. Maka. Meanwhile, Maka had finally fused Judgment of Light and Magical Killing Array. When he lifted his head and beheld the two corpses behind the captain, he froze for a moment. His breath quickened, his heart trembled. Hala and Lisa had long been trusted companions in Maka's heart. Even in danger, they would heed his command, and even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they would do so without hesitation. He exhaled deeply. Likewise, he could not betray the sacrifices made by Lisa and Hala. Gritting his teeth, he bowed his head and retrieved his final 3 cards. There was no time to waste. The remaining cards could only be fused all at once. Warning: the recycler attempts a 3-card fusion. The difficulty of multi-card fusion will skyrocket. The initial success rate for fusing blue cards is 50, while the success rate for 3-card fusion is merely 20. Please proceed with caution. 20. A flicker of panic surged within Maka. Would it succeed? Could it truly succeed? If he failed, there would be no turning back. Notice: the recycler has received the world's blessing, and the success rate for this card fusion has increased to 50. Maka's eyes narrowed. Very well. Without further hesitation, he pressed the 3 cards together and activated them simultaneously. For the first time, 3-card fusion. Suddenly, the 3 cards erupted with a terrifying chaotic surge of magic. This chaos was unprecedented in its intensity. Even Maka, with his formidable control over magic, found it nearly impossible to suppress this tumultuous energy. Should he fail to stabilize it and allow it to explode, the card fusion would surely fail. Maka exerted every ounce of his strength, not daring to divert even a fraction of his focus from stabilizing the energy. Ahead, the captain stood before the magical girls. Not even deigning to glance at them, they were nothing but ants to him. "Kill us, or you shall not pass." Lu Guang stepped forward, shouting defiantly. The 5 magical girls spread their arms wide, positioning themselves in front of Maka. The captain sneered, mocking their naive and pathetic attempt to obstruct him. A colossal dark hand materialized beside him, its vast palm descending upon the 5 magical girls, rendering them insignificantly small in comparison. Lu Guang drew the Rebound Shield card, following Maka's instructions, infusing it with a sliver of magic. The Rebound Shield activated. A protective barrier formed to meet the oncoming strike of the dark giant palm. Crack! The shield shattered instantly, yet it managed to create a slightly smaller dark hand that collided with the larger one. The outcome was evident. The dark hand conjured by the Rebound Shield was dispersed, but it also diminished much of the dark palm's power. The residual force struck the 5 magical girls. They were flung backward, each collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again in the face of the power of the dark gem. They were utterly too weak. Ha! The captain observed the absence of any further obstruction with a triumphant delight. At that moment, Maka had just managed to stabilize the 3 chaotic forces of magic, still yet to embark on the process of constructing the cards. But the captain had already reached him. The captain sneered, watching Maka intently. He could certainly sense that Maka was still far from completing the fusion of the cards. TSK. To be honest, I am quite curious to see if you can truly fuse 5 sources of magic. The captain remarked coolly, but alas, those useless allies you trust cannot stop me. Farewell, Maka. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me, even if you are from beyond the world. The captain spread his hands, and a dense cloud of dark energy surged from his body and the ground, gathering in the sky above. Above Maka's head, a colossal sphere of energy composed of dark energy materializes, exuding an overwhelmingly intense aura reminiscent of annihilation. This marks the most terrifying blow since the captain wielded the dark gem. Maka remains immobile, still in the process of merging cards, but it is evident that time is not on his side. The gigantic energy sphere begins its descent. Boom! The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberates, enveloping the area in a mist formed by dark energy. The barely conscious magical girl gazes helplessly at the epicenter of the explosion, pondering, has everything come to an end? The ultimate conclusion remains unalterable. The power of the magic source stone is now mine. The captain steps into the black mist, only to behold a figure seated in the center. How can this be? The captain's eyes widen in disbelief. Under his most fearsome strike, Maka's chances of survival should be zero. He disperses the black mist for a closer look. It then becomes apparent that Maka is shielded by a semicircular gray barrier, untouched and unharmed. Phew, I'm fortunate to have reached this moment. Maka exhales, the necklace around his neck glimmering with light, thanking Nanshi. This is indeed the necklace Nanshi left for him. Under the protection of this high-tier item, even the power of the dark gem cannot inflict a scratch upon him. The recycler is enveloped in absolute protection. This shield is of Tier 3 power, impervious to destruction by dark energy, but can only be maintained for 30 seconds. A time limit of 30 seconds. Cold sweat beads on Maka's forehead, which is precisely why he concealed his trump card while urging others to face the captain. The shield may be unbreakable, yet such potent life-saving tools often come with time constraints. Hurry! He must act swiftly. Utilizing his exceptional card control, Maka hastens to construct a new card. This step tests his mastery over cards, and for Maka, who possesses absolute card sense, success is virtually assured. He aims to complete the fusion before the shield dissipates. The captain strikes the shield several times, yet sees no results. His expression darkens, frustration evident. He realizes that this is a power surpassing that of the dark gem, utterly indestructible. Well, I didn't expect you to have such a card hidden up your sleeve. The captain grits his teeth, cursing those damned magical girls. I shall slay them all. The captain approaches Liuguang, who, though still retaining consciousness, is unable to rise. He seizes her roughly, gripping her head. Liuguang's eyes tremble. Reflecting her terror of death, in the next moment, crack! Liuguang's neck twists to the right, her pupils dilating. The captain releases her lifeless body and advances towards Li Xinyue, seemingly intent on venting all his wrath upon the magical girls. A sharp blade of dark energy materializes, severing Li Xinyue in half. Next, it is Amaya, followed by Eureka. Each met their demise in varying ways. Ultimately, the captain grips Leishi by the throat. Leishi's consciousness remains somewhat clear, her eyes quivering with fear, powerless to resist. She can only await the arrival of death in silence. The captain constricts Leishi's throat, suffocating her. He brings her before Maka, sneering as he speaks. I've observed you. You and her have likely developed some feelings. I wonder, would you like to witness her demise at my hands? Chapter 64. 5 Elements Magic Killing Arrayed. Leishi's complexion turns a purplish hue from lack of oxygen, her pupils rolling back, her expression one of excruciating pain. Leishi's lips move as if attempting to speak to Maka, but her suffocation renders her voiceless. Maka grits his teeth, his breath coming in rapid, shallow gasps, yet he suppresses the tremor in his heart as he continues to construct cards. He knows that even if Leishi could speak, she would urge him not to intervene. Maka lowers his gaze. Unwilling to witness Leishi's plight, in the end, he only hears the dull thud of a body falling. He knows that is Leishi's corpse. Maka silently merges the cards, and as the final radiance blossoms, a brand new card materializes in his hand. Recycler successfully fuses blue tier card, 5 Elements Magic Killing Array. He gradually rises. The protective shield is on the verge of dissipating, but it is already sufficient. Maka slowly raises his head, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Ahead lies Lisa Hala, for magical girls, in Leishi's lifeless form. They are all gone, leaving him alone. It is over, Captain. Maka softly utters, his eyes reddening, glistening with tears, a card emanating a potent, terrifying magical aura, framed in deep blue, rests in his grasp. 5 Elements Magic Killing Array. Type: Magical Domain Quality. Blue Effect. 1. This magic killing array encompasses 5 distinct magical systems: fire, spirit, moon, healing, and light, each at a relatively high tier. 2. Balanced Explosive Mode. In Balanced Mode, all attacks within the magic killing array will be sustained for a longer duration. In Explosive Mode, the array will unleash its utmost power, delivering a lethal strike to enemies. 3. Spirit Rain Barrage. Balanced Grid Ray. Explosive derived from the essence of spirit. In Balanced Mode, it releases countless dense and ricochet-capable magical particles. In Explosive Mode, it forms a grid-like, continuous ray. 4. Flame Eruption. Balanced Flame Nuke. Explosive derived from the essence of fire. In balanced mode, it scorches the ground and erupts with columns of flame. In explosive mode, it drops several massive fireballs. 5. Moonlight Bath. Balanced. Moonlight Prison. Explosive derived from the essence of the moon. In balanced mode, it releases enhancing moonlight, increasing the power of all magic within the domain by 50. In explosive mode, it releases Moonlight Prison, trapping enemies and rendering them immobile, inflicting a 20 debuff on all attributes. 6. Radiant Shield. Balanced. Radiant Judgment. Explosive derived from the essence of light. In balanced mode, it grants the user immunity to attacks from the magic killing array and allows for the continuous use of light energy to strike at enemies. In explosive mode, it unleashes the most terrifying Radiant Judgment, applying ultimate punishment to enemies, with damage increasing as their health decreases. 7. Healing Ray. Balanced. Healing Aura. Explosive derived from the essence of healing. In balanced mode, it provides continuous purification and healing effects to the user, maintained automatically at a standard recovery rate. In explosive mode, it forms a healing aura, offering continuous purification and healing effects to all designated targets within a certain radius. With powerful recovery effects, even possessing short-term resurrection capabilities. Mana cost. 140 power value. 24. Balanced. 34. Explosive. Prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 20 cooldown time. 3 days evaluation. A blue tier card representing tier 3 power. When used against enemies from tier 1 worlds, it can truly be considered a dimensional strike. Heh. Maka chuckles softly, retrieving the last vial of mana potion purchased from Leishi. After drinking it, he channels the remaining mana within him into the blue tier card. An increasingly terrifying aura erupts from the card, as if an ancient, slumbering beast is awakening. The captain steps back several paces, both he and the dark gem feeling an intense sense of crisis. The shield before Maka vanishes, and the card in his hand is now fully activated. Everything is about to come to an end. He strides toward the captain, whispering, 5 elements magic killing array. Immediately, the blue tier card shatters, its particles dissipating into the air. Yet, in this area, a vast and overwhelming magical aura surges forth like a flood. This magical energy rises, causing the surrounding darkness to recoil as if confronted by an insurmountable foe. A blue-hued array frame appears, completely eradicating the dark space and constructing a new and grand array. In the center of this array, the captain senses the imminent approach of death, hastily enveloping himself in dark energy. At that moment, a cord of the array is plucked. The killing array has begun. Suddenly, countless densely packed blue light ions erupt from the seemingly illusory magical barrier. These light ions shimmer with a chilling glow. Their speed akin to lightning, their numbers as abundant as stars, flooding outwards in all directions like a crazed Gatling gun unleashing indiscriminate fire. However, unlike the ordinary magical killing array employed by Eureka, when these dense light ions strike the edges of the opposing array, they do not dissipate into nothingness as usual. Rather, they rebound like exceptionally elastic balls, bouncing back with great force. Furthermore, these rebounding light ions do not come to a halt. They continue to ricochet within the array, creating a complex and dazzling chaos of light and shadow. Simultaneously, new light ions continuously erupt from the edges of the array, resulting in the entire array being filled with light ions in less than 5 seconds, bouncing back and forth with no room for evasion. At that moment, a resplendent glow envelopes Maka, the luminous energy shielding him, allowing the light ions to pass through him as if he were a mirage, inflicting no harm. Yet the captain must endure the incessant onslaught of light ions from all directions, relying solely on dark energy for defense. But the killing array proves formidable. From its base, a searing heat emerges, with intense flames springing forth and roaring to life. Naturally, the captain, trapped within the flames, can only rely on dark energy to keep the fire at bay. However, in the next moment, a tremendous wave of scorching energy surged beneath his feet, and a massive flame of energy erupted forth. The captain was caught off guard, and his right arm was struck by the fiery energy. Despite the enhancement of dark energy, he felt his flesh being seared, as if he were on the verge of being cooked. Just as he managed to evade, beams of flame continuously shot out from beneath him. The captain could only defend against the countless light ions while enduring the scorching flames at his feet, desperately dodging the incoming jets of fire. Meanwhile, a verdant glow enveloped Maka, restoring him to his previous form. His injuries healed, and the dark corruption was almost entirely purified. He directed his palm like a blade towards the captain, slicing downwards, sending forth a blade of light energy. The speed of this blade was astonishing, reaching the captain in the blink of an eye, effortlessly shattering the dark energy that ensnared him with a sickening squelch. The captain's right arm was severely lacerated by the light blade, leaving a gash that exposed bone. Such terrifying power. The captain gazed at the wound in horror. He had used all his dark energy for defense. Yet this light blade could effortlessly penetrate that layer of darkness. Tip for the recipient. The properties of light counteract dark energy, enhancing its power. A grin spread across Maka's face as he waved his hand slightly. Arrows composed of radiant energy shot forth, instantly piercing through the captain's dark energy and striking his flesh, causing blood to spatter. Maka then conjured shards of light, launching them at the captain. 8 shards of light cut through the dark energy, assaulting the captain. The captain struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught. The attacks within the formation were overwhelming, leaving him unable to focus. The incessant barrage of light ions, the relentless flames, and the pursuing beams of fire, along with the light attacks that countered his dark energy, left the captain almost desperately fighting for survival. Just then, above the formation, a luminous moon began to take shape. The moon cast down shimmering moonlight, enhancing the power of the entire formation, amplifying the potency of all magical attacks by 50. Immediately, the already formidable magical assaults became even more ferocious. The light ions that pervaded the magical slaughter formation could now shatter the captain's dark energy. With countless light ions piercing directly into his flesh, the flames on the ground blazed even more fiercely, rising to waist height and scorching the captain's body in pain. The captain halted, realizing that beams of flame were shooting from all directions, surrounding him with no place to hide. The 8 shards of light also grew increasingly terrifying, easily breaking through the dark energy and piercing into the captain's flesh. The captain roared, his dark energy becoming chaotic within him. As if the intrusion of light energy had suppressed and disrupted it, he could no longer resist. Waves of light ions swept across his body, and flames scorched his lower half to the point of being cooked, while beams of fire erupted all at once, completely engulfing him. Tip: the recipient has successfully killed the captain, earning the kill chest. Captain. He is dead. Maka exhaled, but in the next moment, an even more terrifying surge of dark energy erupted within the magical slaughter formation. This dark energy far exceeded the previous, devouring the light ions, flames, and even the light energy within the formation. The dark energy expanded, resembling a vast black fog, spreading outward at an astonishing speed, mercilessly consuming and eroding everything in its path. Warning! The dark gem has gone berserk, and the danger level has reached its maximum threshold. The captain's form emerged once more from the black fog, but his movements were stiff and unnatural. Entirely unlike a living being, the captain had transformed into the external corporeal form of the dark gem, and the gem's power erupted fully. Maka's eyes flickered, realizing that the balanced mode of the magical slaughter formation was insufficient to eradicate the dark gem. The 5-element magical slaughter formation, explosive mode, activated. Maka shifted the formation's mode, and instantly, a more terrifying power emerged from within the slaughter formation. The original effects of the formation did not vanish. Rather, they were augmented by even more devastating magical attacks. The previously transparent and formless magical walls suddenly shone with a heart-stopping radiance, and then, astonishingly thick laser beams erupted from the magical walls, intersecting and colliding, weaving into an impenetrable web of rays. These laser beams seemed endless, continuously shooting towards the center, each carrying earth-shattering power. As time passed, the layers of intersecting rays grew denser, resembling a cage constructed from countless beams of light, breaking through the vast and overwhelming dark energy at the center. Yet, this was far from the end. At that moment, the sky above the formation began to undergo a dramatic transformation. An indescribable wave of scorching heat surged forth, and massive fireballs, the size of small mountains, materialized out of nowhere. These fireballs were crimson all over, engulfed in roaring flames, trailing long fiery tails, akin to meteors plummeting from the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. In an instant, The entire space was illuminated by this dazzling inferno. As the colossal fireballs accurately struck around the humanoid figure at the center, exploding upon contact with the ground. The terrifying power unleashed by each fireball's explosion was enough to move mountains and fill seas. And as their explosive forces compounded, they formed an unparalleled destructive force. Under this overwhelming assault, the once formidable dark energy finally began to falter, gradually dissipating. Yet, the formation of the fireballs showed no signs of abating. They continued to rain down relentlessly, seemingly without end. Simultaneously, vast circles of light appeared within the formation, within which Maka's designated targets could receive both healing and purification, undergoing a powerful restoration. The potent healing effect transformed into particles that fell to the ground, reviving 4 or 5 lifeless bodies of young girls, their injuries rapidly mending. Maka gazed at the figure at the center of the formation, where the dark energy was collapsing significantly. The dark gem had reached its limits. In that case, let it receive the final blow. Suddenly, the resplendent moon above the formation shot down a massive beam of light, enveloping the figure. This tangible beam acted like a wall, trapping the figure and rendering it immobile while imposing a 20 reduction effect on all attributes. Maka's eyes now shone with the most dazzling golden radiance as he chanted, "The final conclusion, judgment of light." The most fearsome attack within the formation was unleashed upon the figure ensnared by the moonlight. As terrifying light energy began to gather frantically above it, this light energy surged in like a relentless tide, accumulating more and more, forming a colossal energy sphere. As the blinding light energy reached its peak, a thunderous roar resounded, and an enormous beam of light erupted violently from the energy sphere. This beam, carrying the power to annihilate worlds, shot straight down towards the ensnared figure. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. This terrifying beam continued to bombard the figure relentlessly, and after an agonizing 5 seconds, it finally began to lose momentum and gradually dissipate. When all fell silent, Maka looked closely and discovered that the figure had vanished without a trace, leaving not a single remnant behind. Tip: the external corporeal form of the dark gem has been slain by the judgment of light. The primordial dark energy returns to the gem, and the dark gem loses its capacity for active attack. The formation dissipated, and the dark energy collapsed. Ultimately, he had won. Chapter 65. Recovery of Unknown Number, D488. The might of the 5-element magical slaughter formation far exceeded Maka's imagination. In explosive mode, the formation displayed a power capable of annihilating worlds. Within the first tier, there was likely no one who could withstand the recent barrage. Maka tilted his head slightly back, inhaling deeply. He had won. But the victory was bittersweet. Along the journey, he had encountered numerous characters, yet now he stood alone. Though their encounters had been fleeting, a profound sadness lingered. Maka sighed softly, taking measured steps towards the dark gem. He reached the center just before the formation dissipated, where a palm-sized gem lay on the ground. Approaching the dark gem, Maka noted its pitch-black surface, exuding an eerie and ominous aura. This was his ultimate goal in the magical girl world. The unknown number D488, codename Dark Gem. Maka crouched down, gently touching the gem. Ding! The recipient has touched the dark gem, successfully completing the ultimate main objective. Reward: Initial Weapon Chest 1. Just as Maka was about to rejoice at the notification, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do you desire power? Do you yearn for power beyond this world? Accept me, respond to me, and I shall bestow upon you omnipotent power. This voice carried a compelling allure, causing chaos in Maka's mind, awakening a deep-seated greed that urged him to accept its call. Damn it, not so compliant. Maka clutched his head. The seductive power was too overwhelming, explaining why the captain had initially succumbed to it. The association, unknown containment. Maka resisted the terrifying temptation, shouting loudly in the next moment. Without any forewarning, a colossal vortex emerged in midair, resembling a mysterious and profound black hole. As the vortex slowly rotated, a series of crisp, melodious clinks of chains resonated from within. Suddenly, blood-red energy chains surged forth from the vortex, gleaming with an eerie crimson light and exuding a heart-stopping aura, darting swiftly towards the dark gem on the ground. In the blink of an eye, These four blood-red chains coiled around the dark gem like four ferocious serpents, binding it tightly and rendering it utterly immobile. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in the air. Dark gem captured, proceeding with unknown execution. Before the words could fully dissipate, the blood-red chains rapidly retracted, producing a sharp crack as the overwhelming force caused the dark gem to shatter instantly. A torrent of intensely rich dark energy erupted forth from the fragmented gem. Akin to a deluge breaching a dam, its density so profound that even the very fabric of space began to tremble. Yet, in an instant, a magnificent cascade of golden light descended, illuminating the rampaging dark energy. Within moments, all traces of the dark energy dissipated, completely eradicated. Such terrifying prowess. Maka swallowed hard, his understanding of the horror of the unknown containment agency sharpening. The dark gem, which had posed such a challenge to him, was nothing more than an insignificant insect to the agency. Unknown death, blood-red designation D488 will be retrieved and contained through special measures. Maka then observed that although the dark gem had vanished entirely, a series of blood-red designations remained suspended in the air. D488. This designation was slowly fading, becoming increasingly faint. According to the agency, the blood-red designation represented the essence of the unknown. If left to dissipate, it would not be long before another entity designated as the dark gem would emerge from the void, continuing to threaten the world. It was reminiscent of the essence of a monster's power. Although the monster might perish, its essence would be reclaimed, soon giving rise to a second monster. The only difference was that the essence of a monster was of lower-tier power, easily extinguished by higher-tier beings. Maka pondered, yet even if the unknown became the enemy of the void, no entity possessed the ability to obliterate the blood-red designation. Thus, the unknown containment agency appeared, wielding terrifying power to suppress and contain the blood-red designation, preventing the emergence of further unknown threats to the vast world. Maka attempted to touch the designation, only to find it as elusive as a mirage, impossible to grasp. However, this characteristic was futile against the four blood-red chains, which bound the designation tightly. Despite its continual quivering in an effort to break free, it was to no avail. Ultimately, the chains ensnared the designation, forcibly drawing it into the vortex. Maka gazed at this familiar method, a chill running down his spine. Thankfully, I was merely forcibly summoned in the first place. Though the agency's methods were exceedingly harsh and brutal, there were still humane provisions in place. Had he not consented to the contract? According to the regulations, they would have merely erased his memories and returned him to his original world. The collector has successfully retrieved the designation, eliminating the world's most significant distortion, and received the remaining world treasure chest, 54. Due to the collector's eradication of all distortions, the world's affinity has reached its maximum limit. Unknown designation D488 has been contained, and the collector has completed the main quest of this world. Should the return to the agency be immediate? Maka hesitated for a moment, then chuckled lightly. No, the collector has obtained a one-day permit for staying in the world. Failure to depart by the deadline will result in forced departure. Maka nodded. He still had matters to attend to as the agency's presence receded. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, settling upon Maka's shoulders. Maka gazed into the vast snowfield, where he stood alone. After a while, he shook his head slightly and turned to proceed with his tasks, only to hear a familiar voice. Maka. Chapter 66. The conclusion of the magical girl world, on the icy snowdrift. The bodies of 5 young girls began to stir. The short-haired girl, Liuguang, was the first to open her eyes, gazing around in confusion. Had she not died? Why was she awake again? Liuguang struggled to sit up. Her last memory was of being killed by the captain's neck twist, and at that moment, Mr. Maka seemed to be on the brink of success. Mr. Maka, did he win? As Liuguang surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a solitary figure standing ahead, silently gazing at the endless white snow, resembling a snowman. Yet, Liuguang recognized this figure. It was Mr. Maka. Moreover, it was only Mr. Maka. The captain had been defeated. Liuguang broke into a smile. More than being resurrected, what delighted her was that Mr. Maka had truly vanquished the captain. Soon after, the other 4 magical girls began to awaken as well. Initially dazed, they followed Liuguang's train of thought and soon wore smiles of their own. Leixi's emerald green eyes sparkled, as if she could hardly believe the scene before her. Mr. Maka had one, and he had revived them. This guy, cough, cough, turned out to be surprisingly reliable. Leishi mused, and even though her body felt weak, she was determined to rise. Shivering, she made her way toward that figure. Finally, just as he was about to turn around, she smiled and called out, "Maka." Maka jolted slightly, recognizing that voice. "Leishi?" He quickly turned to face the familiar petite girl, who blinked her sparkling eyes and smiled back at him. And the other magical girls as well. Maka continued to look on and saw Liuguang and the others propping themselves up. The 5 magical girls, who had been slain by the captain, had miraculously come back to life. How was this possible? Maka reflected on everything and suddenly realized. It was the healing circle of the 5 elements magic killing array. In the heat of battle, Maka had only focused on the chaotic magical attacks within the formation, completely unaware that this healing circle had been gradually reviving the deceased magical girls. Resurrection. Maka, how did you accomplish this? Leishi inquired, noticing Maka's astonishment and smiling. Maka revealed a grateful smile and simply replied, "It is your healing magic's essence." Leishi nodded, teasing, "See? I told you, the power of the magic source stone is formidable." Maka chuckled. Indeed, indeed. The strength of the 5 elements magic killing array far exceeded Maka's expectations. Not only was its offensive capability terrifying, but it could also achieve resurrection. However, upon closer inspection, this was only natural. After all, this was a blue-tier card, corresponding to 3rd-tier power. It was worth noting that even the life-saving necklace from Nangxi was merely 3rd-tier power. The occurrence of miracles under the influence of 3rd-tier power when used at 1st tier was entirely within reason. As long as everyone was alive, that was enough. But Maka glanced around, his gaze urgently searching for 2 figures. Yet, no matter how he looked, he could not find the 2 he longed to see the most. Did Lisa and Hara not come back to life? Leishi also surveyed the surroundings. Sigh. Maka finally sighed deeply. The card's effect indicated that the healing circle could achieve short-term resurrection. Perhaps Lisa and Hara had been dead for too long and could not be revived. Mr. Maka, thank you so much. Truly, thank you for saving the world and all of us. Liuguang approached, tearfully expressing her gratitude. Maka nodded slightly and said, "The gratitude should not be directed solely at me, but rather at Lisa and Hara. You all should go retrieve their bodies. After all, they deserved a proper farewell in the monster graveyard." The gravestones of Lisa and Hara stood side by side as Maka and the 5 magical girls stood before them. Lost in thought. Lisa, Hara, though our acquaintance has not been long, I am immensely grateful for your assistance along the way. Maka clasped his hands together, softly uttering a prayer. In the end, we emerged victorious. This battle owes much to you. I wish you peace in the next life. After Maka finished speaking, he stepped aside. Perhaps most collectors viewed the replica merely as a game, treating the characters within as mere NPCs. Yet Maka could not adopt such coldness. This was a real world, and its inhabitants were vividly alive. They possessed emotions, personalities, and their own ideals and goals. To Maka, they were merely inconspicuous passers-by along his journey, but the fleeting encounter left profound memories. However, compared to Maka, the emotions of the magical girls seemed more vivid, particularly Liuguang. She nearly knelt before the graves of Lisa and Hara, tears streaming down her face. After all, the sacrifice of former adversaries often resonated more deeply. After a long while, Liuguang wiped her tears and turned to Maka, saying, "Mr. Maka, are you about to leave?" Through Leishi, they had learned of Mr. Maka's identity. He had come specifically to save this world. With the danger eliminated, Mr. Maka might indeed be preparing to depart. Maka nodded. "I will be leaving shortly." Liuguang's heart sank, and she anxiously asked, "Will you return? We haven't had a chance to thank you for your efforts." Maka fell silent for a moment. Returning to a world he had previously visited? He was unsure if the agency offered such a service. "I will," he finally replied, smiling at the eager gazes of the magical girls. Liuguang nodded, refraining from saying more. Throughout, Leishi had remained silent, standing quietly to the side. This left Maka somewhat astonished, prompting him to smile and inquire, "Oh, I'm about to leave, yet you appear so indifferent. I had thought you would be weeping and pleading for me to stay." Maka teased. Leishi remained silent for a moment before softly responding, "Come with me." After uttering those words, She stepped out of the peculiar graveyard, with Maka following behind, puzzled. The two arrived at a lush lawn, basking in the warm sunlight. She did not look at Maka. Instead, she tucked her hands into her pockets and gazed nonchalantly at the city across the way. If you wish to retain me, just say so. Why that Sundara act? Maka chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Lei's hair. A shiver ran through her body, her breath quickening as her head lowered slightly, shrouded within her hood, obscuring her expression. Maka's gaze fell upon the black robe enveloping Lei, and he suddenly reached out, slowly peeling it away. Huh? She grasped the robe, her tone tinged with a hint of distress. What are you doing? Why is a lovely little girl wearing such a dark, brooding coat? Maka remarked, disregarding her resistance, as he removed the black garment from her. Beneath the coat, she wore a refreshing short-sleeved top and shorts. The gentle breeze tousled her emerald green hair, giving her the charming appearance of a vivacious neighbor girl. Look, doesn't this seem much livelier? You ought to retire that black robe. Let me keep it as a memento. Maka casually accepted the coat. She frowned slightly. I've worn this for quite some time and haven't washed its all the same. The garment is imbued with your past experiences. Washing it would diminish its value, Maka replied with a smile. She nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, without the hood's concealment, her rosy eyes were laid bare before Maka. After a moment, she abruptly asked, Then you must give me something as well, to keep as a token. Maka raised an eyebrow, pondering briefly before producing a card and handing it to Lei's. She accepted it, Maka added. Take good care of this card. If one day it glimmers with light, it signifies my return. She nodded slightly, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. It's about time. I must take my leave. Maka sat on the lawn, feeling the refreshing breeze. Wait, she interjected. Maka lifted his gaze toward her. She slowly crouched down, resting her face close to Maka's, whispering, Earlier, did you kiss me? I want to return it. Without waiting for Maka's reaction, she leaned in. The warm breath brushed against Maka's face, her soft lips nearing him. Yet that a finger pressed gently against her forehead at a crucial moment, and Maka chuckled lightly, saying, You're mistaken. It was Lu Guang who kissed you. You should seek her out for a return. She froze, biting her lip in frustration. She raised herself slightly. It mattered not who had kissed her, but rather Maka's attitude. His response had already revealed his sentiments. Maka sighed softly, rising to stroke Lei's drooping head. All right. Ultimately, I do not belong to this world. I must depart, and I hope our next meeting will not be too far off. Maka could not accept Lei's kiss, just as he had stated. They were not from the same world. He would leave, perhaps for good, and how could he allow Lei to harbor such profound memories of him? Return to the establishment. The recycler is about to leave this world. The original return location is an unknown containment establishment, which has now changed. Changed? Wait, where are you taking me? Maka shivered, worried that he would be sent off to another world like some mere beast. Rest assured, this change of location is a reward for completing the main quest, and it is also in accordance with prior agreements of the establishment. Agreements? Maka pondered, confused about what agreements the establishment had made with whom and why it involved him. Could it be? The transfer location is the Hall of Remnants. The transfer is commencing. Please prepare for void transmission. The Hall of Remnants conjured images of a magnificent chamber in Maka's mind. The very place where he had received the legacy of the card hunter. This time, he had successfully completed the trial set by Elder Ing and was on the verge of truly awakening the card hunter profession. Chapter 67, Reward Settlement, Complete Awakening of the Card Hunter. Void transmission in progress, settling the rewards from this world for the recycler. Original world, Magical Girl Shining difficulty level, LV4 LV6, unknown factors. Difficulty increased, aberration clearance rate, 100 unknown number recovered, D488 number of tasks completed, 5, 3 main branch tasks, 2 side tasks, overall evaluation, S, perfectly flawless. Commencing statistics of all rewards. Fusion of acquired world treasure in progress. Fusion complete. Obtained Magical Girl World Treasure Chest, 100. Base rewards, 18 attribute points, 1150 establishment coins additional rewards, 4 tribute points, perfect completion reward for novice trial, permanent 2 charm attribute, and the title, Sister Saving Expert. revived 5 magical girls and left a profound impression on them. Unknown treasure chest, number D488. First level attribute, Gene Lock Breakthrough Permission. Reward for passing the novice trial. Current recycler's permission level is LV1. Based on the overall evaluation of S, permission level is 3. World concluded, restoring the injuries sustained by the recycler. In a pitch-black space, Maka floated quietly within the void. A gentle yet powerful vitality surging within him, gradually mending the deep-seated wounds. This sensation resembled soaking in a steaming hot spring after a long, exhausting day at work. Simply delightful. Ah, the establishment treats its recyclers quite well. Maka mused. Void transmission complete. The recycler is about to be cast into the Hall of Remnants. Wait, cast. Before Maka could fully react, a powerful force took hold of him, propelling him out of the dark space. Hey, hey, hey! His voice echoed in the air as he landed heavily on the floor of the hall. Damn it, I just praised the establishment's attitude. Maka rose from the floor, unscathed, though he felt quite displeased with the manner in which he had been tossed like a basketball. You've finally arrived, a familiar voice resonated in his ear, and he turned to see Eldering standing before him in the resplendent hall where he would awaken his card hunter profession. However, this time, he was not alone. Another figure draped in a black robe obscured their face under the hood. Allow me to introduce. This is my comrade who fought alongside me through thick and thin. Ing stated. Maka nodded, realizing yet another formidable individual stood before him. Ahem. Greetings, Elder, and I apologize for the establishment's rather rough methods. Please forgive my clumsiness. Maka brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, attempting to mask his embarrassment at being thrown. Ah, the establishment's methods, you'll grow accustomed to them, Elder Ing remarked with a faint smile, as Maka's grin faltered. Ing then patted Maka's shoulder. Your current understanding of the establishment is quite limited, but before you fully develop, the unknown containment establishment will be an absolute sanctuary for you. Maka nodded, internally analyzing the implications of Elder Ying's words. Sanctuary, he recalled the words he had heard during his acceptance of the legacy. You shall bear our unfinished mission and hatred. Once a dominant profession in a void, now seemingly extinguished, with only a single inheritor remaining. This indicated that the mission and hatred he was to carry likely pointed towards a terrifying existence. Or perhaps a group of formidable foes. With that thought, Maka shivered. Those who could kill Elder Ying's enemies would undoubtedly be capable of extinguishing him with but a finger. Considering this, the establishment became his greatest support. Within the agreement signed with the establishment, it was clearly stated, within the unknown containment establishment, absolute safety is guaranteed. Any attempts to violate the agreements will result in immediate punishment. I understand. Maka suddenly felt a wave of gratitude for having become a member of the establishment. Had he directly accepted the legacy, he would likely be plagued by sleepless nights. Yes, Ing nodded. Moreover, you have successfully passed the trial of the legacy. Next, we shall facilitate the complete awakening of your card hunter profession. The profession enhancement involves the magical power system. Excellent. Maka felt a surge of excitement. He had long been troubled by the suppression of his magical rank, unable to strip away certain potent abilities. At this moment, the figure in black spoke, his voice gravely serious. Prepare yourself mentally. Huh? Maka was taken aback. Did awakening a profession require psychological preparation? Before he could inquire further, Ing and An placed their hands on his shoulders. Warning, it may be somewhat painful. Maka noticed the corner of Elder Ying's mouth lift as he uttered this. An ominous feeling surged within him. Something felt decidedly off, very off indeed. But before Maka could dwell on it, 2 streams of unique power coursed from Ing and An into his body. Thus began a wild and tumultuous transformation. Wait, what the hell? Even with prior warning, Maka could not help but exclaim. He felt the magical energy within his magical patterns being violently annihilated by an overwhelmingly forceful energy. As his magical essence was obliterated, his magical patterns underwent violent alterations, transforming in a brutal manner. His body also experienced changes, accompanied by intense pain coursing through him. Moreover, the sensation of pain grew increasingly intense, escalating until Maka's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Awakening of the recycler complete. New profession, Card Hunter. Profession grade, SSS, top tier of the void, Chapter 68. The true profession of the Card Hunter. Upon Maka's awakening, he found himself lying on the floor of the hall, a dizzying sensation enveloping his mind as if he had slumbered for a century. Had the awakening been successful? What a torment it was. Maka could not help but utter, summoning the interface panel, Profession, Card Hunter Profession Quality, SSS Profession Passive, Demon Slayer Origin, LV Max. The magical energy system has transformed, allowing the magical lines to convert into demon-slaying energy, which will replace the original magical power. Hunter Physique, LV Max. The fundamental 4 attributes of the body have been fully developed, enabling each attribute to draw power into the prerequisite cards, perfectly executing the attribute enhancements. Source of Magic, 6 Realms, LV1. Currently at the first realm, maximum mana, 10, mana recovery efficiency, 1. Profession active ability, Demon Slayer, LV1 effect 1. The level of demon slaying energy is extremely high. With a magic intensity of 10. Effect 2. Demon slaying energy can forcibly invade any energy and rapidly annihilate it, characterized by absolute annihilation. Effect 3. Unlocked at LV10. Deprivation, LV Max. Deprive the enemy of any attack and transform it into a card. With a constant cooldown of 30 seconds, which can be overdrawn. Compared to his pre-awakening state, Maka now possessed 3 formidable abilities. He used Demon Slayer Origin, the transformation of the magical energy system. I knew the card hunter would undoubtedly have a means to contend with magical levels. The characteristic of absolute annihilation pairs perfectly with deprivation. It is exponentially faster than the original magical invasion. Moreover, abilities like Black Flame or Crimson Moon, which the original magical power cannot penetrate, can surely be dealt with by demon-slaying abilities. Maka nodded in satisfaction, yet he pondered the significance of the magical intensity, as well as the effects of Source of Magic, 6 Realms, and Hunter Physique, which were somewhat perplexing. Just then, 2 sets of footsteps approached. Shadow walked over slowly, saying, "If you do not understand, I can elucidate. First of all, magical intensity is a measure of the strength of countless energies within the void, while energy level pertains to the upper limits of the energy system. Magical intensity is crucial and is an extremely difficult hidden attribute to enhance. Those without magical power have a value of 0, while the initial magical intensity upon awakening is merely 1. Shadow explained, "Your current magical system is demon-slaying energy with an intensity of 10, meaning that every point of the demon-slaying energy you invoke equals 10 points of initial magical power. A higher magical intensity not only amplifies the power of the cards you summon, but also accelerates the annihilation of other energies." Maka nodded, understanding why his initial magical power faltered against the captain's dark energy. The magical intensity of the dark gem overwhelmingly surpassed his initial magical power, yet the elemental magic array S system was distinct, with its 5 elemental energies not inferior to dark energy, which allowed it to shatter the dark gem. "What does Hunter Physique signify?" Maka inquired further. Hunter Physique is the core passive of the card hunter profession and distinguishes it from others. Various professions within the void possess their affinity attributes. For instance, the basic mage has intelligence as their affinity, while warriors have strength. The moment one chooses a profession, their body's affinity attribute is determined. For example, when a mage casts spells, they can fully utilize the enhancement of their affinity attribute, intelligence, but if they were to forcibly wield a sword, their strength attribute might not even reach 50, resulting in a significant reduction in power. Maka, upon hearing this, nodded in comprehension. So typically, the affinity attribute for card practitioners is intelligence, allowing them to perfectly execute the effects of cards that require intelligence as a prerequisite. Shadow added, "That is quite normal. The cards accessible to low-tier card practitioners are predominantly of the intelligence attribute, with some agility types, but very few strength-based cards. However, the card hunter is different. Through the deprivation ability, one can seize a variety of abilities from countless enemies early on, which demands the development of all attributes. Merely reaching the prerequisite attributes is insufficient. We must perfectly harness the power of all attribute cards. Hence the birth of Hunter Physique as this core passive ability." Maka nodded. "I understand. Indeed, as I suspected, the card hunter must develop all attributes." "Indeed," Shadow confirmed. "Upon awakening the Hunter Physique, strength, stamina, agility, and intelligence all become your affinity attributes. Any type of card you seize from enemies can be perfectly wielded to unleash its full potential." Maka's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Strong, truly strong. This is the might that a card practitioner should possess." mastering various means while being able to unleash their full power, rather than being a mere low-tier version of a mage who can only utilize intelligence-type cards. That would be akin to a lackluster profession. What about this source of magic? 6 realms? Maka inquired. Regarding this, Shadow glanced towards Dark. This is an ability created by Dark, and he is the most suitable to explain it to you. Maka turned his gaze to Dark, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The abilities awakened by the card hunter were extraordinary, and he believed that source of magic. 6 realms would undoubtedly be remarkable. In a deep, resonant voice, Dark began. Historically, card hunters have always faced the dilemma of needing mana for deprivation, fusion, and invoking cards, perpetually troubled by insufficient mana. Thus, I independently created Source of Magic, 6 realms. The name derives from the fact that this passive ability consists of 6 realms. The first realm, known as the Cup realm, holds the magic source within like a cup of still water. The second realm is the Pond realm, where the magic source resembles the still water of a pond. The third realm is the River realm, where the magic source flows like a river. The fourth realm is the Sea realm, vast and boundless as the ocean. The fifth realm is the Infinite realm, where the contained magic is nearly limitless and immense. The sixth realm is the Klein realm, which is inexhaustible, akin to a Klein bottle. Maka stood frozen, realizing the profound implications of the source of magic. 6 realms. The first 4 realms seemed manageable, but the last 2 were extraordinary, limitless magic. What realms have those 2 predecessors achieved? Maka asked. Limitless. Limitless, both Shadow and Dark replied in unison. Dark continued, the final realm is too ethereal. Even I, its creator, have only taken half a step into it. However, it is possible that you might one day reach the 6th realm as well at that time. Whether you are depriving cards or releasing them, you will have no concerns whatsoever. Maka remained in shock, nodding repeatedly now. Do you understand the capabilities of your profession? Shadow asked. Yes, I understand now, Maka exclaimed, excitedly nodding. Each of these abilities is top tier in its own right, and it is remarkable that a single profession encompasses them all. Truly, the card hunter, which dominated the Void era in ancient times, is no surprise. Do not be so overexcited. For the average card hunter, these abilities are merely all the gifts they receive. However, for the last inheritor of a millennium, what you have accepted is less than 10 of the legacy. Huh. Maka's mouth fell agape, incredulously staring at Shadow. Such extraordinary professional capabilities are merely 10 of the legacy? Oh, look at you. A child who has never seen the world. Dark chuckled softly from beneath the black hood. The schemes laid out over the past millennium are not so simple. Do not concern yourself too much. Just focus on doing your best and do not perish in the primordial world. Shadow patted Maka on the shoulder, offering this advice. Rest assured, with the card hunter profession, how could I possibly perish easily? Maka declared confidently. He felt that after experiencing another world, he could reach the pinnacle of first-tier combat power. No. Shadow shook a finger, smiling. Do you think the trial world level LV4 is a coincidence? Upon hearing this, Maka froze, pondering deeply as a conjecture arose in his mind. His eyes trembled. Could it be? Indeed, child, every world you encounter thereafter will surpass the difficulty of the same level recyclers by 1 world. Keep pushing. You can do it, Shadow encouraged. Patting Maka's shoulder, Maka's eyes twitched. He wanted to exclaim, "Oh, poet!" Facing a difficulty 1 world ahead. While it significantly increases the rewards, it also demands that his strength surpass that of a world ahead, or he would surely perish. High risk, high reward, indeed. All right, you may leave now, Dark stated. Maka nodded, but just as he was about to step away from the teleportation vortex, he heard Dark's deep, resonant voice from behind. Remember, every gift in fate has its price marked in the shadows. Maka stood still for 5 seconds before stepping into the vortex of transmission, departing from the Hall of Legacy. Although Maka left, the vortex of transmission did not vanish. After a while, a tall figure emerged from the vortex, a stunning red-haired woman. She placed her hands on her hips, gazing at the Hall of Legacy. While Shadow leaned against one of the pillars, as if anticipating her arrival. The contract has been established. Thank you for the assistance from the establishment. Shadow approached slowly, extending a hand with a courteous demeanor. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. The establishment has safeguarded the final haul for the card hunter, while the last inheritor you have cultivated is to become a potential member of the establishment. The red-haired woman grasped Shadow's hand. After a brief yet friendly handshake, they withdrew their hands and engaged in conversation. Ultimately, they exchanged smiles, concluding their meeting. Shadow watched the retreating figure of the red-haired woman, his eyes glimmering. This is the agreement between the establishment and the card hunters. The reason the Hall of Legacy can be preserved is not due to the enemy's inability to find it, but rather because, under the protection of the unknown containment establishment, no one dares to tread here. Asa Price, the inheritor of the millennium-long legacy of the card hunters, will become a member of the establishment. Reclaiming the unknown number. This transaction is the best choice for the card hunters, the establishment, and the inheritor alike. The card hunters can preserve their legacy, the establishment can obtain a potential seed, and the inheritor will receive the establishment's protection. Phew, the aura of that girl is indeed terrifying. Even in my past life, I would have kept my distance. At that moment, Dark approached and conversed with Shadow. Shadow gazed at the vanishing vortex, his tone somber. This is only natural. She is a 9th-tier powerhouse of the unknown containment establishment, an ace even in the vast void. Chapter 69. Welcome to the unknown containment establishment. The Reclaimer has been transmitted to the unknown containment establishment. The Reclaimer may stay within the establishment for 48 hours, after which they will return to the real world. Before Maka's eyes, darkness enveloped him, and when the light returned, he found himself in a peculiar place. Reclaimer ID 66900. Welcome to the unknown containment establishment. A beauty clad in a pristine white outfit approached, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she addressed Maka. Is this truly the unknown containment establishment? Maka surveyed his surroundings. The layout resembled that of a grand establishment, bustling with people, with receptionists stationed at the front desk. Yes, greetings. I am Manager ID 24300. Please allow me to introduce you to the various matters of the establishment. The receptionist spoke politely. Manager? Reclaimer. There are staff distributed within the establishment. Maka pondered, about to nod in agreement when a high-pitched female voice interrupted from his left. And "Oh need, he is my personal guest. I shall guide him." The familiar voice and tone made it clear to Maka that it was Miss Nanchi. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see a throng of over a dozen people following Nanchi, all of whom were fixated on him. Were it not for Nanchi standing in front, Maka would have thought he was being besieged by a gang. What is this? Maka pointed at the crowd, his eyes questioning Nanchi. Nanchi waved her hand dismissively. Oh, they are all my people. You are the Reclaimer personally recommended by me, so of course, we must make a scene. Ahem. Maka's eyelid twitched as he approached Nanchi, whispering, please don't do this. What if I attract unwanted attention later? As he spoke, Maka's gaze swept the area, and indeed, the spectacle had drawn many Reclaimers' attention. What are you afraid of? I can handle anyone who fixates on you. Nanchi replied nonchalantly, waving her hand. Maka's eyelid twitched again, but he had no retort. He understood Nanchi's nature, her penchant for flamboyance. Very well, but when it comes time to guide me, can it just be you? Maka implored helplessly. Fine. Everyone disperse, Nanchi commanded, and the crowd complied and departed. Subsequently, Maka and Nanchi paired up, with Nanchi leading him to familiarize himself with the layout of the establishment. So, how was the necklace I gave you? Did it serve its purpose? Nanchi asked gracefully as they walked. Indeed, it played a crucial role. However, using a third-tier life-saving measure in a first-tier scenario is rather extravagant, Maka replied. Nanchi shook her head, expressing her frustration. This was a necessary choice. According to the establishment's rules, I cannot provide you much assistance before the novice trial. I believe that with your abilities, you would certainly pass the novice trial, but who would have thought the establishment created a world 3 levels higher than you? That is simply absurd. Nevertheless, seeing you return safely puts my mind at ease. I trust you must have had some extraordinary experience, or you wouldn't have crossed levels to conquer the world. Nanchi raised an eyebrow at Maka. Maka shrugged, refraining from arguing. All right, let me introduce you to the situation here. In the unknown containment establishment, there are generally 3 types of identities. First, the Reclaimer, which I believe you are already familiar with. Second, the Manager, who are official personnel responsible for various facilities and guiding Reclaimers. And third, the staff, who act as logistical support within the establishment, running various shops such as restaurants, repair shops, and card makers. They survive by selling services to Reclaimers and are an indispensable identity. As Nanchi elaborated, They arrived at a large facility. Here is the basic attribute enhancement room. You can utilize any attribute points you have acquired here, allowing the establishment to directly enhance your physical attributes. Nanshi explained. Maka nodded, just as he was about to step inside when Nanshi halted him. Wait, before enhancing your attributes, you must carefully consider your future development path. Nanshi grasped Maka's arm, her tone serious. Attribute enhancement cannot be evenly distributed, or it could lead to significant issues. Huh? Are you implying that I can't develop all attributes? Maka raised an eyebrow. Nanshi's lips twitched slightly. Thankfully, I reminded you. You truly wish for an all-attribute enhancement? However, many newcomers, without the guidance of veterans, tend to pursue development across all attributes, unaware that they are committing a grave mistake. First, let me explain the principles of attribute enhancement. Nanshi murmured, in the vast void, countless races exist, most of which are significantly stronger than humans. Yet why are all reclaimers recruited by the unknown containment establishment human? Maka blinked, pondering the question. If that is the case, I too am curious. Why? Because humans possess a high potential ceiling. They are merely restricted by genetic locks. The establishment exists to help reclaimers break through their genetic locks and reach a higher ceiling. There are 36 genetic locks within us, with 9 locks corresponding to each attribute. The disparity between the first and 9th tiers corresponds to the 9 genetic locks of the basic attributes. At the first tier, when the first breakthrough of genetic locks occurs, one must decide which attributes locks to break through. Once chosen, there is no turning back. I see, but doesn't that imply we should pursue all attributes? That way, we can completely shatter all genetic locks within, Maka questioned, perplexed. Yes, while that ceiling is indeed lofty, unfortunately, pursuing all attributes means you can never reach your ceiling. Nanshi shook her head. You should know that with each world you conquer, your permission level will rise based on your overall score. Upon calculation, each point of permission level grants an average of 6 attribute points. Permission levels are divided into tiers every 10 levels, meaning at each tier, the maximum attribute points you can obtain is 60. To break through from the first to the second tier in a single attribute requires 20 points. From the second to the third tier requires 40 points. And so forth, with each tier having a gap of 20 points for a single attribute. Have you noticed? At each tier, you can only gain a maximum of 60 points, which is only sufficient to break through 3 attributes. That is the crux of the matter. If you pursue all attributes and fail to break through in one when your permission level reaches its limit, you will be stuck at that tier. Although you can still experience the worlds of your current tier, the rewards you receive will diminish sequentially, dropping to 50, 25, and so forth, potentially trapping you indefinitely at your current tier. In fact, nearly all reclaimers who pursue all attributes end up stuck at a certain tier, unable to break through, which is a tremendous loss. Nanshi shook her head, her tone filled with regret. A companion who entered the establishment with me was similarly hindered by pursuing all attributes and remains forever stuck at the second tier. Maka's eyes flickered. He never anticipated such a pitfall existed. Moreover, consider this. For a card master, agility and physique are fine, but what use is strength? Are you to wield the cards against others? Nanshi retorted. Maka nodded, acknowledging her point. See, Nanshi beamed with satisfaction, you are fortunate to have me guiding you. Before Nanshi could finish her sentence, Maka interjected. But I still wish to pursue all attributes. Nanshi, Chapter 70, Breaking Through the 4 Attribute Genetic Locks. You, what kind of person are you? Nanshi was so enraged that she stamped her feet in frustration, realizing that despite her lengthy admonishments, that rascal Maka had absorbed not a word. Maka merely cast a silent glance at Nanshi before leisurely stepping into the attribute enhancement chamber. Himph! When you find yourself stuck at a bottleneck later, don't say I didn't warn you. Came Nanshi's final shout from behind. As Maka entered the enhancement room, he followed the manager's guidance into a specially designed storage chamber. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. It wasn't that he disregarded Nanshi's advice. Indeed, a steady and methodical enhancement of the 3 attributes was the optimal choice for most recyclers. Yet, he had inherited the profession of a card hunter. And along the path of his destiny, he was beset by countless adversaries. With every boon received, a corresponding cost must be borne. The foes he faced could be unimaginably formidable, compelling him to wager his very life to elevate his limits. The development of 4 attributes and challenging the world across levels. Everything was aimed at attaining a higher ceiling, and he would not betray the expectations of his predecessors. In truth, he might not inevitably find himself bottlenecked. As long as he could seize opportunities to enhance his foundational attributes in each world and secure additional rewards, he could achieve a perfect development of all 4 attributes. Maka mused to himself. Before him, a notification from the establishment materialized. Recycler has acquired the breakthrough permission for the first stage gene locked. Dio, you wish to confirm the breakthrough? Yes. Recycler, please select the attribute for the gene lock breakthrough. Once chosen, it cannot be altered. Strength, stamina, agility, intelligence. Ding warning, developing all attributes is exceedingly perilous and carries a significant risk of bottlenecking. Please choose wisely. Are you certain? Yes. Maka's tone was resolute. Recycler confirmation. Initiating first stage gene lock breakthrough. Please prepare. Strength, stamina, agility, intelligence. The 4 attribute gene locks have been activated. Please exit the enhancement chamber to complete the gene lock breakthrough. The storage chamber opened, and Maka stepped out slowly, immediately sensing something amiss within himself. He surveyed his body, only to discover that his legs, torso, arms, and neck were ensnared by several blue energy chains. He moved his arms, the chains rattling, and an instinct emerged. His strength was shackled by these chains, and only by breaking free could he unleash a more terrifying power. So this is the gene lock? Maka exclaimed in astonishment. The chain binding his legs was the agility gene lock, the one constraining his torso was the stamina gene lock, and the one clasped around his neck was the intelligence gene lock. With all 4 gene locks activated, the next step was initiating gene lock breakthrough. In the next moment, an invisible, unique force acted upon the blue chains, causing them to tremble violently, accompanied by a crisp friction sound. Gritting his teeth, Maka did not rely solely on the establishment's power. He strained against the chains with all his might, striving for a breakthrough. Cracks began to appear along the chains, spreading to their source, an abyss of nothingness. Finally, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed. In that instant, all chains binding Maka shattered simultaneously, transforming into blue particles scattered across the ground. Concurrently, a surge of might surged through his arms, a tremendous vitality erupted within him, and his form became lighter and more agile. With his thoughts sharpening as well, Maka meticulously sensed the myriad changes within his body. Although the total attribute points had not increased, he felt significantly stronger. This indicated that each attribute was sealed by 9 chains, and only by breaking a chain could he draw closer to his true foundational attributes. Maka clenched his fist, savoring the surge of power. The disparity in ranks among recyclers also stemmed from the gene locks. The strength gained from breaking 1 chain was vastly different from that of breaking 2. Not to mention breaking even more. Recycler has successfully broken through the strength, stamina, agility, and intelligence gene locks. The body is now locked into the 4 attribute gene locks. Future rank ascensions will require all 4 attributes to reach their limits. Maka proceeded to re-enter the enhancement chamber to further elevate his foundational attributes. Recycler possesses a total of 22 attribute points. Please allocate your foundational attributes freely. Note: the affinity attributes for the card hunter profession are strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence. Maka nodded. Typically, a standard card master profession's affinity attribute was solely intelligence, requiring a primary focus on intelligence while secondary attributes were enhanced accordingly. However, he was different. As a card hunter, he might soon encounter diverse enemies in the next world. And to fully unleash the potential of various cards, he needed a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes. His current attributes were strength, 7, stamina, 7, agility, 7, intelligence, 10, excluding equipment bonuses, attribute enhancement in progress. Subsequently, Maka felt his body undergoing a profound transformation. Blood surged within him, and his nerves thrummed. After a brief moment, accompanied by a wave of heat, his attribute enhancement was complete. Enhancement complete. Recycler's current attributes are strength, 13, stamina, 13, agility, 13, intelligence, 14. This allocation was the result of Maka's careful consideration. Thus, under the full moon's enhancement, his intelligence would precisely reach the first stage limit upon donning equipment, while the other 3 attributes would also receive maximum percentage boosts. Excellent. A smirk crept upon Maka's lips as the enhancement chamber opened, and he stepped out slowly. Initially, his movements felt somewhat awkward, as the magnitude of his enhancements left him struggling to control himself. The most pronounced sensation of enhancement was in his agility attribute. It not only heightened his body's responsiveness, but also sharpened his visual acuity. This allowed him to observe the movements of those around him, which appeared slightly delayed. The enhancement of agility was indeed crucial. Without improved visual acuity, he would struggle to discern fast-moving foes. Maka mused aloud. 5 minutes later, his body finally acclimated to the changes, and everything returned to normal. He strolled out of the enhancement chamber, locking eyes with Nanchi, who awaited outside. "Oh, have you completed the full attribute enhancement?" Nanchi raised an eyebrow. Maka chuckled and shrugged. "Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just wait and see how you'll regret it." Nanchi refrained from further comments, as events had already unfolded, and no amount of nagging would change that. As Maka followed Nanchi, he inquired, "By the way, what do these gene lock prompts mean?" "Strength gene lock 09. Agility gene lock 09. Stamina gene lock 09. Intelligence gene lock 09. Oh, these are your passive slots. If you acquire passive scrolls, you cannot learn them directly like active abilities. Passive abilities test your physical strength. Only by breaking the gene locks and enhancing your body can you accommodate more passive abilities. The 3 attribute development corresponds to 3 types of gene locks, which can collectively accommodate 27 passive abilities. If you develop all attributes, you'll have a total of 36 slots," Nanchi explained, and by the time she finished, they had arrived at the adjacent large facility. Here, this is the skill enhancement room, designed for upgrading skill levels, which requires spending establishment currency or similar materials. As for cardmasters, you should be able to enhance the quality of your cards inside. Why not give it a try? Maka's eyes lit up. He had anticipated that the establishment would indeed possess methods to directly enhance card quality. After all, he had several cards with excellent effects but relatively inadequate quality. This way, some powerful cards could accompany him on his journey of growth. Maka joyfully stepped into the skill enhancement room. Chapter 71. Enhancements of skills and cards. Maka entered the skill enhancement room, detecting the skills possessed by the recycler. Recycler's profession is card hunter, thus cards are regarded as upgradable active abilities. All skills available for enhancement are displayed. Please select a skill to enhance. Maka scrutinized the options, deciding to tackle them one by one. First, he chose to enhance the core ability of the card hunter profession, each of which was a top-tier skill. Magic Source 6 Realms current level LV1. Leveling up by 1 requires 100 membership points. Would you like to enhance? Yes. Magic Source 6 Realms upgraded to LV2. Maka continued the enhancement. Magic Source 6 Realms upgraded to LV3. Magic Source 6 Realms upgraded to LV4. Magic Source 6 Realms upgraded to LV5. At this point, Maka paused. He had initially gained 3,000 membership points and needed to spend them wisely, leaving him with 2,500 points. Magic Source 6 Realms, LV5. Maximum Mana 50. Mana Recovery Speed 5. Demon Slayer current level LV1. Leveling up by 1 requires 100 membership points. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Consecutively level up to 9. Maka decided to go all in. Demon Slayer was the core ability of the card hunter, and he needed to enhance it as much as possible. Demon Slayer upgraded to LV10. Demon Slayer has reached LV10, unlocking additional abilities. Demon Slayer's current level is LV10. Upgrading to the next level will cost 1,000 membership points. Would you like to enhance? Upon seeing this upgrade cost, Maka felt a wave of dizziness. Never mind, I'll hold off for now. Demon Slayer LV10, Effect 1. Demon Slayer possesses an exceptionally high energy tier, with a magic power intensity of 20. Effect 2. Demon Slayer energy can aggressively invade any energy source and swiftly annihilate it, characterized by absolute annihilation. Effect 3. Demon Slayer can infiltrate living beings, directly obliterating the energy within the target and inflicting equivalent real damage. Effect 4. Unlocks at LV20, magic power intensity increases by 10 points. Nearly a level grants over 1 point of magic power intensity, truly the hallmark of high-tier energy. Maka marveled in astonishment. The newly unlocked effect of the fire nucleus explosion is commendable. Its true damage disregards both physical and magical defenses, potentially serving a pivotal role against special adversaries. Currently, Maka has only 1,600 membership points left, which should be invested in enhancing his cards. After careful contemplation, Maka decisively selected this card. Fire Nucleus Explosion current level LV9, cost to upgrade 1 level, 50 membership points. Would you like to upgrade? As anticipated, Maka found that the Fire Nucleus Explosion card, categorized as white to green quality, had reached a critical threshold for leveling up, only requiring a slight additional effort to promote its rank, which would yield a qualitative enhancement in power. Without hesitation, Maka seized the opportunity. He could not let such a cost-effective upgrade slip away. Fire Nucleus Explosion has reached LV10, now promoted to green quality card. Fire Nucleus Explosion, type, magic attack quality, green effect, accumulates a colossal fireball imbued with immense energy, resulting in a massive explosion with a radius of at least 70 meters. Mana cost, 17 power value, 16 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 7 cooldown time, 300 seconds evaluation, ART.is but an explosion. This time, the Fire Nucleus Explosion is no longer a temporary card. It has thoroughly ascended to green quality, capable of delivering formidable area of effect explosions without the need for amplification cards. Maka proceeded to other cards. Blood Crystal current level LV7, cost to upgrade 1 level, 50 membership points. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Blood Crystal has reached LV10, now promoted to green quality card. Blood Crystal type, magic attack quality, green effect, releases 8 sharp crystals tainted by blood, flying at an incredible speed with high power. The razor-sharp crystals easily shatter shields. Mana cost, 17 power value, 15 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 9 cooldown time, 120 seconds evaluation. The Crimson Brilliance, shatter it within the crystals. Although the cooldown has doubled, the true power has increased exponentially after becoming a green quality card. Maka stroked his chin, unable to fathom just how sharp the current blood crystal had become. Rebound Shield current level LV5. Cost to upgrade 1 level, 50 membership points. Would you like to upgrade? Rebound Shield has been upgraded to LV10, now promoted to green quality card. Rebound Shield, type, magic defense quality, green effect, forms an energy shield to withstand enemy attacks while fully rebounding the damage taken by the shield. Mana cost, 20 defense value, 13 maximum rebound power, 21 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 9 cooldown time, 60 seconds evaluation. No matter how unique your abilities may be, I shall block them with a single shield. This is a divine skill. Previously, its quality was too low, but now there is no need to worry about failing to reflect skills. Maka felt a flicker of joy. Blood Shadow Scythe, current level LV7. Cost to upgrade 1 level, 50 membership points. Would you like to upgrade? Blood Shadow Scythe has been upgraded to LV10, now promoted to green quality card. Blood Shadow Scythe, type, magic attack quality, green effect, constructs a scythe utilizing the magic of shadow and blood. The blade is sharp, but requires a certain amount of strength to unleash its power. Mana cost, 17 power value, here, sharpness 14 prerequisite attributes, strength 6, intelligence 7 cooldown time, 120 seconds evaluation, blade of blood. Scythe of Shadow, Flame Passage current level LV5. Would you like to upgrade? Flame Passage has been upgraded to LV10, now promoted to green quality card. Flame Passage, type, magic ability quality, green effect, allows for multiple successive traversals within a radius of 70 meters of flames. Mana cost, 16 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 10 cooldown time, 10 seconds evaluation. Have you ever heard of a magician's fire trick? This ability is incredibly useful. When combined with Black Flame, it is nearly instantaneous teleportation. Maka was exceedingly satisfied. The only regret he had was that support-type cards could not be upgraded, and there was nothing particularly worthy of enhancement among the other skill cards. The level disparity of the Ice and Fire Magic Ball was too vast, rendering the value of an upgrade minimal. He decided to directly invest in the 6 Realms of Magic Source. 6 Realms of Magic Source has been upgraded to LV10. 6 Realms of Magic Source LV10. Maximum mana value 100. Mana recovery rate 10. Thus, my regular maximum mana value has reached 260 points. Combined with Azure Moon, it amounts to 350, sufficient to sustain the consumption of green quality cards. Maka nodded in approval. After this series of enhancements, his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Maka contentedly exited the skill enhancement chamber. Nanshi raised an eyebrow. Having lingered for so long, it seems your strength has significantly improved. Show me what fine cards you've acquired. Maka smirked. I won T.Himph. Nanshi scoffed. You, a novice of the first tier, probably only obtained 1 or 2 green quality cards, so why hide them like treasures? Yet, Maka merely shook his head. refusing to divulge. Fine, fine. I'm not curious that I'm leaving. Nanshi turned to depart. You must have never seen the world, so I'll take you to find out a card maker. Chapter 72. Card Self-Modification, Shocking the Card Maker, from a Distance. Nanshi waved at an old stall, calling out. Maka followed her steps to the stall, where he indeed saw an elderly man with a white beard, leisurely seated on a wooden chair, surrounded by various cards. Ah, Miss Destiny has finally come to seek me out, the old man said, stroking his beard with a grin. Miss Destiny? Maka questioned, glancing at Nanshi. Nanshi explained, in the club, we generally refrain from using real names. Everyone adopts a pseudonym. For instance, my alias is Miss Destiny because I am the only Destiny-type magician below the 3rd tier. Nanshi beamed proudly. Maka nodded, realizing he should also come up with a pseudonym. Ahem, Maka, allow me to introduce you. Nanshi gestured towards the old man with the white beard. This is Old Chin, an experienced card maker capable of producing green quality cards. Oh? Maka was taken aback and whispered to Nanshi. Only green quality? Hearing this, Nanshi frowned slightly, crossing her arms in discontent. Hey, you must realize that card makers are a rare breed, even in the entire void. Old Chin is someone I expended considerable effort to invite over. I must tell you, the vast majority of card makers are monopolized by the Card Maker Association, selling their cards at exorbitant prices. Here with Old Chin, you can acquire lower-tier cards to meet your initial needs for far fewer membership points. But Maka scratched his head. I really don't require green quality cards anymore. I've already amassed so many in one world, and the next world will surely yield even more. Why spend money on them? However, he added sheepishly, but I've spent all my money. Nanshi's lips twitched. No worries, just pick a few. I'll buy them for you. Honestly, that is too much trouble, so thank you, my lady, Maka replied with a smile. Examining the stall closely, however, he discovered there wasn't anything of significant utility. Most white-quality cards were swiftly overlooked, and the few green-quality cards available were all magic-type cards. I already have sufficient magical techniques. Maka shook his head, not selecting a single card. Hearing this, Old Chin frowned slightly. Young man, your statement is rather misguided. How can low-tier card makers function without magic cards? Maka's eyes flickered. He realized Old Chin specialized in serving low-tier card makers. And for those novice card makers, magic cards were undoubtedly the best choice. Nanshi's expression grew slightly awkward as she promptly patted Maka's shoulder, whispering, Hey, where do you get all these magical techniques? You turning your nose up at green-quality magic cards? Maka found himself momentarily speechless, finally admitting, I've had some fortuitous encounters, just lucky. Nanshi's lips twitched. All right, don't be so modest. I didn't intend to spend money on you anyway. However, Maka suddenly recalled something and politely inquired, Old Chin, I'm somewhat of a special case. I don't really lack cards, but instead have some surplus ones. May I consign them with you? Old Chin scrutinized Maka with a puzzled expression. Didn't Miss Destiny say you were merely a novice card maker who just experienced one world? How can you have surplus cards? Strange. However, if you wish to consign, I must charge a 10 fee. That is quite reasonable. If you were to sell them through the Card Maker Association, they would charge you at least a 15 consignment fee. Maka nodded, no longer insisting on better terms. He merely wanted to offload some useless cards. For a card hunter, the quantity of cards obtainable was excessively high, and selling off surplus cards would also yield a decent income. Maka produced Ice and Fire Magic Ball, Flame Force Field, and Tracking Barrier, fusion cards? Not bad. The Ice and Fire Magic Ball can fetch at least 500 membership points, while the Tracking Barrier won't do too well. At most 100. Old Chin evaluated them with a keen eye. Hearing this, Maka's eyes brightened. That's quite a sum. This means, in the original world, he could strip away all obtainable cards, then bring them to the club to sell to Old Chin. In the mind of Maka, an image inevitably emerged. In the future, Elder Chin would sell an ever-increasing number of cards, each of higher caliber, yet the sole supplier behind them would be but a single individual? Just then, as Maka indulged in his fantasies, Elder Chin suddenly bellowed, startling Maka and interrupting his train of thought. What is it? Maka gazed at Elder Chin in astonishment. Young man, this card. Where did you acquire it? Elder Chin held the Flame Force Field card, his hands trembling. I just obtained it. Its effect isn't particularly strong. Is there something amiss with this card? Maka scratched his head, believing the Flame Force Field card to be rather unimpressive. No, it's not the card's effect that concerns me, but rather the craftsmanship of this card. Elder Qin murmured, caressing the card, his eyes quivering with excitement. Craftsmanship? Maka was taken aback. This was a card he had seized. What craftsmanship could it possibly possess? I have many such cards. What is the issue with the craftsmanship? As he spoke, Maka produced several more deprived cards, showcasing their backs to Elder Qin. Upon seeing them, Elder Qin's expression shifted dramatically. This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary, Elder Qin muttered repeatedly. What is it, Elder Qin? Your reaction? Nanshi also looked at Elder Qin with great surprise. It was the first time she had witnessed him so flustered. Elder Qin remained dazed for several seconds before slowly retrieving a card from his system space. I have one of these cards with such craftsmanship, given to me by my late masterdom. Why Master stumbled upon this card in the void during his early years and dedicated his life to studying its craftsmanship. Elder Qin continued, yet, despite his lifetime of inquiry, he could only arrive at one conclusion. What conclusion? Maka's expression subtly changed. To find such a card in the void. This must have been discarded like refuse by some card hunter, yet it had ensnared a card maker's life. This card is by no means crafted by a card maker. Only something entirely natural could bear such intricate patterns, Elder Qin elucidated. The so-called craftsmanship of a card maker involves utilizing some secret inheritance to create various abilities into cards. Those with lesser skills often forcefully integrate them, resulting in crude patterns. To construct a perfect card pattern, there are only two methods. One is the legendary card makers of the void, who might occasionally produce perfect cards. The second, which I suspect, is Elder Qin turned his gaze toward Maka, his eyes filled with both skepticism and awe, through some special method, allowing abilities to organically form into cards. Organically formed, self-created cards. Maka's eyes sparkled as he realized that the principle of deprivation indeed seemed to align with this notion. Such white-grade cards could not possibly be crafted by legendary card makers, leaving only the second possibility. Elder Qin shook his head in disbelief, never having imagined that after so many years, he would once again encounter such naturally formed cards. And in such quantities, young man, I will not pry into your secrets, but I am grateful to you for resolving my master's lifelong conundrum. It turns out that within the void, there truly exists a method for abilities to self-create into cards. How astonishing! Elder Qin sighed at him. Maka coughed tactically, surprised that a card hunter's casual acquisition could elicit such admiration from a card maker. Could you assist me in selling them? Maka inquired. Of course, it would be my honor. I shall only take a 3 consignment fee, as selling these cards would also enhance my prestige, Elder Qin replied, smiling as he fondled the card in his hand. Excellent, thank you, Elder Qin. I believe we can establish a long-term collaboration, and I will sell all the cards I acquire through you. Maka clasped his fists in gratitude. The potential for selling cards was undoubtedly substantial, and a mere 7 fee would yield him significantly more membership currency. Additionally, young man, I have another card here. I wonder if it might be of use to you? Elder Qin smiled as he produced yet another card. Maka accepted the card, Power Amplification card, small. Oh, I have. Before Maka could finish, an instinct suddenly surged within him. Could these 2 power amplification cards potentially fuse? Thank you, Elder Qin. This card is indeed useful to me, Maka replied with a smile. No need for thanks, Elder Qin waved his hand with a smile. After parting ways amicably with Elder Qin, Maka approached Nanshi, who was regarding him with a skeptical gaze. Your adventures are truly remarkable. Tell me honestly, what have you encountered? Maka chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Just some minor encounters, hardly worth mentioning for someone of your third-tier prowess. Don't try to deceive me, young man. I have heard Elder Qin's words. The self-creation of cards is a technique far superior to my own tier, Nanshi stated with a serious tone. Tell me, is it related to the card hunters? Maka's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? He asked, astonished. Nanshi crossed her arms. I learned of it from the club, but even with my permissions, I could only uncover a name. After that, I researched extensively, yet I found no information regarding card hunters. This must be a profession, right? But why would such a powerful profession with self-creation capabilities be erased from history? Erased from history. Maka felt a wave of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the enemies of card hunters would be even more formidable than he had imagined. A profession that once dominated the void millennia ago was now wiped from historical records. What caliber of adversary could achieve such a feat? You are correct, but unfortunately, I cannot divulge much. It pertains to the club's regulations. Ma Ka replied, unwilling to reveal too much to Nan Shi, thus invoking the club's name. Very well. Upon hearing about the club, Nan Shi understood the boundaries and ceased her inquiries. Ma Ka sighed internally. It wasn't that he distrusted Nan Shi, he had shared his talents with her, what else was there to hide? However, the matter concerning card hunters involved enemies of a much higher tier, and he feared it might implicate Nan Shi. Attempting to shift the topic, he produced the shimmering magic wand. By the way, can this be sold? Nan Shi glanced at it and replied, equipment can be bought and sold in the trading market. If you're busy, you can entrust it to me, and I will have a dedicated person from the guild handle the sale for you, charging a 3 consignment fee. All right, Ma Ka handed the equipment to Nan Shi but then asked, what is a guild? It is a large organization voluntarily established by collectors. For instance, I have created a guild. The individuals you met when you came in were part of it, Nan Shi explained. Raising an eyebrow. Would you like to join my guild? There are numerous benefits, and once you reach a higher tier, the guild leader might even find you some allies of the same tier to assist you. Well, Ma Ka intended to agree but suddenly recalled something, quickly denying, forget it, forget it. Upon hearing this, Nan Shi's suspicion deepened. Unable to contain herself, she finally spoke. Ma Ka, tell me the truth. Becoming a card hunter, is it a blessing or a curse for you? At her words, Ma Ka fell momentarily silent, and after a long pause, he finally conveyed the veiled truth. Every gift of fate carries a price marked in the shadows. As a fate mage, Nan Shi could not possibly be oblivious to the meaning of this statement. Her eyes grew solemn, and she nodded slightly, I understand. Subsequently, Nan Shi shifted the topic, guiding Ma Ka to explore various facilities. Eventually, Ma Ka returned to his accommodation. This was the dwelling prepared for each collector by the club, where the room's layout could be customized according to the collector's personal preferences. Ma Ka casually arranged a clean and tidy room but specifically designed an exhibition wall. On this exhibition wall, there were several glass display cases. In the first case to his left, he placed the black cloak that had accompanied Lei Shi throughout her growth. He then inscribed the words Magical Girl World on the display case. He planned to collect mementos from significant individuals he formed deep connections with in each world he traversed and display them as symbols of his endeavors to save each realm. Now, let us proceed with the fusion of cards. Ma Ka retrieved 4 cards, carefully selected for fusion: Shadow Traverse and Pitch Black Cage. Though he did not comprehend why these 2 cards could merge, Ma Ka's instincts were invariably correct. This was the power bestowed by his talent. He aligned the 2 cards together and began the fusion process. After having previously attempted a 3-card fusion, this dual card fusion felt significantly simpler to Ma Ka, and soon he successfully fused the 2 cards. Collector successfully fused a green grade card, Shadow Cage. Shadow Cage, type, confinement field quality, green effects, 1. Shadow Traverse. Can traverse through any shadow and absorb incoming attacks into the cage, with a limit on the amount of absorbed attacks. 2. Shadow Cage. Can use any shadow as a starting point to form a cage made of shadows in all directions. The user can employ Shadow Traverse to escape the cage and move freely within it. But until the field is broken, the enemy cannot escape. 3. Shadow Creatures. Shadow creatures will spawn within the shadow cage, attacking enemies in their most primal manner. Mana cost, 20 domain strength, 16 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 11 cooldown time, 60,500 seconds. The mere release of the Shadow Traverse effect incurs a cooldown of 60 seconds, while the Shadow Cage requires a cooldown of 500 seconds. Evaluation. Shadow Cage. Quite commendable. Now I can freely enter and exit the cage, and fighting within it while being able to traverse shadows at will is indeed a significant advantage. Ma Ka's eyes sparkled as he envisioned the scenarios in which this card could be utilized. Subsequently, he produced 2 power amplification cards, small. Although support-type cards cannot directly enhance quality, what if they were to be fused? The recycler is attempting to merge 2 support-type cards. This is the method of upgrading support-type cards. The current success rate for merging the 2 power amplification cards, small, is 90. Tip. To increase the success rate, a 3-card fusion is required. Ah, I see. I hadn't anticipated that upgrading support-type cards would be so challenging, Ma Ka exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, once his card control improves in the future, he will be able to attempt 3-card fusion. If it were an ordinary card master, Would they be unable to utilize 3-card fusion for upgrading support-type cards throughout their entire life? No wonder support-type cards are relatively rare. Their characteristics are distinctly different from those of regular cards. Shaking his head, Maka decided not to dwell on this issue and commenced the fusion. Recycler fusion successful. Obtained green-level support-type card power amplification card, medium. Power amplification card, medium, type. Support-type enhancement card quality, green effect. Fuses with a card to temporarily increase the maximum base power by 5 points. Mana cost, 15 enhancement strength, 8 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 10 cooldown time, 500 seconds evaluation, amplify, amplify, amplify again. An increase of 5 in maximum power is formidable. Maka's eyes gleamed with excitement. Point 1 should not underestimate this increase of 5 power points, as it is akin to temporarily elevating an offensive card by 5 levels. Moreover, when applied to a green level card, it holds the potential to elevate a higher tier green level card to blue level. Should it directly enhance a blue level card, then this increase of 5 maximum power points could very well equate to 10 points for green level cards and 20 points for white level cards. With the card fusion complete, it was time to open the treasure chests. Maka rubbed his hands together, having accumulated several chests that he had yet to open. Chapter 74. Opening treasure chests, a brand new world. Maka retrieved 4 treasure chests, namely, World Treasure Chest, 100, Initial Weapon Selection Chest, Unknown Treasure Chest, Dark Gem, and Kill Treasure Chest, Captain. He first opened the Initial Weapon Selection Chest. Initial Weapon Selection Chest opened. Please select one initial weapon from the following choices: Hero's Blade, Melee, Magic Staff, Mage, Elf Bow, Archer, Magic Gloves, Cardmaster. Maka naturally chose the Magic Gloves. Recycler obtained green level equipment. Magic Gloves. Magic Gloves, type. Weapon quality. Excellent durability. 100 attack power. 15 equipment requirement. Intelligence 10. Cardmaster career path equipment effect. 1. Air cannon. Hands shaped like guns can release an air cannon with no cooldown limit. 2. Card throwing knives. Sharp playing cards can be thrown like knives with no cooldown limit. 3. Card draw. Randomly draw a card from the held deck. The card can be released instantly without activation. Tip: the card draw ability has a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Rating: 260. Excellent rating: 200 to 500. Description: have you heard of the Magician's Gloves? It is said that wearing them will grant you magical tricks. Tip: the magic gloves are part of the Magician's set. Collecting all 3 pieces will trigger set effects. Oh? With 2 additional active skills, not only are they powerful, but they also have no cooldown. Maka nodded in satisfaction, and the card draw effect is quite beneficial as well. Releasing a card does consume a few seconds, but if he could draw a card and activate it instantly during battle, it could indeed prove crucial, though it is unfortunate that the draw is random. While he was eager to discover the effects of completing the 3-piece set, it seemed somewhat challenging to gather them unless a native character resembling a magician existed in the next world. Maka pondered. He donned the white gloves and then opened the World Treasure Chest. Recycler opened World Treasure Chest, 100, obtaining the Magic Foundation Scroll as a reward from the Magical Girl World. Magic Foundation Scroll, type. Passive ability scroll quality. Ordinary. Quality only represents the current level of the scroll, not its potential upper limit. Effect: grants the passive ability Magic Foundation. LV1 effect: Magic Strength 2, Magic Ability Amplification 10, Magic Control 1 rating. 190. Description: a thoughtful gift from the Magical Girl World. Ordinary quality, but the note states it does not represent the upper limit. So, is this passive ability good or not? Maka contemplated, realizing that this passive ability is clearly tailored for mages. However, the increases in magic strength, magic ability amplification, and magic control are all beneficial to him. Learning it seems worthwhile, especially since he possesses a 4-attribute gene lock, allowing for multiple passive slots. To be cautious, Maka sent a message to Nanshi, inquiring about the scroll. The reply he received was, Nanshi. Where did you get this? Nanshi. A good item. A must-learn passive for mages. Even the lowest quality can sell for at least 5,000 Nanshi. The upper limit for this type of passive is quite high. You can learn it if you'd like. Hiss, even Nanshi acknowledges the high upper limit, so it seems that not learning it would be unwise. Maka decided to use it. Recycler has learned the Magic Foundation passive, now automatically integrated into the Power Gene Lock slot. As expected, his information panel now reflected changes. Power Gene Lock 191. Magic Foundation LV1. Magic Strength 2. Magic Ability Amplification 10. Magic Control 1. Hiss. Does enhancing the passive also require expenditure? The resource consumption is quite staggering. Maka's eyelid twitched. He currently had not a single cent to his name. Tip. Passive abilities within the gene lock cannot be directly enhanced. The recycler must engage in combat training to elevate their levels. What does this mean? Maka was perplexed. Magic Foundation must be continually utilized to gradually enhance magic abilities. The recycler may also visit the training room to diligently train for improvement. Damn, I have to go to the training room. Maka scratched his head. Opening the training room would indeed cost money. However, when Nanshi had taken him on a tour earlier, she had purchased 10 hours of usage time for him, which he could now utilize. Before heading to the training room, Maka opened the unknown treasure chest. Unknown treasure chest opened, obtained accessory, dark necklace. Dark necklace, type, pendant quality, excellent effect, releases dark temptation, allowing for intelligence assessment of enemies. Tip, those with an intelligence attribute below 12 will be directly brainwashed and turned into puppets. Those with an intelligence attribute below 15 will experience consciousness interference for a duration of 300 seconds. Tip, cooldown time, 24 hours, rating, 230. Description, a pendant crafted from fragments of dark gems, stripped of dangerous roots, bestowed as a reward to the recycler. Maka gazed at the pendant, which bore a fragment of a dark gem. He had not anticipated that the establishment would create corresponding equipment from the unknown. It was rather impressive. Maka equipped the pendant in his accessory slot. Finally, Maka opened the kill treasure chest, Captain. Recycler opened kill treasure chest, Captain, obtaining the skill scroll Blazing Red Flame, which has been automatically converted into a card for the recycler. Blazing Red Flame, type, enhancement skill card quality, green effect, erupts with blazing red flames. Enhancing strength by 10, body defense by 30 points, and neural reflex speed by 20. Mana cost, 1 point of mana for each second of duration. Enhancement strength, 9 prerequisite attributes, strength 9, stamina 8, agility 8. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. Evaluation, erupt now, blazing red flame. This is the state often activated by the captain during combat. Strength, physique, and agility all receive certain enhancements, making it a commendable card. Maka nodded, pleased that this added to his array of techniques. With the 4 treasure chests opened, he turned his attention to the additional reward from before, the title, Sister Saving Expert. Sister Saving Expert, category, title quality, effect. When equipped, it becomes easier to gain the trust and favor of girls. Description, the one who rescues 5 magical girls is a master in the art of saving sisters. Maka regarded this effect with a sense of bemusement. However, he had no other titles to wear, and if it had an effect, he might as well don it. Better than having none. With all rewards accounted for, Maka rose from his seat and made his way to the training ground. Embarking on a lengthy 10-hour magical training session, time flew by, and before long, the 10 hours had passed. Maka exited the training ground. Magic Foundation, LV7. Magic Strength 2. Magic Ability Amplification 70. Magic Control 7. The enhancement was commendable. If the passive upper limit is indeed high, then the cumulative benefits could be substantial. Maka nodded in agreement. However, he also noticed that while the magic amplification and magic control were steadily increasing, the magic strength remained stagnant. Indeed, it was a rare attribute that was difficult to enhance, and only the Demon Slayer energy could produce such outrageous results, increasing by 1 with each level. Exhausted, Maka returned to his room and indulged in a deep slumber. In the establishment, 48 hours swiftly elapsed, and Maka was transported back to the real world. In the realm of reality, his abilities were sealed, accessible only through a permission application, which explains the emergence of numerous collectors. Thus, the world remained surprisingly tranquil. After experiencing breathtaking adventures in fantastical realms, Maka found himself disenchanted with the mundanity of reality, still idling away his time. Finally, after 3 days in the real world, a prompt appeared. The world has cooled down. Collectors may directly participate in the new round, or, after a wait of 27 days, may be compelled to join the next round. Without hesitation, Maka chose to participate immediately, displaying New World information for the collector. The New World is Holy Grail War, with a world level of LV6, LV9, and a slight degree of distortion. As Maka gazed upon the name of this world, a subtle smile graced his lips. It reminded him of a certain anime. Much like the magical girl worlds, these traversing realms bore some semblance to reality. Perhaps the anime of the real world was itself influenced by certain worlds in the void, born from them. Who knows, there might truly be numerous magicians over there. Maka chuckled softly. Teleportation commencing. Chapter 75. Why not descend in the guise of a heroic spirit? In transit. Displaying world information for the collector. World. Holy Grail War World Difficulty. LV 69 degree of distortion. Slight required unknown number of containment. 1 worldview. This is a world of magicians, where certain individuals exhibit extraordinary traits from birth, possessing magical power, with innate magical circuits imprinted within them, capable of casting unique spells. Soon, magicians emerged, ascending to the upper echelons of society, commencing their secretive actions. One day, a magician stumbled upon a colossal golden holy grail in an underground ruin. After thorough research by numerous magicians, the method of utilizing the grail was finally determined. This is a world treasure, capable of realizing the dreams of others through the infusion of magical power and the souls of many powerful beings. Countless magicians became frenzied, battling and competing, ultimately uniting to establish a hierarchically structured glorious sanctuary. To cyclically utilize the grail, the magicians of the sanctuary devised the Holy Grail War. Through magical rituals, they summoned the great heroic spirits from history as powerful souls, alongside 7 selected civilian magicians to serve as the source of magical energy, fulfilling the conditions necessary to activate the Grail. The Holy Grail War occurs once every 60 years, with the heroic spirits appearing as servants, randomly assigned classes, occupational powers, and forming contracts with their respective magicians. The Masters point 7 servants and 7 masters, each harboring their own dreams, fighting fiercely for the sole claim to the Holy Grail. Over the centuries, the Holy Grail War has been held thrice, and this descent marks the 4th conflict. Yet, this time, an unexpected guest has arrived. It does not belong to either servant or master, but its objective remains the Holy Grail. The Spectre of Midnight, a fated curse, must be stopped. Main quest initiated. Main quest. Retrieve unknown number D398. Quest difficulty. LV9. Quest reward. Soul fragment. Small. X1. Failure penalty. Total failure in this world. 50 reduction in all attributes. Maka scrutinized the worldview. Although it bore the same name as the Holy Grail War, there were notable differences from the anime of the real world. For instance, this world lacked the 3 major magician associations, instead unified under a hierarchy known as the Sanctuary. Additionally, the Holy Grail here was not created by magicians but was a world treasure, which could be understood as the core power of this realm. Was the unknown target also the Grail? It seemed the Grail in this world was not tainted. Should it fall into its hands, the core power of the world would be in peril, Maka murmured gravely. The collector has arrived in the Holy Grail War world. Do you wish to descend directly? Note: the collector may freely choose the descent location and timing. Within the teleportation space, the collector may observe the details of the world in advance. So be it. Maka's eyes sparkled as he conceived an intriguing idea. Why not descend in the guise of a heroic spirit? At this moment, within the world, the Holy Grail War had already quietly commenced in a secluded alley. A strikingly beautiful girl with short hair was frantically running, pursued closely by 2 men. This was not an abduction. The brown-haired siren grinned, for he was one of the 7 masters of the Holy Grail War. Following closely behind him was a shadowy figure clad in black, a heroic spirit appearing in the class of assassin, devoid of name or objective, solely devoted to serving its master, akin to a deathly specter. Siren commanded, "Dark, do not delay. With so few people around, corner Lingxi in the alley and capture her." "Yes, master," Dark replied coldly. An aura of darkness emanating from him, he swiftly vanished into the shadows beneath the ground. Ahead, Lingxi's tear-filled eyes pleaded, "Help! Help me!" Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows ahead, clad in black, wielding a sharp dagger that exuded a chilling aura. Lingxi immediately halted, scanning for an escape, and dashed into a nearby alley. However, upon reaching the end, she realized it was a dead end. No. Lingxi turned, her eyes trembling as she gazed at Siren. "Why do you want to kill me? I am not even a master. This contradicts the rules of the Holy Grail War," Lingxi shouted desperately, seeking a glimmer of hope. "Oh? If you are not a master, then how do you know about the Holy Grail War?" Siren approached calmly, hands in pockets, as he observed Lingxi trapped with no way out. Lingxi's eyes darted about, unable to articulate a coherent response. Rest assured, I won't kill you. I know you are not one of the 7 masters. My goal is simple, capture you as a hostage. Siren grinned wickedly. A hostage? Lingxi exclaimed in disbelief. I have investigated. The new generation's strongest genius cultivated by the sanctuary, known as the Moonlit Magician, is one of the 7 masters this time. Siren continued, and you are quite close to her, even living in her house daily. Tell me, if I capture you, can I force her to abandon this holy grail war? You. Lingxi finally understood the man's intentions, clenching her teeth at the audacity of his plan. You shameless fiend. Shameless? Siren remained unfazed. The Holy Grail War is all about one's abilities. I know I cannot defeat her, so I must resort to special measures. Now, surrender obediently. Siren leered at Lingxi's fair legs and her adorably innocent face, his tongue flicking across his lips. Perhaps I could even let you experience what pleasure truly means. Lingxi felt the repugnant gaze of Siren upon her, and all she could do was feebly hurl insults. Pervert. Shameless. As Siren drew closer, Lingxi found herself cornered against the wall, overwhelming fear causing her legs to tremble as she collapsed to the ground. Tears soaked the ground as she pounded it helplessly, wishing, if only she were a master too, if only she had her own heroic spirit, she would not find herself in such a predicament. Just then, a playing card suddenly floated down from above her. What is this? Lingxi looked up in astonishment at the playing card gently descending from the sky. It was inconceivable for an ordinary card to float like this. Could it be? A glimmer of hope sparked in Lingxi's eyes as she caught the card. And is this my servant? She spread the card in her palm, her hands trembling. Ha ha ha! Hearing Lingxi's murmurs, Siren couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Oh, naive little sister, do you truly believe that a mere object with a hint of magical properties is a heroic spirit's relic? How utterly ridiculous. Before Siren could finish, the playing card in Lingxi's hand transformed into blue particles, and a beam of blue light shot down from the sky, striking the ground. Chapter 76. The magnificent entrance of the magician. Bang! In the dark alley, a blue beam of light descended from above. What the hell? Siren stepped back in bewilderment, staring at the blue light with confusion. Master, be careful. Dark suddenly interposed himself in front of Siren, his expression grave as he focused intently on the light beam. His instinct warned him of a dangerous presence descending. From within the blue light, several playing cards shot forth, hurtling through the air at breakneck speed, each one akin to a lethal throwing knife, hurtling towards Siren with fierce momentum. Dark swiftly drew his dagger, aiming to intercept the incoming cards. Clang! Accompanied by the sharp sound of metal striking metal, Dark's eyes widened in surprise. The seemingly ordinary playing cards possessed the hardness of blades. With his weapon dancing, a flurry of metallic clashes echoed throughout the alley, sparks flying as Dark successfully deflected several of the flying cards. But just then, one managed to slip past his defenses. Slicing across his cheek at an awkward angle. In an instant, Dark felt a sharp sting, instinctively reaching up to touch his injured cheek, feeling warmth beneath his fingertips. Upon lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover crimson droplets of blood staining his hands. Ahead, the azure pillar of light gradually diminished, its energy waning, as a mysterious and captivating figure slowly emerged from the dissipating radiance. Clad in a long coat as dark as ink, the hem fluttered gently in the breeze. Atop his head rested a uniquely shaped magician's top hat, and his hands were adorned with gloves as white as snow, reminiscent of a performer stepping onto the stage. Yet, what drew the eye most was his right hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a pistol, with his slender index finger pointed directly at the chest of the dark figure. The youth with sapphire eyes wore a faint, enigmatic smile that hinted at intrigue, his mouth forming a perfect O shape as he uttered in an exquisitely soft yet audible voice. Bang! In that instant, a deep thud resonated through the air. A brilliant explosion of blood erupted from the chest of the dark figure, causing him to stumble back involuntarily, one hand clutching the gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. A gun. The dark-eyed figure trembled, positioning himself protectively in front of Shiluan, vigilantly observing the sudden arrival of this enigmatic figure. Maka smiled faintly, relishing in his successful display of bravado. He turned to face Lingxi, who, at that moment, was gazing up at him, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. This beautiful maiden. I hope I have not arrived too late. Maka placed his right hand over his heart and lightly tipped his hat, bowing in a most gentlemanly manner. You, Lingxi stammered in excitement, her words almost tumbling over themselves. Are you my servant? Indeed, my master. Maka replied with a smile, effortlessly concealing his true identity as a heroic spirit. Ahahaha. Lingxi beamed with joy, as if on the verge of fainting from happiness. Then this girl began to hop about, exclaiming like a child, "Woo-hoo! Yay! I have my very own servant now." Maka's eye twitched. He briefly questioned whether he should consider changing masters, for this girl seemed a touch overly exuberant. Meanwhile, Shiluan observed the unfolding scene, his expression one of incredulity. What nonsense could it really be that this girl, merely by chance, summoned a heroic spirit from a playing card? Master, the class is the Magus card, which can be countered. The dark figure leaned closer to Shiluan, speaking softly. Although the classes of summoned heroic spirits are random, the method of attack makes it easy to deduce their class, whether it be the relic used for summoning or the recent attack style. It was clearly of the Magus card class. The Magus card class, Shiluan's eyes flickered. Throughout the history of the 3 Holy Grail Wars, the Magus card class had appeared twice, yet each time it was the first to be eliminated. It is widely regarded as the weakest class, and furthermore, his master is a frail young girl, lacking any professional training. Thus her ability to supply magical energy to the heroic spirit is exceedingly limited. The strength of a heroic spirit is not only dependent on itself but also on its master. If the master can provide little magical energy, then even the mightiest of heroic spirits becomes ineffective. No, this presents an even better opportunity. By first eliminating this Magus card class, I can then use his master to threaten that genius in this way. Shiluan's lips curled into a smile once more. I will have disposed of 2 adversaries in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, Dark, eliminate him for me, Shiluan commanded coldly, pointing at Maka. As you wish, Dark replied in a chilling tone, his dagger glinting ominously, with the presence of her heroic spirit. Lingxi felt emboldened, urging, Go, go, go. How dare you bully my esteemed servant, my noble heroic spirit, give him a thorough beating. Esteemed servant? Maka found this rather amusing, yet turned to face her. Coincidentally, he also wished to assess his combat prowess in this world. Maka initiated by tossing out a detection card. Basic detection card activated successfully. Target, Dark, codename, evaluating both parties' intelligence attributes. Evaluation complete. Information acquired at 100. Name, Dark class, heroic spirit health points, 94 magic points, 200 strength, 13 agility, 15 stamina, 13 intelligence, 13 charm, 2 skill 1. Heroic form, passive ability summoned as a heroic spirit. Continuously receiving magical energy from the master, maximum magic capacity 70, dependent on master's total magical energy. Skill 2. Sharp blade, passive ability increases the sharpness of blade usage by 4. Capable of easily piercing defenses. Skill 3. Shadow traversal. Can merge into shadows and traverse freely within a 30-meter radius of shadows. Skill 4. Shadow mimicry. Can manipulate nearby shadows to take on human forms, mimicking one's actions. Skill 5. Shadow exchange. Can swap places with shadow clones created by oneself. Skill 6. Shadow assassination. Noble phantasm release a dagger materialized from the power of shadows, unleashing a shadow flash. If it strikes an enemy, it can inflict damage up to 60 of their maximum health. Overall, he did not appear particularly strong. It seemed the shadow assassin class was also among the weaker tiers. Maka cast a glance, forming a judgment. The 2 heroic spirits slowly approached one another, Dark wielding his gleaming dagger, while Maka held several sharp playing cards. The battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 77. Ranged class heroic spirit skilled in close combat. Dark, gripping his sharp dagger, leaned forward and charged toward Maka like a fleeting shadow. Maka, with his right hand clad in a white glove, mimicking a gun, aimed his slender index finger at Dark's direction, repeatedly unleashing air cannons. Bang, bang, bang. Dark could not perceive these invisible assaults and was forced to continually shift his form to evade the formless attacks. At last, he successfully closed the distance to within 10 meters of Maka. Maka shifted his offensive, producing playing cards from his hand and flinging them like throwing knives. Dark's eyes flickered, his dagger dancing as he deflected the incoming playing cards, successfully closing into within 5 meters of Maka. The corner of Dark's mouth lifted slightly. Despite being of the Shadow Assassin class, his close combat proficiency was not particularly strong among heroic spirits, yet dealing with the ranged Magus card class was still a mere triviality. As long as he could get close, Dark mused. Just then, Maka executed an unexpected maneuver. Holding playing cards, he charged directly at Dark. Dark felt a flicker of confusion, yet this was precisely what he had hoped for. He swung his dagger toward Maka. Maka, clutching the playing cards, used them as blades, parrying Dark's dagger with a clash. Clang, clang. The two playing cards collided with the dagger, producing a crisp sound. Deflecting Dark's attack, he released the two playing cards, sending them flying towards Dark's head. Dark tilted his head slightly, evading the incoming cards, while his dagger continued its assault on Maka. Maka took a small step back, producing 5 more playing cards seemingly from thin air, which soared toward Dark. However, Dark did not attempt to block. His dark robe enveloped in shadow, he seamlessly slipped into his own shadow. Simultaneously, as Maka landed, a ripple of movement stirred in his shadow, and a dark figure emerged, the sharp dagger glinting ominously. Shadow traversal. Dark had traversed from his own shadow into Maka's to launch a surprise attack from behind. The opportunity. Dark revealed a cold smile as he thrust his dagger toward Maka's back. "I've been waiting for you." But Maka's lips curled upward, having already prepared a card for activation. Blood Shadow Scythe. The energies of blood and shadow converged in his hand, instantaneously transforming into a blood shadow scythe. Clang! The scythe's blade swung back, precisely intercepting the dagger aimed at his back. A scythe? Dark's eyes widened, completely unprepared for the fact that a Magus card class heroic spirit could manifest a scythe. Maka pivoted, the blood shadow scythe deflecting the dagger as he attacked Dark. Clang! Clang! Dark struggled to parry. In terms of close combat, Maka, with enhanced attributes, was by no means inferior to Dark. At this moment, the roles of attacker and defender had reversed. Maka gripped the blood shadow scythe tightly, his movements fluid and seamless. Each swing infused with an exhilarating power and speed. The sharp scythe traced dark red arcs through the air, targeting the vital points of Dark's shadowy form. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Dark found himself retreating involuntarily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Though he still held the dagger valiantly to fend off the attacks, it was evident he was beginning to struggle behind them. Shiluan observed the unfolding scenario, his expression one of astonishment. What nonsense is this? The Magus card class heroic spirit is actually outmatching the Shadow Assassin in close combat. Dark, focus, Shiluan shouted. Yes, Dark replied, unable to accept that he was losing in close combat to a ranged heroic spirit. His dark eyes flickered with magical energy, and in the next moment, both Maka and his shadow rose in an astonishing manner. Two shadows morphed into figures identical to Dark, each wielding blades forged from shadows. Mimicking Dark's movements as they lunged at Maka. Maka's eyes shifted slightly, unfazed, activating the second card. Blazing crimson flames. A fiery aura erupted around Maka, granting him a 10 boost in strength, 30 points of defense, and an additional 20 increase in reflex speed. With his already formidable strength and agility, Maka's close combat prowess surged even further. He swung the scythe, executing a sweeping motion to fend off both Dark and the shadow clone on his left. His back was assailed by a sharp, chilling gleam, yet Maka's body reacted instinctively, pivoting with the swiftness of lightning. The keen scythe slashed towards the shadow clone behind him. Clang! The two weapons collided, yet this time, the shadow clone could not withstand Maka's might, and its entire form was sent hurtling against the wall. The corners of Anne's eyes twitched slightly, and he began to doubt his judgment. Could it be that this heroic spirit was not of the magical card class at all? What kind of magical card class heroic spirit would wield a blood scythe and engage in close combat with such overwhelming pressure, even now unleashing a crimson aura of enhanced power? Ranged heroic spirit proficient in melee combat. After sending a clone flying, Maka swiftly turned again, launching another assault on it together, and the shadow clone attempted to counter, yet they remained firmly suppressed by Maka. The blood-red blades grazing Anne's skin repeatedly to last. Maka seized an opportunity, deflecting Anne's dagger with his scythe and striking at his chest. Splat! Vivid crimson blood sprayed from Anne's torso, but he merely displayed a cold smile. For behind Maka, a sharp dagger was already aimed at his back. This was a clone born from Siren's shadow, designed to launch a surprise attack on Maka when he was off guard. At this angle, Maka had no time to turn and defend, but Maka's left hand targeted the dagger behind him. He did not intend to catch the blade with bare hands, but to deprive. For the first time in this world, Maka activated his deprivation ability. This time, the demon-slaying energy surged forth from his hand, penetrating the shadow clone. The clone was instantly immobilized, the dagger poised against Maka's nape, yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. The speed of the demon-slaying energy's invasion was astonishing, akin to a force of nature. Accompanied by a sizzling sound of intense erosion, in merely half a second, all the energy contained within the shadow clone was utterly consumed by this unparalleled force. The magical energy restructured, the card was formed. These actions took Maka less than a second. Such speed was beyond imagination, Maka mused. Had it been in the past, utilizing the deprivation ability would have taken him at least 3 seconds. Now, it had been halved. This was due to the sheer might of the demon-slaying energy, which could invade with no restraint, unlike the ordinary magical energy of before. Additionally, Maka's inherent magical foundation had passively enhanced his control over magical power by 7, indirectly accelerating the speed of magical energy restructuring, a commendable ability. Perhaps it could integrate with Shadow Cage. With a smile, Maka pocketed the card. Shadow Imitation, type. Magical ability quality, green effect, can manipulate nearby shadows to take human form. Mimicking 1's actions, mana cost, 14 prerequisite attribute, intelligence 9 cooldown time, 120 seconds evaluation, synchronize with me, confront with blades. Upon seeing this ability, Maka felt a surge of curiosity. If Shadow Imitation were to merge with Shadow Cage, could those dark beings within mimic his attacks? Remember, everyone, as winter approaches, take precautions against colds. Chapter 78. The unique boundary, Shadow Cage. This fellow transformed my clone into a card and clutched his wounded chest. Observing every movement of Maka, no longer did he doubt the authenticity of Maka's class. Indeed, it was that of the magical card class, yet his strength was formidable, Anne thought, reflecting on how historically the magical card class had always been the weakest. But this was directly related to the heroic spirit's prowess. A strong heroic spirit excels regardless of class, and this individual before him was likely one of history's powerful heroic spirits. Even if he descended as a magical card class, he could dominate in close combat. Unable to contend with this heroic spirit, and recognized he could not engage directly. Sensing the fiery crimson aura radiating from Maka, he fully comprehended the disparity. Time to retreat. And felt some reluctance, but given the circumstances, he could only dive into the shadows, hoping to traverse through them to Siren's side and escape with him. Yet, how could Maka allow him to slip away so easily? Planning to flee? Have you consulted my card? Maka chuckled as he drew the Shadow Cage card, activating the first ability of this new card, Shadow Passage. He leaped and swiftly plunged into the shadows wherein had concealed himself. The next moment in the astonished gazes of Siren and Lingxi, the voices of An and Maka emanated from within the shadows. How did you get in here? Hee, come out, will you? Instantly, a figure clothed in dark attire was hurled out, crashing heavily onto the ground. Maka followed closely, dusting off his hands. An quickly rose, retreating to a nearby corner, his eyes filled with disbelief. What in the world? This guy actually entered his shadows and threw him out? How could he also wield Shadow Passage? How is this possible? Anne's mind was rife with astonishment and confusion. To prevent your escape, I must resort to this. Maka produced a cooldown reduction card, merging it into Shadow Cage. Thus, the original cooldown of 60 seconds vanished in an instant, allowing him to utilize the true power of this card. Shadow Cage. A dark, ethereal force wafted through the alley, emanating from Maka's shadow. The shadowy energy spread outward from the ground in all directions. Recognizing this shadowy aura, An, as a fellow wielder of shadow abilities, immediately grasped its implication. He swiftly turned to Siren, shouting, Master, this is not good. Run. Use every means to escape immediately. What? Siren's expression was one of astonishment. This was the first time he had seen it so agitated, indicating the gravity of the situation. Heeding his servant's judgment, Siren turned and sprinted toward the alley's exit, while simultaneously, intricate magical runes began to form in his right palm. Maka narrowed his eyes. The construction of Shadow Cage required some time, and there was indeed a chance Siren could escape beyond its range. He extended his slender finger toward Siren's direction and fired an air cannon. Bang, bang! 2 air cannons struck Siren's legs, blood erupted from his limbs, and he collapsed in pain. This was the first time Siren had endured such severe injury, nearly bringing him to tears, prompting him to unleash his unique magical spell. Teleportation. The runes on the back of his hand erupted in a dazzling light, and in the next moment, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Siren. Then, as swiftly as it appeared, the light dissipated. And Siren was no longer present, a magical spell. Maka retracted his finger, frowning slightly. Although the magicians in this world lacked diverse abilities and were significantly weaker in combat compared to heroic spirits, they could unleash their unique spells due to their innate magical circuits. For instance, Siren's spell was precisely teleportation, which saved his life. However, while Siren could flee, and could not at this moment, Shadow Cage had fully formed, trapping Maka, Lingxi, and within this dark domain, a unique boundary, and surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Abilities of this nature, even among heroic spirits, were extraordinarily rare. Each heroic spirit capable of releasing a unique boundary was undeniably a formidable existence throughout history. Confirming Anne's earlier speculation, who on earth is this being? And pondered as he gazed at the smiling Maka. King Arthur? Absolutely not. An emperor? No, that's impossible. Raymond? No, this being exudes a heavy bloodlust. Anne's mind raced through the names of renowned heroic spirits. Yet he could not deduce Maka's true identity. Amidst their banter, Maka lightly waved his hand. From the shadows beside him, dark creatures began to emerge, crawling forth like zombies, each one hunched and clawing to kill him. Maka pointed at Anne, commanding. In that moment, he seemed the master of shadows, issuing orders to his subordinates. What the hell? Did Anne retreated step by step, watching as these shadow creatures charged toward him. His composure utterly shattered. It was not merely the gap in strength that left him bewildered. It was the inexplicable nature of how this heroic spirit could unleash a shadow boundary and manipulate shadow creatures. Who truly embodies the Shadow Striker class? With no more time for contemplation, the shadow creatures were upon him. He attempted to use shadow passage to escape the boundary, only to find the shadow energy of the boundary repelling him. His strength could not suppress this repulsion, leaving him trapped within with no other choice. He faced the encroaching shadow creatures, brandishing his dagger against them one by one. Maka stroked his chin, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Instead, observing the strength of the shadow creatures. Although they were numerous, their methods of attack resembled that of zombies, relying on the most primitive of clawing and biting, making them easily countered. Even Anne could slaughter these shadow creatures amidst the siege. If faced with a stronger opponent, overcoming these shadow creatures would be akin to slicing through vegetables. Seems I must enhance these shadow creatures. Maka contemplated the ability he had seized from Anne. Shadow imitation. In his intuition, this card could augment Shadow Cage. Behind him, Lingxi watched the scene, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, what a splendid ability. My servant is so powerful. I am truly fortunate. Maka twirled the blood shadow scythe. Declaring, all right, it's time to end this, he spun the scythe in his hand. Advancing step by step toward Anne was already struggling against the horde of shadow creatures. The prospect of battling Maka was utterly daunting. As Maka approached Anne, a crimson glint sliced through the air, the sharp blade striking at Anne's neck. With a whoosh, the sanguine blade severed the darkness, only for Anne's form to transform into a shadow doppelganger at the last moment. The doppelganger's neck was severed, as if all strength had evaporated, dissolving into a puddle of shadows that merged with the ground. Meanwhile, Maka sensed a shift and turned to see Anne frantically sprinting within the shadowy cage. His eyes fixated on a nearby girl. This was his sole chance of survival. Unable to overpower this heroic spirit, he resolved to eliminate their master. He leapt forward, lunging at Lingxi, his sharp dagger gleaming ominously. Lingxi's complexion paled as she attempted to evade, But her speed was no match for Anne's. In that critical moment, a figure emerged from the shadows before him, the blood-red blade flashing clang. Chapter 79. B-rank Noble Phantasm, Shadow's Requiem. The blood-red scythe intercepted the dagger, with a force that sent the dagger flying. How could this be? Anne's neck was gripped tightly by a hand as strong as iron, his entire body being lifted off the ground by an irresistible force, suspended in mid-air. The distance that had separated them was insurmountable for Maka to cover, yet he could traverse the shadows directly, appearing before and in an instant. Such was the nature of the Shadow Cage's abilities. Anne's throat was firmly constricted, his eyes trembling violently. I know what you are waiting for, but alas, you cannot escape before the barrier shatters. Not even with a command seal, Maka murmured. An's insistence for Siren to flee was not solely for the Master's safety. More crucially, if Siren reached a secure location, he could utilize the command seal formed by the bond between Master and heroic spirit to summon and back to his side. A commendable strategy, yet regrettably, the Shadow Cage's essence is inescapability. Even a command seal cannot facilitate an escape before the domain crumbles. An's eyes dimmed. Understanding dawned upon him. No wonder he had been unable to escape despite the delay. To perish by your hand is not without its merits, and resignedly stated. His words genuinely heartfelt and the annals of history. He was merely an obscure hero, defeated by a heroic spirit capable of erecting a barrier. There was no shame in that. No, I never claimed I wanted to kill you. If I truly wished for your demise, you wouldn't survive even 10 minutes, Maka replied, not uttering idle boasts. Throughout the battle, he had only activated 3 cards. The first was to conceal his strength upon entering this world. The second was that should he slay An, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Holy Temple, thereby exposing his identity. Hint: the Reclaimer has not established a subordinate contract. Attracting the Holy Temple's attention carries a 90 risk of exposure. Yet Maka could not simply let him go free. At the very least, he needed to extract something of value. Hand over your noble phantasm, and I shall allow you to leave, Maka declared. What? An's expression was one of astonishment. Since the onset of battle, he had not unleashed his noble phantasm, for even if he did, it would be futile. A heroic spirit capable of manifesting a barrier must possess a superior noble phantasm. This is a noble phantasm bestowed by my class. Without the corresponding class, you cannot wield it, and explained. Noble phantasms are classified into 2 types. One directly assigned by the class, which can only be utilized by the corresponding class, and the other being a personal noble phantasm, typically usable solely by the heroic spirit themselves. The act of seizing a noble phantasm had never occurred in any previous Holy Grail wars. Do not concern yourself with the specifics, just give it to me. Rest assured, integrity is a hallmark of a true gentleman, Maka replied with a smile. I believe you and did not doubt him. A great heroic spirit would not resort to deceitful behavior. An produced his class noble phantasm, Shadow's Requiem, and entrusted it to Maka. Maka accepted the noble phantasm, instructing, dissolve the binding. The noble phantasm and its heroic spirit are inherently bound. It must be dissolved before a transfer can occur, An nodded. Releasing the binding. Thus, this noble phantasm would remain unclaimed until the conclusion of the Holy Grail War. However, even in an unbound state, other class heroic spirits could not wield it, but that did not preclude Maka from using it. Shadow's Requiem, type, weapon single target noble phantasm quality. Excellent, B-rank noble phantasm, durability, 1-1, will shatter after 1 use, automatically repairs after 24 hours, attack power, 18 equipment requirements, strength attribute 7, agility attribute 10, shadow special energy activation equipment effect, shadow flash, a dagger formed from shadow power, unleashing shadow flash. If it strikes an enemy, it can deal up to 60 of maximum health damage to those with health below 10, 50 to those below 15, 30 to those below 20, and a maximum of 10 to those above 20. Rating, 280. Description: the noble phantasm of the Shadow Assassin class. Not bad, Maka nodded, regarding the requirement for shadow special energy. Although he lacked this energy himself, within the Shadow Cage, the Shadow Domain inherently possessed such energy. Gripping the exquisite black dagger, a surge of energy emanated from the shadows beneath him, gradually infusing the dagger under his control. Soon, the black dagger shimmered with a dark luminescence, flickering as if signaling the activation of its abilities. An's eyes quivered. Though he was not of the shadow assassin class, he could activate the noble phantasm in this manner. I am quite satisfied. Now, be on your way. Maka snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, the shadow cage dissipated. An tentatively moved a few steps. Seeing no reaction from Maka, he immediately turned and fled. Maka had indeed released An. This transaction was not in vain for him. Shadow's Requiem was a commendable piece of equipment. Killing An would not guarantee a treasure chest drop, but through coercion, he could secure it without fail. Maka accepted the noble phantasm, only to turn and find Lingxi gazing at him with confusion in her eyes. Are you letting him go? Killing him would eliminate a rival, wouldn't it? Maka, however, merely smiled gently. There is no need. A shadow assassin stripped of their noble phantasm poses no threat. Conversely, having obtained his noble phantasm grants me greater assurance against truly formidable heroic spirits worthy of caution. Oh, I see. Lingxi nodded, her small mind lacking any strong opinions, entirely deferring to her servant's judgment. In another room, Siren sat on the ground in a state of panic, having used a command seal to summon unto his side. Yet the result was utterly ineffective. This realization meant his servant had perished? No, no, no. Why Siren pounded the ground in frustration. The Holy Grail War had only just begun, and he was already facing elimination. Just then, a voice suddenly called from outside the room, "Master!" Siren rushed to the door, his heart racing upon confirming it was indeed An. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Siren finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried for Anne's life, but rather that if An were to die, he would lose all hope of claiming the Holy Grail. Master, I apologize. My abilities are lacking, which has affected your plans. An lowered his head, adopting a humble posture. I am aware of your weakness, but could you explain why you were unable to defeat a class with magic cards? Siren inquired, a hint of anger in his tone. Master, the heroic spirit summoned with the magic card class is quite extraordinary. One cannot judge them by conventional standards. This existence is capable of manifesting a barrier, and explained that a barrier. Siren's eyes widened in realization, understanding the caliber of the heroic spirit he had provoked. Heroic spirits without inherent barriers are not necessarily weak, but those with inherent barriers are undeniably powerful. Yet why? Why could that Lingxi, merely picking up a card, summon such a high-level heroic spirit while he, Siren, who had prepared for the Holy Grail War for so long, could only summon such a useless being? Useless, you worthless fool. Siren seethed, delivering kicks to Anne's body, and remained silent, enduring the onslaught in silence. Chapter 80. Codename. Magic card. In a narrow alley, Lingxi blinked her eyes, gazing at Maka with excitement. Having faced a legendary heroic spirit for the first time, she appeared anxious and apprehensive. Heroic spirit, how should I address you? Maka stored the Shadow's Requiem in the system space, feeling somewhat perplexed by Lingxi's demeanor. It was his first encounter with a master who displayed such deep reverence for their servant. He was not Gilgamesh, after all. Yet, this was rather pleasant. Had the master exhibited arrogance, Maka would have certainly considered switching to a different master. After all, he was not a true servant, merely masquerading as one. As for the form of address, Maka hesitated. In the magical girl world, upon entering the venue, he had directly revealed his true name. However, having heard from Nanshi that all reclaimers typically prepare a codename for convenience in their original world, he pondered what name to adopt. Maka stroked his chin, deep in thought. Heroic spirit, you don't wish to share your name? Lingxi blinked, her small eyes tinged with disappointment. Do not misunderstand. I simply prefer to use a codename. Do you have any ideas? Maka replied. A codename. At his words, Lingxi appeared thoughtful, her mind racing with ideas, drawing inspiration from the various action-packed anime she adored. Yet, as each codename came to mind, it seemed they all bore an air of juvenile flamboyance that might not sit well with the noble spirit. The class of magical cards, the cards themselves. Suddenly, Lingxi had a flash of inspiration and proposed, how about we call it Magic Card? Magic Card. Maka paused for a moment, pondering the suggestion. Upon reflection, he found the codename quite fitting. It not only encapsulated his characteristics to a certain extent, but also bore a semblance to his own name. Truly, there could be no better title. Excellent, henceforth, you shall refer to me as Magic Card, he affirmed, nodding in agreement with Lingxi's idea. Lingxi beamed with delight, her joy radiating as she exclaimed, Mr. Magic Card, you are truly remarkable, and your skills are so impressive. Her large eyes sparkled with admiration, and she animatedly mimicked Maka's recent battle movements, attempting to recreate the thrilling scene. However, the ideal was grand, yet the reality was rather lackluster. Maka's fluid motions appeared somewhat foolish in Lingxi's imitation. Maka found himself at a loss for words. Realizing this girl seemed like nothing short of an archetypical, overly enthusiastic youth. Oh well, let it be, youthful exuberance has its charm. He waved dismissively. Mr. Magic Card, what are you saying? Lingxi tilted her head in confusion. Cough, cough, nothing of consequence. You are quite adorable, Maka tactically coughed, adding a compliment to smooth over the moment. Really? Hee hee. I think I'm quite cute too. Lingxi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she bashfully ruffled her hair. Maka's lips twitched. How could she be more self-absorbed than him? Thankfully, this girl was rather oblivious and had yet to realize the contract remained unsealed. In his mind, Maka called out, Society, what about establishing the false contract you mentioned? A ding. Does the collector wish to establish a customized false servant contract with the girl? The contract is indistinguishable from the genuine article. Even the Holy Grail cannot discern its authenticity, yet the master cannot command the collector using command spells. Yes, Maka replied. This will require a payment of 100 membership coins. Maka's expression froze. He had not a single coin to his name. Ding, reminder. The society offers official loan services. Temporary borrowing of membership coins is available. With a mere 10 interest fee. 10%? Maka inwardly protested. Is this usury? Well, it was just an extra 10 coins. I must not exhaust my membership coins again. Maka consoled himself. Every setback is a lesson learned. The society has lent 100 society coins. The collector must repay the principal and interest of 110 coins before the next world begins, or face the consequences. Maka resigned himself. Very well. Let us spend the coins. Establishing servant connection for the collector. Would you like to sign a false contract with the girl Lingxi? Yes. The contract has been established. In that instant, Lingxi felt an unusual sensation on the back of her hand. Raising her hand to inspect, she discovered several intricate patterns adorning her skin. So, this is the command spell. Lingxi mused, having absorbed some knowledge about the Holy Grail War. Each master, upon forging a connection with their spirit, receives 3 command spells, which can be used to compel the spirit if it disobeys orders. I likely won't need to use them, she thought, based on her extensive anime experience. Such coercive commands would only serve to damage the bond between master and spirit. Only through profound emotional ties could one unleash the power of their connection at critical moments. Yes, the power of passionate bonds. Lingxi couldn't help but smile, envisioning herself and Mr. Magic Card developing a deep relationship, defeating formidable foes and claiming the Holy Grail at a pivotal moment. Maka, unaware of Lingxi's inner musings, merely hoped she would not employ the command spells. Otherwise, the ruse of the false contract would be laid bare. If her commands were reasonable, he could feign compliance. The collector has officially entered this world, commencing the issuance of branch tasks. Mainline branch task, initial glimpse, task difficulty, LV6, task objective. Seek out the traces of the unknown entity number D398 hidden within this world. Task reward, 500 membership coins, ding. This world contains items related to the collector's profession. A growth task has been issued. Growth task, awakening of Millennia's legacy. Task difficulty, LV9, task objective. Locate the spirit stone, a remnant of the card hunter. Task reward, gain the greatest legacy of the card hunter. The spirit stone. Maka's eyes flickered. Even the society acknowledged this as the greatest legacy of the card hunter. What could it be? Would it be an exceptionally powerful card? Or perhaps a multitude of formidable passive abilities? All would be revealed once he located the spirit stone. Chapter 81. White Phantom, Possession Crisis. Never mind. Let us first complete the mainline task. I wonder what this unknown entity could be. Just as Maka was deep in thought, Lingxi's voice chimed in. Mr. Magic Card, come quickly. Let's go home. I can't wait to tell Sister Yueshia that I've become a master. Lingxi cheerfully grasped Maka's hand. Instead of shaking off her small grip, Maka inquired, Yueshia, is she also one of the masters? Of course. Lingxi, leading the way with enthusiasm, explained, let me tell you, Sister Yueshia is amazing. She is undoubtedly the most formidable master in this holy grail war. Even that bad guy who just chased me praised her, saying she is the strongest genius trained by the holy temple, known as the sorceress of the moonlight. As Lingxi spoke of Sister Yuexia, a proud smile adorned her face. However, Maka's expression grew grave. He felt a twinge of concern. You do know the rules of the Holy Grail War, right? Even if you share a close bond, this. Lingxi halted, her playful demeanor replaced with seriousness for the first time. No, 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 Mr. Magic Card. My relationship with Sister Yuexia is very, very good. So, what you're worried about won't happen, Lingxi asserted firmly. All right, Maka shrugged, though he held reservations. After all, in the face of the temptation to fulfill wishes, human greed often falters. Thus, Maka followed Lingxi to the dwelling she shared with Sister Yuexia. This was Yuexia's home. Rather than cohabiting, it was more accurate to say Lingxi had been residing there. From Lingxi's words, Maka gathered that their bond transcended mere friendship. They were like sisters, sharing a connection stronger than blood. This is it. Lingxi hummed a cheerful little tune, ready to unlock the door with her key. However, just as she twisted the key, a powerful hand seized her wrist. Mr. Magic Card? Lingxi blinked in confusion. Maka, sensing the direction of the door, detected a metallic scent of blood. Moreover, his instincts warned him of an ominous presence of death within. It must be the unknown. Maka was quick to deduce that only the entity numbered D398 could emit such eerie traits. Step back, Lingxi, Maka spoke with gravity. Recognizing the seriousness in his tone, Lingxi's eyes trembled. Sister Yuexia, she? Maka nodded slightly, and despite Lingxi's evident worry, they could only retreat for now. Maka drew 2 cards, Shadow Scythe and Crimson Prism. When confronting the unknown, one could never be too cautious. Channeling the 2 cards, he wielded the blood-edged scythe in hand, while 8 shards of crimson light gathered around him. The upgraded green-level card, Crimson Prism, was not only sharper but also larger than before. What has happened to Mr. Magic Card to warrant such vigilance? Is it another master? Lingxi's eyes quivered, tears threatening to spill as she feared for her beloved sister's safety. With a determined twist of the doorknob, Maka opened the door. The sight that greeted him was one of utter darkness. The entire house was shrouded in shadows, exuding an eerie ambience. The room was in disarray, the stench of blood overwhelming. Any ordinary person would instinctively consider this a crime scene. Quietly, Maka stepped inside, following the scent of blood until he reached a bedroom. This was Sister Yuexia's bedroom. Had she met with misfortune? Lingxi followed closely behind, trembling in fear. Maka remained silent, the haunting memories of the dark gem etched profoundly in his mind. He dared not let his guard down in the face of the unknown. With a firm resolve, he opened the bedroom door once more. The scene that unfolded was chilling. A chilling wind howled, stirring the curtains, while dark reflections danced ominously on the walls. Grievous bloodstains spread across the floor like blossoms of death, emanating a potent scent of blood. Maka stepped into the room, scanning for any suspicious figures. Yet he discovered the lifeless body of a girl. Her form, stained with blood, lay slumped against the cold wall, as if she had lost the last remnants of warmth from life. Blood flowed continuously from her, pooling into a dark crimson puddle that tainted the surrounding floor. Just as Maka focused intently on the girl, a sudden, fierce gust of wind swept through, lifting the curtains violently as if they were about to be torn from their frames. A ghostly white figure darted forth from behind the curtains, hurtling towards Maka at an astonishing speed. In an instant, this specter vanished into the blind spot of Maka's vision. His body tensed up, his heightened senses alerting him to an impending danger. Goosebumps erupted across his skin as he realized that a sinister force was racing towards him. With no time to ponder, Maka swiftly pivoted, his hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a flurry of crimson diamond light that shot forth from his side, aimed directly at the swiftly approaching white apparition. In that fleeting moment, Maka finally discerned the nature of this figure. It truly resembled the legendary white specters of folklore. Translucent and elusive, as if it might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. 8 shards of blood-colored light sped forth, and in a fleeting flash, they struck the white specter. Yet there was no effect. The spectral entity remained unfazed and surged into Maka's very being. That instant, Maka's pupils constricted, his mind reeling. Non-corporeal? Warning, warning. The recipient is being possessed by the White Spectre, D398. During possession, the recipient will enter a non-corporeal state, gradually losing control of their body while suffering continuous willpower erosion. Current willpower erosion, 1.2.3. Possession? Damn. Maka patted his body, realizing that the White Spectre had seemingly fused with him, rendering any attempt to grasp it futile. How was he to resolve this predicament? Maka swiftly retrieved his healing card, the only card he possessed with purification effects. As he endeavored to activate the healing card, he discovered a severe blockage in his control over magical energy. As though another entity was manipulating his body, obstructing his attempts to activate the card. Fortunately, Maka possessed an innate talent for card manipulation. Even with the significant obstruction, he could intuitively channel the card's intricate patterns. Healing, activate. A radiant light of purification enveloped Maka, yet the situation did not improve. Damn, Maka furrowed his brow. The White Spectre is exhibiting a violent reaction. Your intelligence attribute has temporarily decreased by 5 points. The recipient is attempting to purify the invading force within, undergoing a forced rank assessment. Assessment failed. The unknown rank exceeds the healing ability rank, purification impossible. Due to the decrease in intelligence, resistance to willpower erosion diminishes, accelerating the rate of erosion. Current willpower erosion, 20.2, 5.30. This is bad. Maka clutched his head, his complexion pale. His body felt intensely constricted, as if filled with no. He had to devise a solution immediately. If the erosion reached 70, Maka's thoughts began to slow. But what means did he possess to contend with the possessing specter? Chapter 82. Confronting the unknown with the unknown. Mr. Magic Card, what is wrong with you? Lingxi exclaimed in terror, her hands clasped over her mouth, her clear eyes reflecting Maka's silhouette. At that moment, Maka stood motionless, his expression strained, clearly having endured an unknown assault. Current willpower erosion, 30.35. A solution, Maka's thoughts dulled further. Yet he continued to strive for clarity. He did not wish to perish unknowingly at the hands of the unknown. That's right, the decrease in intelligence could be utilized before his cognitive faculties fully waned. Maka employed his final measure, the active ability of the Dark Necklace, Dark Bewitchment. Not to bewitch the White Spectre, but to bewitch himself. The recipient uses Dark Bewitchment on themselves, undergoing an intelligence assessment. Assessment successful. The power of Dark Bewitchment has infiltrated the recipient's will, initiating a brainwashing process to transform them into a puppet. Warning, warning. The recipient's will is undergoing dual erosion. Two forces are in conflict. Undergoing rank assessment, assessment failed. The Spectre's possession and Dark Bewitchment are both unknown forces, with equal ranks. Conflict ongoing. Detected decrease in the recipient's willpower erosion, 45. 40.35. The recipient's willpower erosion has returned to 0. The White Spectre has detached. The effect of Dark Bewitchment has been nullified. A White Spectre detached from Maka's body, swirling rapidly around him before vanishing through the wall. Damn, it actually worked, Maka muttered in disbelief, rubbing his aching head. He had taken a desperate gamble, and it had surprisingly succeeded. Indeed, only the unknown could effectively counter the unknown. Main quest branch task. Initial clue completed. Reward, 500 membership points. Automatically paid off the recipient's debt. Remaining balance, 390 membership points. A starter task nearly cost him his life. This unknown was truly terrifying, Maka murmured. Mr. Magic Card, are you all right? Lingxi asked, a mixture of fear and concern evident in her voice. I nearly died. So I suppose that counts as being fine. Maka replied casually. Upon hearing this, Lingxi trembled, nearly collapsing in fright. You're so timid. Don't worry, I'm not dead. You should check on your sister Yuexia. Maka directed his gaze towards the bloodied figure against the wall. Sister Yuexia. Lingxi rushed to the side of the blood-soaked girl, tears streaming down her face. However, as she leaned closer to Yuexia's face, she heard faint breaths. She is still alive. Sister Yuexia is still alive, Lingxi exclaimed joyfully. We must hurry and take her to the hospital. Saying this, she attempted to lift Yuexia. The hospital cannot save someone with these injuries. Let me handle it. Maka stepped forward. Mr. Magic Card, do you have a way? Please, you must save Sister Yuexia. Lingxi implored, as if clinging to a lifeline. Maka crouched before Yuexia, closely examining her injuries. There was significant blood loss. An ordinary person would have perished by now. Yet, traces of magical energy remained within Yuexia, indicating that she was a relatively powerful sorceress, which had preserved her faint vitality. However, she was afflicted by a certain curse. Maka furrowed his brow, recognizing the peculiar nature of this sinister force, but unable to ascertain its specific curse effects. A curse? What should we do? Lingxi felt powerless. If cursed, only the power of a heroic spirit could potentially save Sister Yuexia. But how many heroic spirits possess such abilities? How could she possibly summon one? I do have methods to counteract curses, though I'm unsure of their effectiveness. Maka retrieved the healing card, still in cooldown. However, utilizing the cooldown reduction card given by Lance, the cooldown was instantly reduced by 60 seconds. Quickly completing the cooldown. Let's give it a try. Maka activated the healing card, applying both healing and purification effects to Yuexia. The potency of this restorative card was quite impressive. Yuexia's injuries visibly healed, and her vitality began to strengthen. Meanwhile, the strange aura of the curse gradually dissipated under the purifying light until it vanished entirely. The recipient successfully purified the curse of predetermined death from Yuexia, eliminating 5 of world distortion, and received a world treasure chest, 5. The curse of predetermined death. Maka was taken aback. Such a lofty name. Alright, she is basically fine now. She just needs to awaken. Maka observed Yuexia. The healing effects were remarkable, her injuries nearly healed, and the curse was lifted. She was merely in a state of unconsciousness. Thank you so much, Mr. Magic Card, Lingxi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. How could her luck be so good? The summoned heroic spirit was not only powerful but also possessed so many means. If it weren't for Mr. Magic Card, she would never see Sister Yuexia again. I'm truly grateful. How can I repay you? Lingxi wiped her tears, speaking through her sobs, offering anything within her power. It's nothing. Maka gently patted Lingxi's head. It was merely a small effort on his part. Maka said little more, instead moving to the window, gazing out at the scenery while reflecting on the recent, perilous encounter with relief. Being able to purify curses indicated that the healing card was indeed effective. Yet it could not contend with the specter's possession. Maka inquired. Why was it that the relatively weaker dark bewitchment could counteract the possession? Hint: the effect of specter possession requires a forced rank assessment. Mere strength is insufficient to counter rank assessments, as unknown entities possess unique ranks. Even unknowns with serial numbers starting with D have ranks that surpass low-tier abilities. Unique ranks, how frightening. Maka nodded, tightening his grip on the dark necklace. The more he comprehended the terror of the unknown, the more he realized the practicality of equipment crafted from the unknown. Perhaps this power is not particularly strong, but its rank is unique. At critical moments, one could wield the power of the unknown against the unknown. Non-corporeal unknowns, forced rank assessments of possession, the curse of predetermined death. This was just the beginning. And the unknown was already so terrifying. Maka's brow furrowed deeper. If this unknown were to obtain the Holy Grail, what would become of them? The Midnight Spectre, the predetermined curse, must it be stopped? Chapter 83. Maka's 2 speculations. Lingxi gently laid Yuexia on the bed, attentively staying by her side, waiting for her to awaken. As Maka entered another room, he commenced his endeavor to enhance his abilities. He sought to validate 2 hypotheses. The first involved attempting to merge the card, Shadow Mimic, which he had seized from the Dark Assailant, with Shadow Cage. Although the shadow creatures within the Shadow Cage were numerous, their methods of attack were rather primitive, making them easily dispatched in large groups if only they could replicate my attacks. Maka pondered, proceeding to fuse the 2 cards. The recycler is attempting to merge cards. The fusion level is slightly elevated, with a success rate of 95. Due to his enhanced mastery over magic, his probability of successfully merging green-level cards had improved, rendering failures virtually non-existent. Maka adeptly suppressed the chaotic magical energy, restructuring it to create the new card. Fusion successful, obtained green-level card, Shadow Cage, enhancement applied. Shadow Cage, type, confinement domain quality, green effects, 1. Shadow traversal. Can traverse through any shadow, absorbing incoming attacks within the cage. With a certain absorption limit. 2. Shadow Cage. can utilize any shadow as a starting point to form a cage of shadows in all directions. The user can escape the cage via shadow traversal and freely navigate within the confines of the shadow cage. However, until the domain is broken, enemies cannot escape. 3. Shadow clone. The shadow cage will generate shadow clones of the user, all of which will mimic the user's attack methods. Mana cost, 22. Domain strength, 17, enhanced by 1, prerequisite attribute. Intelligence 12. Cooldown, 60,500 seconds. The mere release of shadow traversal has a cooldown of 60 seconds. While releasing shadow cage necessitates a cooldown of 500 seconds. Evaluation. Cage of shadows, shadow clones, aligned with me, to face the foe with blades. Not only had the skill transformed, but the domain strength had also seen a slight increase. Quite satisfactory. Maka mused, clutching the card with a smile. The ability of Shadow Clone was indeed commendable. However, the Dark Assailant could only conjure a mere few clones during combat, which resulted in insufficient strength. Yet, if within his shadow cage, dozens of shadow clones wielding shadow scythes simultaneously imitated his movements to confront the enemy. The potency. How remarkable! Maka stored the shadow cage card within his card space, noting that the card's strength was gradually enhancing with the fusion, and it possessed 3 practical abilities. Its compatibility was quite impressive. Essentially, any card with shadow attributes could merge. Maka nodded in approval. Next, he aimed to validate his second hypothesis, which, if successful, would grant him a trump card capable of annihilating foes with a single strike. Maka retrieved the Shadow Assassin, a prized weapon taken from the Dark Assailant. While it could inflict damage based on a percentage of maximum health, it could only be used once. Should the strike miss, escape would be inevitable. Furthermore, even if it hit, it would only deal 50 damage to heroic spirits, and against those with over 15 health, it would inflict a mere 30, rendering its overall strength rather mediocre. Classified as a B-grade treasure. In the realm of the Holy Grail War, treasures above B-grade included A-grade, and if consistent with the anime, there might even be EX-grade. However, I have a method that might allow this treasure to unleash A-grade strength. Maka's lips curled into a smirk, yet, to execute this hypothesis, a helper was required. Maka ventured into the bedroom, seeking Lingxi's assistance, only to serendipitously witness the black-haired girl, who had been unconscious, slowly opening her eyes. Yuexia blinked at the ceiling with a dazed expression. Yuexia, you're finally awake, Lingxi exclaimed, rushing to embrace Yuexia's arm tightly. I was so worried about you. Lingxi? Yuexia's expression shifted, as if recalling something. She incredulously touched her own body. I'm not dead? The girl sat upright, surveying her room. Were it not for the bloodstains scattered about, she might have thought it was all a nightmare. Why did this happen? Yuexia turned her head towards Lingxi, her eyes shimmering. Speaking of which, Lingxi declared with a hint of pride, raising her chin and pointing towards the doorway, it was my servant, Mr. Maka, who saved you. Yuexia paused, her mouth agape in surprise. You've become a master? Indeed, and Mr. Maka is incredibly powerful. He chased away the evil creature that harmed you, Lingxi gushed, her face alight with glory. Evil creature. Memories of distress flickered through Yuexia's mind, causing her expression to turn slightly pained. Greetings, the beautiful Miss Yuexia. You may refer to me as Maka. Maka performed a gentlemanly bow, maintaining the persona of a magician's heroic spirit. Maka. Yuexia's lovely eyes scrutinized Maka's attire, thinking to herself, a heroic spirit of the magician class. I see. Thank you very much. I shall address you as Mr. Maka. A gentle smile graced Yuexia's face. As you wished. On another note, I happen to have a request. Might you be able to lend me your assistance? Miss Yuexia? Maka replied with a smile. What is it? Yuexia inquired. Subsequently, Maka tossed the Shadow Assassin to Yuexia. She caught the dagger, initially failing to discern its significance, but upon a second glance, her eyes widened. This a treasure of the Shadow Assassin class? Oh, Maka expressed mild surprise, not anticipating that Miss Yuexia was so well informed. Indeed, this is precisely the Shadow Assassin Mard. Maka.is of the Shadow Assassin class? Yuexia questioned, a hint of confusion in her tone. Certainly not. I seized this from the heroic spirit of the Shadow Assassin class, Maka replied with a light smile. Seized? Yuexia stammered, having never before heard of such a thing as acquiring treasures through force. Just then, Lingxi chimed in excitedly, Yes. It's a long story. I was attacked, then summoned Mr. Maka, who captured that villain and made him exchange his life for the treasure. This? Yueshia's mind raced with questions. How could this be possible? I understand you have many questions, which we can clarify gradually. Before that, I would like to ask you to try using the Shadow Assassin, Maka stated candidly. I'm to use the Shadow Assassin? That's impossible. Yueshia shook her head, insisting that class treasures were bound to their respective classes and could not be wielded by a magician. I have already activated it. You need only use it directly, Maka remarked, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the Shadow Assassin in Yueshia's hand glimmered with dark light. It truly has been activated. How did you do that? Yueshia's eyes widened in astonishment. Simply release it into the air, Maka instructed. Yueshia nodded. Though unsure of Mr. Maka's intentions, she nonetheless concentrated her magic to activate the Shadow Assassin. In the next moment, her form shimmered with dark light, and the Shadow Assassin transformed into a shadowy blade. With a whoosh, Yueshia vanished from the bed, reappearing suspended in midair. A demonstration of shadow flashed. The pivotal moment of her ability's release. Maka unleashed deprivation. Instantly, Yueshia, caught in the shadow flash state, froze, unable to move. Yueshia remained bewildered, suspended in midair until Maka's deprivation concluded, causing her to tumble back onto the bed. Meanwhile, Maka successfully extracted a card. The recycler has successfully extracted the green-level card, Shadow Flashed. Maka activated Shadow Flash, summoning a blade identical to the Shadow Assassin, into his right hand. With a smile, Maka grasped the authentic Shadow Assassin in his left hand. Thus, he wielded two Shadow Assassins. Validation accomplished, he had acquired a brand new trump card, Dual Shadow Flash. Meanwhile, Yueshia, seated on the bed, gazed at the two identical Shadow Assassins in Maka's hands, her mouth forming an 0.2.2 treasures. Chapter 84, Linksey's Panel, Depriving Mana, Shadow Flash, Type. Single Target, Instant Kill Quality. Green Effects, a dagger forged from Shadow Energy, unleashing Shadow Flash. If it strikes an enemy, it inflicts 60 damage of maximum health to those with 10 health or less, 50 damage to those with 15 health or less, 30 damage to those with 20 health or less, and a maximum of 10 damage to those with over 20 health. Mana cost, 20 power value. Percentage-based damage. No numerical value. Prerequisite attributes. Strength 7, Agility 10, Shadow Attribute Energy Activation Cooldown. 24 hours evaluation. Shadow Flash, Shadow Assassination. The abilities of the extracted card are 100 authentic, coupled with the original Shadow Assassin dagger. Holding both Shadow Assassins, Maka can unleash Dual Shadow Flash. Provided the target's health is below 15, Dual Shadow Flash can inflict 50 of maximum health as damage, effectively 100 maximum health percentage damage. In simpler terms, it is a one-hit kill. Although the overall attributes of this world are elevated, it serves as a devastating weapon against relatively fragile classes. Maka contemplated 0.2.2 treasures. Yueshia's prior knowledge was appended in that instant. Treasures are unique. Class treasures are even less likely to exist in duplicates, yet Mr. Maka had, right before her eyes, conjured another Shadow Assassin. Wait, did I recall that the information provided by my father indicated that the effect of the Shadow Flicker is based on percentage damage? If one could simultaneously activate two Shadow Slayer Noble Phantasms, Yueshia's thoughts raced, and she finally grasped Mr. Maker's intention behind this action. Mr. Maker actually seeks to create a means of instant annihilation, and it appears he has succeeded. Yueshia observed the smile curling at the corner of Maker's mouth, inwardly acknowledging the brilliance of his plan. Maker sheathed the Shadow Slayer and turned to face Yueshia. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, I can address all your doubts. Of course, it would be half-truths, Maker added in his mind. In the living room, the three gathered around a tea table, each with a cup of hot tea before them. Yueshia lifted her teacup, parting her crimson lips to take a delicate sip. The rising steam caressed her enchanting cheeks, lending a tender blush to her fair skin, akin to the first bloom of peach blossoms in spring. Resplendent and dripping with beauty. After savoring her tea, Yueshia gently brushed aside a strand of hair at her ear, elegantly arranging it, and softly remarked, "Thank you very much, Mr. Maker." During this time, she had learned of the story between Linksey and Maker. At the same time, Maker had come to understand the circumstances surrounding Yueshia's demise. She had originally been the most gifted genius cultivated by the Holy Hall, complemented by a not-so-weak noble phantasm of the Light Singer class, forming the strongest team contending for the Holy Grail. Yet, as they were planning, a ghostly specter surged into the room, directly possessing the Light Singer. Although Yuexia attempted to save her servant, she found herself utterly unable to reach her. Ultimately, the Light Singer underwent a transformation, and despite Yuexia commanding her servant not to harm her master with a command seal, she was still killed. Were it not for Maker's timely arrival, survival would have been impossible. However, Yuexia furrowed her brow slightly and turned her gaze toward Maker. Mr. Maker, I still have one matter that perplexes me. How did you manage to defeat the Shadow Striker? Upon speaking, Yuexia seemed to realize the ambiguity of her words and quickly added, I do not question your strength, rather, how were you able to exhibit such formidable power without the supply of magical energy? This was, indeed, Yuexia's greatest inner conundrum. Although it is a common stereotype that the mage card class is typically the weakest, Mr. Maker's ability to engage in close combat and repel the attacking specter, alongside replicating a noble phantasm, undeniably attested to his strength. It sufficed to illustrate that Mr. Maker was a powerful heroic spirit. However, no matter how strong a heroic spirit may be, they must rely on their master's magical energy to unleash their true potential. And Yuexia glanced at Lingxi, seated beside her. Lingxi is my adopted sister. From a young age, she has harbored a profound interest in magic and heroic spirits, yet I never wished for her to step into the Holy Grail War. Hence, I have never taught her the control of magical energy. At present, she can only be considered a half-fledged magician. How could she possibly supply the magical energy required by such a powerful heroic spirit as yourself? Yuexia's eyes reflected her confusion. Maker was taken aback. He had anticipated this line of questioning, yet it diverged significantly from what he had imagined. When selecting a master in the transport space, he had certainly not chosen randomly. The girl Lingxi, in his perception, exhibited a strong leakage of magical energy, which was why he had immediately set his sights on this somewhat eccentric young lady. Impossible. I can sense that she harbors a considerable amount of magical energy within her. Maker shook his head resolutely, his conviction unwavering. His perceptive abilities surpassed Yuexia's, and thus he could not be mistaken as that so. Yuexia narrowed her eyes slightly, curiously appraising Lingxi, as Maker's servant. His perception was undoubtedly more precise than her own. This meant that it was not that Lingxi lacked magical energy, but rather that she had never realized its existence within her. Lingxi, don't move. I shall initiate your magical circuits. Yuexia rose slightly. Now that Lingxi had become a master, the Holy Grail War was unavoidable, and they must confront it. Yuexia approached Lingxi from behind, placing her hands on Lingxi's back, and a surge of magical energy began to flow into her. After skillfully manipulating the magic, Yuexia's eyes brimmed with magical energy, readying herself. Lines shimmering with an otherworldly light began to emerge beneath Lingxi's skin. These lines intertwined and connected, ultimately forming a complex and intricate magical circuit. With the activation of this circuit, it was as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of immense magical energy that surged forth like a roaring flood. This magical energy, Yuexia's eyes widened, incredulity spilling from her lips. Lingxi was at a loss, entirely unaware of how to harness this sudden and overwhelming influx of magical energy. Consequently, the uncontrolled magical energy surged forth from her being like wild stallions breaking free, flooding outward with a ferocity that stirred up gusts of wind. Yuexia's hair danced wildly in the wake of this magical tempest, and she could scarcely believe her eyes. The magical energy emanating from Lingxi at this moment was not only abundant, but exceeded her own by several folds. Maker's eyes widened slightly in surprise as well. While he had sensed that Lingxi was somewhat extraordinary, he had not anticipated the sheer volume of magical energy contained within her. He immediately cast a detection card, eager to ascertain Lingxi's attributes. Beginner detection card activation successful. Target, Lingxi, analyzing both parties' intelligence attributes. Analysis complete. Information acquired 100. Name, Lingxi class, Magician health, 100 magic power, 1050 magic reserve, 2100 strength, 3 agility, 5 stamina, 4 intelligence, 5 charm, 4 skill 1. Passive. The body has undergone some unknown transformation, with a maximum magic power of 1000. Skill 2. Magical storage physique. Passive. The body serves as a vast reservoir of magical energy, capable of storing an additional 200 of its maximum magic power.